Fuck me, head hurts. Lu Wensheng opened her eyes through a wave of intense headache, only to find herself staring at a ceiling with exposed beams overhead. Looking around, the walls were covered in old newspapers from Waknoshwich era. In the torn spots, mold stains peeked through. The room contained nothing but the bed she was lying on, 2 wooden trunks, and a desk piled high with items that screamed vintage. What the hell? Wasn't she just out having dinner with her co-workers? How'd she end up here after using the restroom? She was completely baffled. Still dazed, the door swung open from the outside. A thin, yellow-haired girl with sharp features leaned against the doorway, sneering. Lu Wensheng, do you even know what time it is? You're still lying there like a corpse? Wait till Dad gets back, you'll regret it if there's no dinner ready. Oomph. With that, she twisted her narrow waist and stormed off. What the actual F? Who does this chick think she is? And why the hell should I care whether her dad has dinner or not? Lu Wensheng was about to retort when she realized how dry her lips were and how hoarse her throat felt. She couldn't even make a proper sound. She figured she had better get up and grab some water first. But then, without warning, a flood of foreign memories surged into her mind frame by frame, like a movie reel. Her brain nearly exploded. After about 10 minutes of absorbing all the information, Lu Wensheng was ready to curse the heavens. It was a freaking time travel. Why was she so sure she had been reborn? Because seriously, who else would believe this nonsense? She loved reading reincarnation novels in her past life, but being one herself? That was beyond ridiculous. This was the kind of plotline where glitches went to party. The absurdity levels are so high, they've knocked absurdity's mom's door wide open. Well, whatever Watt's done is done. At least she wasn't the type to wallow in self-pity. Now, she needed to process the original owner's memories as quickly as possible. The year was 1973. The original body was 16 years old and, coincidentally, also named Lu Wensheng. Her father, Lu Yi, was a soldier who died in the line of duty when she was 9. Her mother couldn't bear the grief and passed away shortly after. Left alone, the 9-year-old girl buried both parents with state assistance. Originally, she was going to be adopted by an old comrade-in-arms of her father until a couple claiming to be Lu Ye's elder brother and sister-in-law showed up. They cried and begged, saying the blood of the Lu family could never be abandoned. They promised to raise the girl as their own. So, orphan Lu Wensheng was taken in by her uncle's family. 6 months later, they claimed their house was too small. Under the pretense of needing more space, they moved into the big house left behind by Lu Wensheng's parents and forced the young girl to serve them like a servant. Uncle Lu's family had 4 kids. The eldest son, Lu Jiangwo, was 20 and worked as a temporary worker at the steel plant. The second daughter, Lu Xiaoxiao, was the same age as the original Lu Wensheng and had just graduated from high school. The third and fourth sons, Lu Jiandang and Lu Jiamin, were twins already in high school. Uncle Lu Hongjun also worked at the steel factory, while Annie Song Chuanfen was employed at a knitting factory. Overall, the family lived comfortably, considered quite well off in the entire city of Songqing. This year, both Lu Wensheng and Lu Xiaoxiao had graduated high school. Normally, they would both be sent down to the countryside for re-education. However, because Lu Wensheng's father was a revolutionary martyr, his children were exempt from rural assignment. As such, the state had reserved a clerk position for her at a supply and marketing cooperative. When Song Chuanfen learned the news, she was overjoyed. In this era, securing a job required connections even more so for a coveted spot like the supply marketing cooperative. It was a place many officials' children fought desperately to enter. So naturally, the whole family started pressuring Lu Wensheng to give up her position. They said things like, "We raise you for free all these years, you owe us." They wanted her to let Lu Xiaoxiao take the job instead, while she went down to the countryside. Naturally, she refused. In front of everyone, she revealed that her father had left behind a monthly pension of 30 yuan, a fact she used to expose the truth. Neighbors began to realize the truth that the Lu family hadn't been doing charity work. Instead, they were living off her house, her money, and her suffering. They were leeches, plain and simple. Upon learning all this, Lu Wensheng was furious. This whole family was like a nest full of parasites, sucking every drop of blood they could from the original girl. And worse, when Lu Wensheng refused to comply, the family secretly signed her up for rural reassignment behind her back. Song Chuanfen thought, once she's gone, the job will go to my daughter Lu Xiaoxiao. But when Lu Wensheng found out, she ran headfirst into a pillar and killed herself. She survived, but something inside her changed. After absorbing all these memories, Lu Wensheng felt like burning the entire family alive. So they thought they could bully her, huh? Well, now was payback time. First things first, she needed to deal with that job offer. Then, she had to reclaim everything her parents left behind. Those people weren't getting a single damn thing. You little slut. Still lying there? Don't you even know what time it is? Get up and cook dinner already. So you got a little bump on the head, who cares? Stop faking death. You eat our food, live under our roof, why shouldn't you do chores? It was Lu Xiaoxiao again shouting from outside. Because Lu Wensheng had been injured, Lu Xiaoxiao had been stuck doing the housework for the past 2 days. She had never done such menial tasks before. Everything she cooked was either burnt, undercooked, or barely edible. Her parents scolded her constantly for it. She had decided today that she'd drag Lu Wensheng out of bed no matter what. Inside, silence lingered far too long for her liking. Her temper flared. Before, Lu Wensheng had been meek like a quail, obedient to a fault. But now, she dared to ignore her? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Without hesitation, she kicked the door open and stormed in. Meanwhile, Lu Wensheng was still testing the limits of her new body. Not bad, not weak. She still had enough strength to beat someone up. As Lu Xiaoxiao approached, she suddenly shot her eyes open, glaring with pure hatred. She knew this rage came from the original girl, but since she was now in this body, she didn't mind settling a few scores. Karma called, she'd answer. Besides, she had no intention of letting this vampire family keep what rightfully belonged to her. They took from her? Now, they have to give it all back. Lu Xiaoxiao shivered slightly under Lu Wensheng's gaze. Since when did this softy have such a terrifying look in her eyes? Like a venomous snake she once saw as a child, cold, sharp, ready to devour her whole. You don't think I'm scared of you, Lu Xiaoxiao stammered. Before she could finish, Lu Wensheng grabbed a fistful of her hair. Pain shot through her scalp like it was about to tear right off. Forget fear, she started screaming. You little bitch. You're eating our food, drinking our milk, and now you're hitting me. Help. Someone help. She's going to kill me. I swear if you don't let go right now, my parents will make you regret it. Too noisy. Without missing a beat, Lu Wensheng pulled out a sock from somewhere and shoved it into Lu Xiaoxiao's mouth. Then, with expert precision, she pinched several sensitive spots on Lu Xiaoxiao's chest, places that hurt like hell, but couldn't easily be spoken of. If Lu Xiaoxiao tried to report it, she'd be too embarrassed to say exactly what happened, so she'd suffer silently. Mum. Lu Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in terror as tears streamed down her face. Who is this monster? How dare she pinch her there? She was humiliated beyond belief. Hee. Want to mess with her? Back in her previous life, Lu Wensheng inherited 3 martial arts schools from her father. To her, someone like Lu Xiaoxiao was nothing more than a mosquito she could squash to with a single finger. Chapter 2. Reclaiming the jade pendant. Lu Xiaoxiao seemed utterly terrified, cowering in the corner and quietly sobbing, afraid to make a sound lest Lu Wensheng find her bothersome. Witnessing her pitiful state, Lu Wensheng felt a wave of disgust. You cowardly creature. Go fetch me a glass of water. If you dare pull any tricks, I swear I'll make you regret it. Initially intending to spit in the cup, Lu Xiaoxiao trembled with fear. She dared not provoke him further, knowing her father would ensure this insufferable girl would pay dearly upon his return. Moments later, Lu Xiaoxiao timidly entered with a glass of water, her hands shaking as she presented it to the little tyrant, Lu Wensheng. Unperturbed by the potential for treachery, he gulped it down, his thirst overpowering his inclination to retaliate. After quenching his thirst, he disregarded the quivering quail that was Lu Xiaoxiao and made his way to the kitchen in search of food. The earlier altercation had exhausted all her strength, and glancing at the clock, she noted it was nearly 11. She needed to eat swiftly, for a fierce battle awaited once the Lu family returned. The kitchen was barren, the pots and pans cold and unused. Familiar with the layout, she rummaged through the lowest shelf of the pantry and retrieved 2 eggs, preparing a bowl of egg tea under the watchful glare of Lu Xiaoxiao. What are you staring at? Hurry up and start cooking, or your father will flay you alive. After instilling fear in Lu Xiaoxiao, she lay down on the bed to conserve her energy. Having satisfied her hunger, and just as she lay down, a previously severed thread in her mind reconnected. And Lu Wensheng sat up abruptly, eyes wide in disbelief. What the hell? I haven't traveled through time. I've entered a book. Indeed. Lu Wensheng had found herself within the pages of a novel titled The Pampered Sweet Wife of a Tough Guy, set against the backdrop of the 1970s. To her shock, she realized that the original character was but a minor role, a mere stepping stone in the narrative, yet her mind was still clouded with romantic notions. Would they kill her off to elevate the protagonists? However, the most pressing matter was her golden opportunity. The story indicated that the original character's mother possessed a jade pendant, which contained a mystical space that could enhance one's physical constitution and prolong life. This space could also be used to cultivate various vegetables and grains, an invaluable asset in the resource-scarce 1970s. At present, the pendant lay in Lu Xiaoxiao's possession, who, taking advantage of the original character's meekness, had appropriated the only heirloom left by her mother. It was worth noting that Lu Xiaoxiao in the book was blessed with fortune, using the stolen pendant's space to ascend the social ladder, eventually founding a cosmetics company and claiming the title of the wealthiest woman in the nation. Meanwhile, the original character met an untimely demise just a year after her rural relocation due to complications in childbirth. Such a fortunate child she was, thriving off the original character's legacy. Now that Lu Wensheng had become aware of this, she was resolute in altering the original character's fate. The first step, reclaiming the jade pendant. Upon entering the kitchen, she found Lu Xiaoxiao frantically kneading dough, her frustration palpable. Without hesitation, Lu Wensheng confronted her directly. "Where's my jade pendant?" Caught off guard by the devilish tone of Lu Wensheng, Lu Xiaoxiao, already battling a bowl full of flour, shivered in response. "Jade what? I don't know anything about it." She was undoubtedly aware that the jade pendant now gracing her neck had been hers for over 5 or 6 years. In her heart, it had long since become an integral part of her identity. Thus, when the demon named Lu sought to reclaim it, there was no way in. Not even through a window. "You are courting death." Lu Wensheng, incensed by the pitiful expression on her face, swiftly delivered a slap to her cheek, feeling unsatisfied. She struck the other side as well. Symmetry achieved. Lu Xiaoxiao, momentarily dazed by the blows, disregarded whether Lu Wensheng was a demon and glared at her fiercely, shouting, "You shameless wretch! How dare you strike me? That belongs to me. Why should I give it to you?" Lu Wensheng was amused by her audacity, retorting, "Nonsense. That is mine, a keepsake from my mother. What, just because you've worn it for a few days, it becomes yours? How brazen you are. I'll have you know, Lu Xiaoxiao, that my name is inscribed on that jade pendant. If you dispute this, I could report you to the authorities, and you would be branded as a thief. Don't blame me for being merciless." After wearing the pendant for so many years, Lu Xiaoxiao was well aware of its markings. She dared not gamble, yet she was reluctant to return it to Lu Wensheng, as she felt the pendant might bring her something fortuitous. Though her prolonged study had yielded no results, reluctantly softening her tone, she pleaded, "Xing, I truly cherish this jade pendant. Would you consider gifting it to me? You have everything, while I possess nothing." As she spoke, her eyes brimmed with tears, portraying a sorrowful visage as if Lu Wensheng were a heinous criminal intent on her demise. Lu Wensheng, arms crossed, observed her theatrics, noting her performance with amusement. She squinted, scrutinizing the woman before her, and noticed a slender red thread around her neck, likely connected to the jade pendant. Glancing at the clock, she realized the Lu family would soon return. She needed to act swiftly. Without further ado, she seized the pendant by the end of the red string and yanked it forcefully. The cord snapped under the strain, accompanied by Lu Xiaoxiao's piercing scream. And the pendant was now in Lu Wensheng's grasp. Observing Lu Xiaoxiao clutching her neck in agony, she smirked, savoring her triumph. Not so fast. With the pendant secured, she had no wish to linger. She intended to return to her spiritual realm and, before departing, cast a glance at the basin on the table. Indeed, it was brimming with water, she sighed, realizing Lu Xiaoxiao was quite the fool. Diluting the flour by adding water in this era of scarcity was undeniably foolish. She would await Song Chuanfin's return to witness a spectacle of chaos. Chapter 3. The space. Lu Wensheng paid no heed to Lu Xiaoxiao's lamentations outside. Upon closing the door, she commenced her investigation of the jade pendant. How to proceed? After much contemplation, she examined the piece from every angle. It was not of the highest quality, with numerous impurities evident in the sunlight streaming through the window. However, the pendant was crafted using intricate carving techniques, with a composition that was harmonious and well-defined, its details exquisite, a true artistic treasure. No wonder Lu Xiaoxiao was reluctant to relinquish it. Even she could sense the spiritual energy radiating from the pendant. How was it done? Yes, blood to recognize its master. In the narrative, it is described that Lu Xiaoxiao accidentally injured her nose, causing blood to stain the jade pendant, which then mysteriously vanished. How fortunate she was. Without hesitation, Lu Wensheng extracted a small knife from her drawer, steeling herself as she gently made a cut on her fingertip, promptly smearing the blood onto the jade pendant. She felt an intense warmth emanating from it before it disappeared, and in that instant, a red birthmark appeared in her palm. A fleeting thought flashed through her mind. Too swift to grasp, Lu Wensheng sensed an inexplicable addition to her consciousness, a seamless integration that felt intrinsic to her very being, as if it had merely returned to its rightful place. Excited by the transformation within her, Lu Wensheng exclaimed, "I wish to enter the space." With a whoosh, she found herself in an unfamiliar realm, akin to a distant paradise, suffused with an ethereal ambience. Verdant trees surrounded her, delicate petals floated gently down, and a tranquil stream babbled softly, resembling a scene from an enchanting painting. At the heart of the stream, mist swirled, suggesting the existence of another world, sacred and untouchable. However, Lu Wensheng felt no urge to explore it further. As she circled the space, she discovered a quaint cottage hidden within a bamboo grove, accompanied by a vast clearing adorned with various fruit trees, some just bearing fruit while others were already ripe. Truly, this was a spiritual oasis, abundant in every way. After sipping from the stream, she felt revitalized, her spirits soaring as all remnants of illness vanished. The dull ache in her head cleared immediately, leaving her in peak condition. Excellent. This newfound vigor would certainly aid her in dealing with that troublesome family. Yet, she could not linger in the space for long. The Lu family would soon return. Indeed, just as she emerged from the space, the sound of the door opening reached her ears, followed by the sharp, piercing voice of Song Chuanfen. Her scathing reproach akin to a dagger aimed at Lu Wensheng's eardrums. "Lu Xiaoxiao, you did this on purpose, didn't you? I merely asked you to prepare a meal. Must you treat me so poorly? With this flour, we could eat for half a month. Good heavens, how can I endure this? One wastes food while the other lounges about like a pampered princess. At my age, I still have to cater to her. Go outside and ask around. Who else raises another's child like we do? Providing for her and sending her to school, only to have someone berate me behind my back. It was just a trip to the countryside, not a leap into the fire. Is it really worth such despair?" Lu Wensheng adjusted her attire, preparing to step outside when she heard Song Chuanfen's venomous tirade. She couldn't help but mutter to herself, truly mother and daughter, indeed. So noisy. Once dressed, she glanced in the mirror, her face pale, a blood-stained bandage wrapped around her forehead. A satisfied smile crept onto her lips. She looked quite well. With a forceful kick, she flung open the door, her gaze icy as she stepped out. Song Chuanfen leaned against the door, still spewing vitriol, while outside, numerous figures loitered, shadows flickering in the dusk. An idea sparked in Lu Wensheng's mind. That wretched woman seeks to tarnish my reputation. Some things can be tolerated, but others cannot. Should her reputation indeed suffer irreparable damage, the consequences would be dire. With this thought weighing heavily on her mind, Lu Wensheng stumbled and hurriedly made her way to the door, her face awash with panic. She fell to her knees before Song Chuanfen, in a place visible to all, and stammered, "Aunt, it is all my fault. I should not have spoken back to you, nor should I have revealed the matter regarding my father's pension. Even if you demanded my father's life for his job, I should have willingly offered it. You have resided in my family's home for so many years. I ought to have given you my parents' house." At this point, Lu Wensheng could not suppress her sobs, exclaiming, "Aunt, please do not scold my little sister. She has never done any household chores. She does not know how. It is entirely my fault for falling ill. I will cook right away. Please do not be angry." With tear-streaked cheeks and a woeful demeanor, she knelt on the ground, repeatedly uttering apologies. "I'm sorry. It is all my fault." Her pallid face, with a blood-stained bandage wrapped around her head, elicited pangs of sympathy from the onlookers, particularly the elderly neighbors who remembered the kindness of her parents. Witnessing their only surviving offspring in such a fragile state before Song Chuanfen stirred a sense of injustice within them. One elderly neighbor, Mrs. Zhou, approached and gently lifted the kneeling Lu Wensheng, feeling the frailness of her bony arms, afraid to exert too much pressure for fear of causing harm. Her indignation grew, and she cast a fierce glare at Song Chuanfen, saying, "Sheng, speak up if you feel wronged. I will stand up for you." Lu Wensheng, appearing fearful, continued to quietly sob, her gaze fixed on the ground, rendering Song Chuanfen momentarily speechless. Was this truly the same awkward Lu Wensheng? However, she remained unfazed and, recalling Lu Wensheng's earlier words, could not help but retort, "You insolent girl, what nonsense are you spouting? Who is trying to take your job? It is merely a trivial position at a supply and marketing cooperative. Who would covet that? Frankly, you simply do not wish to go to the countryside. I worked diligently to support your high school education, not so you could lounge about as a spoiled young lady." Upon hearing this, Lu Wensheng's eyes flashed with intensity. Did Song Chuanfen wish for her demise? During such a sensitive time, she audaciously attempted to label her a capitalist. If today's issue was not resolved appropriately, the repercussions would be endless. With renewed resolve, Lu Wensheng straightened her back and declared, "And I had initially intended to overlook this matter out of familiar respect. But your words today are far too grave. I am willing to accompany you to the Revolutionary Committee to clarify the situation. Are you brave enough to do so?" Song Chuanfin opened her mouth, rendered speechless, for she certainly did not have the courage to confront them. The actions of her family over the years were hardly commendable. Lu Wensheng pressed on, "Aunt, do you know what crime it is to mistreat the children of martyrs? Furthermore, I must clarify before all the uncles and aunts present that my ability to attend school is entirely due to state support. It is a stipulation that the children of martyrs receive free education. Therefore, my education has nothing to do with your family." Chapter 4. Aunt, do you have any objections? If you do, feel free to rebut. Song Chuanfin, what rebuttal can she possibly provide? Does she dare to rebut? Lu Wensheng observed that Song Chuanfin remained silent and continued. It is sufficient to clarify this point. Therefore, I kindly ask Annie not to repeatedly claim that you financed my completion of high school. You do not deserve that credit. After a brief pause, Lu Wensheng elaborated, "It is not that I do not wish to go to the countryside. Rather, I possess the capability to avoid it. To be candid with you all, I am under the protection of my father. He devoted his life to his beloved motherland, and in return, the state promised to grant me a job placement at the age of 16 as a clerk at the supply and marketing cooperative. However, my dear aunt, in her attempt to spare her daughter from rural service, insisted that I relinquish this opportunity to Lu Xiaoxiao. Even after my refusal, she secretly arranged for my assignment to the countryside. If you do not believe me, you may inquire at the youth office. I am set to depart in 3 days. With a heart full of sorrow, Lu Wensheng gazed at Song Chuanfin and implored, "Auntie, please provide a rebuttal." Song Chuanfin retorted, "What can she refute? Can she claim it is untrue? Indeed, in a few days, the calamity will befall her. She cannot counter that." The onlookers, observing Song Chuanfin's flushed face, understood the unspoken truth. They were seasoned individuals, well aware of her hidden motives. Lu Wensheng scanned the faces of the crowd, noting their disdain and scorn, and decided to escalate the situation. She pressed her lips together and continued, "You may not be aware, but my father receives a monthly pension of 30 yuan, which I have not seen a single cent of in the past 7 years. I wonder if the street office has simply forgotten about me." Pausing for effect, Lu Wensheng added, "Furthermore, this house is a legacy from my parents." Upon hearing these words, the crowd erupted in astonishment. In an era where poverty was widespread, the revelation that the Lu family was not only well off but significantly prosperous ignited envy among the masses. Lu Wensheng aimed to harness this jealousy to accomplish her grand design. Stirring the pot was certainly an effective strategy. What? Is this true? Indeed, it was news to many that the Lu family enjoyed such fortune. So, all these years, I genuinely believed the Lu family was benevolent. Who would have known they were reaping the benefits, both in reputation and wealth? Exactly. That must amount to a considerable sum. Right? Oh dear, you were quite slow on the uptake. I've calculated it. 30 yuan a month totals 360 a year, which over 7 years amounts to more than 2,500. A collective gasp resonated through the crowd, and upon witnessing the avarice in their eyes, Song Chuanfin sensed trouble brewing. She understood the wisdom of concealing one's wealth, and now that this little wretch had exposed such information, she felt a twinge of panic. If her husband were to discover this matter, her fate would be sealed. Despite her usual bravado, she genuinely feared her husband's wrath, and thus she hastily retorted, "Nonsense. What pension? I have never seen it. You little wretch, be careful, or I shall tear your mouth apart." Lu Wensheng despised being insulted and felt an overwhelming urge to retaliate against Song Chuanfin, but she refrained, choosing instead to endure the provocation. Lu Wensheng resolved, "Wait until we are alone, then we shall see." In the presence of a multitude, resorting to violence could lead to complications, thus, it is prudent to endure. To exercise patience. With great difficulty, she suppressed her ire, bearing the weight of grievance, and lifted her tear-streaked face to gaze at Song Chuanfin. To the onlookers, she appeared as a delicate flower swaying in a tempest, on the brink of being engulfed by the storm. In a feeble voice, she implored, "Aunt, might you accompany me to the street office to inquire? Perhaps their workload is overwhelming, and this matter has slipped their minds." Fearing rejection, she hastily added, "Aunt, I assure you, I shall return every penny to you. I desire not a single cent." With each word, her head drooped lower, as if shamed by the thought of wronging an elder. In truth, she found it difficult to contain her laughter at the sight of Song Chuanfin's contorted expression, reminiscent of someone in distress, and she quickly averted her gaze to conceal the upward curl of her lips. She was well aware that the compensation funds were in the hands of Lu Hongjun, even knowing their exact hiding place. As the crowd pressed forward, urging Song Chuanfin to accompany Lu Wensheng to the street office to claim the money, a middle-aged man among the spectators spoke up, "I work at the street office." The compensation for Lu Yu was dispersed long ago, personally collected by Lu Hongjun. "It is a monthly occurrence, and I possess all the necessary signatures. This cannot be fabricated." A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Indeed, it was true. Goodness, over 2,000 yuan, akin to money falling from the heavens. Precisely 2,520, quite exacting. "Ah, how is it that such fortune eludes me?" They began to chatter animatedly, while Lu Wensheng stood bewildered, head bowed, lost in contemplation. What could she possibly be pondering? Perhaps scheming to ensnare Lu Hongjun. It must be noted that her thoughts were not long in coming to fruition. For as soon as she recalled Lu Hongjun, he appeared. From a distance, he observed the throngs encircling his home, curious if that burdensome child Lu Wensheng had perished. What a blessing it would be. If that little brat were to die, everything belonging to his brother would rightfully be his. Suppressing the surge of delight that welled within him, Lu Hongjun maintained an impassive demeanor as he navigated through the crowd towards his abode. Upon finally squeezing through, he caught sight of the frail figure huddled in the corner, and disappointment surged within him. Alas, he had hoped for something more. The disheartened Lu Hongjun lacked the spirit to inquire about the events that transpired. With a glum expression, he dispersed the crowd and roughly ushered Song Chuanfin home, neglecting to acknowledge Lu Wensheng standing at the entrance. Yet, she bore no resentment, for she was accustomed to neglect. In the memories of her previous life, Lu Hongjun had always regarded her as invisible. As the crowd began to disperse, she had no desire to return and confront the expressions of that family. She knew Song Chuanfin would undoubtedly embellish today's events when relaying them to Lu Hongjun. Contemplating Lu Xiaoxiao's culinary skills rendered her speechless. Fortunately, she had taken with her the meager savings the original owner had accumulated over the years. Finding a secluded spot, she counted her funds, a mere $1.30, along with a rather surprising grain coupon. With all her money in hand, Lu Wensheng made her way to the canteen near the supply and marketing cooperative, purchasing a steamed bun for 10 cents and a bowl of water. She squatted at the entrance, nibbling on the bun accompanied by pickled vegetables. There was no way out for her. She possessed only food coupons. Devoid of meat coupons to purchase buns, her funds were insufficient for other items as well. Observing the bustling crowd and fellow compatriots squatting at the entrance, savoring pickled vegetables, she sighed, such a bitter existence. Chapter 5, Director Tian, would you like some? After consuming a bun, laden with poignant feelings, Lu Wensheng resolved to visit the supply and marketing cooperative. She needed to address her work matters. What she could not attain, neither would others acquire. Reflecting upon the original owner's folly, she mused how colliding with a wall resulted in her losing everything to that family of vampires. However, to a certain extent, she understood. After all, the original owner was still young and had endured oppression from that family for many years. It would indeed be unusual for her to have turned out any differently. On her way, Lu Wensheng intercepted a man clad in a meticulously tailored suit, carrying a briefcase, to inquire about the time. It was just past 1 o'clock, and she was uncertain whether the cooperative was on a lunch break. With nowhere else to go, she decided to take a chance and head over. In this era, without mobile phones, one relied solely on wristwatches to tell the time. Once she sold her work, she planned to peruse the black market for a watch. The cooperative was out of the question, as they would not sell to her without a watch coupon. Not in a hurry, Lu Wensheng leisurely strolled towards the cooperative. Upon passing an intersection, she noticed a man stealthily darting into a nearby alley. That must be the black market, she thought. Intending to visit it later, she stealthily followed him, eager to familiarize herself with the location to avoid future complications. Having resolved this, Lu Wensheng mimicked the man's cautious demeanor, glancing around to ensure no one was watching before dashing into the alley. After several breathless turns, she spotted the man engaged in a transaction with someone. Confirmed, this was indeed the black market. She needed to hurry to the cooperative. Her primary business remained unaddressed. Retracing her steps, she sprinted through several alleys until she finally emerged back onto the main street. Once she caught her breath and wiped away the non-existent sweat from her forehead, she ambled towards the cooperative. It must be said, the streets of the 1970s were adorned with red slogans, the houses drab and gray, and nearby, large posters were plastered, all of which reminded her of the retro streets she had encountered in her past life at the film studio. Strikingly similar indeed. As Lu Wensheng navigated her way, She observed her surroundings and, upon passing a clinic, decided to replace the bandage that had been wrapped around her head for an unknown duration. She wished to leave a good impression on her yet-to-be-met former superior. Arriving at the cooperative, she found them already at work. In the department store area, Lu Wensheng sought out a young girl who appeared approachable. "Comrade, hello. May I inquire how to reach the director's office?" Tian Fong had already noticed Lu Wensheng upon her entrance. The girl was fair-skinned, with almond-shaped eyes, willow-like brows, and peachy cheeks, resembling a porcelain doll, albeit too slender, as if a gust of wind could topple her. When her gaze fell upon the bandage on Lu Wensheng's head, a hint of sympathy glimmered in her eyes. "You must be the new colleague, correct? Do you see the corridor ahead? Walk to the end, then turn left. The first room on your right is it." He kindly added, "The director's surname is Tian." Lu Wensheng naturally sensed the goodwill and sweetly expressed her gratitude before proceeding to the director's office. Knock, knock, knock. Lu Wensheng rapped on the door. "Come in," a deep voice emanated from within. Taking a deep breath, she raised her hand to push the door open. To her surprise, she recognized a familiar face. Indeed, this world is quite small. Lu Wensheng was momentarily surprised, but quickly regained her composure. For the individual before her was the man in the suit she had stopped half an hour prior. Director Tian also recognized the young lady in front of him. Thus, this was the one who had come all this way to inquire about the time? With a slight furrow of his brow, he glanced at his watch and stated solemnly, "It is currently 1:45 in the afternoon." Lu Wensheng was somewhat perplexed. What did this mean? Did one need to report the time upon entering an office? Suddenly, an amusing thought struck her, and she couldn't help but chuckle softly. Realizing this might be impolite, she quickly composed herself and explained, "Hello, Director Tian. My name is Lu Wensheng, and I am an employee yet to be officially hired by our supply and marketing cooperative. First, I would like to thank you for informing me of the time earlier, and secondly, I have come here rather abruptly to request your assistance with something." Director Tian, realizing his misunderstanding, felt a bit awkward and cleared his throat. "May I inquire what assistance you need, Comrade Lu?" Lu Wensheng got straight to the point. "Director Tian, the position I have is assigned by the street office, but due to certain personal reasons, I am unable to take up this job. I would like to ask if it is possible to transfer this position to someone else." Director Tian was thrilled. Currently, every job was tied to a specific individual, with the older workers giving way to the younger ones. Particularly for their cooperative salespeople, it was a coveted position. Sheltered from the elements, a role that one would compete fiercely for. Now, this young comrade was offering to relinquish it. How could he not be excited? Suppressing his elation, he inquired, "Is this true?" Lu Wensheng nodded affirmatively. "Please, have a seat, Comrade Lu," Director Tian urged. He had a little daughter who had just graduated high school and was distressed over her lack of employment. The street office had visited their home twice, and tomorrow was the final deadline. If she could not secure a job soon, she would be forcibly assigned to rural work. Their family had been anxious, unable to eat properly for days, and now, as fate would have it, a glimmer of hope appeared. "When can Comrade Lu facilitate the handover?" he asked eagerly. "The sooner, the better. I need to move to the countryside soon." Director Tian was puzzled. Why would someone forsake such a good job to go to the countryside? He feared it might be a trap and deemed it prudent to clarify. However, before he could voice his concerns, Lu Wensheng preemptively addressed them. She understood Director Tian's worries were quite normal and, pointing to her head, reassured him, "This is not a matter to be feared." Director Tian, unable to contain his dissatisfaction, expressed his incredulity at Lu Wensheng's unfettered disclosure of her family's tribulations, recounting her father's sacrifice to her own despair that led her to contemplate suicide by wall collision. It seemed she harbored no sense of familial shame, as if she yearned to proclaim her plight to the world. Upon hearing this, Director Tian was momentarily taken aback, astonished by such brazen audacity. Observing the young lady before him, who was merely the same age as his own daughter yet had endured such hardships, he couldn't help but reflect, alas, he must strive to live well. After all, he had 2 daughters. The thought of his own demise was too grim to entertain. Lu Wensheng, initially gazing down in a modest demeanor, raised her head in curiosity when the silence stretched on. It appeared that Director Tian's thoughts had wandered far beyond comprehension. Director, would you be interested?" she inquired. Yes, of course," he responded eagerly. "May I ask how much you wish to sell it for?" Chapter 6. Young Comrade. "Do you enjoy candy?" Lu Wensheng, uncertain of the price she should set, feigned shyness and replied, "Director, I am still quite young, having lost my parents at an early age and lack experience." Perhaps you could suggest a price? Director Tian silently praised her cleverness. It was said that the young were naive, yet here she was, navigating the situation with astuteness. He mused that if he were to take advantage of this young lady, her father might soon come seeking retribution. Returning to the matter at hand, Director Tian pondered briefly before stating, the current market price for similar work is 1,000. However, the supply and marketing cooperatives positions tend to be more desirable at 1,200. Given your unique circumstances, I am willing to offer you 1,500. What do you think? Lu Wensheng was taken aback by the generous offer, as her own estimate was merely 1,000. After some contemplation, she replied, Thank you, Director. But I cannot accept such a substantial advantage. 1,300 would suffice. I would also appreciate your assistance in exchanging some tickets, as you know. My aunt is unlikely to help me. Upon hearing this, Director Tian's sympathy surged. Certainly, my spouse has recently exchanged numerous tickets as well. I will have her bring some for you. Please wait here while I fetch them. With that, he made his way to retrieve his bicycle keys, preparing to return home. Upon exiting the office, Director Tian immediately noticed his eldest daughter glancing curiously in their direction. With a resigned sigh, he approached her. What is it? Why aren't you attending to your duties? Caught in the act by her father, Tian Fong exhibited no embarrassment and inquired, Dad, where are you headed? What about that young comrade? She even glanced back to catch a better view. Director Tian sighed inwardly. His daughter was remarkable in many respects. Yet her penchant for gossip was undeniable. Opting not to elaborate, he advised, She has come to seek employment. I must return home to bring your younger sister. When you have a moment, please go in and converse with her. I shall return shortly. Tian Fong understood the seriousness of the matter and allowed her father to leave. With a twinkle in her eye, she rummaged through her pocket for a few pieces of candy and made her way to her father's office. Her insatiable curiosity for gossip was palpable. Lu Wensheng, languidly perched on the sofa, was about to step out for a stroll when the door creaked open. Initially thinking it was Director Tian forgetting something, she turned her gaze towards the entrance. To her surprise, the very individual who had just given her directions poked his head in, grinning at her. Little comrade, would you like some candy? Without a second thought, Tian Fong breezed in, plopped herself down, and thrust the candy into the young girl's hands, promptly introducing herself. Hello, I am Tian Fong. My father is Director Tian, and it is my sister who is interested in your position. Oh, so you are indeed of noble descent. Lu Wensheng realized. Hello, I am Lu Wensheng. Seeing the amiable nature of the girl, Tian Fong decided to be open and inquisitive, her eyes sparkling as she asked, Lu comrade, how could you bear to part with such a wonderful job? If you don't sell it, we could be colleagues, and I find you quite likable. Lu Wensheng replied. What a generous spirit. If I don't sell, your sister might have to go to the countryside. Yet, she sensed the underlying intention in Tian Fong's eyes. Recognizing her as a budding journalist, delighted by the opportunity to showcase the remarkable relative from the Lu family, she began to share everything she could, both the spoken and unspoken. Tian Fong's mouth dropped open in astonishment. She never imagined such relatives existed. Thankfully, her parents were in good health. She dared not contemplate otherwise. She resolved to keep a close watch on her father's well-being from now on. Director Tian, daughter, I share your sentiments. After offering a few casual words of comfort to Lu Wensheng, Director Tian returned with his wife and daughter, the latter carrying a brand-new snakeskin bag. Comrade Lu, this is my wife, Xiao Qian, and my youngest daughter, Tianmi. It is my little daughter, Tianmi, who is interested in your position. Director Tian introduced his family. Lu Wensheng stood to greet them politely. Director Tian's wife appeared to be in her early 40s, impeccably maintained, sporting the most fashionable curls of the era, exuding style. She grasped Lu Wensheng's hand warmly and said, You must be little Lu, right? I've heard about you from your uncle Tian. You are a wonderful child. My Tianmi is truly indebted to you. Otherwise, she would have been sent to the countryside. Pointing to the snakeskin bag on the floor, she continued. I had prepared for her to go to the countryside, filling this bag with items I purchased over the past few days, which she no longer needs. If you don't mind, please take it. Lu Wensheng was taken aback by such heartfelt hospitality. In both her lives, she had never encountered such kindness from a stranger. It was evident that the original people were still sincere, and she felt tears welling up. Andy, I truly appreciate your kindness, but I cannot accept your belongings. I can manage on my own. Oh, don't mention it. It's merely a small gesture. Consider it my way of thanking you. You must not refuse your aunt, or she will surely be displeased. With no other option, Lu Wensheng reluctantly accepted. At worst, She could bring some local specialties to Director Tian and his family as a gesture of gratitude after moving to the countryside. The paperwork was swiftly handled in everyone's presence. And once a transfer agreement was signed with both parties' fingerprints, the process was nearly complete. The remaining steps were to be managed by Director Tian himself. After seeing the agreement finalized in black and white, Tianmi finally felt relief after 2 months of anxiety. Heaven knows she had countless reservations about going to the countryside. Now, not only was she spared from that fate, but she would also be working alongside her father and sister in the same unit, which filled her with genuine joy, evident in the smile that spread across her face. Xiaoqian, witnessing her daughter's foolish grin, could not help but give her a gentle nudge, saying, "Why don't you hurry and thank Comrade Lu? Without her, you would have no choice but to go to the countryside." Tianmi blushed at her mother's words and mumbled a thank you to Lu Wensheng, though she barely understood her own words. It was clear she was a shy girl with little assertiveness. Lu Wensheng graciously replied, "You are most welcome." After their exchange of pleasantries, Director Tian retrieved 1,300 yuan from his pocket and handed it to Lu Wensheng. "Count it. It's 1,300 along with these tickets. Your aunt has brought all the usable tickets from home. If you find anything lacking, just let me know, and I will arrange for more." Upon receiving the substantial stack of tickets, Lu Wensheng felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. She had expected only a handful, not this thick bundle, which must have contained 50 or 60 tickets. Despite her inclination to feel a bit opportunistic, she was embarrassed to accept so much. Just as she contemplated declining, Tian Fong snatched them and stuffed them into her pocket, insisting, "Take it. We have plenty. We are not lacking. You have seen my sister's character. We truly cannot trust her to go to the countryside. To put it bluntly, someone like her could be taken advantage of. Do not feel guilty. This is what you deserve." Xiaoqian chimed in, "Indeed, listen to Xiao Feng. Just accept it. Life outside is not the same as at home." Lu Wensheng remained silent. Not for lack of desire to speak, but because no words could adequately convey her feelings. She could only nod silently, her resolve to present them with local specialties growing ever stronger. Chapter 7. The floral headpiece. Once the pleasantries concluded, Lu Wensheng emerged from the supply and marketing cooperative, carrying the large bundle gifted by Aunt Xiao. Glancing at the sky, she noted that evening was approaching, and her plan to visit the black market would have to wait until tomorrow. The contents of the burlap sack remained a mystery, but it felt quite heavy. Gasping for breath, Lu Wensheng sought a secluded alley, ensuring no one was around before slipping into her space with the bag. She took several hearty gulps of spring water to replenish her energy. This body was severely depleted. Before she could even begin to exert herself, she felt weak both inside and out. Lu Wensheng resolved to take advantage of the next few days to recuperate, ensuring she would not be burdened in the countryside. Unable to lift or carry anything, she was not concerned about her ability to work. Her primary worry was encountering troublesome individuals. Alas, it is indeed a twist of fate that the proud heir of 3 martial arts schools would one day find herself in a position of vulnerability. After regaining her breath, she recalled the burlap bag and 2 packets of pastries she had carelessly set aside. The pastries were a gift from Tianmi, who had spent her pocket money on them before her departure. Despite the girl's seemingly introverted nature, she possessed a clever mind and a heart full of gratitude. With a smile, Lu Wensheng opened the bag and meticulously laid out its contents. From needles and thread to bedding, it was filled with an array of items, explaining the weight she had carried. Among the treasures were 2 quilts, a teacup, 2 lunchboxes, a hot water bottle, and even a flashlight. Nestled within the quilts was a complete set of cotton clothing, clearly made from fresh cotton. The thorough preparation by Aunt Xiao revealed her affection for the children, though now these valuable items had become hers. In these times, some of these goods were hard to come by, even with money and connections, likely due to the influence of the head of the supply and marketing cooperative. After carefully organizing everything, Lu Wensheng transported the items to her small room in her space, resolutely deciding that she could not take them back home, as it would be akin to throwing meat buns to dogs. As she stepped into the courtyard, illuminated by the last rays of the setting sun, the house was eerily silent, as if devoid of life. Yet, she knew that Lu Jiandang and Lu Jianmin had returned from school. Typically, these 2 brothers were nearly invisible at home, their standing comparable to hers, both being neglected by the family. Strangely enough, while parents usually dote on their youngest sons, Song Chuanfen was an exception. The status of the twin boys was even overshadowed by that of Lu Xiaoxiao, who was treated like a precious jewel. "You little wretch, you still remember to come back? Why don't you just die outside? You do nothing but complain about a little scrape. as if you're the only one who matters. Hearing the commotion, Lu Wensheng turned to see Lu Xiaoxiao entering with a basket of wilted vegetables, her mouth spewing insults. Infuriated, Lu Wensheng rushed forward and delivered a sharp slap to Lu Xiaoxiao's face, feeling the imbalance and matching the force with a similar strike on the other side. Stepping back to assess the swelling, satisfied that it was equal, she taunted, "Who are you cursing, little wretch? Lu Xiaoxiao, do you not remember the consequences of provoking me? Have I not warned you to leave me be? Did your mother discard your brain when she gave birth to you, leaving only the placenta? Let me remind you once more, do not come to bother me again." With that, she turned away, ignoring Lu Xiaoxiao's tear-streaked face, and headed to her room. She needed to locate her property deed, thankful that the original owner had not been foolish enough to hand it over. Otherwise, she would truly be in despair. In a nearby corner, the room that had been transformed from a storage area into a bedroom, Lu Jianmin perched on the windowsill, witnessing the entire exchange. He murmured to his brother behind him, "Brother, Sister Sheng beat second sister." Lu Jiandang, observing Lu Wensheng's departure, discreetly extended 2 fingers and continued, "2 slaps. Have you finished your homework?" Lu Jiandang inquired. What could he possibly say? Like his foolish younger brother, he perched on the windowsill, observing the 2 women fussing with their headscarves. At that moment, Lu Wensheng was oblivious to the intricate happenings in the adjacent room. She was rummaging through her belongings in search of her property deed. This was perplexing. How could it be missing? She distinctly recalled placing it in the box. After an exhaustive search, she failed to uncover the cherished red booklet from the recesses of her memory. Could it have been pilfered by that couple? Defeated, she sank onto the floor, delving into the original owner's memories. Fortune favored her diligence, for she eventually unearthed a significant revelation in a corner, a matter of utmost importance. Grateful for this recollection, she sprang to her feet, lifted the bedboard, and crouched down to meticulously search, ultimately discovering 2 red bricks that differed from the others. However, she wisely chose not to disturb them. The household was bustling, and if Lu Hongjun and the others returned soon, an unwelcome intruder could create chaos. She wished to avoid trouble at this juncture. Indeed, just as she restored the bedding to its original state, she heard the voices of Lu Hongjun and Song Chuanfen. She remained curious about how they had resolved the midday incident. When she nonchalantly emerged, not a single person in the yard acknowledged her presence. How trivial. Was this an act of cold indifference? Lu Wensheng was indifferent to their aloofness or warmth. She intended to remain only a couple more days in this house. After a casual dinner and a quick wash, she retreated to her room. Yet, in a place hidden from view, Lu Hongjuan's malevolent glare was unmistakably directed at her. Lu Wensheng subtly evaded that piercing gaze. The palpable animosity was impossible to ignore, though its origins seemed inexplicably perplexing. To avert any suspicion, she found a snakeskin bag in her room and began to clatter about, creating the illusion of acquiescence. When Lu Xiaoxiao saw Lu Wensheng tidying her belongings, she gleefully dashed into the kitchen to share this delightful news with Song Chuanfen. While washing dishes, Song Chuanfen puffed with pride upon hearing the news, exclaiming, "Humph. She is merely a girl. I can certainly handle her. Once she departs in a few days, you will report to the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. This position is tailored for you." Lu Xiaoxiao, hearing this, beamed with joy, showering Song Chuanfen with compliments, her spirits soaring. Meanwhile, Lu Wensheng feigned an elaborate packing of her items before preparing to venture into her space for treasure hunting. The day had been too hurried. She had yet to examine her findings closely. Upon entering the small chamber of her space, she discovered a tattered cloth bag in the corner. Upon opening it, she was astonished to find a packet of seeds, only wheat and rice, evidently distinct from the seeds of this era, their grains particularly plump. Lu Wensheng contemplated planting them to see what would transpire. By the time she painstakingly sowed all the seeds, it was well past midnight. After casually sipping some spring water, she emerged and promptly fell into a deep slumber. She truly did. Exhaustion enveloped her. Chapter 8 truly resonated with her. Perhaps it was due to the laborious toil in the fields the previous night, for Lu Wensheng slept soundly until dawn, listening to the cacophony outside and the vehement outbursts of Song Chuanfen. To her surprise, she had grown accustomed to it. Unperturbed as she rolled over and drifted back into slumber. When she next opened her eyes, the house was eerily silent, devoid of any presence. Those who worked were engaged in their duties, and those who studied were attending school. It was just she and Lu Xiaoxiao, 2 idlers fresh from high school. Lu Xiaoxiao was certainly out enjoying herself. From the memories of the original owner, Lu Wensheng recalled that Lu Xiaoxiao had a childhood companion, and together they often conspired to bully her. Ah, yet another character to add to the narrative. Lu Wensheng wandered around the house, ensuring she was alone before stealthily making her way to the kitchen. She prepared a few flatbreads and paired them with some pickled vegetables from the cupboard, making do with a meager meal. Her fate seemed quite unfortunate. In the short span of 2 days since her arrival, she had already subsisted on pickled scraps. With some money and tickets in hand, she resolved to treat herself to a hearty meal at the state-run restaurant at noon. After hastily finishing the last bite of her flatbread and tidying up the kitchen, she returned to her room, intending to retrieve the items hidden beneath her bed while the house remained unoccupied. With practiced ease, she lifted the bedboard and carefully pried apart the 2 bricks with a small knife, revealing a wooden box. Tentatively, she lifted the surrounding red bricks, and the true visage of the box emerged before her. Suppressing her excitement, Lu Wensheng reached out to lift the wooden box. Yet, to her dismay, it would not budge. Undeterred, she tried again, but still, it resisted her efforts. Frustrated, she cradled her chin in one hand while the other traced the intricate patterns on the box, pondering how she might extract it. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck her, and her eyes sparkled as she tentatively called out, "Retrieve." The wooden box vanished, leaving behind a deep pit. She did not rush to inspect the contents within the spatial realm. Instead, she leisurely filled the pit with some soil, restoring the ground to its original state before slipping into her space. Upon opening the wooden box, Lu Wensheng was greeted by a vibrant red housing deed. At last, she understood why the original owner had been able to retain this property. No one could locate the deed. After setting the deed aside, she was nearly blinded by the sight before her. The dazzling, golden objects were undoubtedly gold, were they not? Her heart raced, and her hands trembled. Had she struck it rich? With quivering hands, she extracted a gold bar and bit into it. Indeed, pure gold. This box must contain at least 10 or 8 pounds of it. At the very bottom of the gold, she discovered another wooden box, which housed a jade pendant that bore an uncanny resemblance to one her mother had left her. Could they be a matching pair? Was there some hidden significance within? She did not rush to confirm anything. After arranging the items back to their original state, she exited the space, stealthily slipping into the home of the Lu couple. She rummaged through their belongings until she finally located the household registration book. Her plan for the day was to send Lu Xiaoxiao to the countryside and to claim her job as well. There was no way she would let that opportunity slip away. Taking advantage of the early hour, Lu Wensheng clutched her household registration booklet and made her way to the youth cadre office, eager to engage in a little sparring. As she approached, her eyes were immediately drawn to the prominently displayed vintage red slogans adorning the walls. Educated youth go to the countryside to receive re-education from the poor and lower-middle peasants. And the countryside is a vast expanse. Great achievements await you there. Lu Wensheng remarked that she had only seen such scenes on television. At that moment, the director of the youth cadre office, Director Lu, was frowning as he perused the registration forms laid out before him. Considering the current policies and the general reluctance towards rural assignments, she suddenly realized there was an opportunity at hand. Director Lu, preoccupied with his own troubles, felt a surge of irritation when someone dared to call out to him during his moment of distress. When he lifted his gaze and recognized the girl from the Lu family, his annoyance only deepened. Observing his expression, Lu Wensheng anticipated his thoughts and, before he could utter a word, a smile graced her face. "Uncle Lu," she began, "I simply wish to inquire whether the household registrations for the rural assignments have been processed." Director Lu cast her a fleeting glance and, in an irritable tone, warned, "Once you have registered, you are obligated to go to the countryside, regardless of whether your household registration has been transferred." Lu Wensheng nodded earnestly. "I understand, Uncle Lu. I merely wanted to check. If my registration has not yet been transferred, I would like to head to the northeast." Educated youth must strive in the most challenging environments, pouring their youthful sweat into the land of our motherland. Her demeanor conveyed a sense of determination, as if to say that any hindrance to her journey would be an obstruction to her contribution to the nation's development. Director Lu, initially displeased with Lu Wensheng's persistence, now regarded her with a newfound admiration. This young lady exhibited a commendable level of awareness. "Little Lu," he said, "it is rare to find someone so enlightened. Since you have expressed your desire, I shall arrange for your transfer to the Hongqi commune in Qishui County, Liaoning Province. It is abundant in grain, so you need not worry about hunger. Although winters can be harsh, at least there will be no labor required. It is, indeed, a favorable destination." Upon hearing this, Lu Wensheng immediately expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for your kind consideration, Director. As a solitary girl for many years, I truly appreciate the care you and Aunt Lu have shown me, given that they were from the same neighborhood and familiar with her family's circumstances. Director Lu felt a twinge of discomfort at her words. He could not help but add, Little Lu, the rural youth subsidy amounts to 150 yuan. Along with train tickets and various industrial coupons, cotton tickets, and cloth tickets. I will provide them all to you. The Northeast can be quite cold, so take the opportunity in the next few days to prepare a few essentials. Lu Wensheng was pleasantly surprised by this unexpected boon and expressed her gratitude once more. After concluding their conversation, she retrieved the household registration booklet from her pocket and presented it to Director Lu with sincere eyes. Uncle Lu, my uncle has instructed me to support the nation's development, so he asked me to register on behalf of Lu Xiaoxiao for her to experience rural life. He believes that without guidance, children can become wayward and must not be indulged any longer. Everyone was aware that Lu Xiaoxiao had gone to great lengths to secretly register for the rural assignment in pursuit of her job. And although no one spoke of it openly, there was a collective disdain harbored in their hearts. Thus, Lu Wensheng's statement was, in essence, not entirely unfounded. Lu Wensheng was not concerned about being exposed or needing to personally handle any matters. The fact that Lu Xiaoxiao could register on her behalf indicated that the youth office's scrutiny would not be overly stringent. Furthermore, she surmised that the Red Army members were likely preoccupied with devising ways to deal with her, thus unlikely to check the rural list, alleviating any fears of her situation being revealed. Director Lu was taken aback. He was actually going to register Lu Xiaoxiao? Surely he had not misheard. Today marked the final day for registration, and he had yet to meet the quotas set by higher authorities. He was already fretting about how to address the meeting in the afternoon. This was indeed a timely opportunity, a stroke of luck. Little Lu was a commendable comrade. Fearing that Lu Wensheng might change her mind, Director Lu hastily seized the household registration book to record Lu Xiaoxiao's name. Your uncle must have high ideological awareness. Indeed. Xiaoxiao has been overly pampered. It would be beneficial for her to engage in some arduous training. Has your uncle mentioned where she should be sent? However, this can only serve as a reference. The final decision rests with the higher-ups. Considering the Lu family's cooperation, Director Lu intended to assign her to a somewhat better location. Though he refrained from making any promises, lest their demands become excessive and require him to reconsider. Lu Wensheng, however, wished for Lu Xiaoxiao to be placed in a challenging environment. She would rather see her suffer outside. After a moment's hesitation, she remarked, My uncle wishes for Xiaoxiao to be sent to a more arduous place. Only in such conditions can her spirit be truly forged. Ideally, she could be dispatched to the desolate Northwest to endure hardships. Then let us send her to the Northwest to cultivate the land. It will certainly be both grueling and exhausting. Director Lu had anticipated a request for a more affluent area, but was pleasantly surprised by the desire for such a harsh locale, and he readily agreed. Lu Wensheng thought, how astute. Very well, I appreciate your assistance, Director Lu. However, I would like to request that you notify the family 2 days prior to her departure. You know how fond my aunt is of Xiaoxiao. I fear that if I inform her too early, she might create some trouble, which would ultimately affect leadership operations. Director Lu pondered her reasoning and nodded earnestly in agreement. Thus, Lu Xiaoxiao's placement was arranged with clarity. Chapter 9. If you cannot acquire, sell. As Lu Wensheng emerged from the youth office, her head held high. It was nearly noon. She estimated that Lu Xiaoxiao would soon return from her escapade, and she needed to replace the household registration book before her arrival. Consequently, she hurried home with great urgency. Upon discovering the front door locked, she exhaled in relief. It appeared no one had returned yet. Lu Wensheng deftly unlocked the door and dashed into Lu Hongjuan's room to replace the registration book. Just as she completed her task and exited, she spotted Lu Xiaoxiao engaged in a struggle with a tall, slender man at the entrance. This seemed intriguing. Lu Wensheng did not shy away. She strode directly towards the pair. As she brushed past them, she deliberately bumped into Lu Xiaoxiao, remarking, how shameless. Lu Xiaoxiao, already feeling a sense of unease, was acutely aware that in this situation, engaging publicly with a man could lead to repercussions from the Revolutionary Committee. Now, she found herself subjected to the subtle mockery of Lu Wensheng, whom she usually looked down upon, leaving her utterly humiliated. Though she longed to unleash her fury, the presence of others restrained her, compelling her to stifle her anger to the point of nearly grinding her silver teeth. Lu Wensheng cast her a sidelong glance, a smirk playing on his lips, as if he were disinclined to engage in conversation with someone he deemed simple-minded, provoking her to the brink of despair. Lu Xiaoxiao, disregarding the fact that her childhood companion was still present, lunged at her, ready to unleash her fury. You wretched girl, why do you always have to be around? You're a calamity, having already brought misfortune to your parents, and now you seek to ruin our family. Why don't you just disappear? Lu Wensheng, incensed by her venomous words, fixed her with a steely gaze. With her left hand, she restrained Lu Xiaoxiao, while her right hand struck with such swiftness that neither had time to react. Her principle was always to act rather than argue. Soon, Lu Xiaoxiao's face swelled, a testament to the force of Lu Wensheng's blows. Do you believe that with just a little more practice, I could send you flying? Lu Wensheng taunted. In disbelief, Lu Xiaoxiao clutched her face. Lu Wensheng, how dare you strike me? With a cold laugh, Lu Wensheng retorted, indeed, it is you whom I strike. If you're unconvinced, feel free to retaliate. I shall not hold back. In a fit of rage, Lu Xiaoxiao charged at her recklessly, evading her with a sidestep. Lu Wensheng casually extended her leg, delivering a harsh kick to Lu Xiaoxiao's rear, causing her to tumble headfirst into the ground. At that moment, Wu Bo, who had been watching from the sidelines, could no longer contain himself. That was ruthless. This girl is merciless. Well, Xiaoxiao, I have matters to attend to at home, so I shall take my leave. You two continue your conversation. With that, he hurriedly departed, not looking back. Lu Wensheng remarked, isn't that a swift exit? I was prepared for a one-on-two confrontation. Gazing at Wu Bo's retreating figure, she reluctantly asked, Lu Xiaoxiao, is this the man you admire? Your taste appears rather lacking. What to do? She found herself lacking the heart to continue the fight. Lu Xiaoxiao seemed too pitiful. Even in victory, it would feel like a hollow triumph. Lu Xiaoxiao had not anticipated Wu Bo's cowardice and lay on the ground, unwilling to rise. What a disgrace, truly humiliating. Lu Wensheng cast a dispassionate glance at the crumpled Lu Xiaoxiao on the ground, ultimately refraining from further violence. With a soft sigh, she turned to leave. After all, what was the point of engaging with someone like Lu Xiaoxiao? If she were to inflict lasting harm, it would only complicate her own future endeavors in the Northwest. That would be a burden to the nation. Alas, what a troublesome hand I possess. As Lu Wensheng walked, plagued by self-reproach, she returned to the alley she had visited the day before. Taking refuge in a dilapidated courtyard, she slipped into her hidden space, using items she had brought from home to alter her appearance. Before long, she emerged transformed, resembling a street urchin. With glee, she prepared to venture into the black market. Upon reaching the entrance from the previous day, a man suddenly appeared, blocking her path. After sizing her up, he lowered his voice and asked, are you buying or selling? Lu Wensheng did not anticipate the presence of a gatekeeper. In an instant, a clever idea crossed her mind. Young sir, I am both a buyer and a seller, but I wish to discuss matters with your superior. I am in urgent need to sell my possessions. She pondered that the house could not be sold to an ordinary individual, given the nature of the Lu family. It would be challenging for an average person to manage them. Only a powerful figure in the black market could safely acquire it. Selling at a lower price would not be an issue, as long as the property was sold. In essence, her sentiment was clear. She would not allow anything she could not keep to be devoured by that family of vampires. Moreover, she had no intention of returning after moving to the countryside. In a few years, the college entrance examination would resume, and she aspired to study in the capital, where she could eventually purchase a modest Sihiyuan. Indeed, she envisioned herself as a certain winner in life. The gatekeeper in the black market was Wang Er, known in the underworld as Er Motzi. He scrutinized the frail man before him, seemingly weighing whether this transaction was worthwhile for his elder brother. Young sir, please take me to meet your brother. I have a house to sell. I am quite pressed for time, Lu Wensheng stated, her expression implying urgency. Er Motzi, lost in thought, took a considerable time before reluctantly uttering that he would inquire if his brother was interested in the deal. Lu Wensheng nodded in understanding, gesturing towards a narrow alleyway behind her. All right, please hurry. I shall wait for you in the alley ahead. Er Motzi cast a furtive glance at her and, with hands tucked into his pockets, walked away, feeling an odd sensation that this man resembled a woman. Chapter 10. The return of a possible familiar face. Lu Wensheng waited in the dilapidated house at the end of the alley, growing increasingly impatient. As time passed and the flowers withered without anyone arriving. Had I known, I would have gone to eat first. Her stomach growled. And just after the sound echoed for the third time, she finally spotted a young man approaching alongside Wang Er. Upon seeing him, Lu Wensheng was taken aback. The head of the black market was remarkably youthful. The newcomer appeared to be no older than 27 or 28, standing nearly 180 centimeters tall, with broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and long legs. He exuded the aura of someone trained in combat. possessing a roguish charm. His complexion was slightly dark, but that was inconsequential. A man should not be overly pale. As Lu Wensheng assessed the man, he too scrutinized her. Chen Qing noticed from a distance that she was indeed a woman, observing her pale neck against her darker face. Well, at least he is not a villain, he mused. You wish to sell a house? Yes, indeed, Lu Wensheng replied. Chen Qing scrutinized her intently, then said, Follow me. Lu Wensheng hesitated, feeling no sense of control over the situation. Would it be safe to follow him? After a few steps, noticing she had not followed, Chen Qing turned back with a smirk. Are you afraid? Lu Wensheng clenched her hands, raising her gaze. Not at all. Lead the way. After all, she had her own means of escape and feared nothing. She could simply hide if needed, which was no shame. Chen Qing chuckled. Ah, this young lady possesses some spirit. They navigated through a series of winding alleys until Chen Qing produced a key, unlocking a door and stepping inside, with Lu Wensheng closely trailing behind. Once inside the inner room, as they sat opposite each other at a desk, Chen Qing finally inquired, Is this your house? Lu Wensheng had nothing to conceal. She retrieved the property deed from her backpack and placed it on the table before her, authentic and unequivocal, bearing her name. She pondered the implications of her name on the document and arrived at two conclusions. One possibility was that Lu Yi's death was premeditated, prompting him to make necessary arrangements beforehand, including informing her about the box of gold. The other was that he simply cherished his daughter, willingly placing the house and all family assets in her name. Undeniably, regardless of which scenario held true, both illustrated a profound paternal love. Chen Qing raised an eyebrow, picked up the property deed, and opened it. His initial indifference morphed into shock and elation as he exclaimed, You are Lu Wensheng? Your father is Lu Yi? Uncertain whether he was friend or foe, Lu Wensheng's hand tightened around the small knife hidden beneath the table, prepared for any unforeseen developments. She remained silent, her gaze fixed warily on the excited man before her, contemplating her chances of escape should a confrontation arise. Sensing her tense demeanor, Chen Qing softened his tone to avoid alarming her. Sheng, do not be afraid. My name is Chen Qing, a comrade of your father. If it weren't for him, I might not be here today. I just returned from military service last month and have been searching for you. I never expected to find you here. Lu Wensheng did not fully trust his words. She vaguely remembered that her father's work was far from simple and felt unable to trust anyone. However, this did not prevent her from engaging in a fade. How wonderful. Are you Uncle Chen? May I call you that? My father is indeed Lu Yi. May I inquire as to why you are looking for me? Chen Qing regarded the young girl before him, whose smile did not reach her eyes, with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. Being cautious is wise. However, there is no need to test me. I genuinely knew your father. I seek you out simply to look after you, as a way to repay his kindness. He produced a photograph from his pocket, revealing a picture of the original owner with Chen Qing. The moment Lu Wensheng saw the photograph, she believed him to a considerable extent, as items carried close were likely genuine. Let us first sell the house, she proposed. Why the sudden need to sell the house? Chen Qing furrowed his brow in confusion. Lu Wensheng's penchant for reporting matters was undeniable. If she was going to embrace this, she might as well divulge everything that had transpired in recent years, embellishing the original owner's experiences in the process, particularly regarding Lu Hongjun's situation, which had been frequently reported. With each revelation, Chen Qing's expression darkened. By the end, Lu Wensheng feared he might explode with anger. His face, already dark, seemed to reflect his outrage. How outrageous. I would like nothing more than to take down that entire family of leeches. In Chapter 11, the extravagant Uncle Chen prepared to take drastic measures against Lu Hongjun. What leg are you planning to break? Lu Wensheng inquired. Chen Qing was taken aback. Is that what you mean? Huh. Uncle Chen, please sit down and temper your anger. I will avenge my grievances myself. I'll deal with it once I'm finished. You must not intervene before I leave. Reluctantly, Chen Qing returned to his seat, resigned to the fact that he could only dote on the daughter of his late brother. Although he had narrowly escaped death on the battlefield years ago, he had also sacrificed the ability to have his own children. Upon discovering that the person before him was his elder brother's daughter, he resolved to raise her as his own. Suddenly struck by a thought, he inquired. When do you depart? Lu Wensheng replied. The train leaves the day after tomorrow in the morning. Unbeknownst to her, in that fleeting moment, Jean had automatically assumed the role of a father. So soon? Very well, I shall see you off then. Chen Qing was already contemplating what to bring for her. While the trip to the countryside was touted as a contribution to the nation, in truth, it was merely an arduous task of tilling the earth. Could a young girl endure the harshness of sun and wind? Lu Wensheng neither rejected nor accepted his offer. Instead, she casually shifted the conversation. Uncle Qin, do you still want this house? Qin Qing responded readily, of course. Many come to buy houses from me. And the street where your family's house is located is indeed a prime spot. The market price there is around 800 to 1,000. I'll give you a flat rate of 1,000. Aware of the girl's vigilant nature, he feared that being overly generous might startle her. So he would retain possession of the house for now and return it upon her return. The deal was struck. Lu Wensheng had no intention of altering her original plan. If she could sell the house for 500, she would, as time was of the essence with her impending departure. Even if it was only 500. It was better than dealing with that unscrupulous buyer. Reflecting on the original character from the novel who had failed to reclaim her possessions and died in the countryside, she felt a surge of indignation. The Lu family had not only usurped her employment and her home, but had also claimed the government compensation awarded to her father, along with the benefits meant for her, which had been squandered on marrying off the brothers of Lu Jiangwo. Lu Wensheng had nearly choked with frustration while reading the novel, cursing the original character for her passivity. Now that she had arrived in this world, she would not allow anyone to lay claim to what rightfully belonged to her. The unexpected delight in this life was Qin Qing. Who would have thought she would encounter an old acquaintance of her father? The house price had doubled beyond her expectations. What a pleasant surprise. Truly, Uncle Qin, your generosity is appreciated, but could you possibly give me only 800? I would appreciate it if the remainder could be exchanged for a watch. It wouldn't do to constantly ask others for the time while I'm away, would it? Very well, come by tomorrow morning to collect it. Thank you, Uncle Chun. The two penned a sales agreement, and after both parties affixed their fingerprints, the exchange of money and property deeds signified the completion of the transaction. With the major concern of the house resolved, Lu Wensheng felt a significant weight lifted from her heart, her plans progressing smoothly, filling her with joy. By the way, Uncle Qin, could you please wait until after my departure to collect the house? Just take it and evict them on the spot. Who knows? There might be quite a spectacle to behold. I've already set up the stage, heh. Regrettably, I want to be able to witness it, she continued. If it's convenient for you, could you write me a letter? I'll be in Hongqi Commune, Chishui County, Liaoning Province. Noticing her mischievous demeanor, Qin Qing realized she was up to something, and he was more than willing to indulge her. All right, then, I shall take my leave now. After bidding farewell to Qin Qing, Lu Wensheng, with 800 yuan in her pocket, hurriedly entered the space to retrieve her belongings and then dashed towards the state-run restaurant. As she left, her gaze flicked to the clock in Qin Qing's home, which indicated just 11:30. If she hurried, she could still catch the meal service at the restaurant. She had to eat meat. Today, it was imperative that she indulged in meat. At the last possible moment, just as the meal was about to be sold out, Lu Wensheng burst into the state-run restaurant. The attendant at the serving window was a young woman with dark braided hair and large, expressive eyes. Above the window, the chalkboard read, "Today's offerings include braised pork with potatoes and red braised pork," while Lu Wensheng paid no heed to the vegetable options. "Excuse me, beautiful sister. Could I please have a serving of red braised pork and 2 liang of rice?" Zhu Nana, who was already aware of the charming young lady, observed her breathlessly as she rushed to the window. Now, enchanted by her sweet words, she generously piled the last remaining pieces of pork onto Lu Wensheng's plate. "Oh, thank you, pretty sister. You are beautiful and kind. Surely, you could give birth to 8 at once." Of course, she refrained from uttering the last part, fearing a reprimand. Zhu Nana, already fond of this young woman, was further delighted by her flattering words, though being naturally shy. She struggled to respond and simply continued to serve her more food, even adding an extra scoop of rice. After all, with the ladle in her hand, she was in charge. Blushing, Junana leaned out from the window, bashfully saying, "Little sister, you are lovely too." The red braised pork cost 2 pieces of rice at 25 cents, along with 2 liang of grain and meat tickets. Lu Wensheng happily paid and, after expressing her gratitude to the attendant, found a quiet corner to relish her meal. What a joke. If one does not eat with enthusiasm, their mindset is questionable. Dining is of utmost importance in life. Oh, how delicious. In this era, pigs were not fed with commercial feed. They were essentially omnivores, rendering their meat 100 times more delectable than that of modern pigs. Coupled with the exceptional culinary skills of the state-run restaurant chef, this red braised pork was undoubtedly the finest she had ever tasted in her life. Lu Wensheng, indifferent to the gazes of others, savored her meal with gusto, stuffing her cheeks like a little hamster. After finishing her meal, she did not rush to leave, but instead approached the window where the attendant was still cleaning up, and directly asked, "Beautiful sister, May I order 50 meat buns? My mother is going out tomorrow, and she said your buns are exceptionally delicious. She wants to bring some for my grandmother and the others to try. This request was beyond Zhu Nana's authority, so she turned to the chef, Master Lu, who was preparing ingredients nearby. What do you think, Master Lu? Master Lu had already noticed the commotion and had heard the young girl praise his culinary skills. Naturally, he straightened his posture and proudly declared, "Of course, we will prepare them for her. Let her see what true family recipes can achieve." Zhu Nana, recognizing Master Lu's pride, smiled to herself, aware that he could not handle flattery, and replied to Lu Wensheng, "Sure. You can come by at 4 or 5 o'clock to pick them up." Upon hearing the words, Lu Wensheng was filled with immense joy. She praised the delectable braised pork while also commending the fluffy rice. The enthusiastic consumption nearly sent Master Lu soaring with delight. Chapter 12. Shopping spree. Once the flattery had reached a satisfactory peak, she cheerfully paid her bill and exited the state-run restaurant. With no intention of returning home, she sought a secluded spot to enter her space and assess her assets. Having earned 1,300 from her work, 800 from her house, and an additional 150 from the youth office, she totaled 2,250 yuan. After accounting for her recent expenditure, she found herself with over 2,240 yuan remaining. Gazing at the assorted receipts in her hand, she mused that she had indeed become a modestly wealthy woman. Lu Wensheng selected a few useful receipts and tucked them, along with 50 yuan, into her small bag, planning a trip to the supply and marketing cooperative later that afternoon to procure some necessities. With ample time on her hands, she reclined on the grass and dozed off for a while. In her dreams, she glimpsed her former self lying in a hospital bed, with her father dozing beside her. The once sprightly old man appeared aged by over a decade, his hair streaked with gray, clearly burdened by worry. Lu Wensheng yearned to speak. Yet before she could utter a word, an unseen force pulled her back. Abruptly awakened, she sprang upright, momentarily unable to discern whether she had been in a dream or reality. Her father in her past life had been a martial arts prodigy, and his only regret was not having a son to inherit his legacy. However, he took solace in the fact that his only daughter possessed remarkable talent, a small blessing amidst his misfortunes. Thus, Lu Wensheng grew up under rigorous training, defeating her father by the age of 20 to inherit the Lu Martial Arts School, only to be thrust into this new existence at the age of 22, a source of her impotent fury. Feeling somewhat despondent, Lu Wensheng began to console herself. Well, since I am here, I might as well make the best of it. I shall strive to survive until the 21st century to reunite with my father. Indeed, in this life, she was blessed with beauty, leisure, and wealth, free from the relentless training of her old comrade, Lu. With time seemingly ripe, she exited her space, shouldering her small bag as she made her way to the supply and marketing cooperative. The bandage on her head had been removed, and perhaps due to the recent consumption of spring water, her wound had healed remarkably quickly. To avoid drawing any attention, she decided to purchase some items at the pharmacy, applying a simple bandage over her wound. Upon entering the cooperative, she immediately spotted the sisters Tian Fong and Tian Mi by the department counter, waving enthusiastically at her. Hey, it's splendid that these sisters are working at the same counter. With her elder sister's protection, Tian Mi need not fear any bullying. Sheng Sheng, are you here to shop? Tian Fong greeted warmly. Lu Wensheng responded with a cheerful smile. Indeed, the package from my aunt contained most of the essentials, so I have come to buy a few small items. Today, her primary objectives were to acquire a backpack and some snacks, including biscuits, brown sugar, white sugar, and perhaps some tobacco and alcohol. In the countryside, one could never escape the nuances of social exchanges. Claiming these items were brought from home would certainly add to their appeal, wouldn't it? Tian Fong was well aware that certain matters required her personal attention, and she did not wish to delay Lu Wensheng's time. She pointed directly at the counter selling tobacco, alcohol, sugar, and tea, urging her to proceed. Grateful, Lu Wensheng complied. First, she acquired a large basket, then ventured to the grocery section to select a few rare yet reasonably priced items to place inside. Eventually, she arrived at the tobacco and alcohol section, where she requested several bottles of sorghum liquor and 10 boxes of Dechimin cigarettes. Comrade, do you have any mitai? Lu Wensheng suddenly recalled the possibility of purchasing some mitai to stockpile for later sale, which could yield a significant profit. No, for high-end gifts like that, you must visit a specialty store, the kind sales assistant advised her. Realizing the situation, Lu Wensheng exclaimed, Ah, I see. Thank you for the reminder. With a smile, she placed a few pieces of freshly purchased fruit candy into the sales assistant's hand. The assistant accepted the gift graciously and proceeded to package her items. After completing her purchase, Lu Wensheng bid farewell to Tian Fong and her sister before departing the supply and marketing cooperative with her heavy basket. Following her usual routine, she found a secluded spot to slip into her space and store her items. Over the past few days, she had discovered that time did not flow within the small wooden cabin in her space. Everything placed inside remained unchanged when retrieved. Thus, she hastily stored all her food items in the cabin. I should construct a wooden rack. Leaving the food on the floor is hardly suitable, she mused. Once outside, Lu Wensheng headed straight for the rag market. Although she had no specific desires, it was customary for the protagonists of transmigration novels to scavenge treasures in such markets. Even as a supporting character, she relished joining in the excitement and following the narrative. As she wandered, she inquired about the location and ultimately discovered the fabled rag market at the far west end of the city, perhaps due to the summer heat. The odor within was far from pleasant, prompting Lu Wensheng to hold her breath as she entered the courtyard. Inside, she was greeted by heaps of dilapidated furniture and rusty scrap metal lining the sides, while an elderly man, wielding a bamboo pole the thickness of a thumb, rummaged through a pile of tattered clothing, emanating a series of unpleasant smells. "Little comrade, what brings you here?" Grandpa Su, who had labored all day, looked up to see a strikingly beautiful young girl standing at the entrance. Concerned that she might have taken a wrong turn, he casually inquired, unfazed by being noticed. Lu Wensheng approached with a bright smile, revealing her small white teeth. "Hello, Grandpa. I'd like to buy some old newspapers for wall pasting, if that's all right." Grandpa Su, charmed by her confident demeanor, pointed in a direction. "Over there. See? All the books and newspapers are in that room. Feel free to look for yourself. And call me when you're ready. I need to grab a drink of water." "Thank you, Grandpa. Take your time," Lu Wensheng kindly reminded him, noticing his unsteady gait. Without looking back, he waved her off and returned to his small dwelling. Lu Wensheng couldn't help but chuckle internally, thinking, indeed, this universal phrase truly works wonders. After all, the rightful destiny of old newspapers is wall pasting. Once Lu Wensheng stood still inside the room, her smile faded. So many books. Is it true that people no longer read in this day and age? The room was brimming with books, some stacked nearly to the ceiling. Goodness, how exaggerated. One could only wonder how that old man managed to pile them so high. Without wasting any time, Lu Wensheng set her backpack aside and rolled up her sleeves, embarking on a thorough search. A collection of literary essays? I'll take it. Essays by Zhu Ziqing? Yes. How the steel was tempered. Absolutely. High school physics textbooks? Those must certainly be included. Thus, she rummaged and gathered, quickly filling her backpack to the brim. She even retrieved 2 bundles of old newspapers from a corner before reluctantly exiting the room. Her books, her volumes, her cherished tomes. It was hard to part. In this era, there were hardly any sources of entertainment. Aside from reading, there was only more reading, to ensure that her years spent in the countryside were not dull. She certainly needed to stockpile sufficient books for herself. Yet, she had forgotten that in the countryside, gossip was inescapable. Wherever there are people, there exists a social sphere. Chapter 13, The Final Battle, Retreat Afterwards. "Sir, could you please calculate the cost of these?" Lu Wensheng inquired, dragging her backpack filled with books and discarded newspapers as she approached the old man. Seeing the sheer quantity she had gathered, Old Su wasted no time and immediately weighed them. The scale revealed a hefty 23 pounds. No wonder it felt so heavy. "Young comrade, it weighs 23 pounds. At 5 cents per pound, I'll charge you for 20 pounds. Just give me $1, he said. "What a bargain." Lu Wensheng swiftly extracted $1 from her pocket and handed it to the old man. "Thank you, sir. I appreciate your help. Young comrade, you're too polite. Take care on your way back. Rest if it gets too heavy," Old Su remarked, a hint of concern in his eyes as he observed her slender frame. Lu Wensheng, lifting her arm, reassured him, "Sir, don't let my thinness deceive you. I'm quite strong. No need to worry." Seeing her determination, Old Su refrained from further comment and returned to his tasks. With her backpack of books, Lu Wensheng exited the dilapidated market, retracing her steps. Glancing at the sky, she noted it was nearly 4 o'clock, and she needed to head to the state-run restaurant to collect her buns. Once she ensured no one was around, she stored all the books into her space, leaving only an empty backpack outside. To maintain hygiene, she even lined the backpack with newspapers. At the state-run restaurant, upon arrival, Lu Wensheng inquired about the time from a brother wearing a watch. It was exactly 4:20. The buns had likely just been steamed. With a skip in her step, She entered the restaurant, instantly spotting Junana cutting wax paper. Beautiful sister, I'm here. Without needing to look up, Junana recognized the sweet-voiced young girl from earlier. Young comrade, you arrived just in time. The buns have just come out of the pot. I'll wrap them for you right away. So please have a seat and wait. Lu Wensheng leaned against the window, eagerly eyeing the plump white buns, unable to resist swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Beautiful sister. May I have one first? I'm a bit hungry after flipping through books all afternoon. Haha, of course. Just a moment. Junana, upon noticing the feline-like visage of her little sister, immediately discerned that she had neglected to wash her hands. Consequently, she retrieved a damp towel from the back and extended it towards her, saying, "Little kitty, do wipe your face. It's absolutely filthy." Lu Wensheng remarked. How innocent and kind the people of this era are. Except, of course, for the Lu family. Thank you, beautiful sister. Lu Wensheng replied with unreserved gratitude, seizing the damp cloth to cleanse her face and hands. Once she had tidied herself, she eagerly seized a large bun and took a fierce bite. Wow, this is truly delicious. Extraordinary, the best I've ever tasted. As she savored the bun, Lu Wensheng shook her head in delight, lavishing praise upon it with accolades for its thin skin and generous filling, its soft, sweet fragrance, and its delectable taste. In the kitchen, Master Lu felt himself soaring with joy at her compliments. Just look at who made them. They are impeccably crafted with thin skin and 18 folds. What could possibly be wrong? Lu Wensheng retorted, that cannot be. Lu Master confidently replied, indeed, it must be. He shouted from the kitchen window, young comrade, if you wish to enjoy buns again, do seek me out. I assure you, they will be plentiful. All right then, thank you, Master Lu. I promise to return. After packing the buns, Lu Wensheng engaged in casual conversation with the two for a while. Once customers began to arrive, she took her leave, just as before, tossing the buns and her backpack into her space before heading home. Lu Wensheng sensed that a formidable confrontation awaited her that evening. She had not been working, had scarcely been home, and had spoken little over the past few days. Moreover, she had clashed with Lu Xiaoxiao earlier that morning. It would indeed be strange if they were not anxious. Mother, you must avenge me by punishing that wretched girl. How dare she strike me? Especially in front of Brother Wu Bo. Am I to be humiliated like this? Lu Xiaoxiao wailed, perched on the steps outside the kitchen, crying to Song Chuanfan inside. While stirring the dish, Song Chuanfan reassured her. All right, dear, I shall avenge you. You see, Xiaoxiao, your father has long held a disdain for her. It was he who suggested sending her to the countryside. That little hussy has been absent from home these days. Who knows what shameless deeds she is up to outside. Just like her mother. At that moment, Lu Wensheng returned home, overhearing the mother-daughter duo's conversation, her ire igniting as she felt compelled to confront them. You two might as well donate those mouths of yours if you have no use for them. Upon hearing Lu Wensheng's retort, their anger erupted. They had never anticipated this little brat would dare to speak back. You insolent girl, do you think you've grown wings and we can no longer control you? How dare you speak to me like that? At that instant, Song Chuanfan dashed out of the kitchen wielding a spatula, and upon seeing Lu Xiaoxiao's flushed face, swung the spatula menacingly towards Lu Wensheng's head. Lu Wensheng gazed at Song Chuanfan, whose expression radiated a desire to obliterate her. And a surge of resentment filled her chest once more. Ever since childhood, Song Chuanfan had resorted to wielding kitchen utensils to punish her whenever anyone in the family erred, consistently aiming for her back, leaving her bedridden for days. This time, however, she would not remain passive. Lu Wensheng stepped forward, swiftly snatching the spatula from her hand and throwing it violently to the ground. Song Chuanfan, if you dare lay a finger on me today, I will fight back with all I have. I have already faced death once. I fear nothing now. If you are willing to gamble the lives of your family against me, I would not hesitate to embrace imprisonment. In a moment of desperation, even a rabbit may bite. And Lu Wensheng, with her tempestuous temperament, was no exception. How dare you speak to my mother in that manner? She is your aunt. Do you not understand the concept of respecting your elders and cherishing the young? Lu Xiaoxiao contemplated stepping in to assist. But the fury in Lu Wensheng's eyes rendered her hesitant. She realized that should she intervene, Lu Wensheng, in her current state, would not hesitate to strike her down. Disgusted by Lu Xiaoxiao's cowardice, Lu Wensheng sneered, coward. For a moment, Song Chuanfan was taken aback by Lu Wensheng's demeanor, but she quickly regained her composure. Sitting on the ground, she threw a tantrum, wailing, "This is outrageous. Neighbors, come witness this. That little wretch, Lu Wensheng, has struck her elder. Oh, I cannot endure this. I, Song Chuanfan, have never been bullied in my life. How dare she? Ignoring Song Chuanfin's theatrics, Lu Wensheng retreated to her room, leaving Song Chuanfin alone. Disheveled in the chaos, Lu Hongjun and Lu Jiangwo had yet to return. The spectacle was far from over. What is this nonsense? Song Chuanfin lamented. Performing a solo act was hardly amusing. She scrambled to her feet and headed to the kitchen, realizing she had not yet finished preparing the meal. If Lu Hongjun returned and found her lacking, he would surely unleash his wrath. Lu Xiaoxiao observed, it seems even her mother cannot contend with Lu Wensheng. Suddenly, a realization struck her. She lifted her gaze toward the wall that Lu Wensheng had collided with, deep in thought. What if I were to crash into it as well? The image of Lu Wensheng's bloodied face flashed in her mind. Oh, I must not think of that. Chapter 14. The clash approaches when Lu Hongjun arrived home. Dinner was just being completed. He was washing his hands in the courtyard when Lu Wensheng emerged from the west wing. Recalling the sight of Lu Xiaoxiao's swollen cheeks and battered knees from earlier that day, along with the veiled mockery and envy from the neighbors, his fury intensified. This anger, however, erupted before he even sat down for dinner, triggered by the sight of Lu Wensheng nonchalantly seated at the table, sipping her porridge. After the incident at noon, Lu Hongjun had instructed Song Chuanfin not to prepare dinner for Lu Wensheng. Has she grown wings? Is she so capable? If she is so formidable, why does she still consume my food? Indeed, Song Chuanfin refrained from cooking for Lu Wensheng, yet the latter, with her audacity, simply sat down and began to eat, showing no sign of being deterred by the imposed punishment. What was she doing now? Lu Wensheng's presence at the table was a direct affront to him. Seeing Lu Hongjun's expression darken, Song Chuanfin quickly admonished, Lu Wensheng, put that down. There is no dinner for you tonight. As if she had not heard, Lu Wensheng continued to sip her porridge, each small mouthful further inciting Lu Hongjun's wrath. In a fit of rage, he surged forward and overturned the table, exclaiming, Eat, eat, eat. I'll let you eat. Lu Wensheng sighed. Alas, I had hoped to finish this meal. As soon as the words left her lips, she stood up from her seat and, amidst the horrified gazes of those around her, splashed the porridge in her hand onto Lu Hongjun's face, continuing, Are you calm now, uncle? For a fleeting moment, a look of bewilderment crossed Lu Hongjun's face, which should have been filled with fury. Before he could unleash his anger, the woman before him fixed him with a cold stare. Lu Hongjun, are you truly my uncle? Do you genuinely bear the surname Lu? Do you even remember how you acquired your position? Lu Hongjun felt as if a bucket of cold water had been thrown over him. His complexion turned pale, and his gaze faltered. I did not know what you were talking about. Really? Song Chuanfin, witnessing her husband's face covered in rice grains, was infuriated. How dare that little wretch throw porridge at her man? Ah, you little vixen, I will kill you. She charged forward, but before she could even touch Lu Wensheng, Lu Hongjun slapped her to the ground. You seek death. Song Chuanfin, struck, spat out a mouthful of blood, along with 2 of her teeth. As she prepared to confront Lu Hongjun, the murderous intent in his eyes made her wisely hold her tongue. Never had she seen such a side of Lu Hongjun. Could it be true, as that little wretch claimed, that there was something amiss with his identity? Let us have a talk, Lu Hongjun suggested. Very well, Lu Wensheng replied. The two entered the inner room, leaving the onlookers outside in ignorance of their conversation. Only Lu Jiandang, who had observed everything, pulled the bewildered Lu Jianmin back to their own room. But he hasn't even eaten yet, Lu Jianmin protested. Inside the room, Lu Wensheng sat leisurely in a chair, observing the tense Lu Hongjun across from her in silence. After a long pause, Lu Hongjun finally spoke. Sheng, I know we have wronged you, but the situation is now set in stone. No amount of shouting or fussing will change it. Just be obedient and go to the countryside. In a couple of years, I will find a way to bring you back. Is that all? Lu Wensheng scoffed. Firstly, I am the daughter of a martyr. You are well aware that I am not obliged to go to the countryside. And do not call me Sheng. You are unworthy. What is it that you want? Lu Hongjun asked. What do I want? Do you wish for me to die? I have already registered Lu Xiaoxiao to go to the countryside. She must go, or I will not let this matter rest. You know your identity, and so do I. Lu Hongjun gritted his teeth in rage yet felt powerless, ultimately managing to utter a single word through clenched teeth. Fine. As Lu Wensheng rose to leave, she suddenly turned around just as she was about to step out the door, meeting his gaze filled with malice directly, unflinching. She spoke each word deliberately. Do not entertain thoughts of killing me. If I die, you will be finished as well. With a radiant smile, she then burst through the door. Lu Wensheng, who defied heaven and earth, feared no one. That night, it was said that Lu Hongjun had smashed all the worthless items in the room. Upon hearing this, Lu Wensheng mockingly remarked, at least he has some sense. Meanwhile, Lu Jiandang, who had been quietly observing everything, stealthily entered Lu Wensheng's room later that evening when no one was around. The two conversed, and when they emerged, Lu Jiandang wore a relieved smile, as if some agreement had been reached between them. Indeed, the matter concerning Lu Hongjun throwing things was discreetly conveyed to her by Lu Jiandang. It remains a mystery how Lu Hongjun communicated this to Lu Xiaoxiao. Early the next morning, Song Chuanfin began to subtly criticize while preparing the items Lu Xiaoxiao would need for her rural venture. Lu Wensheng merely chuckled, indifferent, for she was quite capable of handling matters on her own. The following day, upon rising from her slumber, it was no surprise that she found herself alone in the house once more. In high spirits, Lu Wensheng hummed a cheerful tune as she made her way to the kitchen to simmer a pot of porridge. Enjoying her breakfast with the buns purchased the previous day, she contemplated when to vacate the Lu residence entirely. Perhaps tonight would be the night. Choosing a time when everyone was home would create an atmosphere reminiscent of a home invasion. Without delay, after a simple tidying of the kitchen post-breakfast, she set off to the black market to seek out Chencheng. First, she carried her basket to procure some fabric and cotton, as the winter in Liaoning province was notoriously harsh, and Xiao had prepared blankets and clothing that were a tad thin. She intended to craft warmer garments upon her arrival at Hongqi Commune. Strolling leisurely, she acquired quite a few items, all at elevated prices but without the need for receipts. Most importantly, she purchased 100 pounds of flour and 100 pounds of rice as reserves. Although her space allowed for personal cultivation, it would not yield immediate results. Would it? After concluding her errands, she navigated the winding alley leading to Chen Cheng's residence, following the agreed-upon knock signal from the previous day. It was long before Chen Cheng opened the door, peering out with his fluffy black head. Lu Wensheng expressed her intent, glancing around to ensure no one was watching before being allowed inside. Chapter 15. Can you acquire some lethal substance? Chen Cheng scrutinized the exquisitely beautiful woman before him, finding her face somewhat familiar. Sheng Sheng? Yes, it is I. Lu Wensheng suddenly recalled that she had not presented her true visage upon her last visit. She had even remarked on how Chen Cheng appeared ready to devour her today. Chen Cheng clarified, only those within our circle know about this place. Outsiders cannot enter. He had deemed her worthy of entry due to her striking resemblance to Lu Yi. You bear a strong likeness to your father. Realization dawned upon Lu Wensheng. So that is why you allowed me entry? Indeed, that is the case. Well then, I suppose I should thank my genetic inheritance. Come inside. It's rather warm out here. Observing the myriad expressions flitting across her delicate features, Chen Cheng couldn't resist playfully tousling her hair, finding its softness delightful. I object. Lu Wensheng protested. Objections are futile. Resigned, Lu Wensheng followed Chen Cheng into the room, and as soon as she settled, he retrieved several bottles of soda from a water bucket and placed them before her. Give it a try. Let me know if you like it. I bought it early this morning. Having never encountered soda from this era, Lu Wensheng curiously noted that it appeared to be orange juice encased in glass bottles. Chen Cheng produced a bottle opener from a drawer, popped the cap off, and handed it to her, encouraging her to enjoy it while it was still cool. After a morning of bustling under the sun, Lu Wensheng was parched. She accepted the soda without hesitation and took a hearty swig, exclaiming, refreshing. Seeing her enjoyment, Chen Cheng's lips curled into a slight smile. Now, on to serious matters. I have procured the watch. Do you wish to have it now? Upon hearing Chen Cheng's words, Lu Wensheng's eyes sparkled with delight as she eagerly nodded, exclaiming, Yes, yes, yes. I want it. Right now. Chen Cheng furrowed his brow, expressing concern. But what about your family? I fear that if you bring it home, those vampires might snatch it away from you. He preferred to wait until she boarded the train tomorrow to present her with the gift, believing it would be a safer option. Subsequently, after Lu Wensheng departed the previous day, he had his people investigate the Lu family overnight. Upon learning that the young girl had endured a life worse than that of pigs and dogs over the years, he nearly succumbed to the impulse of taking a knife to that family. Fortunately, reason triumphed over impulse, and he refrained from such actions. After a sleepless night, he ventured to a specialty store at dawn to purchase soda. Thus, when he encountered Lu Wensheng today, he couldn't help but tenderly stroke her head. The poor girl was simply heart-wrenching. Unbeknownst to Lu Wensheng, who was oblivious to the events of the previous night, she resolved that if the Lu family dared to lay a hand on her, she would ensure they regretted it. It's all right, Uncle Chen. The former weak and easily bullied Lu Wensheng is no more. No one shall bully me now. I promise, from this day forth, I will protect myself. Seeing her determination, Chen Cheng chose to remain silent and retrieved a box from the inner room, presenting it to her. Open it and see if you like it. Lu Wensheng, with a hint of skepticism, accepted the box. Isn't it just a watch? All watches these days look the same. How can one truly like or dislike them? To her astonishment, she discovered a beautiful, petite, golden plum blossom lady's watch. It was brand new. This certainly could not be something purchased for a mere 200 yuan. Uncle Chen, Lu Wensheng gazed at the expectant man before her with a hint of melancholy. I don't have any money. I'm a poor person now. This watch could very well qualify as a luxury item of this era. Am I to assume I must make installment payments for a watch? Was he enticing her into a cycle of excessive consumption? Uncle Chen, please exchange it for something else. She understood her own circumstances. There was no need to flaunt such an exquisite watch in the countryside, as it would only attract thieves, even if she possessed unparalleled martial skills. She couldn't navigate life in such a manner. Qingqing noticed the fleeting joy in her eyes. If you like it, why not accept it? Lu Wensheng resolutely returned the watch, stating, Uncle Chen, I truly appreciate it. However, with my current status, I am unworthy of such a fine timepiece. And I am aware that you certainly did not spend merely 200 on it. Perhaps you wish to repay my father's kindness. But the fact that my father risked his life to save you indicates that you must have earned his respect. I cannot casually accept your generosity based on my father's past favors. That would be inappropriate. Qin Shang was momentarily taken aback by her words. And before he could muster a compelling counterargument, Lu Wensheng's shoulders visibly slumped as she donned a pitiful expression, lamenting, Uncle Chen. Do you not realize that gifting me this watch now would be detrimental? I am going to the countryside, not to a funeral. If I take such a fine watch to the rural area, what if it gets stolen? What if those opportunistic men, seeing my wealth and beauty, attempt to attach themselves to me? I am still quite young and have no desire to raise a gigolo. She then lowered her head and muttered, besides, where would one find an attractive gigolo in the countryside? Had it not been for Qingqing's keen hearing, he would have remained oblivious to her final words. Poor Qingqing felt the spark of hope within him extinguished. What could he do? What else could he possibly say? The clarity of her words rendered any further attempts futile. It was indeed a valid point. Just the thought of a group of Navi youths trailing behind his little girl, seeking to provide her with support, made his paternal heart feel as though it might explode. With unwavering resolve, he declared, let us trade. I will give you the oldest one. Lu Wensheng, feeling a twinge of guilt, touched her nose and replied, that seems unnecessary. My dear, this chapter has more to offer. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. The excitement is yet to come. Qingqing interjected, no need to elaborate. I will save this one for you to take back. As for the old watch, I shall escort you to the train station tomorrow morning. Prompted by her remark, Qingqing contemplated swapping all the fine gifts he had prepared for Lu Wensheng with simpler, more modest items. His concern now was genuine. He feared the possibility of some unwise individual making an advance. The young men were quick to insist that is entirely unnecessary. As time was drawing near, Qingqing decided to take Lu Wensheng to a state-run restaurant for a meal, wishing to treat her to a delightful feast before her departure. Suddenly, Lu Wensheng recalled something and spoke up. Uncle Chen, could you procure some sleeping pills? Preferably colorless and tasteless, the kind that makes one sleep like a log. Qingqing, wary, inquired, who do you intend to give them to? Lu Wensheng replied, am I allowed to withhold that information? Qingqing responded, of course. Humph. He already knew the answer. Who else could it be but the Lu family? In a moment, I will take you to find Wang Heir. His ancestry boasts imperial physicians, and he possesses quite a collection of such items. Lu Wensheng's mouth fell open in surprise. I never would have guessed. Then let us fetch the medicine before dining. Very well. Qingqing guided Lu Wensheng through a series of winding alleys, eventually stopping before an unremarkable house. He rapped on the door in a specific rhythm. And soon enough, Wang Heir peeked over the wall, exclaiming, Boss. Yes, open the door. Coming right up. Moments later, the door swung open as Wang Heir hurriedly approached. Lu Wensheng remarked, what a diligent soldier. He resembles a secret agent. Wang Heir, noticing the young lady beside his boss, asked, Boss, who is she? Without turning back, Qingqing replied, my daughter. Wang Heir responded with surprise, while Lu Wensheng remained silent. Chapter 16. Would you like some aphrodisiac? Wang Heir, prepare some sleeping pills for her. Qingqing commanded as he entered the room, pointing at Lu Wensheng. Wang Heir asked, are you serious? To give to someone? Qingqing retorted, of course. All right. I will fetch them immediately. Make yourself comfortable, boss. With that, Wang Heir dashed into a small room. What would you like to eat? Qingqing inquired while pouring water for Lu Wensheng. Perhaps some braised pork. Lu Wensheng pondered before responding. The braised pork they had enjoyed the previous afternoon was tender, flavorful, and quite delectable, with a perfect caramelization. Unable to contain her excitement, she shared with Chen Xing, Chef Lu's braised pork is absolutely superb. Chen Xing raised an eyebrow. When did you become acquainted with Chef Lu? Lu Wensheng. Yesterday, there was a stunning sister. Chen Xing. I see, quite the charmer. Just as the two engaged in conversation, Wang Er entered, proudly carrying an oil paper package. He exclaimed, "Boss, it's ready. Let me tell you, little boss, throughout Song City, there is no one who can concoct medicine as potent as mine. Next time you need something, just come to the black market and find me." Wang Er. Chen Xing interrupted him, causing Wang Er to feel a bit embarrassed. Realizing he had spoken a bit too freely, he could only laugh it off. "Well, little boss, I'm just a rough fellow. Please don't take it to heart, haha." Lu Wensheng, what a ridiculous little boss. Chen Xing shot him a glare and prepared to leave for dinner, saying, "I'm off. Don't look for me in the next few days." Wang Er, all right. Thus, Lu Wensheng, with a hidden drug in hand, accompanied Chen Xing to the state-run restaurant. Stunning sister. It was mealtime, and Zhu Nana was busily attending to customers. Upon hearing a familiar voice, she looked up and, to her delight, saw the charming young girl. She greeted her with a smile. "Hello, comrade. What would you like to eat today?" Yes, it's me. This is my uncle, and I've brought him to talk to you." She pushed Chen Xing to the front, stepping back. After all, in these times, the one who pays gets to speak. Zhu Nana. Chen Xing, why does this feel like a blind date? Zhu Nana's cheeks flushed a deep crimson upon seeing the tall man before her. "Comrade, what would you like to eat?" Chen Xing recalled Lu Wensheng's wish for braised pork, glanced at the daily specials overhead, and replied, "1 portion of braised pork, 1 portion of potato stew with ribs, and 1 portion of braised eggplant." He then turned to Lu Wensheng and asked, "What else would you like?" Fearing they might waste food, Lu Wensheng quickly responded, "That's enough. Would you prefer steamed buns or rice?" "Just rice. Braised pork pairs perfectly with rice." Chen Xing nodded and continued, "Comrade, please bring 2 more servings of rice." Zhu Nana swiftly prepared the dishes and kindly poured a spoonful of braised pork gravy over Lu Wensheng's rice. As Chen Xing observed the rice uniquely allocated to the young girl, he fell into contemplation. If it weren't for her consistently difficult circumstances, he might suspect she was a favored guest at the state-run restaurant. Lu Wensheng, noticing the complicated expression on Chen Xing's face, touched her nose and said, "Hee hee. I guess I'm rather likable." "Chen Xing, I can see that. Let us eat." During the meal, he cautiously inquired, "How do you know Master Lu and this service comrade?" Lu Wensheng had no reason to withhold her answer. After swallowing her rice, she recounted the events of the previous day in detail. Chen Xing, puzzled, asked, "Is that all?" Lu Wensheng mirrored his confusion. "What else could there be? Should we behead a chicken and burn yellow paper? The Revolutionary Committee wouldn't allow that, would they? Well, let us eat." Chen Xing pondered whether to say she was too charming or simply too charming. After dinner, Lu Wensheng intended to greet Zhu Nana, as the young lady had always been quite kind to her. "Beautiful sister, I will be heading to Liaoning province for rural work tomorrow, so I wanted to say goodbye," she said, pointing to Chen Xing, who was waiting at the door. "That is my uncle. If you wish to send me a message, you can ask him." Zhu Nana glanced at the tall figure outside, blushed, and responded with a shy okay, reminding her to be cautious when venturing outside as a young girl. Lu Wensheng acknowledged her concerns and took her leave. "Have you said your farewells?" "Yes. Where to next?" Lu Wensheng pondered for a moment and replied, "Nowhere in particular. Let us head home since I'll be leaving tomorrow." Chen Xing inquired about the specific time of her departure, and after receiving an answer, he let her go, intending to find a second-hand watch for the young girl. Upon returning home, Lu Xiaoxiao was in the yard washing clothes. "You star of misfortune, you know to come back? Why didn't you just stay out there?" Lu Wensheng, uninterested in engaging in a verbal spat, approached and kicked the basin of freshly washed clothes out of the way. Fixing her gaze intently on her sister, understanding the unspoken threat, Lu Xiaoxiao shivered, and, fearing further retaliation, remained silent. "Tch, how dull." Lu Wensheng raised her head high and walked away. Afterward, Lu Wensheng collapsed onto her bed, knowing that she had important matters to attend to that night. A good night's sleep was essential. When she finally opened her eyes again, she heard the commotion of many people outside, indicating that evening had arrived. She ventured out for a quick look and found everyone present except for her brother, Lu Jiangwo, who was at the factory dormitory. "Excellent." Feigning thirst, she pretended to enter the kitchen, discreetly pouring the sedative given to her by Wang Er into a thermos. "Ah, Chen Sheng had informed her that 2 hours after consuming the drug, no amount of noise could rouse her from slumber. How foolish she was not to procure more. With this thought, she dashed out without a word, only stopping at Wang Er's house, where she knocked on the door in the manner Chen Sheng had taught her. Breathlessly asking, "Uncle Wang, do you have any of that medicine left from today?" Wang Er responded, "Little boss, did you run all this way just for that?" Lu Wensheng nodded vigorously. Indeed, such a substance was essential for both daily life and travel. "I have plenty. Come inside, and I'll package some for you." Instinctively imitating Chen Sheng, she glanced around before entering. Just as she closed the door, Wang Er asked, "Little boss, do you want any aphrodisiacs?" "Yes." "What about itching powder?" "Yes." "And abortion pills?" "Yes, all of them." "Wait, what? You even have abortion pills?" Lu Wensheng was taken aback. "The country has been established. It has already been established." Wang Er, realizing he had slipped up, looked up and said, "Ah, what a lovely day it is today." Lu Wensheng inquired, "What of it?" "I might need some. Just in case." "All right then. Little boss, wait a moment. I'll get it packaged for you right away." After finishing her words, she hurriedly dashed to her little room, leaving Lu Wensheng standing in place, murmuring to herself, "Indeed, one is influenced by their surroundings." Chapter 17. Clearing the field, emphasizing frugality. "Little boss, all the medicine is here." Not long after, Wang Er emerged, carrying a small pink floral bundle, and presented it to her with pride under Lu Wensheng's astonished gaze. "Little boss, it's all here. Don't hesitate to use it. Once it's finished, just write to the big boss, and I will send you more." He had investigated this girl's background yesterday and discovered that a decent young woman had been ruined by a group of shameless individuals. Lu Wensheng was taken aback. "Wait, does this come with after-sales service?" She trembled as she unwrapped the bundle, revealing it packed to the brim with medicinal packets. She swallowed hard and thought, "Well, I suppose that's acceptable. Uncle Er, I want to hold back, so don't worry. I should be off now. Dinner is waiting at home." She could not remain there for even a moment longer. Seeing Wang Er's fervent gaze, she feared that lingering too long might lead him to enchant her into staying. Without waiting for a reply, she seized the whimsically colored bundle and dashed out. Wang Er remarked, "We don't even have a dog at home." Lu Wensheng retorted, "I'm not sure about the presence of dogs, but I do know there are wolves." After running for a considerable distance, she finally tossed the floral bundle into her space, as she had no desire to deal with those peculiar medicines for the time being. By the time she returned home, darkness had already fallen, and as expected, no one had left her any food. Lu Wensheng was unfazed. She retreated to her room, devoured 2 buns, and drank a cup of spiritual spring water, instantly feeling rejuvenated. After careful calculation, she realized she still had about half an hour. There was no rush to take action. She would first check on the crops she had planted yesterday in her space. What in the world is this miraculous space? The rice has already begun to sprout after just 1 day. At this rate, I'll be able to enjoy a hearty meal of rice within 3 days. Lu Wensheng joyfully watered the crops and, with her hands clasped behind her back, observed the 2 fruit trees along the ridge. The one bearing fruit was an apple tree. But what was the one blossoming? As a native of the north, she had never encountered such a tree. Could it possibly be longan or lychee? How exciting! It is worth mentioning that her space maintained a constant temperature, providing a comfortable environment, especially since it was sweltering outside without a fan or air conditioning. Suddenly, Lu Wensheng bolted upright from the ground. "Wait, that is not right. I have a fan at home." Yes, indeed, she did. A fan purchased by the original owner's father when he was in the army, fearing for the comfort of his wife and daughter. He had bought the only fan with the reward tickets he received for completing a mission. After the Lu Hongjun family moved in, the fan had been relocated to their room. This was utterly intolerable. Fuming with indignation, Lu Wensheng could no longer endure it. She stormed out of her space and began to gather her belongings, starting with her own room, packing all the furniture, including the bed, into her space, before proceeding to the adjacent room belonging to Lu Xiaoxiao. This fellow certainly had an interesting sleeping arrangement. Did they not lock the door? Lu Wensheng boldly pushed the door open and stepped inside. The items in this room were of a much higher caliber than her own, and to her astonishment, there was even a large wardrobe. "Do you deserve to use my family's wardrobe? Bah, take it all away. Everything but the pajamas on Lu Xiaoxiao's back. If I don't strip this house bare today, I shall no longer bear the name Lu." Lu Qingjian swiftly emptied Lu Xiaoxiao's room, only to discover, much to her astonishment, that this room was slightly larger than hers. What a travesty! Unable to contain herself, she delivered a forceful kick before departing. Next on her agenda was the main house belonging to Lu Hongjun and Song Chuanfin, only to find it locked. With unwavering faith in Wang Ermatzi, Lu Wensheng began to pound on the door. Perhaps due to its poor quality, the lock succumbed to her blows, bending and yielding after just 2 strikes. With a swift twist of her wrist, the door swung open. As per her usual routine, she hastily gathered everything inside the house into her spatial storage, particularly the buzzing fan that incited her ire. Glancing around the empty abode and at the 2 individuals sprawled on the floor, Lu Wensheng felt a surge of satisfaction as she muttered to herself, today is your day. Fearing there might still be hidden treasures, she pounded on the floor. To her surprise, she unearthed over 7,000 yuan beneath a red brick, likely hidden illicit funds from dubious dealings. But now, it belonged to her. Little money, fret not. You are mine now, and I shall ensure you bask in the sunlight forever. With that, she tossed a stack of bills into her space. On her way out, she also helped herself to the belongings of the neighboring Lu Jiangwo. Following her methodical approach, she rifled through the kitchen and storage room, even extracting the 2 iron pans from the stove, not to mention the lone bicycle parked in the yard. A true master of frugality. Upon entering the room of Lu Jiandang and Lu Jianmin, she gasped in disbelief. Were these 2 truly siblings? Their quarters were even more meager than hers. The brothers were crammed into a single bed, with nothing but a desk and a box to their name. She couldn't bear to rob them, so with a heavy heart, she closed her eyes and cleared out their room, returning quietly to slip a large bill into Lu Jianding's clothes as she exited. This was, after all, the legendary scene of a thief who even pays for the privilege. In the end, she even left behind 10 yuan. With a heavy heart, Lu Wensheng returned home to nurse her wounds. She was indeed a miser. Yet, she hoped Lu Jianding would grasp her intent. This 10 yuan served as a test. Should he disappoint her, then all that was discussed the previous night would be rendered null. My dear reader, there is more to this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading. The best is yet to come. After raiding her home of all possessions, Lu Wensheng could hardly wait to delve into her spoils within her spatial storage. She had seen the obvious treasures, but now she had ample time to seek out the hidden wealth. For now, she set aside other matters and opened the wardrobe in Lu Hongjuan's room. To her delight, she found not only various garments but also several new quilts, seemingly remnants from Song Chuanfin's wedding, still pristine. With a son nearing the age of marriage, she truly had a knack for concealment. As she continued to rummage through the contents, she discovered a small pouch containing a tin box filled with various tickets and a ration book. Among the commonplace grain, cloth, and meat coupons, she was astonished to find a bicycle ticket and a sewing machine ticket. Surely, these must have been saved for Lu Jiangwo's marriage. How fortunate for her. Further searching revealed another locked tin box. The key, without a doubt, was in Lu Hongjuan's possession. However, did she need the key? No, she did not. With sheer force, she pried the box open in less than 2 minutes. Do you know what a monetary windfall feels like? Indeed, Lu Wensheng was experiencing just that. This tin box was brimming with cash, roughly estimated to be between 3,000 to 5,000. In this era, amassing such wealth, aside from Lu Ye's pension and the meager salaries of the 3 of them, must have involved other means. What could they be? A fleeting thought crossed her mind. Too swift to grasp. Never mind, she decided. The night had been exhausting, and she needed to rest. After restoring everything to its original state, she exited the space. Having completed her tasks, she felt utterly fatigued and fell asleep in the tattered quilt on the ground. Tomorrow she would perform in a play, and she found herself faintly anticipating it. She wagered a sausage on the fact that Song Chuanfin would be furious. Chapter 18. Let us endure performance. As expected, before dawn broke, Lu Wensheng was roused by the cacophony of Song Chuanfin's anguished cries. Where's my home? Where's my money? Where are my belongings? Old Lu, wake up. Having consumed little water the night before, Song Chuanfin woke earlier than the others. However, upon opening her eyes to the stark emptiness of the house, she initially thought she was dreaming. After pinching her thigh forcefully, when the house remained unchanged, she could no longer contain herself, sobbing and shaking Lu Hongjun, who was sleeping like a log. Meanwhile, Lu Hongjun, still deep in slumber, mumbled, Song Chuanfin, have you lost your mind? Upon finally opening his eyes, he sensed something was amiss with the ceiling. Hey, where is the light bulb? Scanning the walls. It was only when he fully assessed the situation that he realized his home had been robbed. Without a thought to dress, for he had no clothes, Lu Hongjun stared at the wide-open front door, overwhelmed by darkness, suppressing the urge to despair as he searched room after room. his heart sinking deeper with each step. It was only upon seeing Lu Jiandang and Lu Jianmin lying still on the ground that he accepted the grim reality, abandoning all pretense as he collapsed in the yard. Clutching his head and weeping bitterly, everything was gone. All that he had painstakingly accumulated throughout his life had vanished just like that. Meanwhile, Song Chuanfen, who had been trailing behind him, crumpled to the ground, tears streaming down her face. That wretched thief. Not only did they take our clothes, but they didn't even leave us a bed or a quilt. What kind of situation was this? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She could only burst through the door, sitting at the entrance and cursing aloud. Oh heavens! Someone has died. Which scoundrel has robbed our home? Oh God! I cannot go on living. This is driving us to madness. The cacophony of insults hurled by Song Chuanfen drew the attention of all the neighbors, who, perplexed by the commotion, gathered at the doorway to witness the unfolding drama. The Lu family seemed to be staging one spectacle after another. Who could deny it? The previous uproar surrounding Shengsheng had yet to settle, and now another scene had emerged. Laughter erupted among the onlookers, speculating that perhaps a thief had struck. Meanwhile, within the Lu household, everyone was jolted awake by Song Chuanfen's wails, standing in the yard in a state of panic. Lu Xiaoxiao was about to inquire about the situation from her mother when she saw her father scramble to his feet and rush toward her mother, delivering a sharp slap across her face. Crying, all you do is weep. This household has been ruined by your tears. Do you not understand why we attracted a thief? If it weren't for your incessant boasting about our wealth, who would have known we were affluent? And now look, everything is gone. Are you pleased? Stunned by the slap, Song Chuanfen clutched her face for a moment before responding with a fierce attack. You dare blame me? You actually blame me. I'll fight you to the bitter end, and if this is how it's going to be, I demand a divorce. Leave if you wish. Whoever doesn't leave is a dog's offspring. Lu Hongjun retorted defiantly. The onlookers murmured, they've been robbed. Now they understood the situation, and an elderly woman, observing the desolate yard, suggested, Hongjun, perhaps you should report this to the authorities? There might still be a chance to recover what was lost. They certainly left everything in a clean sweep. They didn't even leave a dog bowl behind. Lu Hongjun, coming to his senses, promptly instructed the bewildered Lu Jiandong to call the police. Lu Wensheng scoffed, recover it? If that were possible, I'd wash my hair upside down. At that moment, Lu Xiaoxiao, who had been standing in a daze, seemed to have had a switch flipped within her. Pointing at Lu Wensheng, she began to berate. It's all your fault, you jinx. Not only have you brought doom upon your own parents, but now you wish to ruin our family as well. Go die already. You were dead, so why have you returned? The mere thought of her mother's cherished possessions now lost drove her to the brink of madness. Lu Wensheng, unyielding, remembered that she would soon be leaving after this spectacle, realizing there would be no further opportunities to confront Lu Xiaoxiao. Thus, she lunged forward, pinning her to the ground and delivering a flurry of punches and kicks. I'll teach you to speak foully. Did you eat dung last night? You are the real jinx, and your whole family is cursed. Just because you lost something doesn't mean I did not. Let me tell you, Lu Xiaoxiao, you must repay every cent of the compensation my father received over the years. Once she had sufficiently vented her anger, Lu Xiaoxiao lay on the ground, unable to rise, no longer daring to utter a word. However, Lu Wensheng showed no inclination to relent, continuing, don't pretend to be dead. If you're so brave, get up and face me in a duel. You're truly pathetic, rushing in for a beating when you know you cannot win. Tell me, how can you not be wretched? The crowd nodded in agreement. Indeed, we see the wretchedness as well. After dealing with Lu Xiaoxiao, Lu Wensheng approached Lu Hongjun and said, Uncle, when I was younger, you mentioned that you would save my father as compensation for me. Now, as I prepare to leave for the countryside, I'd like you to hand over the money. Given all these years of consuming your food and drink, a little something, say 2,000, will suffice. Do not utter a word about how I have squandered 2,000 yuan over the past few years. Otherwise, one might mistakenly believe that your family possesses mountains of gold and silver, given how lavishly you provide for a mere niece. Lu Wensheng swiftly cut off all avenues of retreat for Lu Hongjun, and now, in the presence of the crowd, he could hardly refuse her. He could only mutter, Shengsheng, you know that our home was robbed last night, leaving us with nothing. Even your father's compensation has been stolen. I am so sorry for my brother. As he spoke, he broke down into tears. What a masterful performance. Lu Wensheng squeezed out a few tears and continued, Uncle, are you suggesting that you no longer wish to give me money because of this? What kind of thief could silently remove everything from a home? If it were true, Why didn't anyone resist? The neighbors heard not a sound. She pressed on, "Uncle, could it be that you intend to pocket my father's compensation, thus conspiring with others to stage this farce? Unless there is a traitor within the family, I cannot fathom how someone could so quietly empty a household. I am about to leave for the countryside. Do you truly wish for me to depart empty-handed?" By the end of her statement, she was sobbing uncontrollably, evoking pity from those around her. The onlookers suddenly realized that indeed, they all lived on the same street. If the Lu family had truly been robbed, how could they not have heard a single sound? With this realization, they turned their suspicious gazes upon Lu Hongjun, as if convinced he was guilty of moving things out. Lu Hongjun thought to himself, "I am utterly wronged." He ceased his weeping and sat in silence, awaiting the arrival of the police, while Lu Wensheng, hidden from view, revealed a sinister smile. To challenge her was folly. She was determined to extract even more from them today. Chapter 19. The little sister still has countryside subsidies. Meanwhile, Lu Jiantang, dispatched by Lu's father to report the theft at the police station, walked at a leisurely pace. For some reason, he felt that today's events were inextricably linked to Lu Wensheng. When he discovered 10 yuan in his coat pocket, he was nearly certain of it. Yet he was curious about how she had managed it. When had his sister changed so drastically? It seemed to have begun after her first awakening from that collision with the wall, as he could keenly sense that something had shifted. Previously, they had both been oppressed within their home, but at least he had Jianmin to rely on. She, however, was utterly alone. Lu Jiantang unconsciously tightened his grip on the 10 yuan, his mind echoing Lu Wensheng's words from that evening. "Jiantang, you are 15 now. Though younger, you should start considering your own future. If not, perhaps you should take your brother to the army. That is where men belong. Give it some thought. Once you are in the army, you can write to me if anything arises, but if you decide against it, do not contact me again." He understood the essence of her message. Rather than being mired in a quagmire, it was better to escape early and seek a path to survival. It was time for him to make plans for himself and Jianmin. The neighborhood office and the police station were adjacent. After hastily reporting the theft, he did not return home but instead turned towards the neighborhood office, finding an official inside to express his intention to enlist with his brother. Fortunately, everyone was familiar with one another, and there was no fear of impersonation. The clerk examined the family's records and, having confirmed that there were no issues, approved the application, largely owing to the favorable impression cast by Lu Yi. Lu Jiandan silently expressed his gratitude once more to his uncle and Lu Wensheng. Without further delay, he rushed home at the fastest pace, eager to inform Sister Sheng that he had enlisted in the military, urging her not to give up on herself or Jianmin. However, unbeknownst to him, the very Sister Sheng he cherished was at home engrossed in a grand performance. "Uncle, the train departs in 3 hours. If I go to Liaoxing empty-handed, I will surely perish." Lu Wensheng, emulating the couple's demeanor, sat on the steps weeping, yet her sorrow appeared all the more pitiable in contrast to their feigned emotions. Passers-by could not help but murmur their sympathies. "Vixen," Lu Xiaoxiao silently cursed, too fearful to voice her thoughts. Her chest was pierced with pain, akin to needles, and she dared not touch it, nor could she confide in others. "Devil! Lu Wensheng is a devil." A wave of terror, named Lu Wensheng, surged from within her. Lu Hongjun was seething with rage. Where was he to procure money now? "I have no money. It has all been stolen. Even my trousers have been taken." Lu Wensheng hesitantly suggested, "But Xiaoxiao, don't you still have the rural subsidy?" "What nonsense is that?" Lu Xiaoxiao retorted inwardly. Why should her own rural subsidy be taken for Lu Wensheng? If she gave it to her, what would she have left for herself? Yet she dared not speak her mind, instead cursing her in silence. While Lu Xiaoxiao hesitated, Song Chuanfen did not. She leaped up, pointing an accusatory finger at Lu Wensheng, and began to scold. "You little wretch. Just give up on that notion. What a ridiculous thought to covet Xiaoxiao's rural subsidy. You must be dreaming." No sooner had she finished than several uncles wearing caps pushed through the crowd, and a police officer named Wang furrowed his brow at the coarse language. What is all this commotion? Lu Hongjun glared at Song Chuanfen before rising to explain the situation to Officer Wang. Wang waved his hand and inquired, "Going to the countryside? Who in your family needs to go?" Lu Wensheng, feeling wronged, interjected, "Yes, officer, I must go to the countryside today, but our home has been robbed. My father's compensation has been entirely depleted, and my uncle refuses to give me any money. I am truly at that moment." The concerned citizens in the crowd began to share the details of the incident, including their speculations. Officer Wang's gaze towards Lu Hongjun shifted abruptly. It wasn't merely the neighbor's conjectures that altered his perception. He had just discovered a suspicious detail. The front door's lock was intact. One could surmise that a thief would have to break the lock to gain entry. Yet the presence of a perfectly functional lock suggested that someone had used a key to open the door. Surely that individual could not be a thief? Moreover, the implications surrounding the compensation stirred further suspicion. Officer Wong swiftly made a judgment, directing the junior officers, take them back for questioning. As for your trip to the countryside, it cannot be delayed. You mentioned that you have a rural subsidy yet to be claimed, correct? I shall find someone to accompany you to collect it. Otherwise, you'll miss your train. Officer Wong believed it was Dai Wensheng's own rural subsidy and thought little of it. So he promptly found a police officer to take her to collect it on a bicycle. Rest assured about the death compensation your father left you, Officer Wong reassured her. No one can take advantage of the families of martyrs. I will have your uncle write an IOU. And this sum will be deducted from his salary until it is fully paid. Once you arrive at your rural post, send me a letter, and I will send the IOU to you. Overwhelmed with joy, Dai Wensheng exclaimed, Thank you, Uncle Officer. You are truly a good person. And may good people live in peace all their lives. Having you around is a blessing for the people. Officer Wong, taken aback by the young girl's candid praise, could only chuckle. All right, off you go then, and be safe on the train. Thank you, Uncle Officer. With that, Dai Wensheng hopped onto the back seat of the young officer's bicycle, heading towards the youth volunteer office. Meanwhile, Lu Jianeng, who was rushing home, spotted her and shouted, Sister! Sister, Sheng. Upon hearing his call, Dai Wensheng stopped the young officer and got off to speak with Lu Jianeng. Sister, I have enlisted in the army. And I registered Lu Jianmen as well. We will leave in a month, so when you arrive in Liaoning province, do write to me with your address. Though panting from running, Lu Jianeng managed to convey everything he wanted to say and, after finishing, placed the 10 yuan he had been clutching in Dai Wensheng's hand, continuing. Sister, I don't need the money. You're a girl and should keep some money on you for safety. Take care on your journey. I will look after our younger brother. With that, he turned and ran off, leaving Dai Wensheng touched by his kindness. Dai Wensheng said nothing, pocketing the money as she climbed back onto the young officer's bicycle, her thoughts drifting elsewhere. Oh, the little money I thought I had lost. Sister loves you, haha. After collecting her subsidy at the youth volunteer office, the young officer rode her towards the train station. The journey was neither long nor short, but having someone accompany her was certainly preferable to making the trek alone. Suddenly, she recalled the fates of Lu Jiantang and Lu Jianmen in the original book, which the author had depicted succinctly. The two brothers were forced to drop out and led mundane lives, oppressed by Lu Xiaoxiao their entire lives. In a later part of the story, Lu Jianmen even took the fall for Lu Xiaoxiao to rescue Lu Jianang from suffering. Therefore, in this life, she vowed to save them from their plight. Chapter 20. The departure. Upon reaching the train station, the young officer insisted on watching her board the train before leaving. Despite her repeated refusals, his persistence made her feel rather embarrassed. Her family had just been robbed, and she could not produce any candy from her space to express her gratitude. Thus, her guilt of owing him a favor reached its peak. At that moment, she spotted Chun Chung approaching with 2 burlap sacks, and tears welled in her eyes as she waved frantically. Oh my Uncle Chun, you're my savior at this critical moment. Over here. I'm right here. Chun Chung quickly recognized the young girl in the crowd, but was puzzled as to why she was with a police officer, fearing something might have gone awry. He hurriedly made his way over, asking Xing, who is this? What happened? Xing naturally noticed that the little girl had brought nothing with her. Although he had prepared everything meticulously, it seemed rather excessive for the Lu family to send her off empty-handed. Lu Wensheng, observing the concern in his eyes, felt a warmth in her heart and quickly began to explain, Uncle, our home was robbed, and all that remains are the walls. This police officer is here to escort me. As she spoke, she discreetly gestured to him, urging him to understand. Do you get it? Can you do me a favor? I promise to take care of you in your old age. Xing replied, I understand. He hurriedly pulled out a cigarette from his pocket as a token of gratitude and invited him to a meal at the state-run restaurant later. Lu Wensheng gave him a thumbs up. You're quite the man. Thank you so much, officer, or else I would have surely missed the train. The young policeman waved his hands in refusal. No need, no need. It is my duty. Since your family has arrived, I won't impose any longer. I have to get back to work. With that, he swung his long legs over his bicycle and rode off without looking back. There was simply no way to resist his charm. Left alone, Lu Wensheng exchanged glances with Qin Sheng, feeling somewhat guilty. Could you not ask me about it? She thought. All right, she thought with delight. What a miraculous uncle this is. Uncle, when I grow up, I will take care of you. Wensheng responded. I am still young. Yet, no matter how hard he tried to suppress his smile, the corners of his lips could not be contained, so he deftly changed the subject. The items I brought for you are about ready. You should hurry and catch your train. Once you arrive, be sure to write to me. I have some thick winter coats and blankets that I didn't bring. I will send them to you later. Also, this little bag contains your tickets and money. Keep it close to you so it doesn't get stolen. If, by chance, it does get stolen, don't worry, just write to me. Once you arrive, don't hesitate to spend money. If you need anything, just let me know, and I will send it to you. Your uncle has plenty of money for you to spend as you wish. Are you listening to me? At that moment, Lu Wensheng genuinely wished to care for him in return. This was the first time she felt warmth since arriving here. Hearing these fatherly words, she felt her eyes welling up with tears, struggling to compose herself before finally responding with a simple, okay. As she was unsure how to respond to such a fervent heart, Wensheng seemed to sense her emotions but chose not to press the matter further. He took one bag in hand, while holding her hand with the other, leading her onto the train. Lu Wensheng followed behind, silently maintaining the demeanor of a dutiful daughter. In modern times, her father had been rather stern, rarely offering such detailed instructions since he had been left to raise her alone after her mother passed away. Thus, she had grown quite independent from a young age. Now, with the sudden appearance of someone stepping into the paternal role, she found herself quite unaccustomed. Upon reaching their seats, he said, "Here is the window seat. I'll place your things up above, and you can keep this bag under your seat. It contains your lunchbox and water bottle. Take good care of yourself." After arranging everything, he reiterated his advice. His younger brother's daughter was truly well behaved, and he couldn't help but reach out to gently pat her head. "Dear, if you encounter any difficulties, you must let me know." Lu Wensheng nodded firmly in response. "Yes, uncle, you should go back now. I will take care of myself and wait for me to return. We will live together in the capital." After Wensheng finished speaking, he walked away without looking back. Lu Wensheng shook her head as she observed his retreating figure. Reflecting on the hardships he had endured in his past life, his inability to bear children had left him unmarried throughout his life. And upon learning of the original owner's demise in the countryside, he had been plagued by guilt and remorse. After the reform and opening up, he had ventured into the business world and never returned. Lu Wensheng pondered, "Is my purpose to alter the fate of everyone?" Dismissing these tangled thoughts, she retrieved several books from her space. The journey from Song City to Chishui County would take 4 days. Surely, she could not simply sit idly on the train during these days. Might as well cultivate her artistic persona. Recalling the reinstatement of the college entrance examination in 1977, she knew the original owner had excelled academically, and she herself had a solid foundation. Thus, when she informed her uncle of her intention to go to the capital, it was not without reason. 3 years remained, ample time to prepare. At that moment, the surrounding area erupted with commotion as numerous young men and women boarded the train. Presumably a group of educated youth heading to Liaoning province. Perhaps she would encounter the male and female protagonists on this journey? How had the original text described them? The female lead, Shenlingling, was born to working-class parents who treated her well. The family's resources had been primarily directed toward her, allowing her to grow up pampered and somewhat naive. However, she had made poor choices in friends, leading her to the countryside. The male lead, Han Yukin, hailed from a wealthy and influential family, wielding considerable authority within the military. His purpose in going to the countryside was accompanied by a special assignment, akin to gilding his resume. Upon successful completion of his task, he would directly assume his brother's position in the army. Their fates intertwined when the male lead rescued the female lead from a drowning incident, and as they interacted in their daily lives, their feelings blossomed naturally, culminating in their eventual union. Lu Wensheng declared, "I shall relish the unfolding drama." Chapter 21. The First Encounter. Comrade, may we swap seats? While Lu Wensheng was still contemplating the original plot, a voice interrupted her thoughts. She looked up to see a striking young girl of 18 or 19, dressed fashionably, exuding a vibrant beauty. Yet there was an air of superiority about her, as if she deemed everyone beneath her notice. Apologetically, Lu Wensheng replied, "I'm afraid I'd rather not switch." The girl was taken aback, seemingly unprepared for such a refusal, and continued with an air of arrogance, "Comrade, it's just a matter of changing seats. It's hardly significant. Why are you so adamant against it?" Lu Wensheng thought, "Indeed, it's merely a seat. Why are you so fixated?" The girl opposite her was nearly beside herself with indignation. She had never encountered such disrespect. Given her parents' status, Everyone around her had indulged and pampered her, never daring to raise their voices in her presence. Yet now, this casual country bumpkin had the audacity to reject her. With indignation, she rolled up her sleeves, ready to unleash a tirade. "Who do you think you are, with that pitiful demeanor? How dare you contest with me? I am extending you a favor by even speaking to you. Don't be ungrateful." Lu Wensheng remained silent, reclining languidly against the seat with a smile. And coolly uttered two words, "Truly ugly." Pausing, she added, "So, you seek a death wish, capitalist heiress?" The girl immediately flared up, preparing to lunge at her, but was swiftly restrained by a young man who grabbed her arm. "Bai Qian, what are you causing a ruckus about now? Furthermore, I urge you to exercise caution in your words, lest you inadvertently bring harm to your entire family." Lu Wensheng. Bai Qian? The malicious antagonist, the male lead's childhood companion. Raised in a prestigious household, secretly registered for rural labor to follow Han Mukun. In the later stages, she will create numerous obstacles for the protagonists, even subtly orchestrating the female lead's near drowning. Upon seeing Han Mukun's arrival, Bai Qian shed her previous haughty demeanor, gazing pitifully at him. "Brother Mukun, that rustic girl is bullying me." Lu Wensheng. Han Mukun, exasperated, rubbed his forehead. "Silence. Who taught you to so casually refer to others as rustic? If you stir up trouble once more, you shall return home." "Brother Mukun," Bai Qian lamented, looking at the tall and handsome figure before her. How could he speak to her in such a manner? She had enrolled in rural work solely for him. How could she, a distinguished young lady, forsake a life of comfort to endure hardships alongside him? Not only did he fail to appreciate her sacrifices, but he also chastised her for the sake of another woman. Seeing that Han Mukun was ignoring her, Bai Qian sulkily returned to her seat, yet dared not confront him directly, instead channeling her frustration towards Lu Wensheng. It was all her fault. Had she not refused to swap seats, Bai Qian would not have lost her temper, and consequently, would not have been reprimanded by Brother Mukun. Henceforth, Bai Qian harbored resentment towards Lu Wensheng in her heart. Lu Wensheng? At this moment, Han Mukun had organized his luggage and seated himself opposite Lu Wensheng, awkwardly extending an apology. "Hello, comrade. My name is Han Mukun, also from Song City. I sincerely apologize for the earlier incident." With that, he retrieved a handful of white rabbit milk candies from his pocket and placed them before Lu Wensheng. As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. She graciously accepted the candies. Responding, she said, "No need for apologies. You are not the one who ought to apologize." With the male lead himself offering an apology, what more could she say? Moreover, it was not the male lead who had offended her. Grievances have their roots, and she would not act irrationally. Most importantly, he was the male lead. She had no desire to entangle herself with him, preferring to maintain a respectful distance, unmarred by obligations. After all, in this life, she merely wished to observe and enjoy the spectacle while living well. She remembered all too well that the original character met her demise in the countryside. However, others did not share her perspective. On the other side, Bai Qian, witnessing their cheerful interaction, nearly ground her teeth in frustration. "Vixen," Lu Wensheng immediately rose, delivering two sharp slaps to Bai Qian. "If you seek death, I shall not hesitate to facilitate your journey. If you wish to continue living, it would be wise not to provoke me." With that, she disregarded Bai Qian's murderous glare and returned to her seat. At this moment, she leaned her head against the window, feigning sleep. The prior night's move had exhausted her, and this morning had been no respite, having participated in an impromptu performance. She was thoroughly fatigued. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow upon her profile as she closed her eyes to savor this fleeting moment of warmth. Lu Wensheng possessed striking features and a captivating visage. The slight curve of her lips, illuminated by the sun, radiated a gentle glow, attracting the gaze of passers-by outside. Observing the scene with a hint of disdain, Bai Qian scoffed, questioning the taste of those around her. What a vixen, she thought, hardly attractive. Dressed in tattered clothes with patches on her shoulders. A complete bumpkin, utterly lacking in sophistication. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Wensheng had drifted into slumber. And when she eventually opened her eyes, it was already afternoon. She sat in a daze for a considerable time before realizing she was on a train. The growling of her stomach reminded her that she had not eaten since morning. She rummaged through her small bag and pulled out a watch to adorn her wrist. Glancing around, "What a pity for my uncle," she mused. "I wonder where he procured this battered watch from, with a chip in the paint." Yet, its ability to tick away is the utmost tribute to Lu Wensheng. In truth, she had misunderstood, although the watch appeared worn. Its inner mechanics had been replaced overnight by Chunchong with a brand new one. Remarkably, This watch had once belonged to Chunchang during his military service. He would never bestow upon his little niece something used by a stranger. "Thank you," she exclaimed. After securing the watch, she casually tossed the small bag into her space, preferring not to open it amidst the throng of passengers, resolving to inspect its contents upon arrival. She retrieved another bag from beneath her seat, containing a water bottle, 2 lunchboxes, a packet of pastries, a can of malted milk, a tin of powdered milk, and a variety of miscellaneous daily necessities. To her astonishment, she also discovered a box of foreign cookies and a box of chocolates. It was a veritable cornucopia, leaving Lu Wensheng in awe. Her uncle, indeed, was a mastermind in the black market, capable of procuring anything and everything. Those coveted goods were typically found only at the friendship store. She extracted the lunchboxes and the water bottle, placing them on the small table. To her delight, one box contained braised pork and 4 steamed buns. The distinct pleats of the buns revealed the craftsmanship of Master Lu. Though they had cooled, their flavor remained untainted, delicious as ever. As Lu Wensheng savored a bun alongside a piece of meat, she was interrupted by a male voice from diagonally across the aisle. "Hello, comrade. My name is Lu Hao, also a sent-down youth. May I borrow a book from you? This journey has been rather dull." Lu Wensheng glanced at the book in front of her before handing it over. "Remember to return it once we disembark." Lu Hao beamed, eagerly accepting the book with both hands. "Thank you. I'm heading to Hongqi Brigade in Qing County, Liaoning Province." "Where are you headed?" Swallowing her mouthful, Lu Wensheng replied. "I am also from the Hongqi commune." Lu Hao's eyes sparkled with excitement. "How wonderful. Shall we travel together?" Lu Wensheng responded. "Where else will we go if not together?" Satisfied with her answer, Lu Hao refrained from further conversation, quietly engrossed in his reading. He sensed a hint of coldness from Lu Wensheng, but found her agreeable nonetheless. He was astute enough to read the atmosphere. After 2 days of travel, they finally arrived at the capital station. A journey devoid of mobile phones was indeed excruciatingly dull. Her days had been filled with eating, sleeping, and reading. Perhaps boredom had reached its peak, for on the second day aboard the train, the typically taciturn Han Yukin surprisingly asked Lu Wensheng to borrow a book. At that moment, he was thoroughly engrossed in the performance when a cacophony of voices erupted as more people arrived, some even standing in the aisle, unable to secure a hard seat. "Excuse me, could you please make way? My seat is inside," spoke a young lady with braided hair, dressed in a white shirt, holding a snakeskin bag, her face radiating a sweet smile. A kind gentleman standing in the aisle promptly placed her luggage on the overhead rack. The young girl quickly expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, comrade." "Not at all," he replied. The girl in the white shirt glanced around before plopping down beside Lu Wensheng, introducing herself. "Hello, comrade. My name is Shen Lingling. I am from the capital and part of this group of educated youths sent to the countryside." Lu Wensheng responded, "Well, it seems the protagonists have arrived." "Hello, comrade. I am Lu Wensheng, also an educated youth heading to the countryside." As he introduced himself, he cast a sidelong glance at Han Yukin across from him, only to find him engrossed in his book, seemingly indifferent. Lu Wensheng felt a twinge of disappointment. She had anticipated a dramatic encounter between the male and female leads, yet it unfolded rather blandly. Alas, was her hope for an exciting twist in their narrative unfounded? With their seats now filled, the 2 men across were still absorbed in their books, while Lu Wensheng racked her brains for a plot twist. And Shen Lingling appeared to be lost in thought. It was a rather harmonious scene. "Comrade, could you accompany me to the restroom? The door is broken, and I don't dare go alone," Shen Lingling implored with her doe-like eyes. Lu Wensheng, lacking resolve, agreed, as she too wished to go. Indeed, the door to the women's restroom had been malfunctioning, causing her to wait at the entrance for quite a while during her previous visits, often requiring cooperation with another person, one inside while the other stood guard outside to deter any peeping toms. After enlisting the help of the gentleman across, El Hao, to watch over their belongings and seats, the 2 ladies made their way to the restroom. Upon their return, they spotted a middle-aged woman occupying their seats, with an 8 or 9-year-old boy lying beside her, peacefully asleep while the woman fanned him. El Hao stood before them, his face flushed, arguing fervently about something, clearly agitated. "El Hao, what happened?" Lu Wensheng inquired as she approached. Seizing the opportunity, El Hao quickly recounted the ordeal. "It was them. After you went to the restroom, I thought I'd sit in your area, but before I could settle in, this old lady pulled me up. I told her there was already someone here, but she completely ignored me and sat down. No matter how much I insisted, she wouldn't budge, even scolding me for meddling." El Hao felt utterly aggrieved. Though he was a good person, He was somewhat inept at verbal confrontations. Lu Wensheng recognized the situation and gently patted El Hao on the shoulder, signaling him to step back. Turning to Shen Lingling, she asked, "Shall you go, or shall I?" "Please, after you," Shen Lingling replied. "I can't possibly." "This old hag looks like trouble," she added, retreating to join El Hao, leaving the battlefield to Lu Wensheng. The commotion here also caught the attention of Han Mukin, who was engrossed in a book, and Bai Qian, who had been enjoying the spectacle. The former maintained a stoic expression, while the latter wore a smug grin, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Could Lu Wensheng fulfill her desires? After casting a fleeting glance at Bai Qian, Lu Wensheng's gaze settled on the elderly pair in front of her, deciding to adopt a strategy of civility before confrontation. "Auntie, this is my seat. I kindly ask you to vacate it," she stated. Bai Qian scoffed dismissively, thinking it was beneath her to intervene. Lu Wensheng ignored her, fixating instead on the elderly couple. The stout woman glanced at the two young girls, dismissing them with a smile, and said, "Dear, just let Auntie sit for a moment. Look, my precious grandson has fallen asleep, and at my age, my health isn't what it used to be. You're young and so lovely. Surely you wouldn't want to see us standing?" Lu Wensheng regarded the woman with a cold smirk. It was not age that had rendered her weak, but rather an insufferable audacity. "I call you Auntie as a courtesy, since you refuse to accept it. I shall not press further. With your robust physique, claiming to be frail is quite the folly. I suggest you hasten your departure. Do not force my hand, for I assure you, I am not to be trifled with." Unfazed, the old woman raised her voice. "What is wrong with you two letting me have a seat? Don't you understand the virtue of respecting the elderly? Judging by your attire, you must be educated youth. Does your behavior reflect the ideals of your identity?" Lu Wensheng would not indulge her, retorting as she seized her luggage from the ground and hurled it away. "What of being educated youth? Does that obligate me to yield to you? Have I eaten at your table or drunk your water? You cannot morally bind me if I possess no moral obligation. Everyone bear witness, it is you who has compelled me to act." With that, she hoisted the hefty old woman as if she were a mere chicken and tossed her aside, then reached for the small boy. Bai Qian, seeing the old woman falter, couldn't resist adding fuel to the fire. "Exactly, Lu the educated youth. You are still young. What harm is there in giving up your seat? The great leader has told us to aid those in need and help the weak. This is your moment to shine, to embody the spirit of selfless dedication that we, the educated youth, uphold. Your treatment of the elderly and vulnerable is truly shameful to us all." Lu Wensheng was taken aback. "What is this nonsense?" Shen Lingling was bewildered. "Is this person's mind addled?" El Hao took a step back. "Is she foolish? Contagious?" From a distance, Han Mukin rubbed his forehead. "Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Yes, by the educated youth speaks quite correctly. My awareness is low, my thoughts are outdated. The hindrance I posed, you have now overcome. You are impressive." As Lu Wensheng spoke, she yanked Bai Qian from her seat and tossed her aside, swiftly placing the sleeping child onto Bai Qian's vacated seat. Then, turning to the dazed old woman, she declared, "Old hag, do you see? There are still kind-hearted people in this world. You should thank this by educated youth. She has selflessly made way for your family by relinquishing her seat." With that, she took the still-stunned Shen Lingling by the hand and returned to her seat. "Shen Lingling, what just happened? Is it really over like this?" Lu Wensheng, "Quiet now. Enjoy the show." Shen Lingling, "Oh." Lu Wensheng gestured for the seated LV how to take a seat and then turned his gaze, eagerly watching Bai Qian for her reaction. Bai Qian, perhaps unaccustomed to such tumult, remained in shock, unable to regain her composure. She thought to herself, it's just that she cannot stand Lu Wensheng. Why did she have to give up her own seat? The elderly lady, a person of genuine character, worried that Bai Qian might change her mind. She hastily took Bai Qian's hand and wiped her tears. "Bai Jiqing, you are a good person. Look at how old I am, still giving up my seat for us. Though I may be poor, I possess dignity. I cannot simply take your seat without offering something in return. Here, I'll give you 20 cents as if I purchased it. You mustn't eat refuse." With that, she quickly pressed 2 dimes into Bai Qian's hand and swiftly sat down beside her grandson, neglecting the luggage that Lu Wensheng had cast aside. It was merely 2 tattered garments. After all, they were not going anywhere, and whether she picked them up now or later made no difference. Even if the conductor came, she could assert that this seat was one she had paid for. With this thought, she couldn't help but give Lu Wensheng a thumbs up. "Elderly lady, truly impressive. Shen Lingling, are you two certain you don't know each other?" LV Hao, Chapter 23, All fortune has been wept away. Bai Qian remained dazed for a moment before suddenly lunging at Lu Wensheng, intent on scratching him. You vixen! On what grounds did you give away my seat? That was mine. Lu Wensheng seized both of her arms with one hand and slapped her twice with the other. Who is the vixen here? What is wrong with scolding you? Fool! Seeing Bai Qian, who appeared utterly bewildered, Lu Wensheng could hardly be bothered to argue. Picking on someone dim-witted hardly felt like a victory. Unable to escape his grasp, Bai Qian could only vent her frustration verbally. Lu Wensheng, my father will not let your family off. Lu Wensheng, intrigued, responded, Oh, and what exactly will your father do to us? Send me to a farm? Or perhaps he'll get my family's jobs terminated. If it's the latter, feel free. I would welcome it. If her father had the capability to jeopardize the jobs of the Lu family, she would gladly prepare footbaths for Bai Qian every day. Such audacity. Bai Qian found herself at a loss. She couldn't out-curse him, nor could she retaliate. With tear-filled eyes, she turned to Han Mukin for help. Brother Mukin. She is bullying me. Han Mukin. I need to use the restroom. LV Hao, could you please keep an eye on things? LV Hao stifled a laugh. Sure thing. Brother Chen. Once Han Mukin had left, Lu Wensheng finally released his hold on Bai Qian, taunting. Do you see? Being foolish makes one universally disliked. You cannot provoke me. Do not cross my path. Bai Qian, now too intimidated to cause further trouble, stood beside the elderly lady, sobbing softly. Lu Wensheng's irritation peaked. It had been half an hour, and she had been crying for just as long. Unable to endure any longer, he shouted, Crying, crying, always crying. You've wept away all your good fortune. The crowd exclaimed, Sister, you truly are remarkable. After traversing this minor interlude, the train soon arrived in Liaoning province. The conductor announced that they would be arriving shortly, around 6 in the morning. Fearing a lack of breakfast upon disembarking, Lu Wensheng hastily consumed a few boiled eggs and snacks from her supplies, washing them down with some spring water. By the time she wiped her mouth, it was nearly time to alight. Bai Qian had been standing for 2 days, her legs and feet aching, making it difficult for her to descend, let alone carry her luggage. Just as she was about to beseech her brother Mu Chen for assistance, she caught sight of Lu Wensheng's piercing glare and swallowed her tears. Wensheng, you are truly remarkable. Shun Lingling, whose character was inherently innocent, found Lu Wensheng quite agreeable after 2 days of interaction, and they engaged in light conversation. Growing familiar with one another, Lu Hao chimed in, Indeed, causing her to cry gives me a headache, but my sister Lu is fierce and few of words. He resolved to stick with her henceforth. As the crowd disembarked, Lu Wensheng was busy stuffing eggs into her mouth when a few young people heading to the Hongqi commune were searching for a place to eat. They heard a man in the distance shouting through a loudspeaker, To the Hongqi commune. Boarding now. Lu Hao, keenly observant, pointed to a sign that read Hongqi commune and exclaimed, Over there. I see it. Let us go. We need to board the bus first. But we haven't eaten yet. Someone protested. There's no time. We must board first. They reluctantly carried their luggage towards the bus. Han Mu Chin was the first to approach the driver, asking, Sir, when will we depart? Is there any chance for us to grab a bite? The driver, Mr. Su, replied in heavily accented Mandarin, What are you talking about? Hurry up and get on. We're leaving soon. Besides, there is nowhere to eat around here. With no other option, they hurriedly boarded the bus while there were still few people present. Lingering any longer would mean standing for the hour-long journey to the commune. Wensheng, do you have any eggs left? Shun Lingling, though hungry, had little hope, as Lu Wensheng had already eaten 8 eggs that morning, keeping count. Seeing Shun Lingling's pitiful expression, Lu Wensheng retrieved 6 more eggs from her supplies, saying, These are all I have left. The 3 of them leaned in eagerly. Are you still eating? Lu Wensheng shook her head. I'm full. Thus, the 3 divided the 6 eggs, leaving Bai Qian watching enviously. They're isolating me. Wensheng, I will repay you when we get back. Sister Lu, I will repay you too, even more. Comrade Lu, I will repay you double. Lu Wensheng shrugged. Suit yourselves. She was indifferent. These eggs were taken from the Lu family, and as long as they weren't consumed by her family, she didn't mind what happened to them, as everyone peeled their eggs. Lu Wensheng even distributed a clove of garlic to each person. That is unnecessary, they exclaimed. No sooner had the 3 finished their eggs than a wave of people boarded, all sighing and lamenting the lack of breakfast, uncertain about what awaited them at the commune. Lu Hao whispered to Han Mu Chan, Thank goodness we ate early, otherwise we would surely go hungry. Han Mukin, indeed, I owe my gratitude to Comrade Lu for the eggs. I feel that as long as I avoid any altercations, I can easily last until noon. Lu Hao, No worries, if a fight breaks out, Sister Lu can handle it. She devoured 8 eggs, 4 pieces of peach cake, and a large jug of water. Han Mukin, how do you know that? Lu Hao sheepishly touches his nose. I possess a keen sense of observation. I also know that Comrade Bai cried 17 times on the train and glared at you 300 once. Look, now she's glaring at you again. That's 302. Brother Chin, what Sister Lu said is indeed true. She has cried away all her fortune. If you were to marry her in the future. Goodness gracious. Han Mukin suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, completely taken aback. Who would want to marry her? Lu Wensheng, I heard everything you two just said. What do you mean she can handle a fight? With her delicate and helpless demeanor, how could she possibly engage in combat? Lu Hao, I said nothing and heard nothing. Shen Lingling had been attentively eavesdropping since their conversation began. She felt that Lu Hao was not an ordinary person. Once she relayed this matter to Lu Wensheng concurred. During their journey, whenever she had a moment to spare, she pondered over the original narrative. Lu Hao was quite knowledgeable. His family hailed from a prestigious lineage in Qingdao, rich in cultural heritage. When the college entrance examinations were reinstated, he remarkably emerged as the top scholar in Liaoning province and was subsequently admitted to the mathematics department at Peking University. After graduation, he fared quite well and, as rumors suggested, remained at the university. However, he achieved the rank of professor by the age of 30. After a bumpy journey, they finally arrived at Hongqi Commune at 10 o'clock. As expected, there was no food nearby. The state-run restaurant was closed at this hour. So everyone had no choice but to drag their weary bodies to their designated teams. Of course, this group did not include Lu Wensheng and her 3 companions. The Pinyin team is over here. The Shiyuan team, come this way. Shimen Gully, the Shimen Gully team. Amidst a throng of donkeys, horses, and carts, there stood a large vehicle. Upon closer inspection, the sign hanging from the iron bull clearly bore the name of the Pinyin team. We found the organization. The 4 of them rushed forward in excitement. Oh, 5, including Bai Qian. Chapter 24, they're isolating me again. At this moment, Li Xiangyang, the village chief of the Pinyin team, was squatting at the entrance of the commune, chatting with members from other teams. He was uncertain about how the newly assigned youth would fare and whether they could contribute, especially with the double harvest season approaching. As he spoke, he handed a cigarette to the captain of the neighboring Qinshan team. The captain of Qinshan casually accepted it, lit it, and took a puff. I see they are all city folks, unable to carry a burden or lift a finger. Do you really expect them to work? If they don't cause trouble, that would be a blessing. Reflecting on the troublemaking youth in their own team, who constantly made a fuss, he sighed and pointed to the sky, continuing, Old Li, what do you think those people up there are thinking? They claim to be sending educated individuals to build the countryside, but aren't they just here to farm? They can't even farm properly, just causing chaos. Old Lu, be cautious with your words. Old Li regretted engaging in conversation with him. This man had no filter. What if his words got out and implicated him? At his age, he certainly did not wish to be involved with the Revolutionary Committee. What did I say wrong? To speak of farming, one must rely on our experienced veterans. As for those inexperienced newcomers, what can they possibly achieve? In the end, he added with a hint of disdain, they are merely city-bred novices. Yet year after year, new educated youth are dispatched, leaving one to wonder whether they are sent to support the countryside or to wreak havoc upon it. According to his perspective, it is surely because the city can no longer sustain such a large population, and thus they are exiled to the countryside for sustenance. Old Li felt a pang of sympathy, yet dared not voice any criticism of the policies from above. Instead, he could only sit at the base of the wall, sighing alongside the other villagers. What could be done? Nothing. Complaints were futile. He could only hope for better fortune this year, wishing that a handful of capable individuals would be assigned back to the fields. At the very least, he wished for those who would be less troublesome. Unlike the group from Qingshan Brigade, who were known for their penchant for creating chaos, he certainly did not want to spend his days cleaning up after them. As the conversation unfolded, Old Li's keen eye caught sight of several young men and women hastening towards his tractor. He tapped his pipe against his hand and remarked to his old companion, "Well, they're here. I must return quickly. You all should head back as well. There is much work to be done in the fields." Laughter erupted among the gathering, tinged with a hint of envy. What is so special about an old tractor? Dressed in a brand new blue shirt, Old Li took out paper and pencil, preparing to take attendance as the 5 youth approached. His voice carried a distinct rustic tone. But fortunately, Lu Wensheng and the others could comprehend him well. Yes, that is us. Greetings, sir. I am Han Yukin, and these are Lu Wensheng, Shen Lingling, El Hao, and Bai Qian. They all greeted the elder respectfully and took a few steps forward. Once Old Li confirmed their identities, he made a few notations on the paper. Lu Wensheng distinctly saw him check off their names before folding the paper and placing it into his pocket. When Old Li glanced up and noticed the group still staring at him, he rolled his eyes in exasperation. What are you all waiting for? Get on the tractor. Do you expect the old man to help you climb aboard? With that, he was the first to scramble onto the tractor, proud to belong to the only brigade in the area with such a remarkable machine. Just look at those envious gazes from the old-timers. These youngsters were indeed fortunate to be assigned to their brigade. Once he settled himself proudly, he turned with a look of disdain towards the driver in front. Juzi, get down and help them with their luggage. They're young men, yet they lack any initiative. No wonder they struggle to find wives. All right, Uncle San, replied the young man named Juzi as he dismounted the tractor to assist with the luggage, all the while greeting the newcomers. Hello, comrades. I am Li Erju, the tractor driver from Pingan Brigade. The person on the vehicle is our village chief, Li Xiangyang. If you need anything, just approach him. Lu Wensheng and the others hurriedly expressed their gratitude, recognizing the need for humility on unfamiliar ground. Li Xiangyang, overhearing his nephew's enthusiastic promotion of him, felt a surge of irritation and thought, this little brat must want to hasten my demise. With a curt tone, he urged, hurry up and get on the tractor. There is still work to be done in the fields. Once everyone had boarded the tractor, Li Xiangyang ceased to procrastinate and promptly directed Li Erju to turn back. With the midday sun shining, it was imperative to swiftly arrange accommodations for the newly arrived youth. At that moment, Lu Wensheng settled in, glanced at the sun, and obediently retrieved a large piece of cotton cloth from her pocket. Ignoring the astonished gazes of those around her, she wrapped her head and face with it. Shen Lingling, puzzled, inquired, Sheng, why are you covering your face on such a hot day? Lu Wensheng replied, oh, I'm afraid of getting sunburned. She had no desire to elaborate, believing everyone would understand once they began to move. Shen Lingling sensed there was more to it and rummaged through her bag to find a shirt, mimicking Lu Wensheng by wrapping it around her head. Bai Qian looked disdainfully at their antics while brushing her hair, mocking. It's true that ugly folks create their own troubles. I would dream of hiding my beautiful face. Lu Wensheng paid her no mind, confident that the heavens would teach her a lesson soon enough. As the tractor roared to life, Li Erju climbed into the driver's seat amidst the envious gazes of the crowd. Hey, would you look at that? Erju is rather handsome, albeit a bit simple-minded. Li Xiangyang shouted from the back of the vehicle. Let us go. With that, Li Erju revved the engine and the tractor set off. What a remarkable contraption was it voice-activated. Lu Wensheng was fortunate to experience such an open-top vehicle from that era, with clouds of dust and billowing black smoke enveloping them. She quickly tightened the cloth around her face. As they traveled halfway, the reason for Lu Wensheng's facial covering became painfully evident. The dust was relentless, pelting their faces mercilessly. Bai Qian, unable to find humor in the situation, was irked, believing Lu Wensheng had intentionally let her suffer. She was convinced that Lu Wensheng, knowing the outcome, had refrained from warning her, perhaps because she wanted to impress Mu Qian. Lu Wensheng protested, by heaven's conscience, I'm utterly bewildered. How does her mind work? At that moment, El Hao realized he had nothing to cover his face. Resolutely, he opened his large bag and stuffed his head inside, deciding that suffocating was preferable to swallowing dust. What a motley crew they were. Han Yukin, concerned he might truly suffocate, retrieved a rough cloth from his bag and shared it with El Hao, determined to protect his fellow companions. Lu Wensheng and Shen Lingling exchanged glances, both recognizing the spark of gossip in each other's eyes. Bai Qian fumed. How infuriating. They're isolating me again. Torn between not wanting to expose her skirt and lacking extra fabric, she could only sulk at the sight of her four companions' makeshift Arab attire. Chapter 25. I'm full of energy. Village Headley, how much longer until we arrive? Lu Wensheng shouted, her voice strained above the tractor's cacophony. The rough ride had left her feeling disoriented, as though her very being was disconnected from her body. Everyone was equally uncomfortable, straining to hear the elder's response. It's just a short half-hour on this tractor. Hold on tight. Li Xiangyang boomed with vigor. With a few deep potholes ahead, he feared that these inexperienced youngsters might tumble off and hurt themselves. Even if they were mere novices, they were still part of their collective, and he would not allow any mishaps under his watch. Lu Wensheng calculated in her mind that if she relied solely on her legs, it would take her over an hour. This suggested that their peace brigade was relatively close to the commune. For other brigades, it likely would take at least 2 hours. Indeed, they had been fortunate to be assigned to a brigade that was neither remote nor lacking in resources. How did she know this? It was obvious. They had already mounted the Iron Bull, which indicated some level of financial stability. After a half-hour of jarring bumps, Lu Wensheng's legs trembled as she sat on the tractor. And finally, they had arrived. It was the time when everyone was finishing their work, and the tractor halted at the entrance of the brigade office. Before them lay a vast wheat field, spacious enough, with piles of golden grain already stacked high, a sight to behold. Gazing at the uneven terrain dotted with earthen houses, Lu Wensheng's first impression was one of stark poverty, an abject uniformity of destitution. Despite her prior preparations, the dilapidated surroundings exceeded her expectations. The bumpy dirt paths were lined with shabby villagers, each displaying a pallid complexion, their clothes patched together in layers. The entire atmosphere appeared dreary and lifeless. This was the wealthiest brigade of the commune. One could only imagine the hardships faced in more remote areas. She glanced at the few individuals beside her, each wearing a serious expression, lost in their thoughts. Clearly, their minds were in sync once again. "What are you still dawdling for? Get down quickly," Li Xiangyang barked. Irritated by the group lingering on the vehicle, delaying his return home for a meal, especially since they had to work again in the afternoon. "Village chief, why did you bring back these few people? They may be good-looking, but beauty doesn't fill the stomach," grumbled an elderly woman passing by, clearly dissatisfied, wishing she could send them back. "What nonsense are you spouting, old woman? Do you think I wanted this? What can I do about the assignments from above? Even old Li doesn't want them. In his view, he wouldn't desire a single educated youth," Li retorted, frustrated. Lu Wensheng had already overheard their exchange. She considered stepping in to defend herself, but hesitated, recalling that she had never done field work in her life. What if she ended up regretting her words? Better to play it safe for now. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed the remaining four looking at her expectantly, likely hoping she would respond. Not a chance. She was not about to become the scapegoat. With irritation, she snapped, "What are you staring at? If you want to get off, do it yourselves. Don't use me as your shield." Lu Hao scratched his nose. "Aren't we a bit lacking in combat power?" Lu Wensheng chuckled in disbelief. They were treating her as a mouthpiece. "Get lost, don't bother me. Instead of arguing, you should just grab your things and get off. Do you want me to lecture you? As I convey this to you, let it be known that a tiger, having fallen onto flat land, will not roar. All must endure." The crowd, under the urging of Lu Wensheng, disembarked from the vehicle, each shouldering their own bundles as they followed Li Erzhu towards the youth station. As Li Erzhu led the way, he shared insights about the village. "Our village is named Pingan Village. Do not be deceived by its modest size. It has quite a substantial population. Your youth station is located at the far end of the village, in a former landlord's residence that has been repurposed. Currently, it houses 4 young individuals. Initially, there were 6, but 2 returned to the city this year." Li Erzhu, well-versed in the local affairs, walked briskly, speaking continuously until they reached the youth station. Upon glancing back, he was surprised to see that of the 5 youths, only 2 remained. Feeling somewhat awkward, he scratched his head and inquired of the petite girl, who appeared unfazed, "What happened to the others?" Lu Wensheng replied, "Oh, you walked too quickly. They couldn't keep up." Li Erzhu observed her, with a large burlap sack slung over her shoulder and a cloth bag in hand, and thought to ask how she managed to keep pace. Lu Wensheng, seemingly able to read his thoughts, offered, "I possess great strength." Another youth who had not lagged behind was Han Mu-chun, who regarded the young girl thoughtfully. "You don't seem like a novice. Are you trained?" Lu Wensheng, aware of his skepticism, chose not to conceal the truth and explained, "My father was a martyr. He taught me military boxing." Han Mu-chun, understanding now, felt a natural respect for those who served in the military. Upon learning of her father's status, his expression softened a touch. "Well, if you ever need assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out," Lu Wensheng graciously replied. "Then I shall express my gratitude in advance." Han Jiqing. Li Erzhu interjected, "Lu Jiqing, are you also a martyr? Your expression carries a hint of surprise." Lu Wensheng responded, "Is that something to be proud of? I would rather have my father alive." Realizing his words were somewhat inappropriate, Li Erzhu awkwardly scratched his head and explained, "I apologize. My father was also a martyr. I was born posthumously. My mother was with child when my father passed. I simply heard you mention that you were also somewhat." Li Erzhu, lacking the words to articulate his feelings, became increasingly flustered as his explanations fell short. Lu Wensheng, perceiving his discomfort, gently patted his shoulder, it is quite all right. I understand what you mean. Lierju, relieved to see she bore no ill will, pointed towards a nearby red brick house. That is my home. Should you need anything, feel free to visit me or my mother. Lu Wensheng, finding him to be a decent person, did not decline and assured, all right. I shall seek you and your aunt if the need arises. As they spoke, the three who had lagged behind finally caught up, somewhat breathless. Lu Jie, Chen Good. Why did you walk so fast without waiting for us? Lu Hao, catching up, dropped his luggage and plopped onto the ground, gasping for breath while complaining. Wensheng, you truly have remarkable stamina. Shen Lingling also stumbled up, and upon seeing her struggle, Lu Wensheng offered her assistance. Meanwhile, Bai Qian, teary-eyed, lamented to Han Muchun, Brother Muchun, you didn't help me. I came to the countryside for you. Han Mukin replied earnestly, then please return for my sake. Li Erju and the others erupted with laughter. Chapter 26. None are good dogs. Once the three had rested sufficiently, Li Erju led the four of them into the youth commune, where the veteran youths were busy preparing meals, and the atmosphere was lively. The commune was neither small nor large. It was quite spacious, as it had been converted from a landlord's residence, exuding a certain grandeur. In front of the main house were two patches of private land, cultivated with various vegetables, albeit with uneven growth, clearly tended by novices. The two side rooms were draped with curtains, indicating they were likely bathing areas. The eastern wing had been transformed into a kitchen, while the western wing served as dormitories. As for the restroom, there was merely a communal latrine not far away, with a rather pungent odor. Lu Wensheng frowned at the surroundings. She could not possibly reside here. Zhang Youth, these are the new arrivals, said Li Erju. The village chief requested that you assist in their arrangements. He then turned to Lu Wensheng and the others, saying, I shall take my leave now, as I have work to attend to this afternoon. Halfway through his departure, he turned back to add, by the way, once you finish tidying up, come find me at my home, and I will take you to collect your rations. Also, you new youths have 2 days of leave. If you need anything, you can purchase it in town. Our village has a sales point, though the selection is limited. Zhang Youth will inform you of the rest. Han Mukin expressed his gratitude. Thank you, brotherly. Allow me to see you out. Comradely, take care, Lu Wensheng called after him, while the others nodded in acknowledgement. Before long, Han Mukin returned, and Zhang Youth waited until everyone was present to introduce himself. Greetings, I am Zhang Jiping, the head of the commune. I will be responsible for assigning your accommodations. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. After his introduction, he summoned the busy individuals from the kitchen, introducing them one by one. This is Zhang Fong, this one is Li Yin, and finally, this male comrade is Ming Chi Tang. Please get to know each other, as we will be living under the same roof. Although there may be some frictions, I hope we can coexist peacefully and work together to build a beautiful rural community. Lu Wensheng remarked, what a bureaucratic tone. Nevertheless, the others did not show any signs of dissent, suggesting that Zhang Jiping held a respectable position among the youths. After a few compliments from the newcomers, Zhang Jiping's demeanor brightened. He continued, we have 2 main rooms, Meng Qingtang and I will occupy one, while Li Yin and Zhang Fong will share the other. The central hall will be used for dining. Since you arrive later, you will need to stay in the western wing, which has 2 rooms. Is it agreeable for you to have separate accommodations by gender? No, I disagree. I want to live alone. Bai Qian pouted, clearly unwilling to share space with country folk. Zhang Jiping, initially ready to continue, was taken aback by her objection. He frowned and looked at the delicate young woman before him, stating, Comrade, this is not your home where you can do as you please. If you wish to live independently, you may fund your own housing from the brigade. I have no objections. However, if you wish to reside here for a day, you must adhere to my arrangements. Should my arrangements prove unsatisfactory, you may voice your grievances in the village. Do you have any objections now? Bai Qian, being a young lady of considerable stature, was not easily intimidated by his words. With her head held high, she asserted, I insist on having my own space. Allow these 2 to sleep in the western chamber and vacate the main house for me. As she spoke, she gestured towards Li Yin and Zhang Fong. Zhang Jiping had never encountered such a blatant challenge to his authority, yet he was reluctant to offend anyone. Observing Bai Qian's attire and her small leather suitcase, he instinctively adjusted his glasses and turned to the 2 mentioned individuals. Zhang Jiqing, Li Jiqing, what are your thoughts? Before Zhang Fong could respond, Li Yin interjected firmly. No, I do not agree. There should be a sequence of arrival, after all. Why should a newcomer expect us to relocate? We have not even asked for her to show us any respect. Zhang Fong chimed in. Indeed. Even in the countryside, one should not revert to capitalist practices. Those aware of our status as educated youth would not mistake us for mere servants of a young lady. The two exchanged heated retorts, nearly placing Bai Qian on a metaphorical pedestal of capitalist disgrace, leaving her with no choice but to remain silent, her head bowed, on the verge of tears. Come, let me show you your accommodations, Zhang Zhiping hastily interjected, sensing the rising tension. Lu Wensheng remained silent, discreetly casting a glance at the two, contemplating the wisdom of keeping her distance from them, recognizing they were not to be underestimated. Disregarding Bai Qian's discontent, she adeptly hoisted her belongings and proceeded towards the western chamber, followed closely by the male leads and Lu Hao, leaving Bai Qian to reluctantly trail behind. Meng Qinang had refrained from involving himself in this matter. After introducing himself, he retreated to the kitchen to prepare a meal, oblivious to the unfolding drama. Had he been aware, he would undoubtedly have remarked, "A dog fights a dog. None are good dogs." Upon entering the western chamber, Zhang Zhiping stood in the main hall and stated, "There is one room on each side. Feel free to allocate yourselves as you see fit. I shall not intrude further. I anticipated your arrival and have prepared the rooms accordingly. Once you have settled in, please join us for dinner, which will be our treat as fellow educated youth. We can discuss your meals later after you receive your rations this afternoon. Now, please attend to your affairs. I shall not disturb you any longer." Once he departed, Lu Wensheng and her companions began to unpack. The rooms were identical, offering little incentive for selection, so they chose one at random. Upon entering, they found only a large Kong, devoid of any other furnishings. Likely having been tidied by the seasoned educated youth, the space was free of dust. And Lu Wensheng chose a spot at the edge of the Kong, placing her luggage down with decisiveness. She did not intend to remain here for long, thus saw no need to contest the position with the two others. Perhaps seeking to avoid proximity to Bai Qian, Xin Lingling also placed her belongings beside Lu Wensheng. When Bai Qian entered, she was pleased to see that the two had left the Kang's head for her, and with an air of superiority, she declared, "At least you are sensible." Lu Wensheng chose not to acknowledge her intentions, and Xin Lingling remained silent, both of them quietly tidying their belongings. Whether decades into the future or in the present, there exists a collective mentality. The old, educated youth naturally form a cohesive unit, making it difficult for newcomers to integrate. The new educated youth cannot operate independently, for if they encounter those who prey on the inexperienced, they may find themselves at a disadvantage. Although she was no easy target, there is a saying that suggests it is better to avoid unnecessary trouble. In the adjacent room, the atmosphere among the two male educated youth was much more harmonious. They did not distinguish between the head and foot of the Kong, but simply laid two mattresses together in the center. Once they had tidied up their meager belongings, Zhang Zhiping called them for dinner. Without hesitation, they each grabbed their lunchboxes and made their way to the dining hall. Though it was said that the old educated youth were treating, no one took it seriously. In this era of scarcity, there was an unspoken agreement to refrain from taking undue advantage of others. Thus, the meal would certainly be reciprocated, and there was no need for pretense. At the table, a dish of potatoes stewed with green beans, a plate of stir-fried eggplant, and a selection of fresh lettuce, cucumbers, radishes, and scallions were presented, accompanied by a bowl of fermented bean paste. The modest spread was clearly prepared according to the appetites of the four, indicating that the notion of treating them to a meal was merely rhetorical. Before anyone could take a seat, Zhang Zhiping glanced at Lu Wensheng and Han Mukin, and then spoke. "Before we begin our meal, I feel it is necessary to mention that I purchased the iron pot, wooden spatula, clay pot, and all the plates and bowls we are using. As new educated youth, if you wish to join us for meals, you must contribute financially. Is that acceptable to you?" Lu Wensheng understood that iron pots were quite expensive at that time and required industrial vouchers to obtain, sometimes, even with cash. One might find nothing available at the supply and marketing cooperative. Thus, not every household possessed an iron pot. Most relied on aluminum or clay pots. Therefore, Zhang Zhiping's proposal for shared expenses was not unreasonable. Han Mukin inquired, "How much do you require?" Seeing that none of them appeared to be lacking in resources, Zhang Zhiping's mind began to calculate. "Since we all live under the same roof and see each other daily, how about this? I won't ask for too much. You five can contribute a total of 25 yuan, which comes to 5 yuan each." The expressions on Xin Lingling and Bai Qian's faces remained unchanged, suggesting they found this price quite reasonable. Han Mukin and El Hao readily agreed. "Sure, I'll pay you after dinner." They had the means and did not mind a few yuan. Moreover, they believed in not using others' possessions without compensation. Bai Qian nodded in agreement. As she considered Han Mukun her pillar of support, as long as he consented, she was indifferent. Shen Lingling felt slightly uncertain about the price, but seeing the others agree, she followed Bai Qian's example and nodded in affirmation. At that moment, only Lu Wensheng had yet to respond. She contemplated whether to seize this opportunity to suggest cooking separately. Looking at the dishes on the table, she felt no appetite, and since her space was well-stocked, it would be a waste not to utilize it. Given the multitude of people, it proved unwise to rely on them, hence the only recourse was for her to manage independently, avoiding their entanglements. Most disconcerting was her discomfort with Zhang Jiping's exorbitant demands. As the collective gaze of the group settled upon her, Lu Wensheng surveyed the kitchen's arrangement and inquired, "Zhang Jiqing, what does the 25 yuan cover? An iron pot, a clay pot, a wooden spatula, for enamel plates, a ladle, and what else? Should oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar be included as well?" Zhang Jiping's expression soured at Lu Wensheng's probing. He retorted, "Yes, it encompasses those items. Perhaps those from the big city are unaware. But iron pots are rather costly. A single one can run up to 30 yuan, and that does not include tickets. Considering the assorted items, I believe 25 is quite reasonable. As for the condiments, we pooled our resources to procure them, and logically, if you are sharing meals, it would be fair for you to contribute a portion, as we all have invested. Nonetheless, as newcomers among us, the seasoned ones must extend some consideration. So you need not pay this time. Once we have utilized the supplies, you can collectively chip in for future needs." Lu Wensheng nearly chuckled at his audacity, finding his character amusing, yet she maintained her composure, responding, "Ah, indeed, I am grateful for your generosity, Zhang Jiqing. May I inquire where you procured this iron pot?" "Our family's pot was merely 15 yuan. You must have been misled by the supply and marketing cooperative. Since I am new here, I do not wish to impose upon you. Instead, I brought along a small iron pot, so I shall cook for myself in the future and not trouble anyone." Casting another glance at the meager dishes laid before them, she added, "Since I will not be dining together from now on, I shall forego today's meal as well. Please enjoy your meal at your leisure. I shall take my leave." Without regard for the expressions of her companions, she turned and walked back, contemplating a swift relocation. The crowded courtyard was stifling, rendering her uncomfortable and susceptible to gossip. Moreover, she harbored a significant secret within her space that necessitated solitude for its concealment. Upon returning to her room, she opened the large bag prepared by Chun Chang, revealing a complete set of bedding, several new garments, 2 pairs of liberation shoes, and an enamel basin. Lu Wensheng meticulously arranged her belongings and, after making her bed, retrieved a piece of coarse cloth from her space, suspending it with iron wire to create a simple curtain, thus partitioning her sleeping area. Once everything was in order, she perched on a stool by the window. Indulging in a snack, she refrained from taking out the steamed buns, aware that their strong aroma could arouse suspicion among others. As she nibbled her treat, she contemplated a trip to the town later that afternoon, as she required a plausible reason to extract usable items from her space. Before long, Bai Qian returned, her face contorted with disdain. Upon seeing Lu Wensheng leisurely enjoying her snack, she could no longer contain herself, exclaiming viciously, "Eat, eat, eat. All you do is eat. Why don't you choke on it?" She too longed for the delectable peach crisps, yet she had sneaked away without any preparation. During lunch today, the meal was so insipid and devoid of flavor that it was more unpalatable than swine feed. She barely managed to take a few bites before she returned, contemplating a future filled with such dreary fare, feeling that death would be a more merciful option. Lu Wensheng had endured for far too long. Ever since she set foot on this land, a fire had been smoldering within her. Now, with Bai Qian provoking her yet again, her patience had reached its limit. Methodically setting down her peach pastry, she stood up and delivered 2 sharp slaps to Bai Qian, feeling an immediate sense of clarity. For the first time, she realized that striking someone could be a form of stress relief. Once Bai Qian regained her senses, she rushed at Lu Wensheng in a frenzy, exclaiming, "How dare you hit me?" Unfazed, Lu Wensheng sidestepped her onslaught, effortlessly grabbing her hair and retorting, "I hit you, and what of it? Do you dare to retaliate?" Bai Qian was in agony, yet she could not free herself from Lu Wensheng's grip, resorting to frantic cries. "Ah, you're killing me. Mu Chun, come quickly. This vile Lu Wensheng is going to end my life." Upon hearing the commotion, others rushed in, only to witness Lu Wensheng clutching Bai Qian's hair with one hand, while mercilessly pinching her in an unspeakable manner with the other. The women present instinctively crossed their arms, shuddering in unison. Goodness, this new female youth is quite something. They unanimously decided to keep their distance from her in the future. Having established her authority, Lu Wensheng released the frenzied Bai Qian under Han Muqin's intervention. She straightened her impeccably neat attire and coldly fixed her gaze on those huddled behind Han Muqin, declaring, Bai Qian, the one who provokes first is the shameless one. Please keep your distance from me. Otherwise, each time I see you, I will strike you. Chapter 28. Sister Lu is awesome. Han Muqin, understanding Bai Qian's troublesome nature, said nothing. His stance was clear. As long as Lu Wensheng did not act in his presence, he was indifferent to her actions, even if she beat Bai Qian to a pulp. He now busied himself inspecting the ceiling, noting, the ceiling seems a bit moldy. I should cover it with some old newspapers. Bai Qian, still hoping for Han Muqin to come to her aid, remained silent, nursing the burning pain in her chest. She had thoroughly learned to fear Lu Wensheng and vowed that if she provoked her again, she would be a fool. Meanwhile, Elhao's eyes sparkled as he exclaimed, Sister Lu, you must be tired. Allow me to massage your shoulders. He squeezed through to offer Lu Wensheng a shoulder rub. To be honest, after the dismal lunch, he had no desire to dine with the old youth again. It was clear to him that Sister Lu had the foresight to avoid their company due to their abysmal cooking. Indeed, he had concluded that Lu Wensheng's refusal to share meals with the old youth stemmed from their culinary incompetence, which was why she chose to cook for herself. Don't question it. He had his evidence. Sister Lu could even make a soft-boiled egg perfectly. Such a discerning individual could hardly settle for swine fare. Lu Wensheng remarked, It's not that. I simply ran out of time. At that moment, Shen Lingling, having just finished washing the dishes, dashed over and asked, Sheng Sheng, are you all right? In the brief time it took to wash a bowl, her dear friend had once again found herself entangled in conflict. Hadn't she spoken of the need to avoid standing out? Hadn't she emphasized the importance of unity? Lu Wensheng, I did not. You are merely fabricating. No worries. Have you eaten enough? Shen Lingling lowered her head in grievance. Not really, that meal. It's complicated. Lu Wensheng casually handed a piece of peach pastry to Shen Lingling. Nibble on this for now. You will get accustomed to it in time. She did not suggest that they share meals. After all, she was no saint. As for the male and female leads, as long as they maintained a decent facade, it sufficed, unless they could offer her equal value. However, it seemed that later in the plot, the female lead would undergo a rebirth due to a near-drowning incident, subsequently returning to wreak havoc on her scheming friends, sending them and their family to a farm for reformation. It appeared she was indeed one to repay grievances, though initially, she had yet to engage with the storyline, rendering her somewhat weak. Shen Lingling was not one to hesitate. Having consumed eggs, she feared not a piece of peach pastry. With an abundance of lice, one feels no itch. With numerous debts, one feels no sorrow. Thus, she cheerfully accepted the peach pastry. Thank you, Sheng Sheng. I will repay you once I purchase some. She was indeed hungry. Lu Hao, I feel no itch, nor do I feel sorrow. He then mimicked Shen Lingling's expression, looking at Lu Wensheng with a pitiful gaze. Thank you, Sister Lu. He was already quite handsome, with a fair and tender complexion, coupled with those glistening puppy eyes. He resembled an adorable little puppy. Lu Wensheng, a straightforward woman, could not resist, and without further ado, handed him a piece. Remember to repay me. Lu Hao joyfully accepted. All right. Another day of being spoiled by Sister Lu. Although Han Muqin was also not satiated, he could not bring himself to ask Lu Wensheng for a piece of peach pastry, opting instead to excuse himself. I'll go tidy up some things. I'll call you to fetch the provisions shortly. Shen Lingling and Lu Hao, their mouths stuffed, merely nodded. Lu Wensheng also nodded. Good. She then noticed a few old intellectuals lingering at the door and inquired, Do you gentlemen have any matters to discuss? No. Zhang Fangfang and Li Yan had initially entered out of curiosity upon hearing the commotion, but upon witnessing Lu Wensheng's formidable demeanor, they dared not speak recklessly, shaking their heads like rattles. Hee, nothing is amiss. We merely came to have a look. Li Yan, perceiving Lu Wensheng's icy glare, added, We still have clothes to wash, so we won't intrude any longer. You all continue. With that, they pulled Zhang Fangfang and hurriedly exited. Zhang Zhiping also followed suit, his gaze evasive as he trailed behind them. As for Meng Qigang, he did not come. Lu Wensheng belatedly realized that Meng Qitang was not one to seek the limelight. After these few hours of interaction, he had essentially become an invisible presence at the intellectual station. Meanwhile, Bai Qian, seeing everyone leave, no longer dared to cry and timidly removed her shoes, lying down on the calm. Lu Wensheng paid her no mind and said to the two still enjoying their peach pastries, let us head to Liurju's house. You two eat while you walk. I fear that if we delay, we might hinder him from getting to work. All right. Lu Wensheng took the lead, and, upon reuniting with Han Mukin at the door, the four of them proceeded towards Liurju's residence. Comradely, are you home? Upon reaching the door, Han Mukin knocked first, believing it more convenient for him to handle matters with the male comrades. Yes, I'm here. Come in. A young woman approached the door, inquiring, Are you the new educated youth? Please come in and wait. Erju is currently having his meal. Observing that the visitor was a young woman, Han Mukin discreetly took a step back, allowing the spotlight to fall on Lu Wensheng beside him. It was not that he was being pretentious during these times. It was prudent to converse less with the village women. His mother had often warned him about male educated youths being outsmarted by village women, ultimately leading them to marry them. He had resolved to avoid unnecessary conversations with female comrades during his years in the countryside. Lu Wensheng, sensing Han Mukin's thoughts, took the initiative to engage the young woman. You must be sister-in-law, right? We wouldn't want to intrude on your meal. We can wait here at the door. As he spoke, he placed a handful of fruit candies into the woman's hands, continuing, Sister-in-law, please give these to the children to sweeten their mouths. We still need to trouble comradely to take us to collect our grain. The woman, unable to decline, accepted the candies. Oh, you're so polite, young comrade. It's only right for Erju to take you to collect your grain. I'll accept these. My children have been clamoring for sweets lately. You must be the Lu educated youth. Erju has mentioned you all. I'm from the Song family, so you can call me Sister Song from now on. Please wait a moment. I'll go fetch someone for you. As Sister Song turned to leave, Lu Wensheng quickly added, Thank you, Sister Song. Oh. No need to be so formal with me. Once Sister Song had gone inside, El Hao asked, Sister Lu, how did you know she was the sister-in-law? Lu Wensheng rolled her eyes and explained, Since her husband is Li Erju, there must be a Li de Zhu as well. Moreover, Erju himself mentioned he is a posthumous child, which indicates there are only 2 children in that family. This woman clearly bears the appearance of a young wife. And given her age, she cannot possibly be Erju's wife. She must be de Zhu's wife. El Hao, impressed, gave her a thumbs up. Sister Lu. You're brilliant. You're foolish for not figuring it out, she replied. Han Mukin and Shen Lingling chimed in. We didn't guess either. Forget it. It's embarrassing to admit it. Chapter 29. What do you want from me? What are you all discussing so cheerfully? Just as they questioned their own intelligence, Li Erju's arrival jolted them from their self-doubt. Nothing else, but the man's appearance suggested he lacked intelligence. In contrast, they suddenly felt more confident. While they may not measure up to Lu Wensheng, at least they were not the dullest among them. Unfortunately, Li Erju had been unceremoniously ejected from the dining table by his sister-in-law, holding a bun in one hand and chopsticks in the other. Gazing at the group with a naive expression, seemingly awaiting their response to his question, Lu Wensheng could not bluntly inform him that they were investigating his household registration. So she tactfully shifted the topic. We were discussing how much grain we could collect and whether it would be sufficient to last us until the end of the year. Comradely, you haven't finished your meal, have you? We're in no rush. Perhaps you should return and eat a bit more. Li Erju quickly finished his bun, casually stowing his chopsticks in his pocket, and replied, No need. I've nearly finished as well. Taking advantage of the time before work begins, I shall first escort you all to the brigade headquarters to collect the grain. What he did not mention is that obtaining the grain requires the signature of his uncle, the village chief. After all, he has brought chopsticks along. If necessary, he could indulge in a couple of bites, a task he has not shied away from in the past. Han Mukin, Shen Lingling, and El Hao. It is no wonder that the intellect of the educated youth from Lu is so sharp. While they felt somewhat awkward, he effortlessly concocted a plausible excuse without a hint of embarrassment, leaving them no room for dissent. Perhaps they were unaware that Lu Wensheng's conduct bore a rather impressive title, the Social Bandit Certificate. Thus, it fell to comradely to handle the matter. Han Mukin, emulating him, handed a few pieces of fruit candy to Li Erju. Ever since childhood, Li Erju had a sweet tooth. Just the other day, his sister-in-law had rewarded him with a piece of candy to hasten his departure from home. Now, with Han, the educated youth, presenting him a generous handful, how could he not be elated? He feigned modest refusal for a moment before promptly stowing it away, his face blooming with joy. Well then, Han. You may simply call me Erju. No need for the formalities of comradely. It feels rather distant, doesn't it? Lu Wensheng, just learning the ropes. El Hao and Shen Lingling exchanged glances, silently acknowledging the unspoken agreement to cling tightly to this advantageous connection. Shen, they have moved on. Elhao remarked, scratching his nose. Shenlingling, let us hurry along. Thus, the two hastened to catch up, each firmly grasping the metaphorical leg they wished to cling to. The good news was they managed to secure their hold, but the bad news was they had latched onto the same one. Lu Wensheng was walking ahead when suddenly two shadows flanked her, mirroring the stance of bodyguards, with Shenlingling even linking her arm with hers. Something was amiss. These two were not acting as they should. Lu Wensheng instinctively withdrew her arm and took a cautious step back, regarding the pair with suspicion. What do you intend with me? Do not covet my grain. I barely have enough for myself. Even landowners are short on surplus these days. Shen and El were taken aback by her reaction, stammering, we have no ulterior motives. What could you possibly offer us? Not coveting my grain? They exchanged glances, astonishment evident in their eyes. Covet? Why would we? It's not as if we lack it. Exactly. After a moment of scrutiny, Lu Wensheng relaxed her guard. Even if you did covet, I would not part with a single grain. With that, she quickened her pace. Unwilling to walk alongside these two, she feared the folly might be contagious. Note, the first attempt to cling to a powerful connection had failed. The two exchanged glances. Resigned to continue walking ahead, with heads hung low, Li Erju, leading the way, soon sensed something amiss and turned to Han Mukin. Han, aren't there 5 of you? Han Mukin smacked his forehead. I forgot. As for Bai Qian, I would prefer to avoid her entirely, if only I could forget her completely. Feeling awkward, he turned to Lu Wensheng and the others. Lu, Shen, where is Bai Qian? Lu Wensheng wished to avoid discussing that unfortunate matter. Noticing her reluctance to speak, Shenlingling interjected with an explanation. When we left, she had already gone to bed. Perhaps she was simply exhausted. Elhao chimed in, exactly. I was still in the room when she slipped off her shoes and crawled into bed, showing no consideration for the fact that I'm a man. Although, it's not entirely appropriate for a man to be in a girl's dormitory. But everyone was there, after all. In any case, that woman Bai has no sense of decorum whatsoever. Lu Wensheng concurred. Let us weigh her share and leave it at the brigade office. She can come and collect it herself when she has the time. We shouldn't delay Brother Erju from his work. Elhao echoed, indeed. Everyone is busy. Who has the time to attend to her? She clearly knows that after meals we need to collect our rations, yet she chooses to sleep. It's not as if we're isolating her. Her days consist solely of eating and sleeping, or else she is being dramatic, seeking trouble, and cursing. Frankly, I harbor no fondness for her at all. I can't fathom how she has managed to survive this long without being reprimanded for her disposition. Han Mukin, having grown up in the same courtyard, had a say in the matter. He was well acquainted with her. It was evident that Bai Qian had not always possessed such a character. However, with 5 older brothers indulging her, she had become spoiled. By the time her family realized the consequences of such pampering, it was too late to correct it. He couldn't help but lament. Indulging a child is akin to harming them. The ancients did not deceive me. Han Mukin conceded, this approach is acceptable, with no objections from the others. Including Li Erju, he naturally refrained from suggesting that he would escort the Bai youth to collect her rations, as signatures were required for that. As a native villager, he felt it inappropriate to engage with an educated youth in such a manner. The 5 of them chatted jovially and soon arrived at the brigade office, where brigade leader Wang Qinghe had been waiting for quite some time. Upon seeing Li Erju enter with 4 others, he inquired, Erju, didn't the village head mention that 5 educated youths were coming? Why are there only 4? Li Erju replied, Captain Wang. One is still sleeping at the educated youth site. She'll come to collect her rations later. Wang Qinghe's expression darkened upon hearing this. As a brigade leader, he had sacrificed sleep to distribute rations, yet one of the youths was still asleep? Han Mukin, noticing the shift in Wang Qinghe's demeanor, wished to prevent any dissatisfaction towards the new educated youths due to Bai Qian's behavior. He discreetly retrieved a pack of De Qianmen cigarettes from his pocket and offered it to Wang Qinghe. Please forgive us, Captain Wang. The Bai youth is feeling a bit car sick. I'll ensure she comes to see you for her rations after work this afternoon. We won't waste your time. Wang Qinghe's expression softened slightly upon hearing this. Without making a show of it, he pocketed the cigarettes and said, very well. For the first year, each new educated youth is entitled to 30 jin of rations each month, with the cost deducted directly from the subsidies. If you're frugal, it should suffice. But if it's truly insufficient, you may exchange with the members. You can choose between coarse and fine grains. Just indicate your preferences in this notebook and sign. Chapter 30. I want 20 jin. Lu Wensheng, considering that his space could also yield crops, felt no need to request an excess. 60 jin for 2 months would suffice. So he decided to ask for a bit more fine grain. After making his decision, he spoke first. Captain Wang, I am Lu Wensheng. Could you please weigh out 20 pounds of white flour, 20 pounds of rice, 10 pounds of cornmeal, and 10 pounds of sweet potatoes? The captain, Wang, observed that the young girl requested a considerable amount of fine grains and kindly cautioned her, Dear Lu Ziking, perhaps you should consider taking an equal share of coarse and fine grains. That way, you would have a greater quantity to sustain you until the end of the year. However, Lu Wensheng waved her hand in refusal, as she had no desire for coarse grains. Seeing her determination, Captain Wang ceased his persuasion and promptly measured out her requested provisions before inquiring about the next individual. Han Mukin did not follow Lu Wensheng's example. He opted for 10 pounds of white flour, 20 pounds of rice, 30 pounds of cornmeal, and 10 pounds of sweet potatoes. Here, 10 pounds of white flour could be exchanged for 20 pounds of cornmeal. Although his family received subsidies, he preferred to maintain a low profile while dining with the elder educated youth. When it was Shen Lingling and Lu Hao's turn, they hesitated, debating whether to choose the same as the sturdier figures or to follow Han Mukin's lead. Ultimately, after a brief discussion, they decided to mimic Han Mukin's selection. With no means to cook for themselves, they felt compelled to go with the majority. After distributing the provisions and signing the necessary documents, Liu did not accompany them back, as he was still preoccupied with the meal at his great-uncle's house. After bidding farewell to a few companions, he headed straight to village chief Li's home with the grain distribution slip in hand. Only the four of them remained at the entrance of the brigade, staring blankly at the heap of grain. 60 pounds is hardly a burden, Lu Wensheng thought, effortlessly hoisting the sack onto her shoulder and striding back, with Han Mukin closely following. Meanwhile, Shen and Lu lagged behind, each carrying a bag, stopping intermittently to catch their breath. Wow, my sister Lu is incredibly strong. How can her little arms and legs possess such strength? Lu Hao exclaimed, squatting down after walking just a few meters, panting heavily. Who wouldn't say so? Comparing ourselves is disheartening. She looks even slimmer than I do. Shen Lingling finally caught up and joined Lu Hao in squatting down. Sharing a moment of camaraderie in their struggle, Lu Wensheng paid them no mind as she briskly returned to the educated youth station, for she still needed to venture into town. As she walked, she mentally calculated what items she needed to retrieve first, starting with a box to securely store her valuable belongings, along with pots, bowls, and essential cooking supplies such as oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar. Moreover, she intended to procure some old newspapers to reline the walls beside her bedding. She also planned to visit the supply and marketing cooperative to purchase some pastries for those times when cooking was not feasible. Oh my heavens! Why does living require so many things? After securing the grains, Lu Wensheng suddenly recalled that she needed to write a letter to Chen Cheng to assure him of her well-being, as well as to inform Lu Jiandang of his impending military service. She realized it would not be long before he departed, so she decided to send 50 yuan back to both Lu Jiandang and El Jianmen, seizing the opportunity while no one was watching. She retrieved paper and pen from her space and began composing her letter, the first addressed to Chen Cheng. She began by inquiring about his health, followed by questions regarding his work situation. She then shared her experiences since arriving in the countryside, assuring him that she was doing well and encouraging him not to worry. If she had any time off, she would return to visit him. Finally, she expressed her fondness for the items he had prepared, reassuring him that she lacked for nothing here and that he need not be concerned. She casually mentioned that accompanying them to the countryside was a certain Han Mukin, also from Songcheng, subtly alluding to his family background. After completing the letter to Chen Cheng, she began writing to Lu Jiandian, which was much simpler. She informed them that since they had enlisted, they should dedicate themselves wholeheartedly, using Lu as a model to serve the motherland, and added that if they needed anything, they could write to her. Once the ink dried, she took out 2 envelopes to seal the letters, only to realize she had no stamps and had to purchase some at the post office. After preparing herself, taking money and the letters, Lu Wensheng set off for the commune. With a commendable memory, she recalled the way she had come, changing into a pair of suitable shoes for the journey, carrying a water bottle and donning a straw hat from her space before heading out. As she exited, she encountered Shen Lingling and Lu Hao, who were returning from transporting grain, both drenched in sweat and their faces smeared like little calico cats. Noticing Lu Wensheng's attire, which suggested she was going out, Lu Hao hurriedly asked, Sister Lu, are you going out? Lu Wensheng replied, Yes, I'm heading to the commune. You two should hurry back and wash up. You're covered in sweat. Shen Lingling chimed in, Xing Xing, There are no vehicles going to the commune right now. Are you walking? Lu Wensheng responded, indeed. I've calculated it. It will take just over an hour to walk. I'm off to buy some cooking supplies. Otherwise, I want to be able to prepare dinner tonight. I must go now. Without waiting for their response, she turned and left. Since Lu Wensheng began drinking the spiritual spring water, she felt her body had undergone a transformation. Not only becoming immensely strong, but also her skin growing increasingly fair and tender, leaving her quite satisfied with her current physique. Once outside the village, she sprinted towards the commune, glancing at her watch to find she had only taken an hour. Now past 2 o'clock, the streets were largely deserted. With the limited candy she had brought from Songqing, she planned to first visit the supply and marketing cooperative to buy some fruit candies. As she had discovered that using candy as a means of interaction with people here, regardless of age or gender, proved quite effective. As she was about to head towards the cooperative, an elderly woman, clutching a 5- or 6-year-old child, unexpectedly collided with her. Oh dear, young comrade. What are you doing standing in the middle of the road? You're delaying things, she exclaimed, flustered and eager to leave. Observing the woman's unusual demeanor, Lu Wensheng grasped the elder's sleeve and shouted, You cannot leave. You bumped into me and think you can run away? Not a chance. The elderly woman struggled vigorously against Lu Wensheng's grip, protesting, Let go of me. What right do you have to stop me? As she wrestled, she kept glancing over her shoulder. Lu Wensheng's instincts warned her that this woman was no good, and she refused to release her hold. A shrewd idea crossed her mind. You've bumped into me. I don't care. You must compensate me. Until I receive payment today, you shall not leave. Annoyed by Lu Wensheng's obstinacy, the elderly woman realized that if she did not pay today, she would indeed be unable to escape. Relenting, she asked, How much do you want? Lu Wensheng boldly declared, I want 20 yuan. What? Why don't you go rob someone instead? How can a good young lady extort others? I merely bumped into you by accident. You are not much different yourself, demanding 20 yuan from me without hesitation. Do you have any idea how significant that amount is? Lu Wensheng, undeterred, insisted, I don't care. If you don't have the 20 yuan, you cannot leave today. As the crowd gathered, the elderly woman, not wishing to escalate the situation, gritted her teeth and declared, Fine, I will give you 20 yuan. Is that satisfactory? Chapter 31. But she called me little darling. There must be something amiss. Lu Wensheng became increasingly convinced of her suspicions. In an era where families earned work points and could barely accumulate 50 yuan throughout the year, 20 yuan was not a sum that could be easily produced by an ordinary person. Observing the elderly woman's attire, patched and worn, and her pallid complexion, it was hard to believe she could so readily offer 20 yuan without ulterior motives. Furthermore, amidst this commotion, the child in her arms remained eerily silent, heightening Lu Wensheng's unease. Thus, she boldly seized the child from the woman's grasp, swiftly kicking her to the ground and positioning herself atop the elderly woman's waist. She began to examine the child she had just taken, but no matter what she did, the child remained unresponsive. Lu Wensheng surmised that he had likely been drugged. You wretched human trafficker, she shouted at the onlookers, is there anyone who can report this to the police? Meanwhile, the elderly woman, firmly pinned beneath Lu Wensheng, struggled to rise, hurling curses. You little wretch, it was you who bumped into me, yet you demand compensation. Fine, I will pay, but to steal my child from me? You wretched creature, may you suffer a terrible fate for this lack of honor. Is that your child? Nonsense. With your age, you must have already reached menopause. How could you possibly bear such a large child? The elderly woman, stung by the sharpness of Lu Wensheng's words, flushed crimson and finally retorted, He is my grandson. Unfazed, Lu Wensheng shot back, You old hag, you can't even bear a son, yet you expect to have a grandson? What delusions you harbor? Be quiet. It's sweltering out here. Feeling exasperated, Lu Wensheng retrieved an old cloth from her bag, one she had used back home, and stuffed it into the woman's mouth, saying, Enough noise, if you have grievances, take them to the police. The elderly woman protested, MMM, MMM, MMM. No, you must let me up. I cannot escape. At this point, Lu Wensheng was entirely convinced that the old woman was indeed a trafficker. The onlookers began to sense that something was amiss. A clever-looking young boy hurried to the police station to report the incident. Fortunately, the police station was not far, and within 10 minutes, the boy returned with officers in tow, shouting, Make way, the police are here. The crowd, upon hearing of the police's arrival, instinctively parted to allow them passage. As the officers approached, Lu Wensheng felt a surge of relief, as if she had found her anchor. Clutching the child, She stumbled away from the elderly woman and softly addressed the police officers. "Uncle Police, this woman is a trafficker. Please take her away and inquire whether she has any accomplices." Officer Song, anxious about the possibility of the trafficker escaping and jeopardizing their case, rushed forward to restrain her. All the while thinking, really? You just let her up like that without fearing she might flee? Human trafficker? No, let us see you run away. She now suspects her waist is broken. Even the slightest movement causes excruciating pain. Lu Wensheng, officer, she cannot escape. She is fully aware of her own actions. That old woman will not be getting out of bed for at least a month. Officer Song noticed something amiss but did not dwell on it. He instructed a junior officer to escort the woman back while he approached Lu Wensheng and said, "Comrade, we still need you to provide a statement at the police station." Lu Wensheng understood this was standard procedure and did not refuse, readily carrying her child and following behind. However, unbeknownst to everyone, the child in her arms had already awakened while she was cursing the old lamp and was now nestled in her embrace, pretending to be asleep. Shin-Kei was quite conflicted. Should he open his eyes? But what if this beautiful sister decided not to hold him if she saw him awake? Meanwhile, the police chief, Sun Si-hai, received a phone call. "What did you say?" All right. I will send someone to find them immediately." Yes. Chief, please rest assured. I will certainly bring the young master back." After hanging up, he promptly left his office to gather personnel for the search. Just then, Officer Song entered with a disheveled woman covered in dirt, followed by a very pretty girl holding a child. Upon seeing Chief's son, Officer Song, brimming with excitement, stepped forward and eagerly announced, "Chief's son, I have apprehended a trafficker and rescued a young boy." Chief's son was about to reprimand him for his lack of foresight when he heard about the boy. He quickly grabbed Officer Song's arm, asking anxiously, "Where is the child? What is the child's name?" Officer Song was momentarily flustered. How could he know the child's name? He had been so preoccupied with the trafficker and his potential promotion that he hadn't even looked at the child. At that moment, Lu Wensheng stepped forward with the child and said, "Chief's son, the child is here. He was drugged and has not yet awakened." Sun Si-hai stepped back 3 paces and rushed to Lu Wensheng, gazing at the child in her arms. The boy was fair and clean, resembling those he had seen before, instantly filling him with joy. This truly was a stroke of fortune. "Comrade, please hand the child to me." As he reached to take the child, Shin-Kei could no longer contain himself and clung tightly to Lu Wensheng's neck, unwilling to let go. He did not want those odious men holding him. Lu Wensheng sensed the ulterior motives of the 2 men and, feeling the child's resistance, discreetly took a step back and said, "He is a bit heavy. I will hold him for now." Chief's son patted his head and smiled. "That's all right, comrade. You may proceed to provide your statement first." Lu Wensheng nodded and, at Officer Song's gesture, entered the interrogation room while still holding the child. In truth, she had long noticed the little one was awake. But since he preferred to keep it a secret, she chose not to reveal it. Sun Si-hai did not leave either. He hurried back to his office to make another call. "Chief." Yes, the child has been found. Indeed, he is at our police station." Upon terminating the call, she poured herself a cup of tea and settled comfortably into her chair, sipping while she awaited the statement. Why not inquire in person? She had no desire to visit the interrogation room, an oppressive space that offered no respite from the sweltering heat and was permeated by an indescribable stench that was quite nauseating. Moreover, the commander of the military district had no jurisdiction over her police station. Ultimately, once the statement was submitted, the accolades would surely be attributed to her. Meanwhile, in the cramped interrogation room, a young officer was taking a statement from Lu Wensheng. Upon his arrival, he had thoughtfully brought a cup of water for the young girl. "Greetings, comrade. We are conducting a routine inquiry. Please do not feel anxious and kindly recount the events as they transpired." Lu Wensheng nodded at the officer, signaling for a moment of pause before turning to the child clinging tightly to her. "Would you like some water?" Shin-Kei blinked his large eyes and, after a moment, nodded. All right. Since she wished for him to drink, he would reluctantly oblige. Lu Wensheng, offering an apologetic smile to the officer, lifted the cup to Shin-Kei's lips. He first extended his little tongue to moisten his lips, then eagerly drank, quenching his thirst with a hearty gulp, pausing only after consuming nearly half the cup. Seeing the boy's moist lips, large eyes, and small hands clinging to her neck, Lu Wensheng's heart swelled with affection. Unable to resist, she pinched his chubby little cheek and exclaimed, "Sweetheart, how are you so adorable?" Shin-Kei, initially irritated by the pinch, turned red upon hearing the beautiful lady call him sweetheart. Did he not have any dignity as the little tyrant of the courtyard? Yet, she called him sweetheart. Chapter 32. The Essence of Sincerity. Oh, well, let it be. Shin-kei had resigned himself to the situation. After all, she called him sweetheart. At home, only his grandfather and younger uncle were around. There were no gentle and affectionate elder females. Children longed for love. Lu Wensheng could not contain her laughter at his ever-changing expressions and affectionately ruffled the boy's hair, soothingly saying, "Be good, sleep a little longer. I will have a word with the officer." Shin-kei, indeed feeling a bit tired, blushed and nodded, resting his head on Lu Wensheng's shoulder and falling asleep. "My apologies for the wait, officer," Lu Wensheng said with a hint of regret. The young officer, understanding and patient, showed no signs of impatience. Upon hearing her apology, he waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It's quite all right. The child has been through a fright and needs comforting. Now, let us discuss the matter at hand." "Thank you," Lu Wensheng replied, no longer hesitating, as she recounted the events in their entirety to the officer, including her heated exchange with the trafficker, leaving nothing out. The officer remarked, "In truth, you need not divulge all of this." Lu Wensheng replied, "That cannot be. Sincerity is paramount." Once the statement was recorded, Lu Wensheng cradled the child and waited in the corridor, which felt like an eternity, nearly half an hour passing. Outside the police station, a line of military jeeps was parked in unison, followed by the entrance of 7 or 8 imposing men clad in military uniforms. At the forefront stood a youthful man, appearing to be in his mid-20s, with striking eyebrows and bright eyes, broad shoulders, and a narrow waist. His lean physique bore a subtle hint of well-defined muscles, complemented by an exceptionally fair complexion. He seemed to stand around 185 centimeters tall, with his fair skin, handsome features, and long legs. He was indeed the embodiment of her ideal romantic partner. Who was this person? He resembled the real-life version of the enchanting figure she had once spent countless resources to acquire. However, isn't it a common stereotype that soldiers are typically tanned? How is he an exception? As Lu Wensheng brazenly scrutinized the handsome man, he too openly examined the child she was holding. A misunderstanding nearly ensued. She thought she had suddenly become irresistibly charming. "Excuse me, the child you are holding belongs to my family," Shin-kei asserted, taking a stand before Lu Wensheng and pointing to Shin-kei. "Oh, how can you prove that?" Lu Wensheng rose to her feet, assessing the man before her. What to do? Up close, he was even more handsome. The tear mole at the corner of his eye was utterly captivating. Sighing quietly, Lu Wensheng lamented to herself, "Indeed, all the good-looking ones are claimed by the state, and he's already taken." Shin-kei found himself in a quandary. How could he prove the child was his? Should he call the little rascal over? Or should he simply pull him closer? Just as he grappled with this dilemma, Shin-kei finally woke up and, upon seeing Shin-kei, sleepily called out, "Uncle." "Good boy." Shin-kei breathed a sigh of relief, wearing an expression that seemed to say, "See, now you believe me?" Recognizing the identity of the other party, Lu Wensheng felt no need to hold onto the child any longer, promptly handing him over to Shin-kei as she prepared to leave. "Please take good care of the child from now on. Don't lose him again. It's nearly 4 o'clock, and I must hurry to shop and head back." Shin-kei, taken aback by her intention to depart, realized he had yet to express his gratitude. He quickly stepped forward to catch up with the departing woman. "Excuse me, please wait. My name is Shin-kei. May I ask for your name and where I might find you in the future?" Lu Wensheng halted and introduced herself. "Hello, Comrade Shan. I am Lu Wensheng, a sent-down youth in the countryside. Rescuing someone was merely a matter of convenience. There is no need for thanks." Yet, Shin-kei remained determined to obtain Lu Wensheng's address, continuing, "Your casual act of kindness has saved our family. To be honest, my elder brother and sister-in-law perished during a mission, leaving only little Kay as our sole descendant. If it weren't for you, the situation today would have been dire. We truly must express our gratitude. Please accept it." Yes, I am that sole descendant, Shin-kei," the child chimed in, introducing himself while nestled in Shin-kei's embrace. Seeing the earnestness in their words, Lu Wensheng, no longer intent on leaving, gently rubbed Shin-kei's chubby cheeks and said, "Hello, little Kay. I'm Lu Wensheng. You can call me Sister Lu." Then, turning her gaze back to Shin-kei, she remarked, "You are right, Comrade Shin. I should have considered this more thoroughly. How about this? I am a sent-down youth from the Pingan Brigade of the Hongqi Commune. If you truly wish to express your gratitude, a banner would suffice. With that banner, she could surely walk with her head held high within the brigade, couldn't she?" Shin-kei seemed to perceive her subtle thoughts. nodding with a glimmer of amusement. This is assuredly the case. In a few days, I shall personally deliver it. How could Shinchichen, with his stature, merely present a single banner? Upon receiving the other party's agreement, Lu Wensheng bid them farewell. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Little K, your sister is departing. Shinchichen had initially intended to accompany her, but upon noticing her reluctance for deeper engagement, he refrained, for there would be ample time ahead. However, while he remained silent, the little one in his arms spoke up. Sister Lu, may I come to play with you when I have nothing to do? Lu Wensheng paused for a moment, then quickly regained her composure, replying, of course. Sister Lu welcomes little K at any time. As if struck by a thought, she reached into her space and retrieved a large white rabbit milk candy. Handing it to him, little K, be sure to stay safe and avoid being caught by the big bad wolf again. Little K bashfully accepted the candy and replied softly, all right, sister is leaving now. With that, she dashed out of the police station without looking back, indifferent to Officer Song and Director Sun, hastening her departure. She hadn't even sent her letter yet. At this moment, Director Sun and Officer Song, who had just been teased by Lu Wensheng, were bustling over with eager expressions. If only Shun Tuan had informed us in advance, I would have come out to greet him, Director Sun lamented. Shin Qingchen coldly leaned aside, avoiding Director Sun's approach, and solemnly inquired, Director Sun, have the human traffickers confessed? Please show me their testimonies. Director Sun, momentarily at a loss, quickly regained his composure and replied with a forced smile, yes, they have confessed and even mentioned 2 accomplices. We were just about to apprehend them when you arrived. It's quite the coincidence. Shin Qingchen found Director Sun exceedingly verbose and impatiently interrupted his attempts at flattery. All right, please lead the way. Director Sun, somewhat intimidated by the stature of the Shun family patriarch, dared not speak further and obediently guided the way. Meanwhile, Shin Qingchen observed the despondent demeanor of his little nephew and inquired, Little K, do you like that sister very much? Little K, not lifting his gaze, replied, yes. She smells nice, like my mother. Chapter 33, a landscape of crimson. Shin Qingchen fell silent, contemplating. Little K had been without parents since a premature birth, rendering him frail compared to his peers. For years, the family patriarch had meticulously cared for him, fearing he might not survive. However, this year, due to the patriarch's declining health, little K had been sent to him. Today, due to an urgent task, he had inadvertently allowed little K to be taken away. And by the time he realized it, it was too late. He frantically contacted various communes under Qing Shui County to locate the child. Fortunately, they had found him. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss on how to explain to his deceased elder brother and sister-in-law. A wave of dread washed over Shin Qingchen as he couldn't bear to imagine what might have befallen little K had he been taken by traffickers. Unconsciously, he tightened his grip. Little K, waiting for his uncle's response, suddenly felt a pinch in his waist and could not help but remind him, Uncle, it hurts. Shin Qingchen, startled by the little one's cry of discomfort, quickly eased his grip and gently patted his head. I apologize, little Quebec. It is my fault for not watching over you closely. In the future, Xiao Shu will take Xiao K wherever he goes. As for the sister from today, if Xiao K likes her, would it be acceptable for Xiao Shu to take you to express gratitude in a few days during his vacation? Yes, indeed. Xiao K is very fond of Sister Lu. Upon hearing that Xiao Shu plans to take him to meet Sister Lu, Shin K was overwhelmed with joy. Wriggling in Shin Qingchen's embrace, Shin Qingchen found it challenging to hold onto the squirming Shin K, who resembled a playful monkey. Fearing he might fall, he immediately adopted a stern expression and warned, You little rascal, if you keep squirming, I shall toss you aside. Shin K promptly clung tightly to his uncle's neck, pretending to be lifeless, knowing that his uncle seldom held him. This rare occasion was made possible only because of the human trafficker's interference. The director's son, leading the way ahead, overheard the exchange between the uncle and nephew and realized that Lu Wensheng was indeed a significant figure. He regretted not having treated the young lady with more courtesy. Which team did she come from? He thought it necessary to take some measures to appease this esteemed guest. It seemed she was like a rural youth, but what could she possibly lack? He needed to ponder this further. Meanwhile, Lu Wensheng was at the post office, entreating the young lady to help her find stamps. Could you assist me in locating that stamp with the picturesque landscape of mountains and rivers? She implored, offering a handful of fruit candies as a gesture of goodwill. The postal worker, Sun Qian, was simultaneously amused and exasperated by her request. Comrade, it's not that I am unwilling to help. It's simply that this stamp has become quite rare over the years. Since she could not procure the stamp, Lu Wensheng had no choice but to plead. Beautiful sister, could you please keep an eye out for anyone willing to sell it? I would pay triple the price. Sun Qian was puzzled. Why is it so necessary to have this particular one? It's not particularly valuable. Lu Wensheng, resorting to a fabricated tale, replied, to be honest. My grandfather is an avid collector. He used to have it, but I accidentally ruined it, causing him great distress. Thus, I wish to replace it. As she spoke, tears threatened to spill. Understanding that it was indeed for the elderly gentleman, Sun Qian responded, in that case, I shall keep an eye out. There should be 1 or 2 in storage. She recalled that the post office had accumulated a considerable number of stamps over the years. Seeing the young girl's filial piety, she decided to assist. Lu Wensheng, sensing her goodwill, promptly placed another handful of fruit candies on the counter. Sun Qian was delighted. You are too kind. I will look for it after work. Come by in a couple of days, and if I find it, I shall sell it to you. Having received a positive response, Lu Wensheng ceased her entreaties, took out her letter, and sent it off, also transferring 50 yuan to Lu Jianding. She understood the necessity of initial investments, nurturing the prospect before reaping the rewards. She had a lingering intuition that Lu Jianding and Lu Jianmin might not belong to the Lu family, for otherwise their fates in the original narrative would not have been so tragic. Yet, given the natures of Lu Hongjun and Song Chuanfen, how could they have willingly entrusted their offspring to others? This conundrum eluded her understanding. After sending out the letter, she hurried to purchase a daily necessity before the supply and marketing cooperative closed, and tossed a few pounds of fruit candy into her space before heading back. Glancing at the time, it was already 5:30. In summer, dusk arrives late. If she exerted herself fully, she could reach the brigade in an hour. Lu Wensheng first drank half a pot of spring water and then began to sprint back. She needed to devise an excuse to retrieve the bicycle from her space, as relying solely on her legs was not a sustainable option. When she was approximately 500 meters from the village, Lu Wensheng cautiously observed her surroundings. Noting that no one was in sight before swiftly entering her space, she first retrieved a box and stuffed it with the pots, pans, and seasonings from the Lu family, as well as a small stove for herbal concoctions, for she did not wish to share a hearth with them. Once everything was prepared, Lu Wensheng emerged from the thicket, shouldering the box. Fortunately, her strength was considerable, otherwise, she would have struggled to carry it. As she made her way back to the youth station, she encountered no one, likely because the others were still at work, which afforded her a sense of ease. However, upon entering, she found that the new group of young intellectuals was gathered in the courtyard. They were astonished to see Lu Wensheng effortlessly carrying a large box. They were aware of her strength, yet they had not realized it was to such an extent. Lu Hao was the first to react, scampering over to offer assistance with the box. Sister Lu, had I known you were buying so many items, I would have accompanied you. It must be exhausting for you to carry all this alone. Here, let me take it. Lu Wensheng deftly evaded Lu Hao's hands and quickly placed the box under the eaves, waving her hand dismissively. No need, no need. You cannot manage it. With his slender arms and legs, she truly did not dare to let him try. Unconvinced, Lu Hao stepped forward, attempting to lift the box while boasting. Come on. Sister Lu, who are you mocking? It's just a box. I can handle it. Yet, he could not utter the words I can't move it, for indeed, he was unable to do so. How embarrassing. Sister Lu, you really are strong. Lu Hao exclaimed, raising his thumb in admiration. In just these 2 short days, he had given Lu Wensheng countless thumbs up. Shen Lingling hurried back to the house and brought out a glass of water for Lu Wensheng. Sheng, quickly drink some water. You're drenched in sweat. I've boiled some water. Later, you should wash up. Lu Wensheng accepted the water and gulped down a few mouthfuls. Thank you, Lingling. But it's unnecessary. I'll boil some myself later. She had just stated that she wouldn't use anything from the large kitchen, and it would be a contradiction to go back on her word. Feeling slightly feverish and her mind muddled, she decided to let the day end here and strive to do better tomorrow. Chapter 34. The fairy sister. Lu Wensheng sat on the steps for a moment. Finally catching her breath, she scanned the courtyard and inquired, where's Bai Jiqing? It's a bit dull. I'm looking for some amusement. Originally, Shen Lingling, who was wearing a cheerful expression, rolled her eyes in exasperation and remarked, please, don't even mention her. She has just awakened after an afternoon slumber and immediately began to complain that we failed to retrieve her rations, throwing a tantrum and claiming we are isolating her. She berated the 3 of us in turn. Now, she insists that Han Jiqing take her to collect the rations. When he refused, she dashed out on her own. Seeing the trio huddled together, Han Mukin sensed trouble brewing and politely nodded before retreating to his room. At that moment, Lu Hao, with a hint of mystery, interjected. I happened to overhear Bai Jiqing at the wall's edge saying that she came to the countryside because of Han Jiqing. She even claimed that they were betrothed since childhood, insisting that he must marry her in this lifetime, or else she would hang herself at his doorstep on the day of his wedding. To this, Han Jiqing coldly replied, Suit yourself. If you choose to hang yourself, I shall provide you with a modest coffin as a testament to our shared upbringing. Is it truly permissible to behave this way? Shen Lingling exclaimed, both shocked and speechless. The heartless male strikes again. Aside from the female protagonist, he regards every other woman with frigid disdain. Lu Wensheng expressed her desire to indulge in this drama. Yet, when exactly does this plot take a turn? After pondering, she recalled that Bai Qian's conflict with the female lead escalated towards the latter part of the story. She subtly sympathized with Shen Lingling, who was engrossed in her gossip. She genuinely wished to shake her and remind her, that man is yours. Truly, truly, I have heard it all. Lu Hao, with an earnest expression, affirmed, indeed. I heard it accurately. Observing Lu Hao's demeanor, which mirrored that of the village's gossiping women, Lu Wensheng realized he possessed a certain potential. Suddenly, it dawned on her that he could serve as an effective means of gathering information during idle moments. Unable to contain her curiosity, she inquired, How did you manage to overhear their conversation by the wall? Lu Hao, slightly embarrassed, scratched his nose and replied, Well, I happened to be, at the time, and simply caught a snippet of their exchange. He lamented that the unclean food prepared by the youth had left him making frequent trips to the restroom that afternoon. Lu Wensheng found herself at a loss for words. Wait, you only caught a snippet? You heard the entire story. My goodness, considering the unpleasant odor from that latrine, it's remarkable you could endure it. She couldn't resist giving Lu Hao a reassuring pat on the shoulder, saying earnestly, Comrade Lu, from now on, you shall be in charge of my gossip. Lu Hao watched her retreating figure in confusion, pondering, what gossip? Watermelon? Does Sister Lu enjoy gossiping? He resolved to seek out Heir Zhu after work to buy a watermelon. Lu Wensheng first moved her belongings into his small corner room of the west wing. Though the space was limited, it would suffice as a temporary kitchen. After setting up the stove and taking out an iron pot to heat water, she realized she needed to cleanse herself, as the odor of sweat was unbearable even to her. While waiting for the water to boil, she began to knead a portion of dough, mixing white flour with a hint of cornmeal, planning to quickly prepare a simple bowl of oil-splashed noodles for dinner. After the water had boiled, Lu Wensheng filled a basin and carried it to the bathing area. Upon surveying the modest and cramped space, she fell into a moment of contemplation. Never mind. She resolved to wash in her own space instead. After securely locking the door, she took the basin of hot water into her sanctuary, where she found a large tub, typically used for laundry, and rinsed it briefly. She then filled it halfway with hot water and the other half with the precious spring water, before beginning to disrobe. To be candid, the thought of bathing with such valuable spring water did cause her a pang of regret, for it seemed a waste to use something so rare for mere bathing. Yet, faced with no alternative, she steeled her resolve, closed her eyes, and submerged herself in the tub. Ah, what bliss! She felt as though every pore in her body had opened, washing away the fatigue of the day, rejuvenating her spirit. What a miraculous spring water this was! Had she known of its wondrous effects, she would have indulged in it long ago. After lingering in the soothing waters for a while, Lu Wensheng reluctantly emerged, calculating that the old intellectuals would soon finish their labor. She didn't wish to monopolize the bathing area for too long. After a long day, everyone yearns for a refreshing wash, right? Once again, she lamented the lack of freedom that came with shared living, solidifying her determination to find a way to move out. Dressed and exiting the bathing area, she found Li Yin waiting impatiently at the door. Initially, she felt a surge of anger, but upon seeing Lu Wensheng, Li Yan's demeanor wilted. Never mind, Lu Wensheng thought. She was not one to provoke. Ignoring Li Yin, she headed to the well to soak her changed clothes in a basin, planning to wash them after dinner. Seizing the moment, she hurried to the kitchen to make hand-pulled noodles, quickly gathering a few scallions and a small handful of greens from the yard before returning to prepare her meal. Before long, the unmistakable and enticing aroma of her oil-splashed noodles wafted through her tiny kitchen, tantalizing the young intellectuals in the courtyard who were washing clothes and waiting for dinner. Unable to resist, they whispered and speculated about her dish. It seems she is making noodles. Can noodles smell this good? I don't know. I've never tasted them before. Perhaps it's a method from her hometown. No wonder she doesn't dine with us. She must be hiding her culinary skills. Who cares? We have hands of our own. Lu Wensheng paid no mind to their chatter. After finishing her meal, she tidied the kitchen and went directly to find Zhang Jiping. Zhang, I used 2 of your scallions and a handful of greens for my cooking. How much do you think is fair? I can't leave you at a disadvantage. When she harvested the greens, Zhang Jiping had yet to return, and since she was in a hurry to eat, she acted before seeking permission. Zhang Jiping, displaying politeness, replied, We all live under the same roof. It's just a bit of vegetables. If you wish to take some, feel free, no need to pay. Besides, you can hardly consume much on your own. Lu Wensheng insisted, That won't do. Your produce was cultivated through your hard work. I cannot accept it without recompense. It's already rather impolite to take without asking first, so you must accept this payment. Seeing her steadfastness, Zhang Jiping's expression softened, and he smiled. You are quite courteous. Lu, just give me a dime. All right. Lu Wensheng handed him a dime and turned to leave. This shrewd young man truly dared to ask for it. A dime could buy a bundle of vegetables at the commune. Initially, she had intended to establish a long-term collaboration with them. However, it now appears that this will no longer be feasible. Nevertheless, it is best to settle matters amicably. Lu Wensheng quickly washed her clothes by the well and, seizing the opportunity before dusk, made her way to Li Erju's home. Is Antli at home? Seeing the door ajar, Lu Wensheng did not dare to enter uninvited. Instead, she peered inside and spotted a small boy, around 3 or 4 years old, amusing himself by poking at ants in the yard. Upon noticing a beautiful older sister at the door, he rushed over and timidly inquired, Who are you looking for? Lu Wensheng gently produced 2 pieces of candy from her pocket, replying softly, I am looking for your grandmother. Oh, the little boy took the candy and hurried back inside, exclaiming, Grandma, there's a fairy sister outside. Lu Wensheng felt her cheeks flush at the mention of being a fairy. Before long, a woman in her 40s or 50s emerged from the main room. Lu Wensheng, feeling no hesitation, greeted her first. Hello, Antli. I am the new educated youth. Lu Wensheng, I apologize for intruding. Antli, who had been preparing a meal with her daughter-in-law, was drawn out by her grandson's call. Recognizing the charming young girl as the newly arrived educated youth, she smiled warmly and said, You must be the little educated youth. I've heard about you from my son, Erju. Have you eaten yet? Come inside, come inside. My daughter-in-law is cooking. Please stay for a meal. Lu Wensheng understood the hospitality was genuine and graciously exchanged pleasantries. Aunt, you were too kind. I have already eaten, so I want to intrude. She continued. I noticed your vegetable garden is quite well kept, and I came to discuss the possibility of purchasing some vegetables from you. Of course, if you are concerned, I can offer grain in exchange. At that time, private trade was prohibited. As long as no one reported it, the community turned a blind eye. However, should someone inform the authorities, it would be deemed speculation, leading to public censure. This concern prompted Lu Wensheng's subsequent proposal. Although Aunt Li's household was small, they cultivated a considerable amount of vegetables, and just days prior, she had been pondering what to do with the surplus. The arrival of this young educated youth presented a solution to her dilemma. In her view, consuming what had been grown was not wasteful. Rather, letting it rot in the field was truly distressing. She quickly responded, Dear little educated youth, please feel free to take from my garden. There is no need to mention payment. It would be too formal. Realizing that Aunt Li was inclined to accept money, Lu Wensheng moved closer, linking her arm with Aunt Li's as they strolled towards the garden, initiating her persuasive appeal. Oh, Aunt, that simply cannot be. These vegetables are a result of your hard work. I cannot accept them without compensation. Moreover, I want to be eating just once or twice. To be honest, I am currently cooking for myself. The vegetables at the educated youth station are barely enough for our needs, and I cannot shamelessly pick from your garden. Nor do I possess the skill to cultivate them myself. Besides, your vegetables flourish due to your diligent care. How about this, if you truly feel reluctant? Perhaps you could offer them to me at a slightly reduced price? Lu Wensheng truly knew how to appeal to emotions and use courtesy, almost to the point of being overly charming. Although Ellie felt a bit embarrassed on the surface, her heart was quite content. She couldn't help but nod secretly. This educated youth Lu appeared quite amiable, and his eloquent speech left her quite enchanted. Very well, and we'll heed your words. After some contemplation, Aunt Li continued. It's not anything of great value. I'll charge you just 50 cents a month. Whenever you need vegetables, come to me to pick them. If you're pressed for time, I can have my son Erju deliver them to you. I want to boast, but my gardening skills are unrivaled in the village. Every spring, when I raise seedlings, the entire village comes to exchange with me. What an impressive woman Aunt Li was. Lu Wensheng was quick to flatter her. It turned out that when Aunt Lee was still a young girl, her father was a renowned farmer in the village. The father and daughter would raise seedlings each year and trade them in town to supplement the household income. However, due to recent policies, Aunt Lee could only cultivate vegetables at home, and gradually, her yard transformed into a vegetable garden. Lu Wensheng was taken aback by the price. Was it really that cheap? She recalled having spent 10 cents on 2 thin scallions and a handful of greens earlier that day. Without hesitation, she handed Aunt Lee 60 cents, justifying her generosity by saying, "Aunt, 50 doesn't sound appealing. 60 sounds better, like a smooth progression in life. So let us make it 60. Aunt Lee had no time to refuse when her little grandson came running out, calling for his grandmother to eat. "Here comes Gowa," Aunt Lee said, beckoning her grandson forward. "This is my eldest grandson, Gowa. If I pick vegetables, I'll have him deliver them to you since it's south so close." Lu Wensheng patted Gowa's head and complimented him. "Such a good boy." She then pulled some candies from her pocket and stuffed them into Gowa's pocket. Nodding at Aunt Lee, "Thank you, Aunt. Please go home and eat. I won't keep you any longer." She needed to take advantage of this time to gather some firewood on the mountain for cooking tomorrow. Aunt Lee, no longer engaging in pleasantries, cheerfully led the child back home. This young educated youth was quite capable. After bidding farewell to Aunt Lee, Lu Wensheng found a secluded spot and retrieved a backpack from her space, heading up the mountain. With dusk approaching, she needed to hurry. Unfamiliar with the village, she gathered some dry branches and leaves at the foot of the mountain, filling her backpack sufficiently for the next morning. She planned to venture deeper into the mountains the following day. Rumor had it that the northeastern mountains were rich in treasures. Not to mention the prized ginseng and deer antlers, she was particularly tempted by the mushrooms and wild game. Upon returning to the educated youth dormitory, she heard Lu Haoxing calling her cheerfully, "Sister Lu, I bought you some melons." What kind of melons?" Lu Wensheng asked, puzzled. "Watermelons. Didn't you say you wanted me to reserve some for you?" Lu Hao scratched his head. "Oh dear. For heaven's sake, someone please take this silly boy away." Lu Wensheng sighed. "This melon is not that melon." Observing his bewildered expression, she patiently explained, "Eating melons refers to a state of being an onlooker, not getting involved or expressing opinions on a matter. Those who simply observe often humorously refer to themselves as melon-eating masses, while melon signifies a trending gossip event. Do you understand now?" Lu Hao appeared to be somewhat perplexed, yet this did not deter him from his desire to treat his sister Lu to some watermelon. "Well, it's about time. Let us indulge in watermelon while we wait for you." Upon entering the small kitchen, Lu Wensheng set down the firewood and washed her face before making her way to the west chamber. By the time she arrived, the remaining 4 had already seated themselves, eagerly awaiting her presence. Suddenly, a phrase popped into her mind. "Let us sit in a row and enjoy the fruit." Oh dear, I must not think of that. After Lu Wensheng dried her hands, she took a seat at the table. Noticing everyone had gathered, Lu Hao commenced slicing the watermelon. At the moment the blade made contact with the fruit, a resounding thud echoed through the room, filling the air with the sweet aroma of watermelon. Each person received a slice, and they began to feast. "Well, it's still the juicy kind," exclaimed Lu Hao. "Indeed, this watermelon is exceptionally sweet," agreed Shen Lingling. "Quite delightful," added Han Mukin. "Come on, it's just a piece of watermelon. Who has had one before?" "A bunch of country bumpkins," scoffed Bai Qian. Lu Wensheng cast a knowing glance at Lu Hao, clearly indicating, "Aren't you going to respond?" Lu Hao, known for his fiery temperament, had spent considerable time with Lu Wensheng over the past few days, thoroughly absorbing her fierce spirit. It was time to put his newfound skills to the test. Chapter 36. By the way, I might sleepwalk the moment Lu Hao caught Lu Wensheng's gaze. He placed his watermelon slice on the table to avoid any mishaps. Then, with lightning speed, he snatched the watermelon from Bai Qian's hands and hurled it to the ground, angrily rebuking her. "Who do you think you are? If you don't like it, don't eat it. What gives you the right to criticize what I bought? You eat what I offer. And yet you dare to insult me before finishing? Do you think the world revolves around you? I will not indulge your whims." Bai Qian, already startled by Lu Hao's brazen act, was taken aback by his tirade and felt a surge of indignation. "What gives you the right to scold me? Why did you take my things? You're nothing but a country bumpkin, and now I'm forced to eat your watermelon? You should be grateful I'm even eating it." Both Lu Wensheng and Shen Lingling found themselves momentarily speechless, caught off guard by her reasoning. Left with the dilemma of swallowing the watermelon or wasting it. Swallowing was unpleasant, yet not swallowing felt wasteful. Oh heavens, who would come to her aid? Gulp. Ah, that was the sound of Han Mukin swallowing. Gulp, gulp. Reluctantly, Lu Wensheng and Shun Lingling followed suit. The trio silently took another bite. Lu Hao, equally astonished by her bizarre logic, found himself at a loss for words. After a moment of contemplation, he managed to utter, "Your family must be suffering greatly." Bai Qian's face flushed crimson with anger as she gestured at everyone present, declaring, "You all are bullying me. Just wait." She would not let them get away with this. With that, she dashed back to her room, hiding under the covers and weeping. They were all bullying her. Even Brother Mukin had joined in, especially that Lu Wensheng, who dared to strike her. Her chest still ached from the encounter. She had sneaked a look while bathing that afternoon and found her chest bruised and battered. The more she thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt. Her sobs growing louder. Meanwhile, the four in the hall continued to leisurely enjoy their watermelon. "Brother, you are truly unfortunate if you intend to wed this woman." Lu Hao gazed sympathetically at Han Mukin, who felt uncomfortable under that scrutinizing gaze. Stealing a glance at Shen Lingling, he awkwardly clarified, "Don't be ridiculous. When have I ever said I would marry her? Have I ever shown her any kindness? It is she who insists on getting closer to me. What can I do? I cannot hinder her from going to the countryside, can I?" At this moment, Lu Wensheng also spoke up, curious about how Bai Qian managed to retrieve her rations. She inquired, "Did she get her rations?" The others exchanged glances of exasperation until Shen Lingling finally spoke, "Don't even mention it. This afternoon, she went to the brigade office to collect her rations and insisted that the brigade leader deliver them to her. If he refused, she would accuse him of mistreating the educated youth and threatened to report him to the commune. Did he not realize he could not be commanded by her?" Without uttering a word, she just walked away, declaring that no one was allowed to assist her in moving. Goodness, did she have any sense? How dare she threaten the brigade leader? And then what happened? Lu Wensheng was on the verge of kneeling in admiration. Shen Lingling, equally at a loss for words, took a bite of watermelon and continued. In the end, no one dared to help her. She waited by the brigade gate for the educated youth to finish work, and ultimately negotiated with one of them to carry her rations back for 3 yuan. Zhang Jiping? Now that S-bolt, 3 yuan could buy 20 pounds of cornmeal. Bai Qian truly is something. Alas, the poor girl knows nothing of hardship. No wonder Zhang Jiping returned late. But then again, right after earning 3 yuan, he still asked her for a dime for vegetables. How desperate must he be? I must keep my distance from him to avoid catching his shamelessness. After devouring another couple of pieces of watermelon, Lu Wensheng turned to Lu Hao and said, "Well, thank you, Zhu Qixing, for treating me to watermelon. I'll cover your breakfast tomorrow." There was no helping it. The watermelon was too delicious, and she had consumed half of it herself, laughing heartily. Seizing the moment when no one was watching, she slyly collected many watermelon seeds into her spatial pocket, planning to plant them so she could have a continuous supply of watermelons. How delightful! Upon hearing that his sister was going to treat him, Lu Hao excitedly agreed. "Great. Sister Lu, you're wonderful. Do you like watermelon? It seems like something has happened, and I am so happy. All right, let us tidy up and get some rest." Speaking of sleep, she seemed to have an idea and bashfully reminded everyone, I might sleepwalk, so bear with me. I'm already thinking of ways to move out." With that, she turned and headed back into her room without looking back. Everyone else was left bewildered. "What did she just say?" Lu Hao asked. "What did Sister Lu just say?" Han Mukin replied. "I think I heard her say," Shen Lingling added, "sleepwalking?" The three nodded in unison. What a statement. After a long pause, Han Mukin was the first to speak. "Shen Qixing, please keep an eye on her tonight. If she tries to sneak out, call us." Lu Hao nodded in agreement. "Yes, we cannot let her run off. It could be dangerous." Shen Lingling responded, "All right, I will call you if anything comes up." Lu Wensheng questioned, "What do you mean by looking so alarmed?" That night, the entire Peace Brigade was enveloped in silence, save for the distant croaking of frogs in the pond. The weary members, having toiled throughout the day, had retired early for the night. However, at the youth station on the eastern edge of the village, tranquility was nowhere to be found. Li Yin, who had merely stepped out for a midnight visit, was startled to see a white figure wandering in the pitch-black courtyard, moving left and right, its thick black hair cascading about, creating an eerie appearance. Unable to contain herself, she let out a scream, only to feel a sudden warmth between her legs. She had wet herself in fear. Help! A ghost! A ghost! The woman, who had been aimlessly drifting in the yard, seemed to catch a whiff of something and turned towards Li Yin. Help! Go away! Don't come for me!" At that moment, everyone at the youth station was roused from their slumber by Li Yan's terrified cries, each grabbing a flashlight and rushing outside. Meanwhile, Han Mukin, groggy and disoriented, suddenly recalled something, and his senses sharpened. He sprang up from his bed like a carp leaping from water and began to dress, nudging the nearby Lu Hao, who lay sleeping heavily. "Lu, get up. Hurry, there's trouble." Lu Hao, still half asleep, groaned. "Is it time to eat?" Han Mukin, exasperated, replied, "No, something else happened at Lu's place. Get up." "Huh? Oh." In an instant, Lu Hao shook off his drowsiness, mimicking Han Mukin's haste as he threw on his clothes and rushed outside. As he emerged, he nearly collided with Shen Lingling. "What is going on? Is Lu inside?" Shen Lingling shook her head. "No, not in there." "Oh no." The three rushed out through the wide-open door of the main hall and breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Lu Wensheng still wandering about the yard. Phew. At least she didn't go outside. That was terrifying. Chapter 37. She is a devil Han. What is the situation here? Zhang Jiping was furious. What on earth are these new youths doing? Are they trying to establish dominance? He was the first to hear Li Yin's terrified scream and, upon emerging with his flashlight, had found her sitting on the ground, while the ghostly Lu Wensheng hovered around her, sniffing. Had it not been for the clandestine rituals he often attended with his grandmother in his youth, he might have lost his composure entirely. Han Mukin, resigned, rubbed his nose and said, "As you can see, Lu Wensheng may be suffering from somnambulism." "Maybe. She appears like this, and you still say maybe?" Zhang Jiping retorted, incredulous. "She scared someone into wetting themselves, and you want to play it down?" Shen Lingling, observing Lu Wensheng still circling in the yard, asked Han Mukin, "Should we wake her?" Han Mukin was at a loss. He truly didn't know if it was advisable to awaken her. Just then, Lu Hao interjected, "We shouldn't wake her. It could lead to confusion. Shun, you should lead her back inside. She should be fine now." Shen Lingling nodded and approached Lu Wensheng. Gently speaking, "Xing, let us go back inside and sleep." Remarkably, Lu Wensheng obediently followed Shen Lingling back indoors. Han Mukin and Lu Hao sighed in relief. Just as Li Yin shouted, "You can't leave. You must give me an explanation today." Han Mukin, with a stern expression, inquired, "What do you desire from us two gentlemen at this late hour? Let us discuss this when Lu Jiqing awakens tomorrow." Li Yin found herself at a loss. Reluctantly retreating to change her trousers, Lu Wensheng, led back to the room by Shen Lingling, felt an urge to laugh. How could she contain herself? Yet, adhering to the act, she stifled her laughter and stood motionless before the Kong. Noticing her stillness, Shen Lingling issued another command, "Sheng. Why don't we go to bed?" Enticed by the gentle coaxing of the girl, Lu Wensheng complied and obediently climbed onto the bed at her behest. Shen Lingling, relieved by her compliance, felt a sense of ease, as it was her first encounter with a sleepwalker. It wasn't so terrifying after all. After tucking a corner of the blanket over Lu Wensheng's abdomen, she settled down to sleep herself. After a lengthy while, Lu Wensheng, sensing the silence beside her, exhaled with relief. Pretending to be a sleepwalker was indeed troublesome. Nevertheless, for the sake of freedom, she persevered. By tomorrow, the rumor of her sleepwalking would undoubtedly spread throughout the brigade, and she would seize the moment to request the village chief's permission to move out. Surely, he would acquiesce. With such thoughts, Lu Wensheng gradually drifted into slumber. On the following morning, as dawn broke, Lu Wensheng rose while the sky was still dim. Shen Lingling had yet to awaken, likely worn out from last night's antics. She resolved to treat her friend to breakfast, since she was already inviting too. Why not include Han Mukin? As for Bai Qian, who was she? Did the young lady truly require sustenance? A mere dewdrop would suffice for her. Recalling that there was a piece of cured pork in her space, Lu Wensheng decided to prepare a pot of cured pork rice. She quietly descended from the bed, completed her morning rituals, and ventured to Aunt Li's vegetable garden, where she gathered a handful of tender water celery, pulled up a couple of green onions, unearthed several small potatoes, and picked 2 cucumbers before returning with her basket. After taking the cured pork from her space and briefly heating it over the fire, she carefully trimmed away the charred bits and began washing the rice, with an amount sufficient for 4. She soaked 3 large bowls of rice and proceeded to wash the vegetables. She decided to pair the small celery and potatoes with the cured pork for a braised rice dish, accompanied by a refreshing cucumber salad. As a heavy breakfast was ill-suited for the morning, chopping all the ingredients into cubes, she sauteed them until fragrant and then added the rice and water to cook. During the cooking interval, she prepared 2 cucumbers, simply tossing them with garlic and seasonings brought from home. However, was it acceptable to consume garlic so early in the morning? In her previous life, as a northerner, meat, noodles, and barbecue were always accompanied by garlic, which she deemed the soul of the meal. As the rice neared completion, the members of the youth brigade gradually awakened, and upon stepping outside, They were greeted by the enticing aroma of meat wafting from Lu Wensheng's little kitchen. Zhang Fangfang scoffed disdainfully and muttered, "What decadence, indulging in meat so early." Li Yan emerged from the house, her face flushed with indignation, and confronted Lu Wensheng. Hands on her hips, scolding, "Lu Wensheng, you lunatic, you were sleepwalking. Do you have any idea what you did last night?" Lu Wensheng cast her a languid glance. Sipping her milk powder infused with spiritual spring water, and leisurely asked, "What did I do?" This is delightful." Her face radiated bliss. Li Yan, witnessing her demeanor, was even more incensed, exclaiming, "You frightened me last night. You must provide me with an explanation, otherwise I shall reveal this matter to others." "Oh, what explanation do you seek?" Lu Wensheng continued to inquire. Li Yan, interpreting her inquiry as a sign of trepidation, boldly demanded, "You must give me a tin of milk powder, a tin of malt extract, a pound of meat coupons, and 2 pounds of eggs." Lu Wensheng, unfazed, replied, "Is that sufficient?" Li Yan, with a cunning glint in her eye, retorted, "Of course not. This is merely the initial request. I shall ask for more later." "Ha! Is this person a fool? She dares to offer me gifts. If she doesn't exploit me, she isn't Li Yan." Seeing the smug expression on her face, Lu Wensheng's resolve hardened. "Have you said enough? I believe there is one more thing you have yet to mention." "What is it?" Lu Wensheng drained the milk powder from her cup in one swift motion, stood up, and delivered a resounding slap to Li Yan's face, brushing off her hands as she declared this. "Have I given you too much respect? Do you dare to dance before me? Was it not I who sent you away last night? What have I done to you? Did I strike you? Did I curse you? Did I insult your ancestors? And yet you speak of initial and subsequent requests. Do you even deserve that? Let me inform you, given that I indeed startled you last night. You may have just one egg, take it or leave it. Do not prance around me." Li Yan, covering her face, glared at Lu Wensheng in fury. "Aren't you afraid I will speak of this? Is Lu Wensheng afraid of such a threat? Quite the contrary, she welcomed it. Speak away. I have not silenced you. If by noon today the entire team does not know that I struck you, then I shall be the one to suffer." What was the purpose of her tumultuous actions last night? Beyond a desire to move out and live independently, she wished to deter others from coveting her. Alone and possessing both beauty and wealth, she feared being mistreated by the villagers. Where would she go to seek justice if that were to happen? Though she possessed considerable skill, old adages remind us that while there may be 1,000 days of thievery, there are not 1,000 days of guarding against thieves. Thus, she resolved to feign a minor ailment, harmless yet formidable enough to keep others at bay, until she could recover and leave for good after the college entrance examinations. With a wave of her hand, she would depart without leaving a trace, a perfect plan. As she spoke, Lu Wensheng retrieved an egg from her pocket and playfully tapped it against Li Yan's cheek, saying, "Be good now, do not provoke me. I am not someone you can afford to offend." With that, she returned indoors to summon Finalizing and the others for dinner, leaving Li Yan alone in a state of disarray. "She is a devil. Keep your distance." Chapter 38. The loss of loved ones is a lifetime of sorrow. Han Chi Ching, Lu Ji Ching, Ling Ling, come out for dinner. Hurry, or you shall miss it. Lu Wensheng knocked on each door and, without waiting for a response, proceeded to the small kitchen. Just as she stepped out, she noticed Li Yan still standing there. Dazed, looking for trouble? Li Yan swallowed hard and pointed at the egg still in Lu Wensheng's hand. Lu Wensheng glanced down. "Ah, I nearly forgot." She handed the egg to Li Yan, who replied, "An egg is still an egg, worth 2 dimes each. Why not accept what one has rightfully earned?" By the time Han, Lu, and Shin had finished washing up and arrived in the small kitchen, Lu Wensheng had already dished out 4 generous bowls of rice. "Come over and eat. I made some cured meat rice this morning. Dig in and eat to your heart's content. You can't leave until it's all gone." Shin Lingling was the first to respond, saying, "Sheng Sheng, you are too kind." Lu Hao chimed in, "Exactly, Lu Jia." Han Mukin then shifted the topic to the events of the previous night, asking, "Lu Jiqing, do you remember what happened last night?" Of course, Lu Wensheng remembered. But she couldn't admit it. She feigned ignorance, saying, "I didn't actually sleepwalk, did I?" Shin Lingling, noticing her glum expression, comforted her. "It's all right, Sheng Sheng. Don't be sad." Lu Wensheng shook her head and reluctantly spoke. "This morning, Li Yan came to provoke me, and I ended up hitting her." The group responded, "Wow. Li Yan is really unlucky." But Lu Hao, ever loyal to Lu Jia, declared, "Lu Jia, it's definitely not your fault. Li Yan must have been looking for trouble. If we consider it from another angle, you never hit any of us 3, so it must be that we are not asking for it, right, Chengu?" Han Mukin replied, "Don't drag me into your flattery," yet he nodded in agreement. Lu Wensheng remarked, "Come on, big brother, can you be a bit more considerate? It would be better if you said nothing. Let us eat. Do try my cooking." With that, the group, unable to continue their banter, moved to the table. As Lu Hao took his first bite, he suddenly looked up, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at Lu Wensheng. "Lu Jie, your cooking is amazing. This rice is even better than what the chefs at state-run restaurants make." Shen Lingling, being a native of the capital, had never tasted cured meat rice before. Her first bite left her in awe, mirroring Lu Hao's expression. "Xingsheng, what is this dish? It's so delicious." Lu Wensheng replied with a smile. "This is our local cured meat rice, and the cured meat was brought by my uncle. If you like it, eat more. I'll make it for you again next time." Shen Lingling eagerly nodded. "Yes, I'll provide the rice." Lu Hao, unwilling to be outdone, added, "I'll contribute too." Lu Wensheng said, "All right, I'll make it for you in a few days." The table was lively, except for Han Mukin, who sat in silence with red eyes, shoveling rice into his mouth. Lu Hao, noticing something was off, nudged him with his elbow and asked, "Chengge, what is wrong?" At this moment, Lu Wensheng and Shen Lingling also noticed his unusual behavior and put down their chopsticks, expressing their concern. "Yes, Han Jiqing, are you all right?" Han Mukin, seeing the worry on his friends' faces, paused and smiled awkwardly. No, I'm fine. It's just that Lu Jiqing's cured meat rice tastes exactly like what my late grandmother used to make." I momentarily lost control of my emotions. I hope I didn't embarrass anyone. Lu Wensheng suddenly recalled that in the original storyline, the male lead was raised by Han's elderly couple, and unfortunately, Han's grandmother had passed away early. To him, she was an untouchable taboo. She hadn't anticipated this turn of events. Lu Hao and Shen Lingling were at a loss for words, as it was clear he felt nostalgic. Meanwhile, Lu Wensheng quietly stood up, walked to the stove, and handed him an aluminum lunchbox, saying, "Since it's so delicious, eat more. There is still some inside. Keep it for lunch. However, it is advisable to immerse the lunchbox in cold water, as the heat hastens its deterioration." Han Mukin solemnly accepted the lunchbox and expressed his gratitude to Lu Wensheng. "Thank you, Lu Ziking. I need not elaborate. I comprehend fully. My parents have also departed. And although I possess fragmented memories of them, the years have been exceedingly arduous, rendering my mind and heart numb. I lack the emotional capacity to painstakingly recall those moments of joy, for merely having enough to eat each day exhausts all my strength. You are fortunate to clearly remember the love she bestowed upon you and to evoke fond memories of them amidst life's trivialities. That is indeed a blessing. One must understand that longing is, in itself, a form of happiness. The passing of loved ones is not a fleeting tempest, but a lifetime of dampness. The most sorrowful aspect is not their departure, but the yearning for them in every moment, in the minutiae of life, in every sight of an empty room, in every encounter with familiar faces, hairstyles, and features, and savoring her favorite fruits. Human existence is fraught with myriad ailments, yet only longing remains untreatable. A pain that penetrates to the marrow. A child raised by grandparents can never quite overcome that hurdle. You accompanied me for a while. I will cherish you for a lifetime. Just like her, at this moment, she longs deeply for her father from a past life. Yet, in the memories of the original owner, there is scarcely any recollection of Lu Yi, only a vague shadow and the photograph with Chen Cheng. Han Mukin was astonished by her words and even more by her living conditions. How had she grown up? Lu Hao and Shen Lingling were equally stunned, left speechless by Lu Wensheng's remarks. What kind of young girl is she? What has she endured to live with such kindness yet apparent aloofness? Yes, aloofness. In the days spent with Lu Wensheng, she discovered that although Lu Wensheng appeared sociable with everyone, she perpetually exuded a sense of distance, kind yet rational. Carefree yet imbued with a hint of defiance. Transparent and fervent, it is difficult not to be drawn to her. Shen Lingling could not restrain herself and inquired, "Sheng, what have you experienced?" Lu Wensheng had not intended to conceal anything. She hoped to elicit some sympathy from the protagonists. Thus, she began to speak. "My father was a soldier who sacrificed his life while on duty. In my memories, he and my mother shared a deep affection. My mother, unable to bear the blow, departed alongside him. I was 9 years old that year. Upon waking from a slumber, I found my mother hanging from the beam of our home. I was terrified, yet powerless, and could only weep. It was only when the neighbors heard my cries that they came to release her. At that time, they informed me that both my parents had died. But being so young, I did not grasp the meaning of death. Later, my father's superior sought to take me into his home, but my uncle's family intervened, asserting that I was a child of the Lu family and could not be cast out. as they bore the duty to raise me in place of my father. Subsequently, they occupied our home, citing its smallness, and seized the state compensation, claiming my youth as justification. From that moment on, I was burdened with endless chores, relentless scolding, and an unending supply of leftover food. Even if I were disobedient, there would be days when I would go without food. After graduating from high school, the state allocated a job to the children of martyrs, and my uncle's daughter secretly registered me for rural work, coercing me to the point of contemplating suicide. The three of them exchanged glances, unable to fathom the hardships endured by Lu Wensheng. Chapter 39. Little Xing, I am your brother Xinlingling, with red-rimmed eyes. Pressed on, what happened next? Did you not mention you had a little uncle? Lu Wensheng continued. Yes. After I nearly perished, I gained clarity. Who cares about the Lu family or my uncle? They mean nothing to me, since registration for rural work was irreversible. I sold my position overnight and secretly enrolled Lu Xiaoxiao to go to the northwest to endure hardship, threatening my uncle to return all the benefits he had enjoyed over the years. I even covertly sold our family home, sowing discord among their family members. I cleared them out completely. The meat you are consuming now was what they could not bear to eat. However, I refrained from mentioning all this. I suspect they are currently cramped in a small dormitory at work. Lu Xiaoxiao is probably already on a train to the northwest. I imagine Lu Jiangwo and Lu Jianmin are busy relaying messages to me. In another half-month, they will likely enlist in the army. Initially, El Hao felt a degree of sympathy for Lu Wensheng, but by the end, it was evident that she was indeed worthy of her lineage. Xinlingling, upon hearing the conclusion, felt a thrill of satisfaction, exclaiming, Shang Xing, you are truly remarkable. Only Han Mukin understood that such feats were not easily accomplished. If he were in her position, he certainly could not have managed it. Suddenly, he pondered a question. Lu Jiqing, what was the name of your father's former superior? Lu Wensheng replied, Han Han. Han Mukin exclaimed, no way. El Hao asked, Brother Chun, what's the matter? Do you know him? Lu Wensheng seemed to sense something. Looking awkwardly at Han Mukin, it can't be no. Don't say it. Han Mukin, equally embarrassed, confirmed, indeed, it is as you suspect. El Hao, perplexed, inquired. What's with the riddles between you two? Xinlingling remarked in disbelief. Could it be? Han Mukin, no longer withholding, clarified. My grandfather is named Han Han. El Hao is flabbergasted. What a bizarre twist of fate. How could this happen? Ignoring him, Han Mukin continued to question Lu Wensheng. Is your father Lu Yi? Lu Wensheng affirmed. Yes. Precisely. It matches perfectly. I recall my grandfather saying he would bring back a little sister for me, yet he returned alone, saying nothing upon his arrival. He locked himself in his study for an entire day and night, and thereafter, never mentioned it again. Lu Wensheng pondered whether, had she gone with Grandpa Han back then, she would have avoided this wretched place. Would she still be managing the martial arts school in modern times? Ultimately, it was all Lu Hongjuan's fault. She would make him pay for it. Grandpa Han was a good man. He would embrace me and call me Little Sheng. Lu Wensheng reminisced about that stern old man deep in her memories. Han Mukin, feeling a twinge of jealousy, remarked, Is that so? He only calls me Little Rascal, by the way. I never heard my grandfather mention you having a little uncle. Who might that be? Lu Wensheng pondered over Chen Cheng's identity, which did not seem to be something shameful, and casually sold him out. Oh, he is my father's comrade in arms. He found me just a few days ago and said he would take care of me on behalf of my father. He has suffered greatly in life and will never have his own children, so he treats me like a daughter. Han Mukin took note of this individual, planning to inquire about his reliability later. Seemingly reminded of something, he appeared somewhat bashful. Lu Wensheng found his demeanor amusing and said somewhat irritably, You can say that. Han Mukin's face instantly lit up with joy, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at Lu Wensheng, declaring, Xiao Sheng, I am your elder brother. Lu Wensheng rolled her eyes, neither confirming nor denying, but silently acquiescing to the notion of a brotherly embrace, considering the male lead stature. Lu Hao, confused, turned to Xinlingling, who was busy eating. Sister Lingling, what are they talking about? Xinlingling looked at him as if he were foolish. What? Do you not have any brains? He usually seems quite clever. Had Lu Wensheng been aware of Xinlingling's puzzlement, she would have elucidated. He belongs to the category where emotional intelligence surpasses intellectual prowess, making him slightly slow to grasp matters concerning human emotions. After shedding a few tears with her friends, Lu Wensheng felt reassured. She could now openly bully others without hesitation. But what to do? Having been bullied mercilessly in her childhood, she simply wished to no longer endure it, which was something everyone could understand. Let us eat. Are you not going to the commune after dinner? The bus leaves at 8:30, and it's already 7:30. Are you really planning to walk there? Her words jolted the others into action, and their movements quickened. Suddenly, Shen Lingling realized something was amiss in her statement and asked, Sheng Xing, aren't you going? Lu Wensheng replied, no, I want to be going. I need to head up the mountain this morning and then go to the captain's house at noon to discuss moving out. She had given the old, educated youth enough time to spread her glorious deeds from the previous night. Hopefully, they wouldn't let her down. Chapter 40. I have been killing fish at the Run FA for 10 years after finishing her meal. Lu Wensheng shouldered her basket and stepped outside, reminding them not to forget to wash the dishes. Shun, I'll wash the dishes. You go tidy up. We'll set off soon, Han Yukin said, hastily stopping Shen Lingling from clearing the table. His mother always took ages to prepare before going out, whether it was fixing her hair or changing clothes. And sometimes she even applied makeup for important occasions, making his father impatiently wait each time. Oh, thank you, Han, Shen Lingling said, somewhat taken aback. She indeed needed to return to her room to change. This Han seemed cold and sharp-tongued, but surprisingly perceptive. After expressing her gratitude, Shen Lingling went to change. And at that moment, Lu Hao spoke up. Good Shen, why are you being so nice to Shun? Han Yukin, puzzled, replied, what do you mean? Lu Hao, with an expression that suggested he was in the know, began counting on his fingers. Well, you helped her with her luggage when she got off the train. You caught her when she almost fell on the bus. You were watching her closely while collecting rations. And even though she walked ahead with Sister Lu, you waited at the door to help her carry things back. And last night, when I almost bumped into her, you were the one who pulled her away. Moreover, you often sneak glances at others. I have noticed it several times. Han Yukin exclaimed, what breed of police dog is this? Are you staring at me when you have nothing else to do? The mere thought of it sent shivers down Han Yukin's spine. Lu Hao cast him a disdainful glance and remarked, who is staring at you? It's simply that you were too obvious. It would be difficult not to be noticed. Is that so? Han Yukin fell into contemplation. Indeed, Lu Hao asserted with conviction. There is no need for him to personally monitor such trivial matters, as he is an avid reader of detective novels. Han Yukin found himself engulfed in profound self-doubt. However, he could not dwell on it for too long. As Lu Hao urged him, hurry up, or we will miss the bus. He had no desire to run. After Han Yukin quickly washed the dishes, Shen Lingling and Lu Hao had also tidied up. Wait a moment, I need to secure the lunchbox first. Han Yukin was concerned about the preserved meat rice left for him by Lu Wensheng spoiling, so he went inside to find a net bag and a rope. After securing the lunchbox, he hung it directly into the well at the youth station. The temperature below was cool in rural areas. Summer food preservation often involved hanging items in wells. They were heading to the commune today and would not be returning for a while, so it was best to hang the lunchbox for peace of mind. Let us go? Lu Hao and Shen Lingling nodded and followed Han Yukin out. Observing Han Yukin's careful actions, it was evident how much he valued Lu Wensheng. Wait, what about that white youth? Lu Hao inquired, belatedly, of Shen Lingling. Oh, she is still asleep. I called her twice, but she didn't respond. TSK, 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 this person is really something. Just watch. If she can manage to work properly, I will rewrite my name. But, ISNT Lu written backwards still Lu? Lu Hao felt embarrassed. Let us go. If we delay any longer, we will miss the bus. And it's because of your slowness. Shen Lingling did not even glance back at the chattering Lu Hao. What Shen said is true. Lu Hao does have a wife's tongue. Han Yukin, listening to their conversation behind him, fell into deep thought. Could it be that he was overly concerned about the young woman, Shen? On a different note, let us turn our attention to Lu Wensheng. Upon exiting the youth station, she headed north for a kilometer to reach Dakingshan. Yesterday, she heard from village chiefly that there were wolves in the mountains, and villagers were generally not allowed inside. They mostly gathered mushrooms, collected firewood, and foraged for wild vegetables on the outskirts. Lu Wensheng had no intention of wasting her time on such trivial pursuits today. She was determined to seek treasures in the mountains. With unwavering steps, she ventured along the path into the mountains. Initially, there was a pathway, but as she delved deeper, the vegetation grew denser, leaving little room to tread. Lu Wensheng had no choice but to clear the thorny vines as she progressed. However, it was not a waste of effort, for she collected all the cut vines to dry in her space for future kindling. As she forged ahead, she made good pace and soon reached a clearing halfway up the mountain. Just as she was about to sit and rest, she heard clucking from the nearby bushes, which sounded like a hen laying eggs. She stealthily approached, gradually parting the underbrush to reveal 3 wild chickens. This sight filled her with immense joy, and without a moment's hesitation, She picked up 3 small stones from the ground. With a swift motion, she hurled them, and the sound of 3 sharp thuds echoed through the air as the chickens fell to the ground. Lu Wensheng hurried over to collect the chickens, tossing them into her space, and discovered that one of them had several eggs nestled beneath it. Fortune indeed smiled upon her. Both chickens and eggs were hers to claim. Truly, the wisdom of self-sufficiency proved true. Without delay, Lu Wensheng retrieved a basket from her space, designed for holding eggs, and carefully placed the eggs within. She then searched the surrounding area, her instincts suggesting there were more to be found. Sure enough, she stumbled upon 2 more nests, one of which contained newly hatched chicks. What to do? If she took them, she had no place to raise them, yet leaving them behind tugged at her heart. They would grow into meat, after all. After some contemplation, she decided to move the chicks along with their nests into her space, following suit herself. What did she see upon entering? The dizzying array of chickens had awakened, gazing bewilderedly at the sudden presence of a human. Lu Wensheng had not anticipated that her space could sustain life. Thus, she set about constructing a few fences within the bamboo grove, enclosing the wild chickens and their chicks. Fearing the chickens might escape and disrupt the environment, she resolutely clipped their flight feathers. Their survival now rested in Destiny's hands. Having completed this task, she re-emerged into the underbrush to continue her quest for wild chicken eggs. To her surprise, she discovered a bountiful haul of 52 eggs. Initially, she had planned to purchase some from Aunt Lee in the morning, yet here she was, acquiring them effortlessly. After tossing the eggs into her space, Lu Wensheng settled down beneath a large tree to quench her thirst, contemplating whether to replenish her energy before venturing further. After all, she couldn't possibly leave with just 3 wild chickens. As she indulged in her thoughts, a sudden thud startled her from behind, followed by the sound of a heavy object hitting the ground. Startled, she turned to see a gray rabbit that had dashed too quickly and collided with a tree, leaving it dazed. What luck she had! Without hesitation, she scampered over to collect the rabbit, marveling at its plumpness. "You will make for a delightful meal at noon," she mused, securing it between her knees and clasping her hands in gratitude, murmuring, "Thank you, heaven, for this gift of sustenance." With that, she deftly produced a small knife, swiftly dispatching the rabbit and skinning it with practiced ease. Gazing at the freshly slain creature, she donned a grim expression and declared, "Having spent 10 years into Run FA slaughtering fish, my heart has grown as cold as my blade." A sly grin crossed her face as she continued her task. Next, she rinsed the rabbit in her water jug and constructed a fire to roast it. As it cooked, she rummaged through her space for seasonings, most of which she had procured from the black market, along with contributions from her family. During the roasting process, she did not remain idle. She treated the rabbit's skin for preservation, intending to craft a warm hat come winter. When her consciousness swept over the rice and wheat she had sown a few days prior, she was utterly astonished. In just a few days, they had ripened. Raising her gaze to the apple tree, she noticed the apples, each a vibrant red, exceedingly tempting. Unable to resist, Lu Wensheng plucked one apple and bit into it without even washing it. Wow, it was delicious. Sweet, juicy, and crisp, the apple was delightful. Most importantly, she felt threads of ethereal energy penetrating her body, instantly refreshing her. The oppressive heat from her earlier ascent up the mountain vanished completely. Could this be a form of healing? She could distinctly feel the energy flowing within her, creating a profound sense of comfort wherever it traveled. Why did this evoke such a sense of familiarity? Where had she encountered this before? Perhaps it was that jade pendant? Nevertheless, she decided to postpone her investigation until after moving out. After all, the energy from the other pendant was notably potent. Comforting herself, Lu Wensheng calmly turned the rabbit over and sprinkled some seasoning on it. She had to admit, this rabbit was remarkably plump, the kind that oozed fat. If only she could take it home to prepare. While roasted rabbit was delightful, she preferred spicy rabbit heads or cold rabbit meat. Since the rabbit would take some time to roast, Lu Wensheng stood up and began to scout the area. Rabbits were social animals with strong reproductive capabilities. If she had 2 rabbits, she would have an endless supply of them. A litter of 7 or 8 every month. What a fortune! Not only would she have a continuous source of meat for herself, but she could also earn a considerable sum by selling them on the black market. While Lu Wensheng reveled in the fantasies of the chicken and egg cycle, she heard rustling sounds ahead. They were coming. As she stealthily approached, she discovered a foolish roe deer in front of her. This creature was far more precious than a rabbit. But how could she quietly capture it? No. She needed to devise a way to retrieve a bow and arrow. Gripping the knife in her hand, Lu Wensheng cautiously advanced toward her target, inching closer and closer. Finally, When she was just a meter away from the oblivious deer, she lunged forward, tightly grasping its neck, and with a swift motion, plunged the knife into its flesh, piercing its main artery. The deer collapsed, blood gushing forth in torrents. Fearing the waste of such precious blood, Lu Wensheng quickly retrieved a bucket from her spatial storage to catch the flowing blood. Deer blood was a valuable resource, rich in iron and protein, effectively nourishing the body and enhancing beauty. Iron is a vital component of hemoglobin, promoting the production of red blood cells, improving oxygen transport in the blood, and bolstering the immune system. Additionally, the protein in deer blood stimulates skin cell metabolism, delaying aging and making the skin smoother and finer. In essence, it was exceptionally beneficial for women, aiding in regulating menstruation and nourishing the kidneys. The original owner of this body had not treated it well, suffering greatly during her menstrual cycles. Thus, Lu Wensheng planned to reserve the deer blood for her own use. As for the meat, she would sell it. She was set to begin work the day after tomorrow and needed to find time to visit the black market tomorrow. Oh no, my rabbit! Lu Wensheng, disregarding everything else, swiftly tossed the roe deer along with the blood bucket into her space, then hurried back to check on her lunch. She fervently hoped it hadn't burnt. Rushing to the tree, she deftly flipped the rabbit over. Thankfully, it was merely slightly charred, which did not detract from its edibility. After fetching some water from her space to wash away the blood splatters on her face, she glanced into the mirror. Upon confirming there was nothing amiss, she felt at ease. In no time, the rabbit was perfectly roasted. Lu Wensheng used a small knife to meticulously scrape off the charred, crispy layer of meat, placing it into a plate. She then retrieved 2 meat buns from her space to serve as the main course. Finally, she wrapped the unsightly rabbit carcass in oil paper and placed it into her small granary, intending to chop it up upon returning home that evening. Adding water to make a soup, she recalled spotting a patch of wild mushrooms and vegetables on her way up the mountain, which she planned to incorporate into her dish. Relishing the thought, after swiftly finishing her meal, Lu Wensheng continued her ascent into the mountains. From a distance, she spotted a patch of wild mushrooms, likely untouched by human hands, bursting with golden-hued fruit. In her previous life, she had harbored a fondness for this fruit. Whenever it was in season, she would buy it in abundance. Known as swanjiang, this fruit possesses remarkable qualities. It cools heat, detoxifies, promotes diuresis, alleviates sore throat, clears phlegm, induces labor, and cools blood to stop bleeding. Now that it was freely available before her eyes, could she possibly resist the temptation to pick some? Absolutely not. In that moment, all thoughts of rabbits and the age-old conundrum of chickens and eggs were cast aside. She hurried over, unable to restrain her cravings, plucking a fruit and popping it into her mouth. Oh my, how sweet it was! She continued to indulge, consuming several more before halting, and then began to collect handfuls, ensuring she spared not a single ripe one. In no time, her backpack was filled to the brim. With a mere thought, Lu Wensheng stored the laden backpack of swanjiang fruit into her small granary, then retrieved an empty backpack to continue her gathering. Ultimately, she filled 3 large backpacks before she felt satisfied, though a twinge of guilt struck her as she surveyed the barren ground left in her wake. Suddenly, she contemplated digging one up to store in her space, but the soil was too hard. After digging for a while, and only managing to create a small hole, she muttered to herself, perhaps it's best to leave it for now. I'll return after the next rain. Deciding to munch on the swanjiang fruit as she made her way back, she noted the time. It was already 3 o'clock. If she didn't descend soon, she would be unable to return before nightfall. Passing through the patch of wild mushrooms and vegetables, she showed no mercy, gathering everything in sight, leaving only a small portion behind while the majority found its way into her granary. After all, time stood still within her granary, alleviating any concerns of spoilage. Along her path, she also encountered a wild chicken and a wild rabbit, both of which she did not let escape, storing them in her space. She was indeed a frugal gatherer, not one to part easily with her treasures. She delighted in her bounty, for in the end, what one holds in hand is truly one's own. Chapter 42. Indeed, some hands are restless. By the time Lu Wensheng descended the mountain, it was already 5:30. Along the way, she encountered several team members who regarded her with peculiar glances, and some less courteous individuals even whispered and pointed at her from the shadows. What was this? Had word spread? A subtle smile graced her lips, revealing her satisfaction. It seemed the execution of the old educated youth was commendable. With a buoyant spirit, Lu Wensheng made her way towards the educated youth point, her basket slung across her back. However, her keen hearing caught snippets of malicious gossip trailing behind her. Have you heard? She sleepwalks while dreaming. Is it really her? Indeed. Just yesterday, I encountered her. What a pity for such a beautiful girl. Oh, who wouldn't say? I heard from Lee that she's mentally unstable. Is that true? It can't be false. Enough chatter. The educated youths are here. The last of the elder women shot a knowing glance at the group still gossiping about Lu Wensheng, urging them to notice the three individuals approaching. The women promptly closed their mouths, aware that they had arrived in the same batch and might have acquaintances who could defend Lu Wensheng. In truth, Shenlingling and her companions had overheard the gossip but could not refute it, so they glared at the gossipers with ire. A few of the women, realizing their guilt, awkwardly greeted, "Oh, are you on your way to the commune? Indeed, you've bought quite a lot. It's typical for those from the city to have money, unlike us." Shenlingling and Han Mukin were seething with anger and chose not to respond, walking straight ahead. Only El Hao spat in disdain, "Pa, a bunch of busybodies." Just as the women were about to retort, they were interrupted by the authoritative voice of village chiefly. "What are you all doing here? Aren't you supposed to be working?" Though they were unafraid of the educated youths, they certainly respected village chiefly and awkwardly dispersed. Seeing this, El Hao pretended to grin at village chiefly, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, Uncle Lee." He understood that had the chief not intervened, a quarrel would have ensued. And although he was unafraid, it would undeniably cause unnecessary trouble for Lu Wensheng, so he appreciated the old chief's timely intervention. Village chiefly took a few puffs of his pipe and waved them back, saying, "Off you go." Han Mukin freed a hand to pull him along. "All right." El Hao acquiesced, following suit. Meanwhile, Lu Wensheng had arrived at Li Erzu's home, knocking on the open door while calling inside. "Aunt Li, are you home? Who is it?" Before Lu Wensheng could respond, a small bundle of energy burst forth. "Sister Lu." Recognizing the child as Dogwa, Lu Wensheng's eyes sparkled with delight. She retrieved a few mushrooms from her basket and placed them in his hands, exclaiming, "You're such a good boy." Dogwa accepted the mushrooms with a sweet smile, saying, "Thank you, Sister Lu." Then, he dashed into the kitchen, shouting, "Mom, a little lantern." Sister Lu gave me a little lantern. At that moment, Aunt Li emerged from her sewing, slightly delayed. Seeing Lu Wensheng, she scolded gently, "Oh, it's little Lu. Did you go to Dakingshan? You know that's not a safe place." She noticed the lantern fruit in Dogwa's hand, recognizing that such a treasure could only be found in Dakingshan. Lu Wensheng, understanding Aunt Li's concern, replied warmly, "Aunt Li, I'm perfectly fine. This is for you." With that, she handed over a pound of mushrooms wrapped in large leaves. Aunt Li instinctively took the item, only to discover it was also a lantern fruit. With delight, she exclaimed, "Little Lu, how fortunate you are to have found a lantern fruit. These are quite valuable in the black market. You must take it back and enjoy it yourself." She reached out to return the item. However, Lu Wensheng was unwilling to accept the return of something he had given. He gently refused, saying, "Aunt, this is not yours to return. I did not intend it for you, but rather for the little puppy who calls me sister. Should I not offer a small token of goodwill? Besides, there is no need for you to be so polite with me. It's not our first encounter. I count on you to support me in the village." He looked at her with a hint of grievance. Aunt Li, moved by his words, retracted her hand and replied, "Of course not, even without the lantern fruit. I cannot allow anyone to bully you." Lu Wensheng smiled upon hearing this. "That is settled then. I must return to prepare dinner, and Aunt Li, you should head home as well." "Ah, indeed. Goodbye, Aunt Li." With that, she left without looking back. Aunt Li's inexpensive vegetable prices reflected her family's sincerity, and her connection to the village chief led her to conclude that this family was worth befriending. Lu Wensheng intended to reside here for several more years, and fostering good relationships with the villagers would be advantageous. "Sheng Sheng, Sister Lu." Lu Wensheng was lost in thought when two voices called her from behind. Without turning, she already knew who they were. After a moment, she asked as the three approached, "What has happened? Why are you back so late?" At this, Lu Hao wore a look of lament. "Don't even mention it. The bus broke down halfway, and we had to walk back. I'm utterly exhausted." Noticing that he carried a large basket brimming with items, Lu Wensheng couldn't help but inquire, "What did you buy that is so much?" Lu Hao sheepishly rubbed his nose. "Oh, it's nothing much, just some rice." "But didn't we just receive our rations?" Lu Wensheng questioned. Lu Hao, no longer shy, replied directly, "I plan to store it in your little kitchen, so I can confidently join you for meals." "Wait, brother, did we discuss this?" She was at a loss for words. The other two dared not laugh, knowing they were all of one mind. Han Mukin cleared his throat to change the subject, asking, "Sham, did you find anything in the mountains today?" At this, Lu Wensheng's eyes sparkled with excitement as she joyfully replied, "Yes, you're in for a treat tonight." She decided on the spur of the moment to allow them to join her for dinner. Lingling eagerly asked, "What is it?" Lu Wensheng replied, "We'll talk about it when we get back." The three responded eagerly, "All right." At the intellectual youth station, Li Yin questioned, "Are you certain that this won't lead to trouble?" Zhang Fangfang expressed doubt. Li Yin, bold as she was, had brazenly declared that Lu Wensheng was mentally unstable. It was nothing short of explosive. She believed that Li Yin had a poor memory when it came to punishment. Li Yin, unfazed, continued washing her clothes and remarked, "Humph. Who told her to hit me without offering compensation? I intend to tarnish her reputation and teach her a lesson. Eventually, she will come crawling back to me." "Oh? How do you expect me to beg you?" Just as Li Yin finished speaking, a mocking voice emerged from behind her. It was none other than Lu Wensheng, who was leaning casually against the door, observing her. Gulping, Li Yin swallowed hard, her demeanor faltering as she said, "Lu Wensheng, do you still want to fight?" At this, Lu Wensheng rolled up her sleeves, responding, "Indeed, I feel a bit restless. What should I do?" "You can't touch me," Li Yin protested, retreating step by step. Lu Wensheng, puzzled, countered, "Who said I wanted to touch you?" She then turned to the others behind her and inquired, "Did I say I would hit her?" Han, Shun, and El all shook their heads in unison. "No." "Exactly." With that, she headed toward her little kitchen. As she brushed past Li Yin, she scoffed, "Humph. So inept yet so playful." Li Yin fell silent, lowering her head, her eyes filled with malice. Little did she know, Lu Wensheng was not about to let her off the hook. A chilling warning echoed from behind, "You better keep that hidden, or I won't hesitate to gouge your eyes out." Li Yan's hatred dissipated, leaving her stunned. How did she know? Lu Wensheng scoffed, with such palpable animosity. "It would be unnatural not to sense it. If you can't even conceal your emotions, it's clear you're rather foolish." As Lu Wensheng entered the kitchen, El Hao and the others followed suit, silently rummaging through their backpacks. Subsequently, Lu Wensheng was left bewildered by their actions. El Hao was the first to pull out a cloth bag and place it on the table, then turned to Lingling. Lingling, not to be outdone, produced a smaller cloth bag from her backpack and set it down as well. Finally, both of them turned expectantly towards Han Mukin, though a bit embarrassed. Han Mukin continued his task, rubbing his nose before deftly retrieving a bag larger than both of theirs and placing it alongside theirs. Lu Wensheng wondered, surely these three don't have some major illness? What are you all up to? Han Mukin explained first. "We pooled our money to buy 50 pounds of rice. I carried 25 pounds, El Jichen carried 15 pounds, and Shin Jichen carried 10 pounds. We're leaving it here for our future gatherings." El Hao chimed in, "Yes, yes." Shin Lingling added, "It was our idea." Lu Wensheng, incredulous, replied, "You could have just said you wanted to mooch off my food. I wouldn't have scolded you." The three did not refute her, continuing to extract items from their backpacks. Under Lu Wensheng's piercing gaze, El Hao produced a package of peach crisps. Looking at her eagerly as he said, "Sister Lu, we couldn't buy eggs, so we brought these peach crisps instead." "Yes, yes. Can I use mung bean cakes instead?" Shin Lingling added, placing a packet of mung bean cakes on the table. Lu Wensheng turned her gaze to Han Mukin, her expression one of curiosity, as if to ask, "What about you? What do you have to offer?" Han Mukin quietly took out a pack of white rabbit candy. Lu Wensheng rubbed her forehead. Are these three sent by the emperor to amuse her? After a moment, she finally spoke. "All right, I'll accept it. You all go wash up. Dinner will be ready soon." "Okay. Shenxing, I'll come help you later." "Thank you for your hospitality, Xiaoxing." Lu Wensheng waved her hand, signaling them to leave. And she busied herself in the kitchen. Today, she had gathered quite a bit of wild vegetables. Lu Wensheng set aside some for soup and prepared the rest to make wild vegetable pancakes. First, she found a basin to knead a piece of dough. Then she cleaned the wild vegetables and mushrooms for later use. She took the rabbit from the storage space, chopped it into pieces, and placed it into a clay pot along with the mushrooms and vegetables to stew. Next, she finely chopped the remaining wild vegetables, scrambled them with a few wild chicken eggs, and seasoned the mixture with salt and soy sauce. After completing these tasks, the dough was nearly ready. She retrieved a cutting board and a rolling pin, rolled the dough into 2 large pancakes, filled one with a mixture, covered it with the other, sealed the edges, and began to cook them on the stove. In her previous life, she had particularly enjoyed such wild vegetable pancakes. When wild vegetables were unavailable, she would use chives, and they were always delicious. After cooking 3, she finally stopped. At this point, the soup was about finished. and she planned to make a cold dish with the remaining wild vegetables before dinner. Just as she was about to begin, Shenlingling entered. And upon seeing the table laden with food, she said to Lu Wensheng, "Shengxing, I'll handle the rest. You go take a shower. I've left hot water for you in the bathroom, so the rest no need to rush. We'll wait for you to start eating." Lu Wensheng, not one to hesitate, was indeed eager to wash up. She asked Shenlingling to prepare a cold dish and then headed to the bathroom, locking the door and taking the bucket of water to the storage space. After a quick shower, she emerged to find the three of them gathered. Shenlingling was heating the food, Lu Hao was peeling garlic, and Han Mukin was serving soup. Lu Wensheng felt quite satisfied. None of them were freeloaders. Even if they couldn't cook, they were doing what they could instead of lounging about idly. Thus, her impression of the three improved a bit more. Han Mukin was the first to notice Lu Wensheng standing outside the door. He softly called out, "Xiaoxing, you've worked hard. Come in and eat." "All right." She stepped inside, feeling the warmth of the harmonious atmosphere, a feeling she had never experienced in either of her lives. As she approached, she noticed that Shenlingling was holding the lunchbox she had prepared for Han Mukin in the morning. She casually asked, "Is it still good?" "Yes. The food was just brought up from the well this morning." "That's good. Hurry and eat." After this, I still need to make a trip to the village chief's house. However, she did not expect that the garlic Lu Hao was peeling was meant for her. Well, that was her little-known, yet widely acknowledged fondness. After dinner, the others insisted she not clean up and pushed her outside. Lu Wensheng was quite pleased with this arrangement. She simply gave a brief instruction and turned to head to the village chief's house. After the commotion from the previous night, she was certain the village chief would be easy to talk to. If not, she could always stir things up again that night. After all, she had nothing better to do. The night has fallen, yet the moonlight shines brightly. Lu Wensheng leisurely strolls along the path, occasionally hearing the distant barks of dogs, the cries of children, the shouts of women, and the reprimands of men, all of which evoke a sense of the vibrant human experience, something she had never encountered in her previous life. It is indeed a unique sensation. As she nears the home of village chief Li, she casually retrieves 2 pounds of brown sugar from her space. In these times, brown sugar is quite a rarity, especially in rural areas. Just yesterday, when she visited the supply and marketing cooperative, there was none to be found. Fortunately, she had purchased a considerable amount while in Songqing. Now, this precious commodity could not only nourish the body, but was also timely, as she had heard that the daughter-in-law of the village chief was in confinement. Thus, these 2 pounds of brown sugar would be perfectly suited for her. Lu Wensheng approached and knocked on the door, hearing a woman's voice from within. "Who is it?" "Andy, it's me, the new educated youth, Lu." "Oh, it's you. Just a moment, I'll open the door." "Thank you, Andy." After a moment, the sound of a lock turning echoed, and Sun Kaifeng opened the door to find a beautiful young woman standing there. She inquired, "Lu, is there something you need?" Lu Wensheng hurriedly pressed the brown sugar into Sun Kaifeng's hands, saying, "Andy, this is what I brought from home. I heard from Erju that your daughter-in-law has just given birth, so I thought I would come by. It isn't much, but please let her replenish her strength." Sun Kaifeng, bewildered at being handed something, initially intended to refuse, but upon glancing down and seeing the brown sugar, she hesitated. After all, her family truly needed it. Her son had gone to the commune several times without success and was now quite distressed. Reluctantly, she said, "Oh, Lu, I really can't accept such a precious gift." Lu Wensheng quickly urged, "Auntie, please don't be so polite. Just accept it. To be honest, I have business with my uncle. Would you allow me to come in?" Sun Kaifeng replied, "All right. I knew there was no such thing as a free gift." Chapter 44. Darker than Qinqing gazing at Lu Wensheng's smiling face and then down at the 2 pounds of brown sugar in her hand. Sun Kaifeng took a deep breath and, with a firm resolve, let her inside. "Lu, come in. We are all family here. If you have something to discuss, just say it. There's no need to bring anything." "Indeed, Auntie speaks wisely," Lu Wensheng responded, following Sun Kaifeng into the main room, where village chief Li was relaxing. She immediately approached him and called out, "Uncle Li, have you eaten? If not, come to our educated youth point for a meal." Village chief Li replied, "Is this one so familiar? Lu, what brings you here?" Seeing his formal demeanor, Lu Wensheng decided to be direct, stating, "Uncle Li, I wish to move out." Village chief Li was taken aback. "Why would you want to leave the educated youth point? Where could you possibly go? There are no vacant houses in the village." Sun Kaifeng was equally startled by the young woman's request, realizing that this matter was indeed complicated. She felt a twinge of regret for having accepted the brown sugar so early. Glancing at her husband's expression, she slowly placed the 2 pounds of brown sugar on the table. Village chief Li remarked, "Wait, is your wife accepting gifts behind my back?" However, after discerning the items on the table, a flicker of understanding crossed her eyes, compelling her to speak again. "Please share your reasons for wishing to move out." Lu Wensheng, sensing a glimmer of hope for negotiation, feigned a sense of grievance and lowered her head, struggling to articulate her reasons. "You see, Uncle Li, my father sacrificed his life when I was merely 9, and my mother tragically hanged herself before my eyes. Since that harrowing moment, I have been afflicted by an ailment characterized by sleepwalking. After extensive treatment, I improved somewhat, but perhaps due to the unfamiliar environment, I now find myself bereft of a sense of security, which has triggered a relapse. I understand that the educated youth have a challenging day of labor, and I genuinely fear disrupting others' rest, hence my desire to relocate." As she spoke, her voice grew increasingly sorrowful, ultimately leading her to succumb to tears. Village Chief Li had indeed heard of the events from the previous night. Initially, he dismissed them as mere rumors, only to discover their veracity. Sun Kaifeng, upon hearing Lu Wensheng's tragic tale, felt a pang of sympathy, recognizing that she was still but a young girl. Unable to contain her compassion, she urged her husband, "Dear, we have resources. Can't you devise a solution? This child is truly pitiable." At that moment, her concern extended beyond the trivial matter of 2 pounds of brown sugar. She genuinely felt for Lu Wensheng. As Lu Wensheng continued to sob softly, the atmosphere grew heavy with emotion. After a prolonged silence, Village Chief Li finally spoke. "There might indeed be a solution, though it hinges on your agreement." "There's hope," Lu Wensheng exclaimed, raising her tear-streaked face to look at Village Chief Li with anticipation. "Uncle Li, what is the proposal?" Observing her tear-drenched visage, he slowly explained, "You educated youth currently hold residency in our Pingan Brigade, which entitles you to a plot of land for housing. In due course, you may construct a dwelling for yourself. However, I must make it clear that should you return to the city in the future, the property will revert to the village. Would you consent to this arrangement?" Lu Wensheng pondered for a moment and inquired, "Then, Uncle Li, how much would it cost to build a house?" "That depends on the type of structure you wish to erect. There are options for adobe houses, red brick houses, and blue brick houses." After surveying the impressive blue brick house belonging to the village chief, then recalling the red brick house of Erjuju, and finally contemplating the village's adobe houses, Lu Wensheng decisively approached Village Chief Li. "Uncle Li, how much do the red brick and blue brick houses cost, respectively? I only require a modest abode for myself." Village Chief Li contemplated for a moment, retreated to his home, and returned with an abacus, swiftly calculating. He ultimately concluded, "For your needs, a main room, a secondary room, a kitchen, a woodshed, and a dry toilet should suffice. A red brick construction, including labor and materials but excluding meals, would not exceed 50. In the case of blue bricks, it would be at least 80. Lu Wensheng reflected on this. While she could afford a blue brick house, she was mindful of the adage that wealth should not be ostentatiously displayed. Consider the implications: a young girl, an outsider among the educated youth. Quietly constructing a blue brick house would certainly attract undue attention. It was a precarious situation, for even if she were merely prone to sleepwalking, the perception of others could be dangerously skewed. With determination, she swiftly retrieved 50 yuan from her pocket and placed it before the village chief, saying, "Uncle Li, this is the subsidy provided by the youth office upon my arrival. I cannot afford to build a blue brick house, so I kindly ask for your assistance in constructing a red brick house." Upon hearing her request, Village Chief Li readily assured her, "All right, I will do my utmost to save costs, and anything remaining will be provided to you." Lu Wensheng was pleasantly surprised at the prospect of receiving some funds back. Overwhelmed with gratitude, she clasped Sun Caifeng's hand, exclaiming, "Uncle, Aunt, you are truly good people. Good people will be rewarded." However, she understood that it would be inappropriate to hold the old man's hand too firmly. One must know the boundaries, right? "Ha ha." Sun Caifeng, feeling sympathy for the young girl, gently grasped her hand and said, "My dear, if you ever need anything, do not hesitate to come to me. If I cannot resolve it, your uncle will surely assist. Treat our brigade as your own home. If anyone bullies you, just tell me, and I will protect you." This affirmation was precisely what Lu Wensheng desired. She accepted it without hesitation, nodding, "Aunt, you are truly wonderful. I have been accustomed to being nagged by my aunt since childhood, and I have yet to encounter someone as kind as you." Upon observing this exchange, the old man realized that his wife had been charmed by Lu Wensheng. Recognizing that this young intellectual was no ordinary individual, he hastily interrupted their heartfelt conversation to steer the topic elsewhere, asking, "Have you decided where you would like to build your house, Lu?" After some contemplation, Lu Wensheng concluded that constructing it within the village would be unwise. As she was unfamiliar with the locals and, being an outsider, she would naturally face exclusion. Therefore, she deemed it safer to build near the youth point, which would not only be close to Aunt Lie's home, but also near the majestic Qing Mountain. She replied, "Let us build it adjacent to the youth point. This way, we can look out for each other, and I won't need to trouble the team members constantly." Village chiefly nodded in agreement. Recognizing her clarity of thought, without further deliberation, he consented. "All right, I will bring people tomorrow to measure the land and strive to commence construction as soon as possible, aiming to complete it before the double harvest." Upon hearing his commitment, Lu Wensheng stood up and respectfully bowed to Village Chief Li, saying, "Thank you, Uncle Li." Although Village Chief Li maintained his usual stoic demeanor, a subtle smile began to emerge at the corners of his lips. Once the business at hand was concluded, Lu Wensheng intended to take her leave, stating, "Uncle, Aunt, I shall not disturb your rest any longer. I appreciate your vigilance regarding the house, as I am just a young girl and know little about these matters." With that, she pulled a box of Daqianmen from her pocket, placed it on the table, and swiftly departed, seemingly anxious to avoid any further conversation with the old village chief. Inside, Village Chief Li and Sun Kaifeng exchanged glances and simultaneously remarked, "This child." With the important matters settled, Lu Wensheng felt a weight lifted from her heart, allowing her to finally gaze up at the stars. As she strolled leisurely back, she suddenly heard rustling sounds ahead. Fearing the presence of ill-intentioned individuals, she crouched low and stealthily slipped into the nearby grass, straining to listen intently. After a moment, her expression darkened, more so than Qingqing's. "Oh dear, why did you take so long to arrive? I've been waiting for you forever. Oh, my little ancestor. Why are you in such a hurry? Come here and let your brother give you a kiss." Lu Wensheng realized the nature of the encounter. What a pair of wild lovebirds. Sisters, please leave a comment to let me know what you are watching, even if it's just a punctuation mark. Chapter 45. Han Jiqing can actually smile. "Darling, give your brother a son. That old fellow of yours can't produce one, so I kindly offer to help him leave an heir." "Patriotic brother. I can't do it. If I get caught, I'm doomed." "What is wrong? Don't you like your brother? Is it that he is not strong enough?" Lu Wensheng exclaimed. "What kind of wolfish words are these? She is still a child." As soon as the man finished speaking, Lu Wensheng heard a series of delicate gasps from the woman. "Ah, patriotic brother, I promise you. Be good, don't speak. Just enjoy." Then came a string of indecent sounds. Goodness! Lu Wensheng's mouth hung open in shock. "Is this something I can hear for free? How thrilling it is to eavesdrop on a married woman." Fearing that her ears might suffer from excessive exposure, Lu Wensheng hurriedly slipped away, determined not to disturb the amorous pair. Isn't there a saying? Better to demolish 10 temples than to disrupt a pair of wild lovers. Ah, no. That's not it. Patriotic, huh? She made a mental note to inquire further when she had the chance. Lu Wensheng returned to the youth station with half of an unfinished melon in her mind. At that moment, the older youths were dining in the courtyard. And to her surprise, Bai Qian was also at the table. Glancing at her watch, she noted that it was already 7:30. Why were they only just eating? Although she was puzzled, she did not show it and walked straight to the west wing. Upon entering the room, she found Shen Lingling sewing something on the Kong. In a cheerful mood, Lu Wensheng approached her, only to be taken aback. Shen Lingling was holding a piece of fabric, its stitching crooked and uneven. She couldn't discern what it was. "Lingling, what are you doing?" Shen Lingling replied without looking up. "Oh, I'm making a pair of sleeves for work." Lu Wensheng stared at the 2 strips of fabric, astonished. "You call this a pair of sleeves?" Shen Lingling felt a bit embarrassed. I just thought since the older youths have them, I'd make a couple too." She pushed the fabric on the Kong and continued, "Look, I even bought one for you. Tomorrow, when I have nothing to do, I'll make us both a pair of sleeves." Hearing that there was one for her as well warmed Lu Wensheng's heart. She reached for the coarse fabric and examined it closely. Then, she took off her shoes, hopped onto the Kong, and snatched the needle and thread from Shen Lingling's hands, beginning to unravel the stitches while complaining, "You should stop with your skills. It's best not to waste materials. Go, wash the mushrooms in the small kitchen's basket, divide them into 2 portions, and take one next door. You really shouldn't take on such tasks. Even a fortune wouldn't be enough for you to squander." Having finished her words, Lu Wensheng completed unraveling the stitches, rethreaded the needle, and instinctively ran the needle through her hair a couple of times before swiftly stitching. Each stitch was remarkably neat, tight, and even, leaving Shen Lingling in awe. Sheng, is there anything you can't do? Lu Wensheng pondered for a moment, and then replied earnestly, sleeping with a girl. Primarily, she was filled with intent yet devoid of strength. Stealing a glance at Shen Lingling's astonished and unfamiliar expression, Lu Wensheng casually nudged her foot. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up. Oh, right. I'm going. Shen Lingling snapped back to reality and quickly shuffled towards the edge of the Kong. She must have misheard. Yes. Observing her absent-minded demeanor, Lu Wensheng felt a twinge of regret for her lack of discretion. It was all due to her previous life spent among a group of rough men in the martial arts hall, where coarse jokes were the norm. With such influences, how could she possibly fare well? It seemed that she ought to temper her speech in the future, as her current manner could easily lead to misunderstandings. Upon entering the small kitchen, Shen Lingling indeed found a plethora of mushrooms and wild fruits in the basket. Internally, she marveled once more at how impressive Sheng was. Swiftly peeling the fruit, she placed them in a basin, washing each one meticulously before filling 2 large plates. Balancing one in each hand as she made her way back inside, Zhang Jiping, with his keen eyes, had already noticed Shen Lingling washing the mushrooms. And upon observing the 2 plates she carried, he confidently assumed they were gifts from the new educated youth to their seasoned peers. Thus, he remained outside, awaiting her arrival. It was crucial to note that these delicacies were rare treasures, harvested only from the deep mountains. Yet, due to the dangers posed by wild beasts, most individuals would not risk venturing out for mere sustenance. Although he had been in the area for quite some time, he had scarcely tasted them. As he basked in his own self-satisfaction, contemplating how to tease Shen Lingling, he was suddenly struck by the sight of her approaching with 2 plates of mushrooms toward the west wing. Anxiously, he called out, Shen Jiqing, did you forget something? Having long sensed his gaze lingering on her, Shen Lingling understood his intentions when she saw his eyes darting towards the mushrooms. Pretending to be puzzled, she replied, Zhang Jiqing, is there something I should remember? Zhang Jiping, taken aback by her apparent obliviousness despite his blatant hints, inwardly scolded her for being so unperceptive. Yet, unable to resist the allure of the mushrooms, he mustered the courage to continue prompting her. It's nothing. I just wanted to ask where you picked these fruits. Shen Lingling blinked her large eyes and responded, oh, Sheng bought them. Is there an issue, Zhang Jiqing? Since she claimed they were purchased. He felt it inappropriate to press further. Without waiting for her reaction, he turned to leave, silently marking Shen Lingling down in his mental ledger. Just wait. Could Shen Lingling fear him? Rolling her eyes at his retreating figure, she turned and walked back inside. Humph, with a standing, he dares to covet Sheng's belongings. Who does he think he is? Shen Lingling, akin to a victorious rooster, first knocked on Han Yukin's door, presenting a plate of mushrooms while explaining. Here, this is from Sheng. Upon seeing the proud little demeanor of Shen Lingling, Han Yukin couldn't help but smile. Thank you, Shen Jiqing. He had overheard the commotion outside and noted her talent for feigning ignorance. Oh, no need for thanks, she replied, her heart fluttering at the sight of Han Yukin's smile. Feeling flustered, she stammered a response before hastily fleeing. Upon her return to the room, her heart had yet to steady itself. She pressed one hand against her chest while placing the plate upon the Kong table, slowly attempting to regulate her breath. Lu Wensheng found her demeanor somewhat amusing. Had she been charmed by Han Yukin? Nevertheless, feigning ignorance, she inquired, what happened? Shen Lingling, regaining her composure, gazed at Lu Wensheng in astonishment, exclaiming, Wensheng, you won't believe it. Han Jiqing actually smiled. Lu Wensheng retorted, isn't that a trivial observation? Who doesn't smile? While her words held truth, Lu Wensheng swiftly popped a mushroom berry into Shen Lingling's mouth, saying, there's no buts about it. With something to eat, your mouth shall be silenced. Instinctively, Shen Lingling chewed a couple of times, her eyes sparkling with delight. Wow, it's so sweet. Indeed. Just look at who picked it. As for Han Yukin, after watching Shen Lingling dash away, he too entered the room. Lu Hao was busy making the beds for the 2 of them, and was somewhat surprised to see the yellowish item in Han Yukin's hands, asking, what is this? It looks rather appealing. Having never encountered such a thing before, as it was not produced in their region, Lu Hao had never tasted it. Mushroom berry, Han Yukin replied, but decided against correcting him, thinking it better to let it be. Lu Hao instinctively sensed something amiss, rubbed his nose, then picked one up and tentatively chewed it, exclaiming, Brother Chun, this is delicious. Sweet and fragrant, you should try it. With that, he casually shoved one into Han Yukin's mouth. Under Han Yukin's piercing gaze, Lu Hao ended up consuming nearly an entire plate of mushroom berries, resulting in a midnight visit to the restroom, a tale for another time. Now, returning to Lu Wensheng. She swiftly finished sewing a sleeve and glanced outside, gossiping. Why is it so late for dinner out there? Seeing Lu Wensheng struggling with her sewing, Shen Lingling pushed the oil lamp closer and, mimicking Lu Wensheng's earlier actions, turned to observe Bai Qian awkwardly washing dishes by the well. Wensheng, let me tell you. You don't know how to start a fire. Yesterday afternoon, Zhang Jiqing called a small meeting to arrange the cooking shifts. Li Yin and Zhang Jiping are one group, Zhang Huihui and Bai Qian another, while I am paired with Han Jiqing and Lu Jiqing with Meng Jiqing. Lu Wensheng, intrigued, asked, why disrupt the original order set by the old Jiqing to include you? Shouldn't the four of you have been split into two groups? Shen Lingling explained. Because Bai Qian, Han Mukin, and Lu Hao cannot cook and require someone to guide them. Hence, this arrangement. Oh, that makes sense. But how does this relate to their late dinner? Shen Lingling shot her a glance, as if chiding her impatience, and continued, today. It was Zhang Huihui and Bai Qian's turn to cook. Knowing Bai Qian's lack of skill, Zhang Huihui hardly had her do any work, only asking her to pick and wash the vegetables. However, our young lady failed to pick them clean, and the washing was no better, forcing Zhang Huihui to curse and redo her work, while Bai Qian had no choice but to tend the fire. Unfortunately, the flames were too fierce, resulting in the food being burnt. Lu Wensheng was left speechless. What a genius! And then what happened? Shen Lingling consumed a mushroom and continued, as a result. Everyone insisted that Bai Qian compensate them for their rations. In the end, it was Meng Qingtang, almost starving, who lent a hand to finish the meal. Otherwise, the two of them would have gone without food. Lu Wensheng interrupted. So how much grain did they take from Bai Qian? I don't know. But it seems she only has about half of the rice left. Goodness, how cruel these people are, though Bai Qian is hardly innocent herself. Lu Wensheng, Shen Lingling, you two are being excessively unreasonable. How dare you eat in isolation within the house? Lu Wensheng conceded. Fine, she was wrong. She shouldn't have shown even a hint of compassion. She deserves to have everything taken from her. Lu Wensheng fell silent, merely narrowing her eyes and staring at the woman before her who was throwing a tantrum. Suddenly, Bai Qian seemed to have an epiphany. She shivered, clutching her bowl, and fled the scene without looking back. Shen Lingling remarked, indeed, one can only be subdued by their own kind. All right, give it a try. After biting off the thread she was holding, Lu Wensheng handed the exquisite cuffs to Shen Lingling for her to try. Shen Lingling accepted the finely crafted cuffs, silently lamenting that she was not a man. Shen Sheng, you are truly remarkable. After putting on the cuffs, Shen Lingling showered Lu Wensheng with compliments, which annoyed her to the point that she wished to cover Shen Lingling's mouth. All right, quickly tidy up and get some sleep. It has been a long day. Okay. After neatly folding the cuffs and putting them away, Shen Lingling said to Lu Wensheng, Sheng, tomorrow I plan to go to the carpenter's to buy a box. Would you like to join me? Lu Wensheng shook her head. No, I bought 2 second-hand ones yesterday. Oh, then that's fine. Lu Wensheng had several boxes stored away, all procured from the Lu family, but she intended to wait until the new house was built before retrieving them. Additionally, she planned to rent an ox cart to bring back old furniture, claiming they were sourced from a flea market. In the dead of night, Lu Wensheng quietly opened her eyes, deciding to go sleepwalking once more. As she silently exited her room and began to circle the courtyard, she thought she heard a commotion from the toilet. She deliberately took a couple of steps towards the restroom, only to be repulsed by a horrid smell. Someone was clearly causing a ruckus in the outhouse. Inside the room, Shen Lingling also awoke, and upon noticing Lu Wensheng's absence, instinctively went out to search for her. As expected, her friend was still meandering in the yard. Shen Lingling naturally approached to take Lu Wensheng's hand, but this time, Lu Wensheng surprisingly pulled away, refusing to follow her. Ah, it's not time yet. With no other option, Shen Lingling sat down on the steps to wait until Lu Wensheng grew weary. However, this wait led her to discover something extraordinary. Sleepwalking was truly remarkable. Though she was asleep, she could avoid obstacles and autonomously alter her path. At that moment, Lu Wensheng inwardly lamented, seriously, sister, why are you staying up at this hour just to watch me wander in circles? Just as she was debating whether to continue, she heard the person in the toilet emerge. Oh no, is my sister at it again? Shen Lingling was startled by him and asked, why are you out here instead of sleeping in the house? Lu Hao wore an expression of despair, saying, well, I have a bit of an upset stomach. He refrained from admitting that he had overindulged in the company of women, fearing that there might not be any more opportunities in the future. Shen Lingling, of course, could easily guess the truth. She rolled her eyes at him and said, "What a loser. Keep your distance. It smells terrible." Wrinkling her nose in disgust, she went to coax Lu Wensheng back into the house. Once she finally managed to settle him down, she turned back and warned, "You need to air out that stench before coming back inside. You're absolutely reeking." Lu Hao exclaimed, "Is my heart not a heart anymore? Must you be so cruel to me?" Lu Wensheng barely stifled a laugh. Inwardly, she thought, what a pitiful man. After lying down, once she heard that Shen Lingling had fallen soundly asleep beside her, she cautiously probed her consciousness into the space. She needed to harvest the wheat and rice tonight, and if time permitted, perhaps plant another crop. To her astonishment, as she projected her consciousness into the space, it transformed into a transparent figure that bore an uncanny resemblance to her. The only puzzling aspect was the light green thread that meandered within the figure, nearly invisible unless observed closely. The path of that thread seemed to mimic the flow of spiritual energy within her own body. What could this connection signify? She felt as though she were on the verge of grasping something significant, yet remained at a loss. Chapter 47. You are my dear uncle. After a long moment of contemplation, Lu Wensheng decided to take things as they came. Realizing she had no choice but to proceed step by step, she directed her little figure to begin harvesting the wheat and rice. As soon as she cut the grains, they seemed to respond to some unseen call, rapidly bursting forth and flying towards the small granary. This scene left her utterly astonished. So, this is a spatial cheat? All she needed to do was harvest? This would save her an immense amount of trouble. With this thought invigorating her, Lu Wensheng worked even more fervently. In just over an hour, she collected all the grains. Then, she tilled the soil again and planted a second crop, even going so far as to sow a row of watermelons along the edge of the field, ensuring that she would never be without watermelons in the future. After completing her tasks, she checked on the wild chickens she was raising, feeling reassured that all was well before withdrawing her consciousness from the space. It was perhaps the first time she had separated her consciousness from her body, and the sudden transition left her feeling somewhat disoriented. Her head throbbed painfully, and she felt utterly drained. Enduring the discomfort, Lu Wensheng diligently guided the thread of spiritual energy within her body to circulate, especially focusing on her head. After several rotations, she felt a bit better, though her head still ached dully. Knowing that she had important tasks to attend to the following day, she feared she might not wake up in time, so she decided to drink another cup of spiritual spring water before sinking into a deep slumber. The next morning, just as the rooster crowed its first call, Lu Wensheng opened her eyes. Upon inspecting her body with her consciousness, she was pleasantly surprised to find herself feeling refreshed and brimming with energy, believing she could plow 10 acres of land with ease. From this, she discerned a pattern. When she pushed her consciousness to its limits, new awareness would emerge. For instance, 2 identical little figures appeared in her space. As she gazed at them, a sudden urge to take action surged within her. With a swift thought, she began directing the stronger little figure to absorb the seemingly weaker one. To her astonishment, half an hour later, the weaker figure had indeed vanished. Simultaneously, the stronger figure began to exhibit a faint hue. How extraordinary! A bold notion took root in her mind. If one day this little figure grew to her size, would it be akin to gaining an additional life? The more she contemplated, the more exhilarated she became. Unable to remain still, she quietly rose and decided to practice a set of family martial arts in the yard before freshening up. In the meantime, Han Mukin was roused from his slumber by the sound of her movements. As he donned his clothes and stepped outside, he beheld Lu Wensheng gracefully concluding her routine. Han Mukin generously praised Xiaoxing. This set of movements is truly impressive. Lu Wensheng expressed her gratitude, replying, "Thank you for the compliment. No need to be modest." While Lu Wensheng entered the small kitchen to prepare breakfast, Han Mukin commenced his daily military-style exercise routine. His vigorous practice left the young men brushing their teeth nearby utterly mesmerized. Meanwhile, Lu Wensheng squinted at the group in the yard, pondering deeply. Last night, she had vaguely heard someone scaling the wall and leaving for an hour. Her consciousness was preoccupied with cultivating her space, leaving no room to discern who it was. However, the sound suggested that the individual was undoubtedly skilled. Could it be Han Mukin? Elder Sister Lu. Is Elder Sister Lu at home? It was Go Hua, and she wondered what he was doing there so early. With curiosity, Lu Wensheng opened the door and found Go while holding a small basket containing a handful of greens and 2 cucumbers. His face lit up with joy upon seeing her, and he eagerly raised the basket high, exclaiming, "Elder Sister Lu, my mother sent me to deliver vegetables." Lu Wensheng was pleasantly surprised by Aunt Li's delivery service. She gratefully accepted the basket, saying, Thank you, Go Wa. You're quite impressive, a true young man. Would you like to have lunch here with elder sister? Go Wa, flattered by her praise, nearly lost his bearings. Upon hearing her invitation, he immediately shook his head vigorously. No, my mother said I must return home to eat eggs. With that, he dashed back without a backward glance. Lu Wensheng couldn't help but chuckle, shaking her head in amusement. What a child. She decided to leave a glowing review for Aunt Lee later. Initially, Lu Wensheng had been uncertain about what to prepare for breakfast. But with the small basket of greens in hand, inspiration struck. She resolved to make a vegetable dumpling soup. Adding 2 wild eggs and utilizing the pickled vegetables that the previous owner had preserved, 3 large jars of them, all within her reach. Chopping a piece to mix with the cucumbers would also create a delightful side dish. Without hesitation, Lu Wensheng began her task. First measuring some flour and gradually adding water while stirring, ultimately achieving a lumpy consistency. She then cleaned and chopped the greens, setting aside an egg in a bowl for later use. With a swift and fluid motion, she ignited the fire, set the pot, and heated the oil. Then sliced the leftover scallions from the previous night and tossed them into the pan to release their fragrant aroma. In an instant, the entire courtyard was enveloped in a delightful scent, causing the young intellectuals nearby to salivate, while they cast envious glances at her culinary prowess, contrasting sharply with their own cold stoves. Indeed, the day seemed to grow increasingly bleak. However, Lu Wensheng remained undeterred by their unspoken thoughts, focusing solely on her dumpling soup. As the water in the pot began to boil, she promptly reduced the heat and began to add the dumplings, stirring continuously to prevent them from clumping together, a task that required skill and finesse. A perfect bowl of dumpling soup necessitated that all dumplings be of equal size, distinct and separate, while the broth must remain light and not overly thick, lest it become unpleasantly sticky. Once the dumplings appeared nearly cooked, she gently incorporated the previously beaten eggs and added the greens, ready to serve once it returned to a boil. During this brief waiting period, Lu Wensheng busied herself by swiftly preparing sliced cucumbers and pickled vegetables, thus completing a simple yet satisfying breakfast. As she dined alone, she opted not to wash an additional bowl, choosing instead to enjoy her meal straight from the clay pot, relishing each spoonful of dumpling soup alongside the pickled delicacies. Once she had finished her meal and tidied up the kitchen, the older intellectuals began their own dining experience. Noticing Lu Wensheng had returned in different attire, donned with a small handbag as if preparing to venture out, Shen Lingling inquired with concern, "Where are you off to, Sheng Sheng?" "I'm heading to the county town. Do you need me to bring anything?" Lu Wensheng replied. Shen Lingling shook her head and cautioned, "No, but please be careful on your journey and return early." "Of course." Lu Wensheng responded gently. At that moment, El Hao chimed in, "Safe travels, Sister Lu." "All right, I'm off now," she announced. Han Mukin also offered his well wishes. "Come back soon." "Sure," she affirmed. First, Lu Wensheng visited the village chief, informing the village chief of her plans to buy some items in the county town and that she would return in the afternoon to see him. The village chief readily agreed. "That sounds good. I'll order the red bricks and beams for you this morning. We can discuss the rest when you return." "Thank you, Uncle Li. You're like family to me," Lu Wensheng expressed gratefully. The village chief, wary of her charm, quickly interrupted, "If you don't leave now, you'll miss the bus." Lu Wensheng slapped her forehead, exclaiming, "Oh dear, you're right, Uncle. I almost forgot. I'll be on my way." "You don't need to see me off." "Who said anything about seeing you off?" he retorted, marveling at her audacity. As chapter 48 unfolds, Lu Wensheng glanced at her watch, noting it was already 8:20, with just 10 minutes until the bus arrived. She dashed towards the village entrance, arriving just in time. There, she spotted a young woman dressed distinctly better than the villagers, carrying a basket of eggs, seemingly headed for the city. As Lu Wensheng approached, the woman scrutinized her with a piercing gaze, followed by a dismissive huff. Do they know each other? Lu Wensheng wondered, rolling her eyes but choosing not to stir any trouble, especially as she noticed the bus approaching in the distance. Nevertheless, she committed the woman's face to memory. After all, they were from the same village. As the bus came to a halt, the young woman eagerly boarded and greeted the ticket collector with warmth. "Sister Wang. It's you again today?" The ticket collector, affectionately called Sister Wang, responded with equal enthusiasm. "Oh, Chunhua, are you heading into the city to sell eggs again?" "Yes, Sister Wang," Chunhua replied. "With autumn approaching, I need to buy some fabric to make myself a new dress." The ticket collector complimented her. Among all the villages, Chunhua seems to be the most well-off, making several outfits each year." Upon hearing such flattering words, Chunhua reached into her basket and pulled out 2 steamed buns, offering them to the ticket collector. You must not have had breakfast yet. Here, take these to tide you over and avoid an upset stomach. After a brief, polite refusal, the ticket collector graciously accepted the buns, her smile growing more genuine as she remarked, "Thank you so much, Chunhua. I truly haven't eaten breakfast yet. My stomach was just grumbling. Not to mention, it's no wonder you're doing well, with your beauty and kind heart." On the side, Lu Wensheng could hardly contain herself, feeling nauseated by the commercial flattery. She noted that she had learned a thing or two from this exchange. However, Chunhua's voice seemed hauntingly familiar, as if she had heard it somewhere before. "Excuse me, miss, how much is it to the county town?" The ticket collector, noticing a pretty young girl, coldly replied, 50 cents to the county town, just buy a ticket and get on." Lu Wensheng silently handed over the coins and took a seat, still pondering where she had heard that voice. Throughout the journey, her mind was preoccupied with this question, yet she could not find a clue. As they neared the commune, a couple boarded the bus, animatedly discussing what wedding supplies to purchase. Marriage? Lovebirds? How ridiculous. Lu Wensheng excitedly slapped her thigh, suddenly recalling the source of her familiarity. Finally, relief washed over her after a long, torturous journey. The more she thought about it, the more certain she became that it was indeed that lovebird sister she had overheard during her outing last night. How surprising it was that one could not discern a person as true character at first glance. Throughout the journey, Lu Wensheng found herself discreetly stealing glances at the couple, unable to restrain her curiosity about the patriotic figure. Fortunately, she would be starting work the next day and could keep an eye out for more information. Before she realized it, the bus rolled into the county town. After disembarking, Chunhua hurried toward the supply and marketing cooperative, while Lu Wensheng intended to attend to her own matters first. Glancing at the time, she noted it was already 10:30. She slipped into an unoccupied alley. Entering her hidden space, she quickly donned a set of clothing belonging to Lu Jiandang, applied some makeup, and tied her hair up under a small cap, transforming into a boyish figure in the mirror. After ensuring her disguise was effective, Lu Wensheng hoisted her bicycle out and wandered through the secluded alleys. Indeed, she was searching for the black market, planning to sell the roe deer she had caught, as well as a portion of the mushrooms she had picked, an impressive total of 150 pounds. As she strolled through the streets without spotting any suspicious alleys, she decided to check near the hospital. To her surprise, she stumbled upon a lead. She noticed 2 individuals sneaking out of a narrow alley, each carrying a heavy basket, likely indicating the presence of the black market within. Dear Wensheng subsequently turned around and ventured into a nearby alley, seeking a secluded spot to retrieve a roe deer, which she carefully placed in a sack and secured it to the rear of her bicycle. She also extracted 10 pounds of mushrooms and berries before proceeding towards the black market alley. As she navigated through a series of turns, she soon spotted an individual standing at the entrance of the alley, likely a lookout. Thanks to her uncle's teachings, she had acquired some understanding of the black market's intricacies. Riding her bicycle closer, Dear Wensheng lowered her voice and addressed the man, saying, "Brother, I have some fine goods. May I see your boss?" The man, noticing that she was merely an underdeveloped youth, waved her off impatiently. "Scram. Go on, get lost. Stop wasting my time here." Dear Wensheng narrowed her eyes and replied coldly, "You don't even inquire about what I possess before dismissing me. If you miss out on a big deal, can you shoulder the responsibility? Is this how your boss taught you?" The man, feeling a bit uncomfortable, asked, "What do you have?" Dear Wensheng pointed to the sack on her bicycle's rear, stating, "Inside is a male roe deer, and in the basket are mushrooms and berries. We also have wild boar. What do you think? Interested?" Upon hearing about the multitude of valuable items, the man's hands began to fidget unconsciously. "Yes, of course." Just a moment. Dear Wensheng watched as he dashed into the black market, returning shortly with a slender, diminutive boy, instructing him, "You keep watch here. I'll speak with the boss and be back right away." The boy nodded in acknowledgement. Once the arrangements were made, the man led Dear Wensheng through a labyrinth of alleys. With her previous experience, she felt unperturbed, following him with ease. Indeed, she had no fear. If worst came to worst, she could always transport both herself and her goods into her space, for she was still a youth. The man, noticing her calm demeanor, regarded her with greater respect, especially considering the abundance of goods she possessed. Typically, one would not acquire such items without some skill. After approximately 15 minutes of walking, they stopped before an unremarkable house. The man knocked in a peculiar pattern, and a voice from within inquired, "Who is it?" The man replied, "Boss, it's me. Fa Gue. Just a moment. Dear Wensheng felt a twinge of awkwardness. Was this the standard procedure for all black markets around the globe? All dimly lit alleys, secret codes, and peculiar knocks? She suddenly recalled a line from a movie. The heavenly king covers the earth tiger, to which the response was, the turtle guards the river demon? As she indulged in her whimsical thoughts, the creaky door swung open, revealing a plump, prosperous man. Was this the leader of the black market? He was entirely different from Chincheng. Seizing the opportunity while the two conversed, dear Wensheng discreetly slipped 90 pounds of mushrooms and berries into her basket, which was large enough to accommodate 100 pounds. At this moment, their negotiations concluded, and the stout man beckoned dear Wensheng to enter. She, not one to hesitate, wheeled her bicycle into the courtyard, only to notice that the man who had guided her had already departed. Fa Gue remarked, you have some fine goods? Indeed, she affirmed. Well, let us see them. Dear Wensheng first set down the basket before the man, stating, this is 100 pounds of mushrooms and berries. Once again, he untied the burlap sack from the back of the bicycle and opened it. A male roe deer, weighing over 200 pounds. The portly man had already been quite delighted upon seeing the pile of morel mushrooms, as the county magistrate had a fondness for such delicacies, which were not available in the market. The fact that this young fellow possessed such a bounty brought him immense joy. His excitement heightened upon hearing about the deer. He struggled to contain his expression and waved his hand grandly, saying, I'll take it. Name your price. Lu Wensheng, unsure of how to price it, decided to play along and replied, let the boss decide. I also have 2 wild boars at home. If the price is right, I can deliver them to you later. The portly man was overjoyed at this revelation and eagerly inquired, really? Lu Wensheng affirmed, indeed, a Chinese person does not deceive another Chinese person. Excellent. You are quite the capable young man. Here is the deal. The roe deer is priced at 50 cents per pound in the market. I'll give you 55 cents. That totals 230 pounds, which comes to $126.50. I'll round it up to 130. The morel mushrooms are 30 cents per pound, totaling 30 for 100 pounds. The combined price for the roe deer and mushrooms amounts to 160. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Wensheng declared, a total of 180. If that works, splendid. If not, then so be it. The portly man gazed at him in astonishment. Young brother, do you truly understand the market? 180 is simply unacceptable, Lu Wensheng resolutely stated. If that doesn't work for you, I shall seek another buyer. With no other options, the portly man decided to be firm, at most, 170. If you disagree, then you may leave. Lu Wensheng sensed they had nearly reached an agreement and nodded in acceptance. Deal. Thus, the transaction was completed, with both parties satisfied. Before departing, Lu Wensheng inquired, do you need any grain? Yes. All right. Do you really have wild boars? Indeed. Good, good. Be sure to bring them to me when you have the chance. Certainly. By the way, my name is Bai Dazhuang. Lu Wensheng replied, how fitting. With that, she mounted her bicycle and rode off. She had not lied. She truly had wild boars, albeit still in the mountains, yet to be captured. As she traveled halfway, she suddenly recalled something important and turned back, knocking on the door to ask, brother, do you have a bow and arrow? A crossbow would suffice. A wooden gun would do as well. Bai Dazhuang exclaimed, what are you saying? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Lu Wensheng quickly covered her mouth. And at Bai Dazhuang's gesture, she re-entered the house. I only have a crossbow. I want it. I want it. Lu Wensheng exclaimed, feeling exhilarated. Knowing her trip to the county town was not in vain, Bai Dazhuang, confirming Lu Wensheng's desire, instructed her to wait in the yard while he secured the house and went to retrieve the crossbow. Lu Wensheng didn't mind. She settled comfortably on the steps, closing her eyes to rest, having exerted herself quite a bit the previous night. Although the spiritual spring water replenished her energy, her modern sensibilities stubbornly insisted that late nights could lead to sudden demise. After exiting the house, Bai Dazhuang hurriedly made his way to the alley behind the house, thinking to himself, hey, I've not just made one deal, but 2 significant transactions. Not only can I please the county magistrate, but I can also earn a handsome profit. Life is truly splendid. Wu Laoxian, are you home? The moment he heard the voice, Lu Wensheng, who was meditating with his eyes closed, abruptly opened them and turned towards the source of the sound, behind the house. In those days, houses were generally low, so Lu Wensheng took a running leap and, like a monkey, climbed onto the roof of Bai Dazhuang's abode, concealing himself. He peered in the direction of the sound and spotted a plump figure standing in the dilapidated courtyard, none other than Bai Dazhuang himself. Ah, caught you, didn't I? Yet you still shout so loudly. This fellow seems rather dim-witted. Is he truly the leader of this underground market? Bai Dazhuang, having lost his wits, realized his mistake after shouting and felt a pang of regret. At that moment, a narrow gap in the courtyard gate opened, revealing a low, hoarse voice. What are you shouting for? I'm not deaf. What do you want, kid? Bai Dazhuang forced a smile and explained. Hee, Lao Xian, let me in to talk. I've got tremendous news. After pondering for a moment, Wu Lao Xian allowed him entry, and the two entered the courtyard, one after the other, from his perch atop the roof. Lu Wensheng clearly observed the old man named Wu Lao Xian, who appeared frail and poorly dressed, struggling through life. One of his feet was even lame, causing him to limp as he walked. Thanks to the spirit spring water he had consumed, Lu Wensheng possessed extraordinary hearing and could easily catch snippets of their conversation. Wu Lao Xian looked skeptical. You good news? I doubt it. Bai Dazhuang, with a pleading smile, responded. Lao Xian, I have a customer looking to buy a crossbow. Wu Lao Xian retorted. Not for sale. Bai Dazhuang continued to plead. Oh, Lao Xian, just part with one. It'll gather dust otherwise. It's better to sell it to me. Besides, if you sell a couple more weapons, your grandson won't have to toil so hard. He hardly makes any money in this underground market. Frankly, it's not even enough for your son's medical expenses. Wu Lao Xian remained silent, prompting Bai Dazhuang to escalate his efforts. Today, he was determined to provoke this stubborn old man. Lao Xian, think about it. Your grandson is grown now. In a few years, he'll need a wife. In your current situation, what girl would want to marry into your family? Do you truly wish for your only grandson to remain single? The Wu family's lineage cannot be extinguished, old man. By the end of his speech, Bai Dazhuang felt as though he could persuade anyone, whether a widow to remarry or a courtesan to reform. Wu Lao Xian, fully aware of this, remained silent for a long time before he sighed. Alas, this old man is foolish. Bai Dazhuang's heart leaped with joy, continuing, exactly, Uncle Wu. Quickly fetch me a crossbow. My guest is still waiting at my place. As he spoke, he nudged Wu Lao Xian toward the west wing of the house. At that moment, Lu Wensheng descended from the roof and returned to his previous spot to continue his meditation. Wu Lao Xian. This name had been mentioned in the original text. His ancestors belonged to the Divine Mechanisms camp. After the fall of the previous dynasty, they had relocated to the northeast, living under assumed identities. Their family's remarkable craftsmanship in forging weapons has been passed down through generations. By the time it reached the era of Wu Lao Xian, private transactions of these weapons were prohibited. A few years ago, during a period of heightened scrutiny, their family endured significant turmoil, facing both imprisonment and public denunciation. Wu Lao Xian's leg ailment and his son's illness were consequences of that tumultuous time. Since then, Wu Lao Xian had become disheartened, never to touch those perilous creations again. However, misfortune often comes in pairs. According to the original text, this winter, his son's health deteriorated severely due to lack of medical care, and the only grandson, in a reckless attempt to help his father, took on the risk of transporting goods for Bai Dazhuang, only to be apprehended by the Revolutionary Committee and subjected to harsh treatment. Upon learning this news, both Wu Lao Xian and his son passed away, leading to the tragic demise of a master weaponsmith. Contemplating this, Lu Wensheng suddenly opened his eyes, perhaps realizing how much effort he had expended for the sake of his little brother. Ah, little brother, you were truly born in the wrong era. If you had lived in her century, you would undoubtedly have been a top-tier mentor, recognized nationwide. Delighted with Bai Dazhuang's generous gift, Lu Wensheng rarely praised anyone, extending 5 fingers to commend him. I must say, my dear brother Bai, you are worth 3. Indeed, you speak nothing but the truth. But first, come and see the goods, Bai Dazhuang said, retrieving a key from his pocket to unlock the door. Once inside, he revealed a compact and exquisitely crafted Zhuge crossbow, a device Lu Wensheng had encountered in a past life. Notably, the Zhuge crossbow could launch 10 arrows simultaneously, showcasing formidable power. The one before her was even more intricate, engraved with a straight groove capable of holding 10 arrows, crafted from the finest softwood. With a simple mechanism, one could pull the string and release an arrow, then seamlessly load another. Dear Master, there's more beyond this chapter. Please turn to the next page for continued reading. There's even more excitement ahead. Lu Wensheng was captivated at first sight. Testing its weight in her hands, she aimed at a tree in the courtyard and released an arrow, which embedded itself deep into the trunk. Satisfied with the crossbow's impact, she inquired, Brother Bai, how much do you intend to sell it for? Seeing her adeptness, Bai Dazhuang refrained from being overly greedy, stating, I bought it for 50, 60 would be a fair price. Lu Wensheng examined the crossbow closely, her satisfaction growing, and decisively replied, deal. Bai Dazhuang slapped his thigh in delight. What a straightforward transaction. I'm absolutely thrilled. After all, he had only paid Wu Laoxian 40 for the crossbow, and he had been apprehensive about the extra 10 Lu Wensheng was asking for. Now he had achieved his goal. He would see a return on his investment without even having to wait overnight. Truly a blessing. Lu Wensheng promptly paid and carefully wrapped the crossbow as she exited Bai Dazhuang's door, not forgetting to retrieve the arrow lodged in the tree before leaving. With only 10 arrows in hand, she refused to let any go to waste. Bai Dazhuang watched in astonishment, muttering to himself, wow, this little brother seems so frail. Was the effort a tad excessive? Such a substantial arrow, and it was withdrawn with such ease? Truly, one must not judge a book by its cover. By the way, young brother, do visit me often in the future. With that, Lu Wensheng hopped onto her bicycle and departed. Chapter 50. Lu Wensheng. Once Lu Wensheng rode to a secluded spot, she stowed her crossbow away. Such an instrument should not be brandished in public. There remained a pressing matter at hand, the issue of toilet paper. Upon her arrival at the Lu household, only the insufferable Lu Xiaoxiao and Song Chuanfin had access to toilet paper, while the original owner had to make do with old newspapers. This infuriated her. Why should their posteriors be deemed more precious simply because of their status? Thus, seizing the opportunity when the house was empty, she stealthily confiscated all the toilet paper. Operating under the principle that if she could not use it, neither should they. Glancing at the clock, which read 11:30, Lu Wensheng resolved to have lunch first. To avoid running into acquaintances, she discreetly stored her bicycle away. She then packed 5 or 6 lunchboxes into her backpack and retreated to freshen up, changing back into her own clothes and fashioning her hair into 2 simple braids. Once prepared, she made her way to the state-run restaurant. Thanks to her earlier quest to locate the black market, she had traversed most of the county, so she no longer required directions. Following the route etched in her memory, she effortlessly found the state-run restaurant. Indeed, the county's establishment exuded a sense of dignity far surpassing that of the communes. The faade appeared quite elegant. The red lettering suggested it had recently been repainted. The Guoxing restaurant seemed to be thriving. Unfazed, Lu Wensheng entered the Guoxing restaurant with her backpack. Perhaps due to her early arrival, there were few patrons present. She approached the counter and perused the menu on the blackboard detailing the day's offerings: meat dishes, pork stewed with vermicelli, chicken braised with mushrooms, pig slaughter dish, old duck soup with radish, braised pork, and guobao roe, vegetable dishes, braised eggplant, green beans with potatoes, stir-fried bok choy, among others. Staples: steamed white rice, steamed buns, cornmeal buns, twist rolls, and noodles. Lu Wensheng's heart leapt at the sight of the sumptuous menu. Addressing the server behind the counter, she said, "Greetings, comrade. I would like to order a portion of braised pork, a serving of chicken braised with mushrooms, a portion of guobao roe, a serving of braised eggplant, and a pig slaughter dish to take away. Additionally, I would like another serving of braised pork and 2 liang of rice for immediate consumption." After speaking, she pushed forward 5 lunchboxes. The server was evidently taken aback by her grand order. How could such a young girl possess so much money? The total came to 5 yuan and 80 cents. Significantly lower than the prices in Song City. After Lu Wensheng cheerfully settled the bill, the server began to prepare her meal and kindly reminded her, "Little comrade, ordering so much food may lead to waste if you cannot finish it." With a bright smile, Lu Wensheng replied, "Thank you for your kind reminder, sister. I am hosting a gathering tonight, and I thought to bring back some meat dishes from the county, as your restaurant's cuisine is simply delightful." Sunli, now in her late 30s, felt a twinge of embarrassment when a little girl referred to her as sister. She hastily clarified, "Little comrade, I'm nearly 40. You should call me Andy." Lu Wensheng, however, was incredulous. "Absolutely not. Sister, do not be deceived by my youth. I have keen eyesight, and you hardly appear that age." Lu Wensheng's philosophy was simple. When encountering an elder, one should call them sister. When addressing an aunt, refer to them as sister, and when speaking to a grandmother, address her as aunt. She believed that, as women, who wouldn't want to be perceived as younger? Sunli couldn't help but chuckle at the girl's earnestness. Coming from a privileged background and married to a kind husband, she lacked any in-law conflicts, which indeed contributed to her youthful appearance. Truly, the eyes of the public are discerning. "Well then, little sister, my surname is Sun, so please, call me Sister Sun." Lu Wensheng promptly took the cue and called her sister Sun, revealing her own surname, Lu, and mentioning she was a young intellectual visiting the countryside. After Sun Li served her a generous portion of food, she kindly reminded her to return home early. Thank you, Sister Sun. You are truly wonderful. I shall come to find you again. In the meantime, a queue had formed behind them, and Lu Wensheng, ever considerate, took her meal to a quiet corner to enjoy. As she gazed at the steaming bowl of braised pork, her spirits soared as she began to eat, discreetly sneaking out a few cloves of garlic from her stash. While she relished her meal, the two men at the neighboring table, who had also ordered braised pork, found themselves at a loss when it came to garlic. One of the gentlemen, feeling a bit overwhelmed by the richness of the meat, ventured to ask Lu Wensheng, "Little comrade, may I purchase some of your garlic?" Turning her head, Lu Wensheng recognized him with surprise. It was none other than Bai Dazhuang and F.A. Geyer. The situation unfolded as follows. Bai Dazhuang had decided to treat F.A. Geyer to a meal at the state-run restaurant as a reward for introducing him to a god of wealth. Little did he expect to encounter Lu Wensheng, who had changed her attire and was unrecognizable to him. Though he felt a sense of familiarity, he could not place her. Nevertheless, his focus was entirely on the braised pork and garlic, leaving no room for distractions. Lu Wensheng, in a generous spirit, handed him a whole head of garlic, stating, 10 cents. Just as Bai Dazhuang was about to pay, F.A. Geyer interjected, "Brother, dear brother, allow me." He promptly produced a dime and offered it to Lu Wensheng. Grinning from ear to ear, today had been a momentous occasion for him. Not only was he being treated to a meal by his brother, but he also received a 5 yuan bonus. Reflecting on the encounter, he felt immense gratitude towards the young lady. He nearly regretted his earlier hesitation, wishing he could slap himself for almost offending her. Dear reader, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue, for the story only gets more exciting. From that moment on, F.A. Geyer silently resolved that if he ever encountered someone who knew his elder brother again, he would swiftly lead them to him. Any hesitation would only prove his lack of wisdom. As Lu Wensheng observed the attentive manner in which Gu Ayer peeled garlic for Bai Dazhuang, she couldn't help but silently marvel. Has she finally found her calling? Ignoring the delightful meal being enjoyed by the two, Lu Wensheng focused intently on her own plate. She needed to hasten her pace. The bus was scheduled for 2 o'clock, and it was already noon. She certainly did not wish to ride her bicycle back, as that would be utterly exhausting. After finishing her meal, in gratitude for the generous portion of braised pork that Sister Sun had given her, she slipped over to the window and discreetly offered her a handful of fruit candies. "Sister Sun, you've taken such good care of me. This is a small gift for my little nephew. You must accept it." Sister Sun was pleasantly surprised by the girl's thoughtfulness and mused to herself, "No wonder she comes from a big city." With a smile, she replied, "All right. Then I want to be polite. Make sure to visit me whenever you come to town. I'll invite you over for a meal." She then pointed to a chef in the back kitchen and introduced him, saying, "This is your brother-in-law, Mr. Wang." Lu Wensheng's eyes widened in astonishment. "Wow. This family is wealthy. Hello, brother-in-law," she exclaimed sweetly, engaging in a little flattery with Sister Sun about how fortunate she was and how deliciously Mr. Wang cooked, which made the couple beam with delight. "Sister Sun, brother-in-law, I must take my leave now. I need to hurry back to the team. Be safe," they called after her. "Absolutely," she replied cheerfully. Chapter 51. Born under the red flag, growing up in the spring breeze as Lu Wensheng stepped out of the state-run restaurant. She wiped her mouth and hurried towards the supply and marketing cooperative. The heat outside was oppressive, although Liaoning province is situated further north. It was still the height of summer. She found herself yearning for modern ice cream and chilled soda. The mere thought of missing her bus and having to pedal furiously under the blazing sun made her feel faint, prompting her to act swiftly. Upon arriving at the cooperative, despite it being midday, it was still open. She rushed to the daily necessities section and inquired, "Excuse me, do you have any toilet paper?" The clerk, captivated by the beauty of the young girl, eagerly replied, "Unfortunately, we don't have any. Toilet paper is a special supply item, and our cooperative does not carry it." Disappointed, she thought to herself that it was a wasted trip. It seemed that even toilet paper was a special commodity in these times. She resolved to ask Bai Dazhuang next time if he could procure some from the black market, and after thanking the clerk with a smile, she moved on to the grocery section. In the grocery area, Lu Wensheng purchased cakes and snacks with the tickets that Xiao Qian had given her, neatly categorizing them in her small pantry to ensure she had enough to eat on days when she returned late from work. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she asked, "Excuse me, do you have brown sugar?" "Yes, we do," the clerk responded. Delighted, Lu Wensheng quickly replied, "I would like 5 pounds, please." After settling the payment, She carried her bundles out of the cooperative, found a secluded spot to store her items in her space, and then made her way to the bus station. At the last moment, she hurriedly arrived, breathless as she boarded the vehicle. To her surprise, she spotted a comrade named Chunhua already aboard. The basket on the ground lay empty, save for a small piece of floral fabric resting on her lap. Lu Wensheng glanced at it and thought, It resembles Bai Qian's bedsheet. What had she mentioned earlier this morning? Something about making clothes? How amusing. If those garments were truly fashioned, given young Miss Bai's notorious temperament, it would certainly be a spectacle to witness. Suddenly, she felt a surge of anticipation. Chunhua regarded Lu Wensheng with a look of disdain, as if mocking her for being an impoverished wretch daring to venture into the city without purchasing anything during her rare visit. Not everyone, after all, shared her penchant for shopping at every opportunity. However, Lu Wensheng paid her no mind. Fatigue was creeping in. She circumvented Chunhua and settled in the back of the vehicle. Seizing the chance for a brief nap during the 2-hour journey, she refused to let trivial individuals ruin her mood. Finally, they arrived at the Peace Brigade. As the vehicle came to a halt, Lu Wensheng nimbly disembarked and made her way directly to the village chief's home. She aimed to discuss the dimensions and location of her ancestral land with her uncle, eager to finalize arrangements so she could move out as soon as possible. She was weary of pretending to be in a stupor. Initially, she had intended to meander about each evening before returning home. But her newly acquired friend had proven to be quite dependable, taking her out every night. Lu Wensheng operated on this principle. She would not tolerate malice from others. Yet she felt compelled to reciprocate kindness 1,000-fold. She feared that if she continued this way, her friend might be hindered from her work during the day. After all, she had noticed dark circles under Shen Lingling's eyes that very morning. Uncle, Aunt, are you home? Lu Wensheng pondered as she approached the village chief's residence. Unconsciously arriving at her destination, spotting the door ajar, she called out hello. As the village chief's wife, Sun Kaifeng, did not need to work, having 5 able-bodied men in her household contributing to the family's labor points, she preferred to remain at home, preparing meals and fetching water, while also tending to her eldest daughter-in-law, who was in confinement. Just as she was about to head to the fields with a pot of mung bean soup for the men, she heard someone calling her from outside. Instinctively, she peeked out from the kitchen and inquired, "Who is it?" "Aunt Sun, it's me, little Lu." As Sun Kaifeng wiped her hands and stepped outside, she spotted Lu Wensheng peering curiously at her doorstep and smiled. "Little Lu, come in. You're here to see your uncle, right? He is working in the fields. Wait a moment, and I'll take you to him." Lu Wensheng felt reluctant to trouble Sun Kaifeng, especially on such a hot day, and was about to decline when Sun Kaifeng continued, "I'm just going to deliver some mung bean soup, so don't be shy." Relieved that it was on the way, Lu Wensheng expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Aunt. I'll help you carry it." With that, she entered the house and emerged with a bucket of mung bean soup. Sun Kaifeng, noticing Lu Wensheng's petite stature, was pleasantly surprised by her strength and couldn't help but tease, "Little Lu, who would have thought you had such vigor? You're clearly quite the diligent worker." Lu Wensheng chuckled softly without responding. She had no desire to be praised for her strength, as such remarks would hinder her ability to slack off at work. The two of them chatted merrily, swiftly arriving at the fields, where the wheat had already been harvested and everyone was engaged in planting corn. In the distance, 2 old oxen were plowing the land, while the workers appeared listless, likely suffering from the heat. Realizing that she too would have to undertake this labor tomorrow, she thought to herself, "Never mind, let us enjoy today." Upon arriving at the group led by the village chief, Lu Wensheng placed the mung bean soup beneath a large tree. Aunt Sun called her son and daughter-in-law over to enjoy the soup. Meanwhile, Lu Wensheng engaged in casual conversation with the village chief, saying, "Uncle, in this scorching weather, why aren't you resting at home? At your age, you shouldn't be competing with those young folks." In truth, village chief Li had not been working in the fields. He was merely strolling along the ridges to ensure no one was slacking off. With Lu Wensheng's comment, he seized the opportunity to impart wisdom to the younger generation. If you think it's tough, remember the long march of 25,000 miles. If you feel exhausted, think of the revolutionary elders. With such little work, what is there to complain about? We ought to be grateful for the good life we have today. And how can we dare to fear hardship? You youngsters are just being dramatic. Besides, what do you mean by being old? I'm still in my prime. Seeing him speak so passionately, Lu Wensheng couldn't help but think, no wonder he is the old village chief. Yet she maintained her flattery. "Indeed, uncle, you are absolutely right. We were born under the red flag and raised in the gentle spring breeze." So we must embody the revolutionary spirit of fearlessness in the face of hardship and exhaustion. We younger generations should learn from and pay tribute to you. With that, she even pretended to salute him. That's the spirit. Young people must not fear hardship. The old village chief was evidently pleased and looked at Lu Wensheng with satisfaction. Are you here regarding the homestead issue? At last, Lu Wensheng was thrilled to reach the crux of the matter and nodded eagerly. Yes, yes. I would like to ask you to take me to see it. The old man set down his empty bowl and called to his eldest son, Jinghua. Come along with me to show Lu the homestead. All right, Dad. Li Jinghua replied, promptly following his father toward the youth point, and Lu Wensheng quickly scurried after them. Chapter 52. What does it matter to you? Before long, the three of them arrived at the youth point. From a distance, Lu Wensheng spotted neatly stacked piles of red bricks and red tiles on the empty land to the right, accompanied by a mound of sand, materials she knew would be essential for her house. Excitedly, she dashed to the side of village chief Li, showering him with flattery. Uncle, your efficiency is remarkable. Clearly, you are a man of action. You must have been busy with my affairs all morning, and I truly appreciate your hard work. As she spoke, she retrieved a packet of tobacco from her small backpack and smiled ingratiatingly. Uncle, I bought this for you during my trip to the county today. You must accept it. I will need your assistance in the countryside going forward. In truth, this tobacco was something she had once taken from the Red Army, and she had only remembered to offer it after seeing village chief Li puffing on his pipe. He gratefully accepted the tobacco, tucking it into his pocket, relieved that it was spacious enough to hold such a generous amount, which he estimated to weigh at least half a pound. Merely by observing its luster, one can discern that it is exquisite tobacco. He has grown increasingly fond of this comrade, the little deer. I instructed Herr Juzi early this morning to procure red bricks from the commune for you. That lad is currently hauling beams. Once we have gathered all the materials, we shall commence construction. Li Jinghua, the eldest of the Li family, is inherently a reticent and taciturn individual. Yet, observing this newly arrived educated youth, who not only articulates with fluency but also conducts affairs with remarkable shrewdness, he cannot help but feel that his 2 decades of existence have been squandered. He secretly questions within himself, could it be that he is truly inept? He resolves to learn from the urban educated youth in the future. While he does not aspire to be exceedingly astute, he at least aims to be somewhat perceptive. Thus, he promptly follows his father and states, well, after work, I will gather my brothers to dig the foundation. It will be cooler in the evening. He is unperturbed by the prospect of overtime. Not only is there daily remuneration, but the 2 bags of brown sugar his mother brought him last night have also proven to be immensely beneficial. Consequently, he harbors a sense of gratitude towards Lu Wensheng. Regardless of the latter's intentions, he has undeniably reaped tangible benefits. With those 2 bags of brown sugar, his wife can recuperate well, and with a bit more effort on his part, having 2 children within 3 years should pose no challenge. Upon learning that they would be working tonight, Lu Wensheng felt a surge of joy, exclaiming, I am grateful to you, brotherly. Li Jinghua merely responded with a simple, earnest smile, and Lu Wensheng, unbothered, delightedly envisioned the house taking shape in her mind. See that white lime frame? That will be your homestead. Once the house is built, I shall find someone to erect a fence for you, allowing you to cultivate a few vegetables, and if you wish, perhaps even raise a chicken, suggested village head Li. Lu Wensheng gazed at the expansive plot of land before her, situated conveniently between the educated youth site and Herr Zhu's home, spanning approximately 50 to 60 meters. With no neighboring structures, she nodded in satisfaction, responding, very well, I shall follow Uncle's arrangements. Whatever you deem best, we shall proceed accordingly. The village head, observing the young woman before him, felt even more pleased and silently mused. If only all the educated youth were as commendable as this little deer, how much easier his tasks would be. At that moment, the individuals from the educated youth side emerged upon hearing the commotion. The seasoned youths had already gone to work, leaving only Shenlingling and Elhao. Greetings, village head. Greetings, brotherly. When did you return, Sister Lu? Upon seeing only Shin and El, Lu Wensheng replied, I just got back a short while ago. Where are the others? Elhao responded, Chingu has gone up the mountain. And he glanced at Shenlingling as he spoke. Shenlingling interjected, she's sleeping. What? Sleeping in broad daylight. The village head lamented, such youthful idleness is unacceptable. Oh. She shall have her comeuppance tomorrow. To think she is still sleeping. Let her await her consequences. He had long heard that the white educated youth had also delayed work due to sleeping when it was time to collect rations. How could someone so young require so much slumber? He had never been fond of her, her arrogance and impudence. Calling the mud legs warranted his determination to make her pay for her insolence. If he did not give her a taste of retribution, he would not bear the surname Li. As Lu Wensheng observed that the elderly gentleman was genuinely upset, she swiftly changed the subject. Uncle Li, allow me to clear these weeds first to avoid delaying the work for my brother Li and the others this evening. The village chief's expression softened at this, and he nodded in agreement. All right, you go ahead. We'll take our leave now. There is still work to be done in the fields. Take care, Uncle Li, Brother Li. Take care, Lu Wensheng said, cheerfully seeing the two off before joining El Hao and Shen Lingling on their way to the youth station. However, the heat was unbearable. Exhausted and parched, she could not help but ask, El Jiqing, where did you buy that watermelon? I'd like to pay you back later and get one for myself. It's far too hot today. El Hao scratched his nose and replied, Sister Lu. Shen Jiqing already bought one at noon and said she would cut it for you when you returned. It's currently resting in the well. Lu Wensheng's eyes sparkled with delight as she immediately threw her arms around Shen Lingling's neck, exclaiming, Oh darling, how wonderful you are. Shen Lingling, having never encountered such boldness in her life, froze momentarily, unsure whether to push her away or embrace her. Blushing, she managed to explain. I was worried it might be too hot for you when you returned. Lu Wensheng chuckled at her reaction, finding her friend adorably shy. Lingling is the best to me. Although Shen Lingling felt bashful, she was genuinely pleased. She had bought the watermelon as a gesture of gratitude for Lu Wensheng treating her to a meal and sewing her a pair of sleeves. With a sudden thought, she eagerly turned to Lu Wensheng and said, Xing, I also sewed you a pair of sleeves today. Lu Wensheng pondered her sewing skills, suppressing a sense of foreboding and feigned excitement. Really? I'm absolutely thrilled. Shen Lingling shyly lowered her head, admitting, well, they aren't perfect. Lu Wensheng reassured her, it's all right. I'll love whatever you sew. El Hao, witnessing the two behaving as if they were in a romantic liaison, embracing and blushing, felt a wave of discomfort. Hey, you two. Could you not do that? It's rather awkward for me. Simultaneously, Lu Wensheng and Shen Lingling retorted, what is it to you? El Hao, tilting his head skyward, deemed further commentary unnecessary. Where's Chen Gu? At that moment, Han Mukin was familiarizing himself with the terrain of Dakingshan. He had come with a mission. His grandfather had instructed him that the items were hidden within Dakingshan, and he must find them. Along the way, he had already caught 2 rabbits but had not discovered anything else. He muttered to himself as he walked, I suppose I'll just have to search slowly. It can't be that easy to find. As the sun began to set, he turned back downhill, having noticed a newly opened path when he ascended. Remembering the items Lu Wensheng had brought back yesterday, he surmised that she must have cleared this route. This path certainly saved him a considerable amount of time. To avoid exposure, he cut a bundle of grass at the foot of the mountain to cover the rabbits, contemplating a delightful evening meal. Surely, it wouldn't be a problem for little Sheng to prepare it? After all, among all the youth, her culinary skills were unmatched. At this moment, he had no desire to team up with the older youths. Perhaps he should move out with El Hao? Chapter 53. The undesirable Lu. How is it? Do you like it? Shen Lingling anxiously scrutinized Lu Wensheng's expression. At this moment, Lu Wensheng held a pair of sleeves in her hands, her expression a blend of unarticulated emotions. Raising her gaze to meet the expectant look of her companion, she managed to force a faint smile and replied, I quite like it. Alas, she found it difficult to express anything more laudatory than that, though somewhat crooked. It was certainly more aesthetically pleasing than the one she had sewn the previous night. It appeared to have undergone a cycle of unpicking and restitching several times. Fearing the time and effort that must have gone into it, she refrained from discouraging her. Shen Lingling's face brightened at her words, her eyes sparkling as she eagerly inquired, Really? You truly like it? Just wait until I practice a bit more. I'll make you an even more beautiful pair. Lu Wensheng quickly interjected. There is truly no need. Oh, Lingling, 1 pair is sufficient for me. Surely you must have pricked your fingers while sewing, right? Perhaps it's best if you refrain from sewing in the future. Shen Lingling, suddenly crestfallen, remarked, Very well then. I suppose I'm not cut out for this. Wensheng, you must find me quite lacking. Lu Wensheng chuckled to herself, thinking how this sister of hers had even mastered the art of tea brewing. Alas, she was simply enamored with this craft. Thus, Lu Wensheng hastily reassured her, Not at all. So as many pairs as you wish. I'll take every one you make. From now on, you're in charge of my sleeves. Shen Lingling's eyes sparkled with delight. Really? That sounds wonderful. Lu Wensheng mused. What else can I do but indulge my dear sister? Just then, a voice called from outside, Sister Lu, come join us. Coming. Lu Wensheng gently placed the delicate sleeves into her small bag, feeling the weight of Shen Lingling's satisfied gaze upon her as she swiftly exited the room, thinking, goodness. The intensity of her gaze is quite unnerving. Shen Lingling followed closely behind, exclaiming, she really likes the sleeves I made. Throughout this exchange, neither paid any heed to Bai Qian, who was curled up at the edge of the bed. Bai Qian had not been asleep. She had awakened when the two entered. Fearing they might speak ill of her, she remained still. However, to her dismay, the pair completely ignored her, as if she were non-existent in the room. How infuriating. Truly despicable. They have isolated me entirely. Oh, when will Brother Chen return? Meanwhile, outside, the trio was engaged in their idle chatter when Han Mukin returned. Carrying a large basket of grass, Lu Hao couldn't help but tease him. Brother Chen, I asked to accompany you to the mountain, but you refused. After all, I can recognize wild vegetables. We aren't raising pigs, so why bring back a basket of pig fodder? Take a look for yourself, Han Mukin replied, placing the basket before Lu Hao, who eagerly grabbed a piece of watermelon to eat, nearly suffocated by the heat. Lu Hao, while emptying the contents of the basket, remarked, what I see is merely a load of grass. It's not as if flowers will bloom from it. To their astonishment, Han Mukin pulled out 2 plump rabbits from the bottom of the basket, exclaiming, look, these rabbits are quite fat. Let us have rabbit for dinner tonight. Han Mukin and Shen Lingling nodded in agreement, and then all three turned their gazes simultaneously to Lu Wensheng, who was diligently enjoying her watermelon. Suddenly feeling the heat of their stares, she pointed to herself and asked timidly, are you speaking to me? With fervent nods, the three confirmed. Lu Wensheng queried, but aren't you all with the old educated youth? Lu Hao replied with an expression of exasperation, let us not even get started on that, Sister Lu. The food over there is as unpalatable as pig feed. Shen Lingling echoed, indeed, Xing Xing, and this is meat. We cannot let that group take advantage of us. Han Mukin replied calmly, well, I might as well throw them away. Lu Wensheng gazed at the 2 plump rabbits and said, all right, you both go ahead and skin them. We shall enjoy the delightful rabbits tonight. As for me, I shall venture to Aunt Lee's garden to gather some vegetables. With that, she rose and strode outside, with Shen Lingling closely following, ostensibly to assist her with the basket. In truth, she could hardly bear to witness such a gruesome scene of skinning. And Lu Wensheng did not hinder her, allowing her to trail behind. Sheng, I must tell you, during noon, Dagwa came to deliver vegetables for you. But Zhang Jiping confiscated them. He was cooking today, so he used them, claiming that since you weren't home, they would spoil by evening. What? This is unacceptable. Lu Wensheng's temper flared. How dare he consume her vegetables? Zhang Jiping was courting disaster. She furiously inquired, what kinds of vegetables did he take? After a moment's thought, Shen Lingling replied, 3 eggplants, 2 tomatoes, a handful of green beans, and a sweet melon. Lu Wensheng pondered, what do you think I should ask him for in return? Shen Lingling asked in confusion, what money? Lu Wensheng feigned ignorance. You all are unaware. On my first day here, I plucked 2 green onions and a handful of greens from the educated youth's private plot, and Zhang Jiping demanded a dime from me. With so many vegetables now, asking him for a yuan is hardly unreasonable, is it? Shen Lingling, taken aback by this revelation, exclaimed indignantly, he actually charged you? Shen Sheng, let me tell you. He has been going on about how you have eaten from their private plots, never expressing gratitude, and has been subtly sowing discord between you and everyone else. She could hardly believe he could be so audacious in demanding such a sum. Lu Wensheng, intrigued by this development, probed further, really? When did he say this? Shen Lingling nodded. Just this morning after you left. He mentioned it at the dining table, and we all heard it. Moreover, Li Yin kept muttering unpleasant comments. At this point, Lu Wensheng calmed down. What did she say? Shen Lingling hesitated, as the remarks were too harsh. It's all right, just tell me. How else can I determine how many times I ought to retaliate? Shen Lingling nodded, mimicking Li Yin. Humph, she has never been a decent person. As poor as a church mouse, the only reason she doesn't dine with us is that she can't afford her share. To think she would even steal our vegetables while maintaining such a pretentious demeanor. Do not blame me for not advising you. You must safeguard your belongings. If she dares to steal vegetables, who knows what else she might pilfer? Perhaps even people. Lu Wensheng couldn't help but chuckle in her fury. She had a clear understanding now. Fearing that Lu Wensheng might be too enraged, Shen Lingling tentatively called out, Xing Xing. Lu Wensheng waved her hand with a smile. No worries, let us await the unfolding drama. Seeing that she truly was not angry, Shen Lingling felt relieved. When the two returned with their basket of vegetables, they found Han Mukin at the kitchen door, skillfully skinning the rabbits, while Bai Qian chattered excitedly beside him. Brother Chen, you are incredible. You caught 2 rabbits. May I join you for dinner tonight? Han Mukin replied without raising his head, no. Furthermore, please refer to me as Han Jiqing from now on. We are not that familiar. Bai Qian was momentarily taken aback, struggling to find her words, and after a long pause, she stammered, you did this on purpose, didn't you? I certainly did not come to this dreadful place to suffer. It was all for you. And you fancy that vixen, Lu Wensheng, don't you? She is nothing but a siren, ensnaring you like this. Chapter 54. Do you have enough? Lu Wensheng, clutching a basket of vegetables in one hand, seized Bai Qian's hair with the other, forcefully tugging downward. I'm the siren, and what are you? Always clinging to Han Jiqing, have you no shame? You brought disgrace upon our sisterhood. Ouch, that hurts. Lu Wensheng, you wretched girl, let go. What right do you have to strike me? Tears streamed down Bai Qian's face from the pain. Lu Wensheng mocked, what right? What do you think? Besides wretched girl, what else can you call me? You're so foolish. Unable to even argue properly, yet you gossip behind my back, and you can't even comprehend what you're saying. If I don't strike you, who should I strike? Truly incompetent, and so eager to play. Fool. With that, she shoved Bai Qian aside, infuriated by Lu Wensheng's disdainful glare, as if she were discarding something filthy. Bai Qian charged forward, yelling, Lu Wensheng, today I shall end you. Quick as lightning, Lu Wensheng pulled Shen Lingling aside, resulting in Bai Qian crashing into Li Yan, who had just finished work. Oh dear, this has stirred a hornet's nest. Bai Qian, already fuming, exerted all her strength in the collision, sending Li Yan sprawling to the ground, unable to rise. Oh my goodness, someone is dead. The new Jiqing has killed someone. Li Yan felt as though death was imminent. Her belly, backside, and waist in agony. Bai Qian, the instigator of this chaos, was still lying on her legs, pretending to be lifeless. In that moment of impact, she thought she was being taken by her ancestors. Shen Lingling, still shaken, patted her chest, exclaiming, phew, that scared me to death. If it weren't for Shengsheng, I would have been the one to be hit. Bai Qian, dazed, remained oblivious to her blunder and continued to feign unconsciousness on the ground. The senior Jiqings, hearing the commotion in the courtyard, rushed in to pry the two apart while asking, what is going on? What happened? Li Yan, in excruciating pain, cried out, Bai Jiqing is intent on killing me. No, 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 don't touch me. It hurts too much. I think my waist is broken. Seeing her pale visage, which seemed genuine, Lu Wensheng kindly cautioned, I advise you not to move her. She should be taken to the hospital. She likely injured her back. The crowd, upon realizing the severity, hesitated to act. Zhang Jiping instructed, Meng Jiqing, go borrow a tractor from the village chief. We need to take them to the hospital. Bai Qian finally regained her senses. She had been somewhat frightened, and the mention of a hospital only heightened her fear. Thus, she protested, why should I go? I refuse. Zhang Jiping, feeling his authority undermined, frowned darkly, you must go, or prepare for us to report this. Bai Qian stubbornly retorted, go ahead. Are you sure? If we truly report this, it won't just be a matter of compensation. Bai Qian, hesitant to gamble, reluctantly returned to her room to fetch some money, casting a fierce glare at Lu Wensheng before she left. Did Lu Wensheng mind? Of course not. She had dinner to prepare and, seeing that there was no excitement left to behold, turned and entered the small kitchen. At the moment Han Mukin caught sight of Li Yan's return, he swiftly carried a basin into the kitchen, mindful that their secret snacking on rabbits should not be seen by the old educated youth. The resources from the mountains were technically communal property. Any hunted game was to be surrendered to the collective. However, behind closed doors, it was common for everyone to discreetly capture small prey for a little treat. Provided no one reported them, all was well, but should they be denounced, they would face the harsh consequences of being deemed exploiters of socialism, subject to public denunciation. Considering their relationship with the old educated youth, he felt it prudent to keep a low profile. The desire to move out grew ever stronger within him. Upon seeing Lu Wensheng ushering Shen Lingling inside, he inquired, Xiaosheng, how much did it cost you to build your house? Shen Lingling, too, appeared intrigued, gazing at her expectantly. 50 yuan for labor and materials. And I don't even have to worry about meals. Shen Lingling and Han Mukin exclaimed in unison. So cheap? Lu Wensheng nodded. What is cheap? El Hao had just entered from outside, having gone to the store to buy dried chili peppers. We're talking about building houses. How? Let's move out. Han Mukin coaxed El Hao playfully, much like a wolf enticing a naive rabbit. Without a second thought, El Hao nodded in agreement. I'm in. I just heard the team leader and the secretary mention that another group of educated youth will be arriving soon. and I suspect I'll have to share the West Wing. I don't want to be cramped with them. All right, after dinner, we shall approach the village chief, Han Mukin asserted. At this point, Shen Lingling chimed in, let me join too. If the small team is moving out, there is no reason for me to stay behind. Lu Wensheng, pleased to see them all wishing to relocate, responded, great. You can all build next to me. It will be nice to have company. There is no need to visit the village chief. They will come to dig the foundation soon. We should hurry and prepare dinner. Then head to the site to find the village chief. Suddenly recalling something, she asked, do you have any cigarettes? Shen and El shook their heads in unison. Lu Wensheng closed her eyes in exasperation. Seriously? You come to the countryside without bringing something to curry favor with the village officials? What happened to your sense of social nicety? Did it all vanish into thin air? Of course, this was merely her internal monologue. Shun and El exchanged glances, and Han Mukin cleared his throat, saying, I do have some. Lu Wensheng, with a hint of irritation, asked, what do you have? Han Mukin tactically scratched his nose. I have Huazi. Lu Wensheng exclaimed, well, amazing, each of you. What do you have in your head, Han Mukin? You dare to offer the old village chief something he wouldn't even accept. You're worse off than the others. I have it. Let us just each take a box now, and you can repay me later. Why wouldn't he accept? Lu Wensheng rolled her eyes. If you actually give it to him, he might think you're trying to rob him. What kind of people are these? The three of them responded with a collective. Oh, get to cooking. What are you standing around for? Han Mukin chopped the meat, Shen Lingling washed the vegetables, and El Hao tended the fire. I'll supervise, she declared, though in truth, she was the one in charge of the cooking. Finally, she couldn't help but mutter. I wonder what sins I committed in my past life to owe you all so much. The three, under the sway of the formidable Sister Lu, felt a curious sensation. Was their mother possessing them? For individuals were engrossed in their work, while on the other side, Erju arrived driving a tractor. Seizing the opportunity while the educated youth were busy lifting items, he hurried to the small kitchen and placed 4 sweet melons there. As he was leaving, he casually remarked, Lu Ziking, my mother asked me to bring these. Lu Wensheng barely had time to express his gratitude before he vanished from sight. Turning back, he conferred with the other 3, from now on, as we move out, we shall undoubtedly rely on Aunt Li and the others for care. Later, shall we send a bowl of rabbit meat over? Any objections? The trio shook their heads in unison. None at all. That's impossible. Satisfied, Lu Wensheng nodded. Humph. Who would dare to object? I'll make sure they regret it. Before long, the enticing aroma of stir-fried rabbit meat wafted through the kitchen. Meanwhile, the remaining veteran educated youth in the yard wore expressions of resentment, muttering, Umph. They don't even think to cook for us while we toil away. After a day of exhausting labor, we still have to fend for ourselves. They hoard the meat for their own secret indulgence, not fearing the consequences of indigestion. Of course, Ming Qingdang was the exception. Today, it was Zhang Jiping and Zhang Fongfong who were cooking, and he was busy packing his belongings, for he had to venture out tonight. Chapter 55, on social anxiety. Soon, the meal was ready. Lu Wensheng prepared stir-fried rabbit meat, cold rabbit, sweet pickled tomatoes, shredded green beans, and cucumber salad, with white rice as the staple. She filled a pristine enamel bowl with rabbit meat and placed it on the cabinet before they commenced their meal. After dining, they planned to visit the construction site to discuss building matters with the village chief. Lu Wensheng pretended to head back into the house to fetch 3 boxes of Dachiamin to distribute among the trio. She reminded them, be a bit sweeter in your speech. The village chief appears cold but is warm at heart. Speak to him accordingly. Especially you, Han Mukin, when seeking favors. Don't wear a grim expression. Han Mukin replied, understood. Aren't you coming with us? Lu Wensheng retorted, I'm off to deliver rabbit meat to Aunt Li. Why don't you go instead? The 3 waved her off, preferring to seek out the village chief rather than deliver gifts. Lu Wensheng secretly thought to herself, 3 social anxiety cases, too many to manage. As the 4 were about to step outside, Zhang Jiping emerged, holding a bowl of rice. Lu Wensheng suddenly recalled what Shen Lingling had mentioned to her, and casually handed the basket she was carrying to Lu Hao, smiling as she approached. Zhang Ziking, I heard you took my vegetables at noon. Zhang Jiping felt awkward, as he had indeed taken tomatoes and eggplants from the vegetables delivered by Gawa. These were items that the educated youth could not grow, and he had succumbed to temptation. However, as the administrator of the educated youth point, what was wrong with enjoying her vegetables? With this justification, he boldly asked, Lu Ziking wouldn't be so petty, would she? Lu Wensheng continued to smile, of course. That will be 1 yuan. Zhang Jiping raised his voice. Why don't you just take it? Lu Wensheng imitated Wang Er's cheeky demeanor, scratching her ear. Am I not taking it? Initially, for 2 scallions and a handful of greens, you asked for 10 cents. Now that I have brought you so much, is it excessive to ask for 1 yuan? Lu Hao chimed in, certainly not excessive. Lu Wensheng was pleased, believing that Lu Hao still had potential for improvement. Indeed. It was as simple as this. Either you pay, or you risk your life. How about it? Either you yield the vegetables, or you stand there and let me give you a beating. Zhang Zhiping, witnessing her resolute determination to sever ties, reluctantly handed her $1, but not without issuing a stern warning. Lu Wensheng, do not let yourself fall into my hands. Lu Wensheng nodded earnestly, rest assured. I shall ensure your demise before that ever happens. She then tucked the money into her pocket and waved to the 3 behind her. Let us go. If we linger any longer, darkness will envelop us. The expressions of the 3, filled with a sense of self-preservation, only served to further infuriate Zhang Zhiping. He thought to himself, he must concoct a scheme to treat them to a meal. An idea struck him. Their rations were still in the large kitchen. As soon as they exited the courtyard, Lu Wensheng spoke up. I've given it some thought. Having offended Zhang Zhiping, he will undoubtedly vent his frustration on you. When we return, you should take the rations to the small kitchen. After observing these individuals over the past couple of days, she found their character to be quite commendable. They possessed a spark of diligence, and with their assistance in cooking, her burdens would lighten. Thus, she decided to take them under her wing. Shen Lingling was overjoyed. She had long wished to team up with Lu Wensheng, yet understood her aversion to complications, thus had refrained from voicing her desire. Now that Lu Wensheng had proactively proposed sharing meals, her happiness was boundless. Really? Sheng, you are truly wonderful. I've always wanted to dine with you. Lu Hao was equally elated. Sister Lu, let us retrieve the joining fee from Zhang Zhiping to give to you. It dawned on him that fool had been swindling them. Lu Wensheng replied, if you manage to reclaim it, there is no need to give it to me. If you feel guilty, simply treat me to some watermelon. All right, I'll take care of it. I'll even cover the costs next year, he exclaimed, confident that money was no object for him. Han Yukin chimed in, yes, we must get it back. I'll wash the dishes from now on. Since Lu Wensheng disliked washing dishes, she readily agreed. Sounds good. In the distance, they spotted a circle of torches illuminating the area. It was Li Zhenghua and his crew digging the foundation. The 4 hastened their pace to exchange pleasantries with Li Zhenghua before joining the labor. Lu Wensheng glanced at the perspiring men and cautioned, Lingling, it's too dark for you to go in there. Head back and fetch some water to cool down for them. There is sugar in the jar, add a bit to sweeten it. We're counting on them to build our houses. We must provide them with some incentive. I'll be back shortly to help you, she assured. Shen Lingling responded, all right. I'll do as you say, before turning back, secretly fearful of falling into a ditch. Noticing the absence of the village chief, Lu Wensheng concluded he had not yet arrived, allowing her to proceed to Aunt Li's house with ease. Upon her arrival, she found Aunt Li's family dining, who greeted her joyfully. Little Lu, what brings you here? Have you eaten? Come, let us share a meal. Lu Wensheng, aware of her politeness, quickly nodded and replied that she had already eaten, extending the basket in her hands. Auntie, this is rabbit meat we prepared, brought for you to taste. Aunt Li declined. No, we can't keep taking advantage of you. Besides, meat is a rare delicacy. We cannot accept it. Lu Wensheng interrupted. Auntie, let us not be so formal. This rabbit was hunted from the mountains. If you consume it, you must promise not to speak of it. Moreover, I have matters to discuss with Aunt Li. It has been quite some time since Aunt Li's family enjoyed meat, and upon catching the delightful aroma of rabbit, she became quite amiable, saying, what is there to discuss? We are family. Just tell me what you need, and I will certainly assist you. Lu Wensheng eagerly awaited this affirmation, feigning hesitation as he began. Aunt, you are well aware of the situation with us educated youth. Those older ones have banded together to bully us. We have no choice but to take matters into our own hands. I am not ashamed to admit that none of us 4 can grow vegetables. So we are counting on you. Now, I find myself representing all 4 of us. As he spoke, he produced 2 coins from his pocket and handed them to her. Continuing, this is the vegetable money for the 3 of them. You absolutely must not refuse me. Aunt Li, initially curious about the matter at hand, realized it involved food. And with ample vegetables at her disposal, she confidently declared, leave it to me. I will ensure you have your vegetables. Upon collecting the money, she motioned for Lu Wensheng to sit, but he quickly waved his hand, saying, Aunt, I cannot sit. Brother Zhenguo is leading the others to dig the foundation for me. In this sweltering heat, I must return to fetch them some water. Aunt Li, once again impressed by Lu Wensheng's capability, did not insist on keeping her, replying, "Very well, that is indeed important. Brother de Zhu is also there. He is quite fortunate." Lu Wensheng smiled and did not engage further, hastily bidding her farewell. Oh dear, her head was spinning. Suddenly, she comprehended the peculiar joy of social anxiety. Chapter 56. Protecting our comrades. Meanwhile, the older educated youths were dining in the courtyard when they spotted Shen Lingling returning, inexplicably fetching water alone. Zhang Jiping, already lamenting the current batch of new educated youths' lack of awareness, could not restrain himself upon seeing one of their group isolated. He rose, bowl in hand, and approached the well, mockingly stating, some people ought to possess self-awareness. Merely being born is not enough. One must also know how to align oneself, lest one be sold without realizing it. Shen Lingling, is that directed at me? Upon glancing back and realizing he was addressing the well, she exhaled in relief. Oh, he isn't speaking to me. Zhang Jiping, noticing her silence, found himself in an awkward moment, caught between wanting to speak and holding his tongue. Meanwhile, Meng Qingtong's lips curled into a subtle smirk of derision. He found Zhang Jiping increasingly incomprehensible, knowing he would receive no praise yet still choosing to provoke others daily. He flitted about like a jester. If not for Zhang Jiping's sheer foolishness, he would have preferred not to share living quarters with him. However, his idiocy seemed to be escalating. Observing the new educated youth's inclination to move out collectively, he contemplated whether he should wait for them to leave before relocating to the West Wing, primarily due to his aversion to foolishness. Zhang Fang, anticipating Zhang Jiping would ridicule the newcomer Shen Lingling and subsequently pull her into their circle to serve them, was taken aback when Shen Lingling simply ignored him. She inwardly cursed Zhang Jiping's foolishness. Zhang Jiping, perplexed, asked, "Did I offend you too?" Shen Lingling adeptly fetched water and proceeded to the small kitchen, where she swiftly kindled a fire to boil water. Then she took the opportunity to wash the bucket thoroughly, scooping out 2 spoonfuls of sugar from the cabinet to add to it. While stoking the fire, she contemplated gathering firewood after work tomorrow. Realizing they would soon be sharing meals together, she couldn't leave all the chores to Shengxing. Initially, she considered rushing to the big kitchen to retrieve their rations. But upon glancing at Zhang Jiping and Zhang Fang, who were watching her intently in the yard, she decided against it. It would be futile to confront all 3 alone. Shen Lingling thought to herself that Shengxing was right. It was not shameful to endure hardships, but rather to suffer silently. She believed in Shengxing's wisdom. As Lu Wensheng arrived at the construction site, she sneezed loudly. Noticing the village head approaching, she hurriedly greeted him with a smile. "Uncle, you're here quite early. Have you eaten? If not, come to the youth station for a bite." Li Xiangyang, without needing to turn around, recognized her voice. He was enjoying a delightful smoke from the fine tobacco this young girl had given him earlier. It was indeed potent. Truly a testament to the quality from the county town, far superior to his own old leaves. Seeing the girl's pleasant demeanor, combined with the good tobacco, he felt a twinge of regret that she was not his own daughter. However, with her being unmarried and still having provisions, he pondered, that wouldn't he do? What if she inherited my foolishness? He chastised himself for being so muddled. Unbeknownst to Lu Wensheng, she had narrowly avoided a misunderstanding. As she faced the firelight, she noticed the village head's expression fluctuating and thought, "We haven't wronged him, have we? Could it be a quarrel with Aunt Kaifeng?" Tentatively, she suggested, "Uncle, which couple doesn't bicker? Their essay saying, a quarrel at the head of the bed, a reconciliation at the foot. Just coax Aunt Kaifeng a bit." Li village head was taken aback. "Wait, who said we were fighting?" Lu Wensheng was equally perplexed. "If you're not quarreling, then why the changing expressions?" Realization dawned on Li village head. "Oh, so what I think is reflected on my face." He couldn't admit he was brooding over her, so he ambiguously replied, "Yes. Comrade Lu is right. I'll go home and comfort her." With no other option, he had to shoulder the blame for the domestic dispute. Lu Wensheng sensed something was amiss, but couldn't pinpoint it. Ultimately, she decided to dismiss her errant thoughts and, with a flourish, produced a sweet melon from her pocket. Offering it to Li village head, "Uncle, please keep an eye on this. I'll go fetch water for Brother Jinghua. Shenjichen can't carry it alone." Upon seeing the melon, Li village head immediately recognized it must have come from the family of the 2 pillars. He was surprised at how close their relationship had grown. Considering his niece-in-law was typically stingy, rarely sharing her generosity even with him, he waved his hand in agreement. "Yes, that is thoughtful of you. Hurry along. I'll keep watch here." Estimating the time, Lu Wensheng headed toward the youth station, casting a glance at Han Mukin and El Hao, who were crouched in the field. Avoiding greeting the village head, displaying a cowardly disposition. This place wouldn't be the same without her. Lu Wensheng rolled her eyes towards the heavens. Lingling. Is the water ready? Has any ignorant dog dared to bully you? As soon as she entered the youth academy, Lu Wensheng shouted at the top of her lungs, fearing that others might not hear her. Unfortunately, the protagonist was rather vulnerable in the early stages, and considering the advantages of the lottery system, she had to protect her companions. Indeed, it was not that she was overly concerned. Rather, there were benefits to be gained. After a mental pep talk, Lu Wensheng looked at Shen Lingling with a more affectionate gaze. Shen Lingling felt as though she might be hallucinating. How could she see her mother's familiar smile on Shen's face? Zhang Jiping, who was wandering in the courtyard, nearly stumbled upon hearing this. Are we no longer even pretending to save face? Internally, he was relieved that Shen Lingling did not pick up on his comments. The events of the afternoon with Li Yin were still fresh in his mind. To think this matter had nothing to do with Lu Wensheng was utterly implausible. Feeling warm inside at Lu Wensheng's protective demeanor, Shen Lingling smiled and replied, "Who would bully me? Other than Zhang Jiping's incessant chatter." She was simply honest, not foolish. How could she possibly misunderstand such blatant provocation? She merely wished to avoid causing trouble for Sheng. She was already so concerned about the three of them that she couldn't afford to add to her worries. What if she were to be abandoned? Lu Wensheng felt reassured by her words. At least they know their place. Once we move out, it will be peaceful. Shen Lingling nodded earnestly, Seeing that the water had boiled, Lu Wensheng helped pour it, noticing the sugar already placed in the bucket, silently commending her comrade for being so considerate. Who wouldn't appreciate a girl who was both diligent and sensible? Moments later, the two carried the water buckets towards the construction site. Lu Wensheng insisted that Shen Lingling not carry any water herself, balancing one bucket in each hand perfectly. Shen Lingling trotted behind, clutching a bowl. Gazing at her friend's back in admiration, Shengxing is truly amazing. From a distance, Han Mukin spotted Lu Wensheng approaching with the buckets and hurriedly climbed out of the pit to take them from her, grumbling as he walked. You only need to call us for such labor. Why carry it yourself? Although he struggled with social interactions, he excelled at work. Lu Hao also emerged from the pit, attempting to take the bowl from Shen Lingling, but she swiftly sidestepped him, saying, "Your hands are all dirty. Don't touch the bowl." Lu Hao replied, "All right, my bad." Chapter 57. Is it glorious to be quiet? Upon arriving at their destination, Lu Wensheng signaled Han Mukin to call Li Jinghua and the others up for water. Han Mukin, skilled at this task, raised his hand and summoned the group. The camaraderie among the men developed rapidly, and within moments, he had blended seamlessly with them. Shen Lingling, being a thoughtful girl, had already prepared the water to a perfect temperature, not too hot, nor too cold, making it ideal for drinking. While it may not be as refreshing as cold water, it was gentle on the stomach. Collaborating with Lu Wensheng, they quickly distributed the water to everyone. After taking a sip, Li Jinghua looked up in surprise. "Sister, did you add sugar?" A group of rugged men, unrefined in their ways, pondered the addition of sugar, deeming it an extravagance. In these times, sugar has become a rare commodity, with many households devoid of white sugar. The young lady, Lu Wensheng, exhibited remarkable generosity. The men, reluctant to indulge, savored the sweetened water in small sips, feeling that their efforts this evening were worthwhile, not only because of the wages but also for the sweet treat, a luxury seldom afforded at home. With a beaming smile, Lu Wensheng offered polite reassurances, saying, "Brother Jinghua, please do not say that. You have all labored throughout the day and still come to toil under the moonlight. It is only right that we provide this small comfort." Han Mukin chimed in, "Indeed. You all must bear the burden of the housing matters." Li Jinghua, unreserved, clapped Han Mukin on the shoulder and replied heartily, "Rest assured. Our band of brothers are seasoned hands. We shall construct a splendid dwelling." This affirmation was precisely what Lu Wensheng awaited, and she nodded with a smile, expressing her faith in them. Once everyone had finished their sweetened water, they returned to the task at hand. While Lu Wensheng led the three men to converse with the village head, Li village chief, he was engrossed in his melon, suddenly met with 4 unwavering gazes, and grumbled. "What do you want?" Han Mukin had organized his thoughts and ventured, "Village chief, we." Lu Wensheng, unable to bear the awkwardness, interjected, "Address him as uncle. He is our dear uncle." Han Mukin blushed slightly and corrected himself, "Uncle, we also wish to build a house." Li village chief, taken aback, momentarily set aside his melon. "What? You all want to build? All of you?" El Hao nodded affirmatively. "Yes, uncle. We are concerned about Sister Lu living alone, and we wish to keep her company. Besides, with new young intellectuals arriving in our village, Our moving out will free up space, won't it? Shen Lingling chimed in. Yes, exactly. Li village chief, having finished his melon, contemplated, the houses built by young intellectuals only grant you the right to reside. I will not refund your money when you leave. He felt it necessary to lay out the harsh truth up front. Han Mukin nodded. We understand. Sister Lu has informed us of this. With a thoughtful expression, Li village chief was met with urgent glances from Lu Wensheng. The three men quickly retrieved cigarettes from their pockets and presented them, saying, We appreciate your assistance, uncle. Li village chief huffed. You rascals should have produced these fine offerings sooner. Lu Wensheng, unable to endure the sight, snatched the cigarettes and pressed them into Li village chief's hands with a smile. Uncle, please agree. I do feel a bit frightened living alone. They only wish to build 2 rooms, which will not impede the harvest season. Moreover, having young intellectuals construct houses in the village will reflect well on your leadership. Won't it? Just think of the prestige you will gain at the next meeting when you report to the commune. The village chief, clearly swayed, could not deny that Lu Wensheng possessed a remarkable way with words, unlike the 3 men who struggled to articulate their thoughts. After a moment of contemplation, he decisively declared, Very well, they shall build their rooms after yours are complete. Instantly, the 3 men beamed with joy, exclaiming, Thank you, uncle. Li village chief cast a glance at the trio, remaining silent, but it was evident that he preferred to engage with Lu Wensheng over them. Upon observing the demeanor of the elderly gentleman, Lu Wensheng discerned that her initial attempt had failed to elicit the desired response. Thus, she resolved to enlighten these 3 earnest youths, responding with a warm smile. You must express your heartfelt gratitude to our uncle. The reason he has allocated the village's land to us is undoubtedly due to the value he places on the contributions we, as educated youth, bring. Therefore, it is imperative that we follow his lead and wholeheartedly embrace the national call to enhance rural development. We must embody the revolutionary spirit of resilience and dedication, pouring our sweat into this beloved land. Village chiefly, instantly beaming with delight, waved his hand dismissively. Oh, it's not that serious. If you don't cause me trouble, I do consider it a blessing. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Wensheng retorted, That cannot be. We are all earnest youths. The group responded incredulously. You, earnest? To which Lu Wensheng replied, Indeed. Is it not commendable to be discreet? After receiving his gifts, Village chiefly felt no inclination to linger. He yearned to return home and savor his prized possessions, with plans to showcase them at the upcoming meeting. Thereby exasperating the elder gentleman, he fabricated an excuse. I must return to draft some materials for you. Come visit me at noon tomorrow. Without awaiting their response, he departed. Left behind, Han, Shun, and Lu gazed at Lu Wensheng with wide, glistening eyes, signifying their newfound understanding, observing their naive innocence. Lu Wensheng couldn't resist imparting further wisdom. In the future, when presenting gifts, simply place them directly into the recipient's hands. Why would you expect someone to graciously accept when you're the one seeking a favor? That would be quite awkward. Your gift must be presented in a manner that brings comfort. Do you understand? In unison, the 3 nodded. We understand. Lu Gonggong, eager to please, approached Lu Wensheng with a bow, saying, Sister Lu, shall we commence your lesson? I'll kneel to listen. The trio was momentarily taken aback by his unexpected enthusiasm when the sound of a tractor broke the tension, drawing closer. Indeed, it was Erjuzi and his companions returning. As the tractor drew near and halted at the educated youth station, Bai Qian and Li Yin, covered in dirt, appeared as if they had been caught in a whirlwind. After parking, Erjuzi disregarded their plight and sprinted toward Lu Wensheng and the others, exclaiming, It's all due to these troublesome educated youths that I missed out on my wages. Upon seeing Erjuzi approach, Lu Wensheng sensed an opportunity for amusement and whispered to Lu Hao, quickly fetch him a bowl of water. Got it. His greatest virtue is his obedience. Thus, as Erjuzi arrived at his destination, a bowl of water unexpectedly emerged before him. His throat parched from exertion, he gratefully accepted it and gulped it down. Wait. Is this sugar water? Thank you, Brother Lu. Erjuzi expressed his gratitude. Not at all. Seeing that Erjuzi had caught his breath, Lu Wensheng hastily inquired. What is the situation? Erjuzi, bewildered, replied, What situation? Lu Hao, now brimming with confidence, understood Lu Wensheng's inquiry and prompted, Bai Qian and Li Yan. Oh. The situation unfolded as Erjuzi recalled the farcical events at the county hospital, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he began to narrate. Upon our arrival at the county hospital, we discovered that the health clinic had already closed for the day. With no other option, we were compelled to seek assistance at the county hospital. during the registration. Bai Jiqing threw a fit, adamantly refusing to allow her registration, insisting that she too had sustained an injury and demanded that the doctor attend to her head before proceeding with Li Jiqing's registration. The attending physician firmly stated that she was fine and that Li Jiqing should be prioritized. However, Bai Jiqing was unyielding, confidently asserting that her head injury was far worse than Li Jiqing's mere back pain. Ultimately, she threatened to report the hospital for attempted murder. The doctors were taken aback by her reasoning and even suggested she might want to consult a psychiatrist, given the previous incident involving food rations. The brigade leader already harbored significant discontent towards her, and now witnessing her reckless behavior, decided against further persuasion and simply advised me to report her to the police. At this juncture, Li Ertsuzi paused to sip another half bowl of water, causing the 4 spectators to grow impatient. Lu Hao eagerly pressed him. "Come on, Brother Zhuzi. Do continue." Wiping his mouth, Li Ertsuzi nonchalantly continued. "Upon hearing that we might go to the police station, Bai Jiqing reluctantly settled the payment. Clinging to my arm as if fearing I would flee, I began to suspect she had ulterior motives." The others stifled laughter at Li Ertsuzi's earnest demeanor. Lu Hao, unable to contain his curiosity, inquired, "So what happened next?" Reluctantly, Li Ertsuzi resumed his tale. It turned out that Li Jiqing had sustained a tailbone injury, which seemed rather serious. The doctor recommended rest and provided some medication before we returned. Lu Wensheng interjected, "Is that it? There was no altercation? How unscientific." Li Ertsuzi nodded in affirmation. The remaining 3 felt the lack of excitement and shifted the topic. It was not until 9 o'clock that the foundation was finally excavated. Under the persuasive charm of Lu Wensheng, everyone felt they could continue laying bricks throughout the night. Absurd. "Thank you, brothers, but it's time to head back. We need to work tomorrow." Ultimately, persuaded by Han Mukin, they sauntered home, discussing the merits of the new arrivals as they walked. Shen Lingling, having learned a lesson that night, finally took Lu Wensheng's arm and said, "Sheng, let us return to rest." Lu Wensheng chuckled, "What's the rush? We're going back to perform." The 3 looked at her with bewildered eyes. "What performance?" Lu Wensheng, taken aback, replied, "Do you not wish for your rations?" Indeed, they exclaimed in unison. Upon returning to the youth commune, the courtyard was cloaked in darkness, seemingly indicating that everyone had turned in for the night. Lu Wensheng perched upon the well platform, observing as Han Mukin and Lu Hao went to fetch the grain. Initially, Shen Lingling intended to join them, but midway Han Mukin gently pulled her back, softly advising, "The kitchen is pitch black. It's best you don't go in. Should you fall again, it would be counterproductive." With a blush gracing her cheeks, Shen Lingling acquiesced. "All right." Lu Wensheng observed this interaction with a quiet admiration, recognizing the undeniable chemistry between the protagonists, the romantic tension surfacing most unexpectedly. At this moment, Lu Hao had entered the kitchen and was taken aback upon touching the half-empty grain sack. "Chen Gu, quickly go back and fetch a flashlight. Something feels amiss with this weight." Han Mukin hastened forward, weighed the grain sack in his hands, and his expression darkened. Initially, he believed that Xiaoxing was being overly cautious, but he soon realized he had underestimated the group of rascals. Without uttering another word, he stepped outside and instructed Shen Lingling to retrieve the flashlight while he proceeded to knock on the main door. Zhang Jiping, who had been inwardly cursing the newly arrived educated youth, was abruptly awakened from his hard-earned slumber by the incessant knocking. Irritated, he shouted, "Is it a bell you're ringing at this hour? Can't a person get any sleep?" Just as his words faded, Han Mukin's cold voice echoed from outside. "Zhang Jiping, you had better open the door within 3 minutes, or you shall bear the consequences." Though he had grown up in luxury, he was acutely aware that in these times, food equated to life. Stealing food was tantamount to endangering lives. After all, taking a life was not a trivial matter. At that moment, Meng Xintang also woke up but pretended not to hear. He could vaguely guess what was happening and chose not to join the fray, for he had little interest in the commotion. Despite Zhang Jiping's usual haughty demeanor, he was somewhat intimidated by Han Mukin, whose sullen countenance and few words were quite imposing. He dared not take the risk, and thus suppressed his anger, dressing hastily to step outside. In the courtyard, Lu Wensheng and Shen Lingling each held a flashlight, and their grain sacks had already been brought over. Upon inspection, Han Mukin discovered that their flour and rice had diminished by nearly half, which only fueled his anger. Observing Han Mukin's grim expression, Lu Wensheng realized there was no room for her input and simply retreated to sit by the well, hoping for a swift resolution. As fatigue began to weigh on her, Zhang Jiping's previously fierce demeanor paled upon seeing the grain sacks on the ground. How could those wealthy individuals be so concerned about this meager food? Recognizing the change in his complexion, Han Mukin directly accused him. You took it. There was no need for speculation. Such despicable acts were undoubtedly linked to this scoundrel. Zhang Zhiping, feeling the pressure, boldly admitted, yes, it was I. Han Mukin scoffed. Very well, you have some backbone. He clenched his fist and delivered a hard punch to Zhang Zhiping's stomach, exclaiming, it's a first for me to see someone so brazen after stealing. Zhang Zhiping, a frail youth, could hardly withstand the blow and collapsed to the ground, clutching his abdomen and wailing in agony. As if not yet satiated, Han Mukin kicked him twice before inquiring, now, how do you wish to resolve this? Privately or publicly? Zhang Zhiping felt a piercing pain in the areas he had been struck, his body drenched in cold sweat, and he nearly fainted. Internally, he cursed. This person is truly insane. Regret flooded over him, wishing he had never provoked them. As Han Mukin prepared to strike again, he fearfully stammered, let's settle it privately. I'll return what I owe you. Han Mukin chuckled coldly as he patted his face, uttering two words with a hint of disdain, triple. Zhang Zhiping, flustered, retorted carelessly. Why don't you go and rob someone? Be careful, I might accuse you of assault. Han Mukin smiled, regarding him as one would a fool. Assault? Who saw me strike you? Where's the injury? As a man from the military, he knew well that such encounters rarely left marks. Zhang Zhiping, suppressing his pain, lifted his shirt to inspect himself, finding not a single trace of harm. His skin was pristine. There wasn't even a hint of redness, let alone a bruise. Doubtful. He scrutinized himself further, while Lu Hao kindly offered him his sister's flashlight for better visibility. Is there any evidence? Did I hit you? He then turned to the others. Did I strike him? No, we didn't see anything. Indeed, Zhang Zhiqing, why are you lying on the ground? At that moment, Zhang Zhiping felt despair wash over him, realizing he had encountered a formidable opponent. Reluctantly, he acquiesced, gritting his teeth. Fine, I agree. Han Mukin exchanged a knowing glance with Lu Hao, instructing him, go on, carry all of Zhang Zhiping's provisions to our little kitchen. Sure thing, brother Chen. He had already calculated that the food in Zhang Zhiping's kitchen amounted to 3 times the amount they had lost. Taking it was hardly excessive. Chapter 59. This man is infuriatingly handsome. Zhang Zhiping watched helplessly as Lu Hao carried away his provisions, which constituted 2 months' worth of rations. However, he dared not protest. Anguish bubbled within him as he muttered through clenched teeth, Can I leave now? Lu Hao, now returning, retorted, How could you? Hurry and return the money you owe us, or my brother will still come after you. He needs to recover the money for his sister. Naturally, Zhang Zhiping was unwilling to part with his money, but fear held him back. Glancing at the formidable Han Mukin beside him, he thought of the new recruits arriving in a few days. Perhaps he could swindle another opportunity, and thus limped back to his room to retrieve the cash. Before long, he emerged with 15 yuan, handing it to Lu Hao. May I leave now? Seeing that Han Mukin remained silent, Lu Hao dismissively waved his hand. Please, Zhang Zhiqing, keep your distance from us in the future. Without waiting for a response, he eagerly took his share of the money to Lu Wensheng, saying, Sister Lu, for the melon expenses. Lu Wensheng did not accept it, feeling exhausted. She waved her hand dismissively, keep it for yourself. Sleep. With that, she headed inside but paused halfway to turn back, saying, by the way, the cost for the vegetables is 60 cents per person for the month. I've already paid, so remember to settle it with me tomorrow. Without waiting for a reply, she departed without glancing back at Bai Qian, who lay feigning sleep. Climbing into bed, Lu Wensheng yawned widely before succumbing to a deep slumber. In stark contrast, Zhang Zhiping endured a sleepless night, the dual torment of mind and body nearly driving him to madness. By dawn, he emerged with a face resembling that of a dead fish, radiating discontent as he vented his frustrations in the courtyard. Meng Qingyang kept his distance, as if repelled by something foul, for Zhang Zhiping had not slept a wink, and he dared not sneak out to deliver items to his grandfather. He was utterly disgusted, noticing how everyone kept their distance from him. Zhang Zhiping scoffed darkly, do not underestimate a young man as poverty. Meanwhile, in the side room, as dawn broke, Shen Lingling rose to wash her face in boil water. She nudged Lu Wensheng, who was still lost in dreams. Sheng, hurry up. We need to head to work soon. We can't be late on our first day. Lu Wensheng, yawning and teary-eyed, glanced at the clock. It was only 5:30. Drowsily, he got up to dress, still half asleep, wondering who had invented the concept of work. Little did he expect that even in the 70s, he would have to endure the life of a wage slave. As she stepped out, she collided with El Hao. Good morning. After splashing cold water on her face, She felt somewhat awake and practiced a set of punches in the yard before heading to the kitchen. To her surprise, Shenlingling had already prepared breakfast. Come eat. I made sweet potato porridge. The pancakes will be ready soon. Lu Wensheng was also busy, frying 4 wild eggs and preparing a side dish. The group soon gathered for their meal. As customary, the 2 men washed the dishes and tidied up afterward before heading to the fields. As they departed, Lu Wensheng pretended to pull 2 straw hats from a box, handing one to Shenlingling. Upon arriving in the fields, Lu Wensheng was taken aback to see Bai Qian wearing a pair of culottes and high heels. What on earth was she thinking? Lu Wensheng nudged Shenlingling, exclaiming, "This is too exaggerated." Shenlingling replied, "Not just her. Everyone in the brigade is laughing at this white intellectual." The reason was simple. They had never seen anyone wear culottes to work in the fields. On their first day, this group of educated youth struggled even with the farming tools. And the brigade leader had not assigned them any particularly skilled tasks. Lu Wensheng was assigned to cut pigweed, and Shenlingling followed suit. Han Mukin and El Hao were sent to plow the fields, one guiding the ox and the other steering the plow. Both stumbled awkwardly through the fields, leaving Lu Wensheng in disbelief. Meanwhile, Bai Qian, having offended the brigade leader, was relegated to the most troublesome group of women in the village to pull weeds. Lu Wensheng felt a wave of sympathy and silently vowed never to cross the brigade leader. The brigade leader oversaw production, thus controlling all tasks in the fields. After watching the commotion for a while, Lu Wensheng and Shenlingling joined the village children in cutting pigweed, observing the line of small children ahead. No older than 9 or 10, all thin and dark-skinned, Lu Wensheng whispered to Shenlingling, "This is truly worth it." Indeed, the evening before their first day of work, she had dragged the 4 of them to the brigade leader's house, stubbornly offering him 2 boxes of cigarettes and sweet-talking him until she managed to secure these relatively easy jobs. Otherwise, how could 2 grown men like Han Mukin and El Hao be assigned to lead an ox? Although cutting pigweed was a light task, it was still taxing under the scorching sun, with her back burning from the heat. Thank goodness she wore a straw hat. After swiftly finishing 2 baskets of pigweed with Shenlingling, they sat under a tree, lamenting, "Ah, this work is truly exhausting." Shenlingling scratched her body restlessly and echoed, "Indeed, who would have thought that life in the countryside could be so arduous? Oh, the trials we face. Let us buy a watermelon to enjoy." Agreed. The 2 of them swiftly reached a consensus, shouldering the pig fodder as they made their way back. Halfway, they spotted Kai Feng hurrying towards them. Lu Wensheng, concerned that something was amiss, approached her and inquired, "Aunt Kai Feng, where are you rushing off to in such haste?" Upon seeing Lu Wensheng, Sun Sifeng's eyes sparkled with a mixture of reproach and pride as she exclaimed, "Little Lu, how could you return without mentioning such a significant event? If it weren't for the police and county officials coming, we would still be in the dark. Come, let's head to the brigade office." Realizing that she was likely bringing him a banner of honor, Lu Wensheng felt a surge of excitement. With her bewildered friend in tow, she followed Sun Kaifeng towards the brigade office. From a distance, they spotted the village head and the brigade leader standing at the entrance, accompanied by 2 neatly dressed comrades, one of whom Lu Wensheng recognized. Raising her voice, she called out, "Shenqichen." Upon hearing her, the brigade leader approached with a beaming smile, his demeanor radiating warmth as he feigned reproach. "Little Lu, look at you. You perform such good deeds yet do not return to inform us. We only learned about it when they came seeking you. We were completely unprepared." His heart brimmed with joy, for this would surely secure their status as the outstanding brigade this year. They had never achieved such recognition, and he was grateful that he had assigned her the lightest tasks that morning, despite Accountant Zhang's complaints. He felt immensely fortunate to have recognized her potential, clearly. She was a talent worthy of greater endeavors than merely cutting pig fodder. Indeed, she had brought him unexpected delight. Thanks to the brigade leader's support, Lu Wensheng replied politely, "Little Lu, this is an officer from the police department, and this gentleman you already know," the brigade leader introduced, gesturing towards Shenqichen. Lu Wensheng's gaze inadvertently fell upon Shenqichen's face, and she couldn't help but silently marvel at his striking handsomeness. Chapter 60. Let's go, my father in truth. Shenqichen had spotted Lu Wensheng from afar long before their encounter. Seeing the large basket on her back nearly compelled him to offer assistance, but he refrained, mindful of the crowd that surrounded them, wishing not to tarnish the reputation of Little Lu. "Hello, Shenqichen." Lu Wensheng greeted the man before her with a broad smile, once again marveling inwardly at his exceptional looks. Shenqichen responded with a smile of his own, "Comrade Lu, it has been a while. How's Xiaoke?" Lu Wensheng continued, "He is doing well. Shinchichen gestured towards a military jeep parked nearby and replied with a hint of exasperation, "He is quite well, indeed. Sound asleep inside. Heaven knows." The little fellow was so afraid of running off on his own that he actually made a bed on the floor outside my room last night. "It's all right then. Children need their rest," Lu Wensheng reassured, though she pondered whether it was truly wise to leave a 4- or 5-year-old asleep in a vehicle during the afternoon. Meanwhile, Officer Song silently lowered his stiff arms, reflecting on his own minimal presence in the conversation. Regardless, he is representing the Public Security Bureau to present the banner. Village Chief Lee could hardly bear to witness this and silently murmured to himself, "You two should at least step inside to converse." He is an elderly man who might wither under the sun. "Well then, Xiao Lu, do hurry and invite the esteemed leaders inside," the captain chimed in. Lu Wensheng glanced around at the gathered leaders, uncertain of her authority. She then lifted her gaze to Shinchichen, silently conveying, "You are the one in charge." "It is your decision." Shinchichen, amused by her adorable demeanor, chuckled. "Everyone will heed your command." "What on earth? This sounds like something from a domineering CEO's script." She awkwardly touched her nose and suggested, "Then let us proceed indoors. You go ahead. I will check on Xiao Quebec." With that, she hastily made her way towards the jeep, inwardly grumbling, "Lu Wensheng, you are utterly lacking. It is merely a pretty face. And look how it has gone to your head, devoid of any depth." Having observed the entire scene, Shen Lingling's eyes widened in disbelief. Is this really her spirited friend? What on earth happened? And who is that man? Never mind. She should first procure some watermelons. She would interrogate her friend once the important matters were concluded. "Aunt Kaifeng, Shusheng desires a watermelon. I shall fetch one, so as not to cause any disturbance here." Shen Lingling politely greeted Sun Kaifeng before departing, not forgetting to take the basket of pigweed that belonged to Lu Wensheng. Sun Kaifeng did not attempt to retain her. She too needed to hurry home to prepare lunch, as her husband had announced that the leaders would be dining there. That was indeed a matter of great prestige. Seeing Lu Wensheng's retreating figure, Shin Qingqin exchanged a knowing glance with the commune secretary, signaling that they should proceed inside, and he then pursued her. The village leaders, accompanied by the commune secretary and Officer Song, entered the brigade headquarters. Secretary Sun Qingshan spoke first. "Old Li, your brigade has truly struck gold this time." Having served in the military, he discerned the distinct regard that the young Officer Shun had for the educated youth Lu. Rumors suggested that Officer Shun was indifferent to women, serious in demeanor, neither servile nor arrogant. To put it simply, he was as cold as ice, and throughout their journey, Secretary Sun had yet to witness him smile, let alone engage in conversation. Now, seeing him display such warmth towards the young female educated youth, was it not a stroke of fortune for the Peace Brigade? Village Chief Li was astute. He had long recognized the young man's extraordinary status, as even the commune secretary held him in high esteem. Once they settled inside, Lu Wensheng and Shin Qingqin entered shortly after. However, Lu Wensheng cradled a 4- or 5-year-old boy in her arms. Officer Song, representing the Public Security Bureau, did not neglect his duties. He rose from his chair to articulate their purpose, stating, "Comrade Lu, we have come to present you with a banner and a certificate. In gratitude for your keen insight and your clever confrontation with human traffickers, supporting our efforts. On behalf of the Public Security Bureau, I extend our heartfelt thanks to Comrade Lu." As he spoke, Officer Song prepared to hand the banner to Lu Wensheng, while a junior officer held a certificate in hand. Wensheng cast a sidelong glance at the eager village head and the captain, then, slightly bashful, spoke up, "Uncle Li, would it trouble you and the captain to help me with this? I'm holding the child." "Of course, absolutely." Village head Li had been eyeing the banner with great anticipation, secretly regretting that he hadn't been the first to grasp it. Thus, upon hearing Wensheng's request, he promptly extended his hands to receive the banner, eager not to keep the police comrades waiting. "All right, I'll take the banner for little L, and when she's done, I'll hand it over to her." The captain, mirroring the village head, also reached out to accept the certificate of excellence. "Oh dear, this is an award from the Public Security Bureau. Certainly a point of pride for our captain. The only regret is that it cannot be displayed in the brigade. If only this were an advanced brigade." Wensheng discerned the thoughts of the two village leaders and directly addressed them. "I will also need to trouble our brigade to help keep it safe for a few days. Once my house is built, I will come to retrieve it." "Absolutely. Little L is indeed thoughtful," Village Head Li quickly agreed, perfectly satisfied. After exchanging a tacit glance with the captain, he secretly resolved to send Erjuzi to another brigade that afternoon to bring over those old fellows and show off a bit. Once the banner was delivered, Officer Song feigned departure. Now that our official business is concluded, we should head back. We mustn't delay your brigade's production. However, Village Headley would not let them leave so easily. Having come all this way, they should at least have a meal before departing. Thus, he urged them to stay. Where are you going? It's nearly noon. Please, join us for a simple meal. My wife has already gone home to prepare a chicken. Since you've come, please do us the honor of accepting our humble hospitality. The captain chimed in. Indeed, indeed. It's almost time to wrap up work. This won't impede production. Seeing the two so eager to extend hospitality, the commune's secretary spoke up. Very well, then let us stay for a bite. He then turned to Shinchichin. What do you think, Comrade Shin? Shinchichin, who had been watching the young girl with keen interest, had no intention of leaving just yet. He nodded in agreement and then turned to Lu Wensheng. Comrade L, could you take me out for a stroll? Lu Wensheng replied with a hint of disbelief. What is there to stroll about in this sweltering heat? Before she could finish her thought, she caught the village head's warning glance, realizing she had no choice. After all, he was her elder. Reluctantly, she sighed. All right, let us go. Village Headley hurriedly reminded her. Don't forget to bring Comrade Shin home for dinner. Lu Wensheng assured him. I won't forget. At that moment, Shin Kei, who had been nestled in Lu Wensheng's arms, awoke. He wished to remain there, but was met with a stern look from his little uncle. How could he have overlooked that? Thus, he spoke up. Sister L, please put me down. I can walk. Lu Wensheng gently patted his little head. Smiling, little Kei is truly a brave boy. Beaming with pride from the compliment, Shin Kei glanced at his little uncle, boasting. See, I told you Sister L likes me the most. Chapter 61. The promising son of the old Shin family. Lu Wensheng held Shin Kei's hand, and they, along with Shinchichin, exited the brigade headquarters. Lu Wensheng cast a weary glance at him and inquired, where are we going? She had only just arrived a few days ago and was still unfamiliar with the village, yet they wanted her to take him out for a stroll. Was he not afraid of getting lost? Shinchichin couldn't help but chuckle at her mournful little eyes and said, come with me. As she spoke, she led her towards the jeep, where, with the assistance of the driver, they retrieved a brand new bicycle from the vehicle. Shinchichin looked at her expectantly and said, give it a try. Lu Wensheng pointed at the bicycle and then at herself, exclaiming in astonishment, is this for me? Could it be that she was actually given a bicycle? It was well known that the entire Pingan team possessed only one old bicycle at the team headquarters, which they cherished like a treasure, rarely allowing anyone to ride it. Now, Shinchichin had gifted her a new one. How could she not be thrilled? Although she had an old bicycle stored in her space, she couldn't just bring it out in broad daylight, could she? With the new bicycle in hand, who would still care for the old one? Thus, under Shinchichin's expectant gaze, she accepted the bicycle, swung her long legs over it, tinkled the little bell a couple of times, and with a powerful push, she sped away. Wow, there's wind. Shinchichin and Shin Kei watched as Lu Wensheng flew off like the wind. Uncle, will Sister Lu come back? Shin Kei asked. Who knows? Shinchichin replied. If I had known, I wouldn't have let her go. I had no idea she would wander off like this. She will definitely return. And so, Shinchichin sat with Shin Kei beneath the trees at the entrance of the team headquarters, waiting for Lu Wensheng to come back, glancing at her in the distance, which looked rather pitiful. Meanwhile, Lu Wensheng was reveling in her newfound freedom, zipping around the team when she was surrounded by the workers returning from their shift, poking and prodding at her. Hey, Lu, is this your new bicycle? It's quite impressive. Indeed, this bicycle is a first in the village. Wow, Lu. You must be wealthy to afford a bicycle. Yes, yes. It will be so much more convenient for us to borrow it when we need to go out. Lu Wensheng nearly burst into laughter at their comments and swatted away the hand trying to twist her little bell, retorting, are your hands itchy? If you break it, can you afford to pay for it? Show me the money first. Then addressing another person, she continued, do I know you, or do you know me? Is your face made of mud or bricks? It's so thick. You say it will be more convenient for you to go out? Why don't you fly there and show me? And you, speaking in such a sarcastic tone, who are you trying to impress? Did you eat something foul for breakfast? Your mouth spews nonsense. I suggest you keep your distance from me. For those wanting to borrow my bicycle, listen closely. The answer is no. Do as you please. Why are you all so shameless at your age? At that moment, Bentley arrived, furiously scolding, exactly. You shameless gossipers, how dare you ask to borrow her bicycle? Why don't you lend out your own men instead? You all have some nerve. I'll tell you this. Little Lu is under my protection, Li Chunhua. Anyone who dares to have ill intentions towards her will have to get through me first. I'm a martyr's family member, and I'm not afraid of anyone. It is no jest. Not only does she have 2 sons backing her, But the village chief is also her uncle. Who in this village would dare to provoke her? At that moment, Aunt Lee resembled a victorious rooster, proud and defiant, ready to unleash her verbal barrage on anyone who dared to oppose her. Indeed, it is true. Those few have tarnished the reputation of our brigade. In these times, who wouldn't cherish a bicycle as a precious possession? Someone echoed this sentiment. Why do they not dare to borrow from the brigade? It is merely because they are bullying the naive and amiable young deer of the intellectual youth. When Han Mukin and Lu Hao had just arrived, they were oblivious to the unfolding drama until they overheard someone remarking on the young deer's gentle demeanor. Han and Lu exchanged looks of alarm. How did they arrive at such a conclusion? Upon noticing Aunt Lee defending her, Lu Wensheng felt her anger dissipate. She patted the rear of her bicycle and exclaimed, "Aunt, hop on. I'll take you for a ride." Oh my, this was indeed remarkable. Aunt Lee, who had been fuming moments ago, now beamed with delight. Once seated on the back of the bicycle, she called out, "Little dear, let us infuriate those with envy. Yes, let us make them seethe with jealousy." What does that mean? It means, when one cannot attain the grapes, one declares them sour. Their laughter echoed from a distance. Leaving behind only the few gossiping women, their teeth clenched in irritation. This young deer truly possessed a sharp tongue. Lu Wensheng escorted Aunt Lee home, then proceeded to the youth station to inform her friends that she would be dining at the village chief's house at noon, urging them not to wait for her. She then pedaled toward the brigade office. Coincidentally, on her way, she encountered Bai Qian, who was covered in mud, clutching a broken high heel. It was evident she had fallen. Seeing her hobbling gait, Lu Wensheng deduced that the fall must have been severe. Serves her right. What sensible person wears high heels to work in the fields? She resolved to inquire about the incident during the afternoon work session. Upon reaching the brigade office, she spotted two forlorn faces, one large and one small, squatting beneath a tree, their expressions strikingly similar. Truly, they were a remarkable uncle-nephew duo. Shen-Kai, upon recognizing Lu Wensheng's return, sprang up from the ground and approached her with a pitiful expression, saying, "Sister Lu, do you not like me and Uncle Xiaokai?" Lu Wensheng was taken aback. What does this have to do with Shen Qingchen? Nevertheless, she gently reassured the child, bending down to scoop him up in her arms. How could that be? Sister Lu adores you, Xiaokai. She couldn't help but silently reflect on how sensitive children without parents tend to be. Nestled in her embrace, Shen-Kai asked, "Really?" Lu Wensheng swore to the heavens, more genuine than gold. "I merely mentioned that I would accompany you for lunch. Shall we have watermelon later?" Shen-Kai's little head tilted back in delight. "And take Uncle Xiaokai with us." Indeed, the eldest of the Shen family is quite considerate. "Very well. We shall take Uncle with us." Shen Qingchun's previously sullen expression brightened. "Humph, at least this lad has a bit of conscience." He then addressed Lu Wensheng. "Let us go. They have all gone to the village chief's house. We should join them." Lu Wensheng nodded, cradling the child as she prepared to depart. However, after just a few steps, she was halted by Shen Qingchun's voice. "They are likely about to serve the meal. It would be impolite to keep them waiting. Climb on, and I shall take you there." Lu Wensheng pondered for a moment, finding the reasoning sound, and promptly settled onto the back seat of the bicycle. Shen Qingchun, in front, wore a triumphant smile. "Hold on tight." The little one nestled in Lu Wensheng's embrace beamed with excitement. "Let us go." He was simply overjoyed. If only Sister Lu could be his little aunt. Chapter 62. Child, would you like some candy? Under Lu Wensheng's direction, Shen Qingchun navigated through winding paths until they finally arrived at the home of village Headley. Before the bicycle could come to a complete stop, Lu Wensheng leaped off, whisking the child into the kitchen. "Aunt Kaifeng, we're here." Sun Kaifeng was ladling soup when she looked up, and, upon seeing Lu Wensheng, her face lit up with joy. "Little Lu, why did you take so long? Quickly take the child inside to cool off. We'll be eating soon." "All right, Aunt." Lu Wensheng, without hesitation, gently pried Shen-Kai from her lap and led him to wash his hands. "Oh my, this little one is like a furnace. I nearly melted carrying him all the way here." After the three finished washing their hands, the dishes were served and laid on the table. Shen Qingchun, being naturally aloof, showed little interest in engaging in idle chatter. He simply occupied the empty seat beside Lu Wensheng, observing her as she fed Shen-Kai water. In truth, he wished to assert that little Kai could drink on his own, but seeing the mutual willingness between them, one to feed and the other to drink, he ultimately refrained from speaking. Primarily, he feared that Shen-Kai might sulk upon their return, and if that were to reach the ears of the elder, his tranquil days would be at an end. Seeing that all the dishes were ready, village Headley, filled with excitement, raised his glass to commence his strategic speech. I thank all the leaders for gracing us with your presence. May everyone enjoy the food and drink. Lu Wensheng remarked. Is that all? She sighed. Well, let us eat. It's not my concern anyway. From the spread before them, it was evident that the village head had put in considerable effort. Even the hens from their own yard had been sacrificed. Could he not have been attentive? Lu Wensheng chose silence, focusing on her meal. Village Headley, noticing the slightly awkward smiles around the table, found his own face warming with embarrassment. What could he do? It was the first time so many leaders had visited his home, and in his excitement, his mind had gone blank. He envied little Lu's adeptness at conversing with anyone, be it human or ghost. Fortunately, his wife had been diligent, preparing the meal with great care, which somewhat salvaged his dignity. With the enthusiastic hospitality from the captain and village head, the meal was enjoyed by all. After dining, as everyone prepared to depart, only Shun Ke remained fixated on the idea of his sister, Lu, treating him to watermelon. With no other option, Shinchichen instructed the driver to first take the commune's secretary and officer Song back, promising to return for them afterward. Thankfully, the round trip would only take a couple of hours. Sister Lu, let us go, Shin Ke exclaimed, eager to leave, having achieved his goal. He didn't genuinely crave watermelon. He merely wished to spend more time playing with Sister Lu. Had it not been for his little uncle's reprimand prior to their arrival, he would have wanted to stay indefinitely. Lu Wensheng allowed Shin Ke to lead her outside, though she felt a sense of worry that the child was becoming overly reliant on her, always seeking cuddles and closeness. Was it a case of the fledgling bird? After Shinchichen bid farewell to the others, he rode the bicycle back to them. Get on. Without hesitation, Lu Wensheng swiftly scooped up the child and leaped forward, pondering how foolish it was for anyone to think they could walk back alone in the sweltering noon heat. Upon arriving at the youth cadre point, both El Hao and Shen Lingling had just finished their meals, and they were taken aback to see Lu Wensheng returning with the child in tow. Shengsheng, where did you find this child? Shen Lingling inquired. El Hao, unable to resist the child's adorable demeanor, approached with a mischievous grin, mimicking Lu Wensheng's actions as he produced 2 pieces of white rabbit candy, asking playfully, Little one, would you like some candy? Lu Wensheng's mind suddenly raced. The scene felt eerily familiar. She quickly concealed Shin Ke behind her, diverting the conversation. Well, we just had a meal. I brought him back to enjoy some watermelon. Shin Ke eyed El Hao warily, still on high alert after being abducted recently. His uncle had warned him that those who offered unsolicited gifts were often not to be trusted. El Hao, bewildered, wondered what had gone awry. He was merely offering candy because he found the child charming. Was that so unreasonable? At that moment, Shun Qingshan entered, pushing a bicycle, and explained, Excuse me, this comrade. But little K was recently kidnapped by human traffickers, and it was Comrade Lu who rescued him, so he is understandably cautious. Lu Wensheng nodded in agreement, having refrained from mentioning it earlier out of consideration for Shin Ke, but now that Shin Qingshan had brought it up, she felt it was acceptable to share. Yes. I encountered him during my first visit to the commune and briefly recounted the events of that day. Shen Lingling's eyes sparkled with admiration. Sheng, you're incredible. You managed to rescue a child from kidnappers. El Hao echoed her sentiment with wide-eyed enthusiasm. Sister Lu, please teach me how to fight. He had seen her practice martial arts daily in the courtyard, but had never thought much of it until now, inspired by her heroic exploits. Lu Wensheng glanced at his petite frame and tactfully suggested, perhaps you should focus on eating more first. Throughout this exchange, Shin Qingshan remained silent, his gaze often drifting toward the young girl, intrigued by her distinctive spirit. At that moment, Han Mukin entered, carrying a bundle of firewood. Noticing the unfamiliar presence and the scrutinizing gaze directed at Lu Wensheng, he immediately tensed, instinctively entering a defensive stance. Is Xiaoxing back? Upon seeing Han Mukin, Lu Wensheng recognized him as someone who had just come from the mountains and raised an eyebrow. Did you go to the mountains? Han Mukin nodded. We were out of firewood. His attention then shifted to Shin Qingshan, and who might this be? Before Lu Wensheng could respond, the man introduced himself. Hello. I'm Shin Qingshan. El Hao sensed the atmosphere had grown somewhat serious and quickly recounted the earlier events, prompting Han Mukin to exhale in relief. Realizing there was no threat to his sister, as the tension dissipated, Shen Lingling chimed in, Come in and enjoy some watermelon. Sheng, are you still hungry? I saved some food for you. Lu Wensheng beamed with joy, eagerly exclaiming, I'm still hungry. You're the best. She stepped forward and enveloped Shen Lingling in a warm embrace, uncertain whether it is due to a more profound integration with this body or the recent excessive consumption. Lu Wensheng finds her appetite increasingly burgeoning. She can now consume 3 large bowls of rice in one sitting. Had it not been for her ability to cultivate grains in her space, her survival would be in jeopardy. Moreover, the village chief's household does not offer much sustenance, leaving her only partially satisfied after her meal. She had intended to return for a snack, but to her surprise, Lingling had saved her some food. Truly, one must commend her dear friend for her thoughtfulness. Lingling beamed with joy at the compliment and cheerfully went to the kitchen to serve Lu Wensheng more rice. Calling out to Han Mukin, "Come on, Han, wash up and join us for dinner." Han Mukin smiled warmly in response, "All right." He then beckoned Shin, saying, "Come in and have a seat." Alas, Lu Wensheng, the heartless one, had already dived into her meal, leaving little for anyone else. But what could one do? She is, after all, his beloved younger sister. Chapter 63. Sister Lu, I want to lead the ox, Shin remarked with a smile. You and the youth have developed quite a rapport. He could discern that Han Mukin was no ordinary individual. He bore the demeanor of a soldier. Yet, one wondered why a soldier would venture into the countryside as a youth worker. Han Mukin replied nonchalantly, "It's all right." He preferred to remain reticent, like Shin. His instincts hinted at the young man's exceptional background. He had already heard from the villagers about the arrival of a young leader today, and it was undoubtedly him. In the small kitchen, Lingling was serving rice to Han Mukin while Lu Wensheng had already begun to eat. Lu Hao was busy slicing watermelon, while Xiaokei watched with wide, round eyes, fixated on the savory pork rice in Lu Wensheng's bowl, his mouth watering. "Sister Lu, why don't you share a bite?" Lu Hao chuckled softly at the boy's eager expression and kindly said, "You must be Xiaokei, right? Would you like a piece of watermelon?" He offered the cut watermelon to the child. Xiaokei eagerly accepted it, taking a big bite and instantly lighting up. "So delicious." "Thank you, uncle." Lu Hao restrained the urge to ruffle his hair, mirroring the boy's actions as he took a large bite himself, mumbling, "You're welcome. If it's good, eat more." The two exchanged smiles and returned to their tasks. Lu Wensheng, while devouring her food, scrutinized her dear friend. A splendid family background, exquisite beauty, culinary prowess, and admirable figure. A kind heart, and a blend of innocence and charm. She truly was a catch for that scoundrel Han Mukin. "I guessed you wouldn't be full. So I saved you quite a bit," Lingling declared, placing a plate of scrambled eggs with scallions before Lu Wensheng, her brows raised in triumph. She was well aware of how much her friend typically consumed, and one could not afford to indulge excessively at banquets. Seeing Lingling's smug expression, Lu Wensheng jested, "Darling, if I were a man, I would undoubtedly take you home as my wife." Lingling blushed slightly and playfully retorted, "Stop joking. Who would want to marry you?" Just then, Han Mukin entered and witnessed this scene, nearly having his eyes pop out in disbelief. Was his sister attempting to steal someone away? Should he assert his claim? Lu Wensheng, stop it. You might ruin Shun's reputation. Does she even want to get married anymore? Lu Wensheng rolled her eyes. Well, you should hurry up then. You're making her anxious. Lingling's face flushed deeper, holding Han Mukin's meal, unsure whether to set it down or keep holding it. Ultimately, it was Han Mukin who reached out to take it from her. "Is this for me?" he inquired. Lingling shyly touched the spot on her hand where he had accidentally brushed against and murmured, "Mm." Han Mukin's face lit up with joy as he settled beside LV how to enjoy his meal, for reasons unknown. Shin felt inexplicably relieved watching their interaction and took a seat for herself. "Shin, feel free to eat the watermelon, make yourself at home." Lu Wensheng called out to the guest she had brought along, nearly forgetting him. It was evident that the man's importance in her heart paled in comparison to the joy of eating. Shin sat directly across from her, observing her cheeks puffed out like a little hamster, utterly adorable. Beside her, Kei also bore the same puffy cheeks, with watermelon juice dribbling from the corner of his mouth. All right, the one beside her wasn't nearly as cute, and she couldn't help but chime in. "You two should eat more slowly." Kei felt inexplicably judged and handed a piece of watermelon across the table to his uncle, thinking a little flattery wouldn't hurt. "Uncle, it was Sister Lu who invited you." LV Hao replied, "It was clearly his oversight. Today's watermelon was probably purchased by Shin." He decided to let that remark slide. Shin took the watermelon and took a bite. "Indeed delicious. Lu Jiqing, may I ask where you acquired this watermelon? From the supply and marketing cooperative?" Lu Wensheng shook her head. "No, from the team. If you like it, I can have LV Jiqing take you to exchange for some later." She refrained from using the word buy, as trading was considered speculative these days. Exchange seemed more acceptable. Of course, what one would exchange was another matter entirely. As the saying goes, policy from above meets countermeasures below. Shin nodded. I appreciate it. LV Jiqing. In her heart, she wished for Lu Wensheng to take her. Lu Wensheng remarked, aren't you making it difficult for me? Despite having eaten there several times. I still don't know where to purchase it. Suddenly, Shin Lingling recalled something and spoke up. Wensheng, I also gave a watermelon to Brother Xinghua. That's all right, right? She was aware of her own lack of cleverness and feared taking initiative might lead to reproach. Lu Wensheng set down her utensils and replied, of course. It's perfectly fine. You were very considerate. In this sweltering heat, they are building houses, so offering a watermelon is only fair. This afternoon, I will see if I can exchange some mung beans with Aunt Li to make mung bean soup for them tonight. Shin Lingling nodded eagerly. I'll go with you. Lu Wensheng agreed, noting that after they finished cutting pigweed in the afternoon, they would have plenty of free time to relax. Thus, she suggested, let us go fishing after we finish cutting the pigweed. We can have fish soup for dinner. Shin Lingling exclaimed, that sounds great. LV Hao felt envious, lamenting that while they could cut pigweed and fish, he was stuck herding cattle under the scorching sun, feeling as though he had darkened considerably after a morning's toil. He pitifully pleaded, Sister Lu, could you speak to the team leader and let me cut pigweed too? I don't want to herd cattle. Lu Wensheng shot him a glance. You, a grown man, cutting pigweed? Wouldn't that be a laughingstock? Just look around. There's no strong laborer in the team herding cattle. If you don't want to herd, you might as well plow the fields. LV Hao retorted defiantly, but aren't all the children in the team cutting pigweed too? Lu Wensheng boldly declared, I am a woman, and I am not embarrassed. You, as a grown man, should be more cautious, otherwise, someone might snatch your opportunity to tend to the cattle. Lu Hao fell silent, pondering why he was the one being criticized. The others found amusement in watching Lu Wensheng handle Lu Hao, as it was not the first time. Those who spent time with her soon realized that when she reprimanded someone, it was wise for others to remain silent, lest they too receive a tongue lashing. Shin Lingling, fearing she might be caught in the crossfire, quietly tidied up Lu Wensheng's bowl. Shin Qichen observed Lu Wensheng's increasingly bright gaze, as if her face proclaimed, you are quite intriguing. I wish to take a liking to you. Lu Wensheng deemed it unwise to undermine Lu Hao's confidence and decided to offer him a sweet encouragement, saying, you focus on tending to the cattle, and after work, Lingling and I will come to fetch you. After all, they needed to head to the barn anyway. They could simply wait for him there. Lu Hao's spirits lifted at this, and he eagerly replied, all right, Sister Lu, I too wish to tend to the cattle. A sudden cough interrupted Lu Wensheng's moment of triumph as she took a bite of watermelon, prompting Shin Ke to advise, no, you are still too young. What if a cow kicks you? She glanced at Shin Qichen, silently questioning, aren't you going to intervene? Shin Qinchen's eyes twinkled with amusement as he responded, no mischief allowed. We shall be leaving shortly. We can bring you back in a few days. It seemed he had accumulated quite a bit of leave. Lu Wensheng exclaimed, you're coming back again? Chapter 64. For the sake of freedom, both can be sacrificed. When is Comrade Shin leaving? Han Yukin inquired. Shin Qichen glanced at him and replied, we will leave once the driver arrives. Oh, then we must return to work. Perhaps you should wait at the brigade office for now? Shin Qichen realized that he had inadvertently become an unwelcome guest, but was not angered. He nodded. Yes, your consideration is greatly appreciated, Han. There is no need to rush. He then turned to Shin Ke, saying, Shao Ke, bid farewell to everyone. Shin Ke looked forlorn. He did not wish to leave, yet he dared not oppose his uncle. Reluctantly, he said goodbye to the group, then turned to Lu Wensheng and asked, Sister Lu, can I come back in a few days? Lu Wensheng, unfazed, replied, of course. Come whenever you wish. I do quite enjoy the company of sensible children. Besides, you did gift me a bicycle, after all, though the bicycle was a token of gratitude. Her initial intention in saving someone was not to be recompensed. Otherwise, she would have simply walked away that day. Thus, she considered herself rather kind-hearted. Hearing Lu Wensheng's response, Shin Ke brightened up, thinking that Sister Lu would treat him to watermelon, and next time he would repay her with delicious treats. Shin Qichen, not in a rush to express anything, politely addressed Lu Hao, saying, Lu, I would appreciate your assistance in fetching a few more watermelons. Lu Hao, aware of his status as a valued guest in the village, readily agreed, relishing the opportunity to skip work, truly a clever ploy by his sister Lu. Once the three had departed, Lu Wensheng eagerly inquired about Bai Qian. Lingling, what is the situation with Bai? Do you know? During noon, I observed her limping back. Shin Lingling truly knows. With a twinkle in her eyes, she exclaimed, I know. When I went to deliver pig fodder earlier, I heard them mention it. Bai Jiqing was assigned by the captain to pull weeds, and she reluctantly trudged into the field, muttering disparaging remarks about the captain while working. Since she was wearing a dress, she inadvertently exposed herself while squatting, much to the amusement of those in the field. Lu Wensheng's mouth formed an OAS. She eagerly inquired. Were they men or women? Shenlingling rolled her eyes at her. What are you thinking? They were all women. If you ask me, the captain is quite perceptive. He must have feared she would create a spectacle in her dress, so he placed her among a group of ants. Lu Wensheng expressed a slight sense of regret. Yet she understood that the team could not afford to make a scene. It was merely a source of amusement. After all, it wasn't a matter of deep enmity. Having reconciled her thoughts, she continued to ask, what happened next? At this point, Shenlingling also grew intrigued, leaning in as if to guard against eavesdroppers. She whispered in Lu Wensheng's ear. Later, feeling embarrassed, she approached the captain to request a lighter task. While navigating the ridges of the field, she lost her footing in her high heels and tumbled into the irrigation ditch, floundering for quite some time before the village women, fearing for her safety, pulled her out. As she left the field, she wept, even requesting Han Jiqing to carry her back. And guess what happened? Lu Wensheng, fully engaged, responded, what happened? Her peripheral vision still darted towards Han Yukin beside her. Shenlingling continued to gossip. Han Jiqing ignored her completely, while Lu Jiqing scolded her for her lack of shame. Lu Wensheng quipped, does Han Jiqing have a mouthpiece? Shenlingling queried, what is a mouthpiece? Lu Wensheng explained. It's someone who uses their eloquence to speak on behalf of the less articulate. Shenlingling nodded thoughtfully. I get it. I get it. So you are my mouthpiece. Lu Wensheng replied, that seems reasonable. Han Yukin interjected, excuse me, I'm still here. You don't mind my presence, do you? Finally unable to contain himself, he reminded them. It's time to get to work. Lu Wensheng and Shenlingling exchanged glances. Let's go. Let's go. Having learned from their leisurely morning, they found the afternoon's labor somewhat easier. Lu Wensheng first led Shenlingling to a secluded spot for a brief afternoon nap, and once re-energized, they began harvesting pig fodder. After laboriously collecting 2 large baskets, they nearly completed their task. Although gathering pig fodder was not particularly taxing, the work points earned were minimal, only 3 points for an entire day. However, neither relied on that for sustenance, so it mattered little. After all, freedom was paramount. As the saying goes, money is indeed valuable, but love is worth even more. If it is for the sake of freedom, both can be forsaken. They finished their work in just 2 hours, leaving them ample time to enjoy their freedom, provided they steered clear of the captain's gaze. Shusheng, shall we deliver the pig fodder? Shenlingling suggested. Lu Wensheng, with a glint in her eye, shook her head. No. It's still early to finish work. If we submit it now, what if they make us collect another basket? We are the educated youth from the city, utterly inexperienced. Even cutting pigweed proves to be a challenge, thus it takes until dusk to finish such a large basket. Shenlingling quickly grasped the situation. Yes, indeed. We are quite inept. Lu Wensheng, satisfied, patted her shoulder and continued. A promising student indeed. Let us hasten. I shall lead you to the river for fishing. Thus, the two of them trekked to the Shaoqing River, which lay beneath the Zaiqingshan mountain. Pushing aside the reeds, they were greeted by expanses of water hyacinth, some of which bloomed into exquisite flowers. Shenlingling, having never encountered such a sight, exclaimed with delight, Wensheng, these flowers are so beautiful. Once our house is built, let us take some home to nurture. Lu Wensheng, somewhat dismissive, replied, very well. She was brimming with excitement, having discovered small crayfish among the reeds. My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading. The adventure only gets more thrilling. Lingling, look, it's crayfish. How delightful. They were her utmost favorite from her past life. During summer barbecues, she could consume an entire basin by herself. She never anticipated she would have the chance to relish them once more. Lu Wensheng, forgetting about fishing, was determined to raid the crayfish's lair. Shenlingling hesitated, observing the creature's large pincers, grotesque in appearance. Wensheng, are you certain this is edible? Lu Wensheng, without lifting her gaze, brushed aside the reeds. Of course it is. Not only is it edible, but it is also extraordinarily delicious. You will surely come to love it. Encouraged by her friend's enthusiasm, Shenlingling joined in. But Wensheng, we have nowhere to store them. No worries, I have a plan. With that, she produced a sickle from her belongings and began cutting the reeds, skillfully weaving a cage. After handing it to Shenlingling, she commenced crafting another. They needed to catch more. There were 4 mouths to feed. Just for herself, she could devour a basin. And with Han Yukin and El Hao, both being gluttons, it was imperative to gather more. Luckily, Lingling's appetite was more moderate. Shen Lingling, carrying the cage woven by Lu Wensheng, collected crayfish while showering her friend with compliments. Wensheng, how remarkable you are. You excel at everything. In comparison, I feel utterly useless. I am fortunate to have met you. Otherwise, I would be like Bai Jiqing. Reflecting on Bai Qian's recent tribulations sent a shiver down her spine. She certainly did not wish to share Bai Qian's fate. Noticing Shen Lingling lost in thought, Lu Wensheng called out, "Grab the larger ones. That one has tea even reached a month old. What would you do with it?" Oh, right. With that, she tossed the small crayfish far away. The crayfish, isn't my life worth something? What harm have I caused? Chapter 65, For the Sake of Love. Meanwhile, Shenqichen and El Hao, each carrying a sack of watermelons, made their way towards the brigade headquarters, with Shen following closely behind, clutching his garment. Some individuals, eager to avoid the burden of responsibility, inquired, "Comrade Shen, would you care to explore our Pingan brigade? The scenery here is quite lovely. I can guide you." Shenqichen, well aware of his ulterior motives, politely declined. "Thank you, but Comrade Lu has already shown me around. Guiding me should count, right?" Left with no recourse, El Hao trudged ahead in silence. Shenqichen found the youth rather naive, prompting her to engage him further. "So, El, are you also a new educated youth?" Lu Hao, appearing somewhat dejected, remarked, "Indeed. The four of us are newcomers, just starting our first day of work." Shenqichen continued, "No wonder, it seems you all share a close bond." Lu Hao replied, "Of course. Sister Lu has been taking care of us, treating us to meals and even helping us build houses." Shenqichen's eyes brightened. "Is that so? She must be quite remarkable. Do the new educated youth have houses built for them in the village?" Lu Hao replied foolishly, "Not at all. We pay for it ourselves. We're all quite well off." Shenqichen shook his head helplessly, thinking how this fellow reveals too much. Thus, he cautioned, such information should not be disclosed outside. He was aware of their wealth, evident from the ample provisions in the kitchen. Lu Hao internally scoffed. He's not foolish. Everyone in the village is aware of it. Shenqichen conceded, "Fine, it's his fault." After escorting Lu Hao to the brigade office, he prepared to tend to the cattle in the fields, reminding him before leaving, "Comrade Shen, if you wish to know more about Sister Lu, just ask directly. No need for subtleties." As if men aren't aware of one another. Shenqichen raised an eyebrow. "Would you even answer my questions?" Lu Hao replied, "I wouldn't." Shenqichen smiled. "You're quite charming." Suddenly flustered by the compliment, Lu Hao greeted him and departed. He thinks he can extract information from him. Shortly thereafter, the driver returned in a jeep. After Shenqichen helped Shen Ke into the vehicle, he asked, "Little Ke, how would you feel about your uncle taking a few days off to stay with you?" Shen Ke's previously disheartened mood instantly brightened as he cheered. "Really? Is that true, uncle?" Shenqichen smiled. "Yes. That's wonderful." Lu Hao returned to the fields, dutifully tending to the cattle, and chattered with Han Yukin. "We should buy some straw hats after work. We're both about to get sunburned." Without waiting for a response, he glanced around and inquired, "Brother Chen, where's Bai Qing?" Han Yukin replied, "How would I know?" Lu Hao remarked, "Fine, I was just hoping to catch some excitement." However, such excitement was not to be, as Bai Qi was currently absent from work. Both the squad leader and brigade leader could not locate her, so they had no choice but to seek out the village chief, Li Shu. "The new Bai Qing has not shown up. Has she requested leave?" Li Xiangyang, busy hanging a banner, casually replied, "No, just mark her absence." Suddenly recalling something, he added, "Wait, didn't I hear your aunt mention that she fell into a ditch this morning?" Upon mentioning this, the brigade leader became irritated. "Don't get me started. We can't fathom her thinking. She dresses as if she's a city girl while working in the fields. I don't understand why she came to the countryside. Bai Qing, what else could it be? It's undoubtedly for her dear Qinggu, for love." The author, I'm about to be sick. Village chiefly continued to observe the banners hanging on the wall. "If only we could replace this Lu Wensheng's name with Pingan Brigade. Let me tell you, her background is quite impressive. I've heard it's connected to the Songqing military district." Though the brigade leader remained silent, he was unconcerned. They were too far removed to interfere. After all, local officials are often less effective than those directly in charge. As the current brigade leader, he had to uphold his responsibility to the entire production team. It is unacceptable. He must return and deduct 2 days' work points from her. Here we go. The white young intellectual hasn't even begun to earn work points and is already incurring losses. Observing the old village head grinning at the banner, I couldn't help but remind him, "Uncle Li, this is the banner of the young intellectual Xiao Lu. Are you sure it's appropriate to hang it at the brigade office?" Village head Li chuckled with pride. "Well, Xiaolu really knows how to conduct herself. She asked me to hang it, stating that her honor is the honor of the entire Ping and brigade. I should hang it for a while, and she will come to retrieve it later. By the way, Fu Gui, quickly find Zhu and have him gather those old fellows from the Qing Shan brigade. Ping and brigade, and Shi Min Go brigade. Let them come and have a good look. They probably haven't seen a banner sent by the Public Security Bureau before. I will broaden their horizons. The brigade leader, speechless, pursed his lips. Uncle, are you serious? Village Headley puffed up his cheeks defiantly. Absolutely. Hurry up. If you delay, I'll have to feed them. The brigade leader sighed. All right. With that, he left to find Zhu, leaving the village head alone in the room, staring foolishly at the banner with a grin. El Hao and Han Mu-chun had labored throughout the afternoon and finally finished their work. The duo ambled towards the cattle shed. Mainly El Hao was the one trudging. Chenggu, aren't you tired? Not particularly. The intensity is about what we experienced during training. El Hao gazed skyward. I feel as if I have traversed a lifetime's worth of roads today. Upon finally reaching the cattle shed, they noticed two disheveled little ones squatting at the entrance. Han Mu-chun hurried over, his voice filled with concern. Have you been bullied? Lu Wensheng and Shen Lingling were secretly munching on mushrooms when they heard the inquiry and looked at each other in confusion. No, why do you ask? Before Han Mu-chun could respond, El Hao exclaimed in astonishment. Sister Lu, did you really go into the river? With all that mud? One might think you fell into a ditch like the white young intellectual. Lu Wensheng and Shen Lingling exchanged glances, realization dawning upon them. Oh, it seems so. Yes, we caught some crayfish. We will cook them for you tonight. Quickly return the cattle. We must head back. She pointed to the empty backpack beside her. Han Mu-chun leaned in to observe. It contained a pile of clawed creatures and inquired, Can this be eaten? Shen Lingling nodded. Yes. Sheng Sheng said it's fine. Han Mu-chun, no longer doubtful, slung the backpack over his shoulder. Wait here. I will return the cattle. Lu Wensheng noticed an elderly man residing in the cattle shed, his frame exceedingly frail, as if a gust of wind could topple him. She felt an inkling that she had forgotten something crucial. What could it be? Chapter 66. Another day led astray by Sheng Sheng upon arriving at the young intellectual station. Lu Wensheng found Li Yin engaged in needlework in the courtyard. Observing their disheveled appearance, she couldn't suppress her glee as she taunted. One must indeed remain humble, otherwise retribution is inevitable. Heaven is truly fair. Recalling their initially arrogant demeanor when they first arrived, she sneered. Humph, incapable of even basic farm work. Yet they dare to flaunt their bravado before us, seasoned young intellectuals. El Hao, incensed by her words, was about to retort, but before he could utter a sound, Lu Wensheng had seized him by the collar and pulled him back. Before he could even pose a question, a figure swiftly dashed out, demonstrating what it means to take action rather than engage in idle chatter. While removing her shoes, she exclaimed, What are you? I've given you face, Haven Ti? What audacity empowers you to provoke me? Without hesitation, Lu Wensheng seized Li Yin by the hair, striking her face repeatedly with the shoe sole. The thick layer of mud clinging to Li Yan's face rendered the scene rather comical. Did you eat something foul? Your mouth is repugnant. I haven't settled the score from yesterday morning, and yet you dare to provoke me again? If you seek a beating, then I shall oblige. Li Yin, caught off guard and unable to utter a word, wondered why she was being so brutally punished. Had she truly done anything so heinous? After all, it was merely a few careless remarks. Struggling to free herself from the grip on her hair, she could only whimper, Let go. Lu Wensheng, having vented her frustration with 5 or 6 solid strikes, finally released her, nonchalantly putting on her shoes while questioning, Li Yin, have I ever wronged you? Did I desecrate your ancestors' graves or slay your esteemed kin? Why do you incessantly seek my attention, prancing about to repulse me? This is your final warning. Should we cross paths again, keep your mouth shut. If you dare to be insolent once more, it will not merely be a matter of slapping your face. I have heard tales of wolves in the mountains. What if one night, in a fit of despair, you venture up there and become their meal? Initially, Li Yin had considered leveraging the injury on her face to extort Lu Wensheng, but upon hearing the last statement, she trembled in fear, unable to meet Lu Wensheng's gaze. A chilling premonition washed over her. If she provoked her further, Lu Wensheng might truly cast her into the mountains to feed the wolves, leaving no trace behind. It dawned on her that Lu Wensheng was not merely making threats. She had genuinely crossed a line. What had instigated this confrontation? Jealousy, perhaps. Lu Wensheng, a newcomer, had managed to steal the spotlight and even had the means to construct a house. After 3 or 4 years in the countryside, Li Yin had yet to afford such luxury, and it irked her that this newcomer could. Seeing Li Yin tremble like a leaf in the wind, Lu Wensheng expressed her disdain. Bah, coward. With that, she retreated indoors to change her clothes, as she was now covered in river mud, indeed looking quite disheveled. Lingling, who had witnessed the entire episode, followed her inside, amused by her friend's prowess. She pondered how Lu Wensheng had devised such an ingenious plan. She too would utilize shoes in future confrontations to spare her hands. Lu Hao, observing the retreating figures, opened his mouth, uncertain of what to say, and thus joined Han Mukin in washing the crayfish they had brought back. Holding one up for inspection, Lu Hao turned to Han Mukin and inquired, Brother Chun, have you ever tasted this? Han Mukin shook his head. No. Lu Hao whispered, Brother Chen, even if it's not palatable, we must endure and finish it. Just look at its claws. It's fierce, and surely Sister Lu exerted considerable effort to catch it. We cannot let her down. Han Mukin nodded. He shared the same sentiment. When Lu Wensheng emerged after changing her clothes, she observed the two squatting by the well, murmuring as they cleaned the crayfish. She turned back to fetch a shoe brush, which she handed to them, instructing, use this to clean the bellies and claws thoroughly. I will head to Aunt Li's courtyard to gather vegetables, and upon my return, I shall prepare spicy crayfish for you. All right. At that moment, Lingling also appeared, mentioning that they would have plain rice for dinner, prompting her to hurry and steam it. Meanwhile, Zhang Fong, who had been secretly enjoying the scene from within the house, finally stepped out. She had witnessed Lu Wensheng's fierce demeanor and, grateful that she had not provoked her in the past, decided it wise to maintain her distance in the future. At this moment, she felt a twinge of sympathy for Zhang Xiping. Today, it was Bai Qian's turn to cook for the old educated youth group, and she found herself in the kitchen, staring blankly as she glanced towards the west wing, where everyone was diligently working. In stark contrast, despite everyone having returned, not a single individual had come to assist her. Infuriated, she stomped her foot, exclaiming, damn them. All of them. Having been pampered her whole life, she lacked the skills to cook and sought out Zhang Fong, imperiously commanding, I will give you 20 cents if you cook for me. Zhang Fong, seizing the opportunity, boldly replied, 50 cents. Unperturbed, Bai Qian simply retrieved 50 cents from her pocket and tossed it at her, muttering, country bumpkin, suppressing her irritation. Zhang Fong accepted the money and proceeded to the kitchen. With her dinner plans resolved, Bai Qian contemplated returning to her room to relax, enjoying the ease of life without work or cooking, unlike those country folk who toiled daily and still had to prepare meals. Little did she realize that she had already accrued 2 days' worth of work points owed to the brigade. As she passed by Han Mukin, she felt compelled to assert her presence, saying, Brother Mukin, you don't care about me, do you? I'm enduring this hardship for your sake. Brother Mukin, I've already sent a telegram home, urging them to find a way for us to return to the city. Once we are back, shall we marry? Han Mukin, exasperated, forcefully hurled the crayfish he held to the ground, his voice rising in anger. Are you ever going to stop? I've told you to keep your distance. Yet you refuse to comprehend. Why must you provoke me? How shameless can you be? Who would want to return with you or marry you? With someone like you? Who would ever be fortunate? I will never marry you. You might as well give up on that notion. With that, Han Mukin finally expressed the pent-up feelings he had harbored, experiencing an unprecedented sense of relief. It was indeed Lu Xing who had the fortitude to speak candidly without holding back. Bai Qian appeared taken aback by Han Mukin's words, frozen in place. What had he said? That she was shameless? That he would never marry her? Why had she even come to the countryside? No. It must be that Han Mukin had taken a liking to someone else, which was why he spoke this way. With this thought, Bai Qian, in a fit of hysteria, shouted, You like someone else, don't you? It must be true. You used to love playing with me as a child. How could you not want to marry me? Who is it? Is it Lu Wensheng or Lingling? I will go find them. With that, she made a beeline for the small kitchen, and Han Mukin, caught off guard, was unable to stop her in time. In the small kitchen, Lingling was alone tending to the fire. Naturally, she overheard the quarrel between the two individuals in the courtyard. As their footsteps drew closer, she seized the rolling pin belonging to Lu Wensheng and boldly approached, rolling up her sleeves while exclaiming, Are you looking for a fight? Surprisingly, she felt a thrill of excitement. Another day influenced by Shengsheng. Chapter 67. He who holds the hair holds the world. Han Mukin, concerned for Lingling's well-being, rushed over, only to witness the gentle Jiqing brandishing a rolling pin, fiercely glaring at Bai Qian. The sight was reminiscent of Lu Wensheng. Suppressing an urge to laugh, he turned to Bai Qian and shouted, Have you no shame? Bai Qian ignored him and confronted Shen Lingling directly, accusing, "It was you, wasn't it? You must have seduced my brother Mukin. Which is why he no longer cares for me." Shen Lingling gasped in disbelief. "Yes, absolutely. What do you intend to do about it?" Bai Qian's eyes widened with rage as she reached out to claw at her. Shen Lingling, having observed Lu Wensheng's fighting techniques over the past few days, was not one to back down. As Sheng Sheng had said, he who holds the hair holds the world. Swiftly dodging Bai Qian's grasp, she maneuvered behind her and seized a handful of hair, yanking it down forcefully. Success! Bai Qian was now immobilized, her arms flailing aimlessly as she shouted, "Shen Lingling, you wretched girl, let me go? I won't spare you if you don't." In response, Shen Lingling recalled Lu Wensheng's scathing remarks and retorted, "Sheng Sheng was right. Bai Jiqing can only hurl insults. TSK, if you can't even insult properly, what makes you think you can fight? Perhaps you should go home and learn a thing or two. By the way, are you still going to fight? I need to tend to the fire." With a chuckle, Han Mukin could no longer contain his amusement. He caught hold of Bai Qian's arm and, with an apologetic glance towards Shen Lingling, said, "I apologize, Shen Jiqing. It's my failure to handle matters that has involved you. I'll take care of the rest. You go back to your duties. Once everything is settled, I shall personally apologize to you." Shen Lingling nodded. "All right." With that, she hurried back to the kitchen, worried that the fire might go out after such a long delay. Throughout the commotion, El Hao diligently continued to wash his little crayfish, helplessly realizing he could not even manage one woman. Upon returning with vegetables, Lu Wensheng noticed Han Mukin's absence and casually inquired, "Has Han Jiqing gone up the mountain again?" El Hao shook his head vigorously. No. He has gone to deal with his romantic entanglements." Bai Qian? Lu Wensheng perceptively detected the intrigue and, with her basket of vegetables, squatted beside El Hao, eagerly urging, "Quickly. Tell me what happened." El Hao, now intrigued, recounted every detail of the recent events to Lu Wensheng, ever since he discovered that his sister enjoyed a bit of drama. He had taken to noting down all the amusing occurrences to share with her during their leisure time. Lu Wensheng listened intently, prompting, "Did Lingling really say that?" El Hao affirmed, "Indeed. I was quite taken aback myself." Still skeptical, Lu Wensheng insisted, "Repeat her exact words for me." El Hao nodded and mimicked Bai Qian's fierce demeanor, declaring, "The person he loves is you, isn't it? It is solely because of you that brother Mu Chun has ceased to harbor feelings for me." Clearing her throat, she mimicked Shen Lingling's demeanor and nodded. "Yes, he is fond of me. What do you intend to do about it?" Lu Wensheng's mouth could practically accommodate an egg, and he could not help but silently marvel. Truly, they are a perfect match. Such audacity in words, such exhilaration. LV Hao confidently asserted, "I swear. It is indeed as I say." Shen Lingling retorted, "You are adept at distorting the truth." Han Mukin interjected, "Do not believe rumors, nor spread them." Lu Wensheng, having digested this, urged, Continue. What happened next?" LV Hao nodded earnestly and began to elaborate further. Before he could finish, a voice from outside called, "Han Jiqing. Is LV Jiqing at home?" LV Hao quickly rose and rushed to the door, recognizing the village carpenter. He deduced that the boxes were ready and greeted him with a smile. "Uncle Li, thank you for bringing them over. I feel quite embarrassed. Please come in for a drink." At that moment, Lu Wensheng also stepped out, and, upon seeing 3 boxes on the small cart, inquired of LV Hao, "Did you have these made?" LV Hao affirmed, "Yes, they were crafted just a few days ago. I did not expect them to be ready so soon." Carpenter Li was a sturdy man with a remarkably honest appearance, looking to be in his 40s. He was the only carpenter in the 10-mile radius, providing simple furniture at lower prices than the supply store, making him a favorite among the villagers. Li the carpenter promptly declined LV Hao's invitation for water. "Thank you, LV Jiqing, but there's no need for water. I fear I would delay your use of them. I delivered them right after finishing. I hope I did not interrupt your meal?" LV Hao replied, "Not at all, Uncle Li. Please come inside." As they spoke, each of the 3 men carried a box into the house, and Shen Lingling emerged from the kitchen, surprised to see the boxes. "They are ready so quickly?" She did not wish to involve herself, so she deftly lifted the door curtain to allow the 3 men to enter. Once the boxes were placed, and LV Hao settled the payment, Li the carpenter prepared to leave. "I shall not disturb you any longer." At that moment, Lu Wensheng called out, "Uncle Li. Wait a moment. My surname is Lu, and I am currently building a house. I believe you are aware of this. I would like to commission some furniture from you." Hearing that there was more work, Li the carpenter was exceedingly pleased, scratching his head as he asked, "Yes, Xingguo mentioned it. What furniture do you require?" Lu Wensheng pondered for a moment and replied, I need a large wardrobe, a writing desk, a chair, a dining table, a cabinet, and 4 stools. If possible. I would also like a bathing tub. Li the carpenter, noting the comprehensive list, readily agreed. All right, I shall make them for you. Lu Wensheng produced 10 yuan and handed it to him. Thank you, Uncle Li. This is the deposit. If it is insufficient, I shall compensate you later. Li the carpenter accepted the money with enthusiasm. Very well, you all continue with your tasks. I shall take my leave. Once they bid farewell to Li the carpenter, the 3 returned to resume their cooking. Although Lu Wensheng had furniture in her space, she found the items used by the Lu Hongjun family to be unclean. She contemplated making a trip to the county town in a few days to sell those pieces to buy dazhuang, thus freeing up space. Incidentally, she had not entered her space for many days and intended to practice with the separated consciousness entity tonight, as she had now reached a level where it could effectively replace her in laboring within her space. This significant discovery brought immense joy to Lu Wensheng. She suddenly found herself anticipating the spiritual energy contained within another jade pendant. Perhaps it would bring her delightful surprises. Patience is key. She decided to wait until the house was built before delving deeper into her research, as the current throngs of people made it inconvenient. For dinner, Lu Wensheng prepared spicy crayfish and garlic-flavored crayfish, accompanied by 2 dishes of greens, nearly overwhelming the 4 of them with flavor. Sister Lu, this is absolutely delicious. Tomorrow at noon, after work, I'll go catch some more with Brother Chen for dinner. You 2 should skip it. It's too hot, one of them exclaimed. Lu Wensheng nodded in agreement. All right, you should be harvesting sweet potato vines tomorrow. Do bring some back to stir-fry. I'll go with Lingling to Ziaqingshan to forage for wild vegetables and perhaps find some wild chicken eggs, as we are running low on eggs at home, she added. The others nodded in agreement, but Lu Wensheng, not hearing their response, glanced up at the 3 who were enthusiastically devouring the crayfish. She understood, no need for words. She joined the fray without a second thought, oblivious to the plight of the old educated youth in the yard, who were salivating at the enticing aroma. Chapter 68, The Chicken and the Egg. That night, the entire Pingon brigade fell into a deep silence, punctuated only by the croaking of frogs in the lotus pond and the barking of dogs in the village, while a gentle rain pattered down from the sky. The educated youth dormitory was shrouded in darkness, likely everyone had already succumbed to slumber. Meanwhile, in the west wing, Lu Wensheng lay wide awake, feeling conflicted. She had intended to embark on another episode of sleepwalking, but the rain outside deterred her from venturing out. Forget it. I'll just enter the space and check on my wild chickens and rice, she decided, noting that Shen Lingling and Bai Qian were sound asleep beside her. She felt reassured and slipped into her space. Well, it was indeed refreshingly cool. The only advantage of her space was its climate, warm in winter, cool in summer, and abundant in spiritual energy, providing a sense of tranquility. Once they moved out, she planned to sleep in the space directly. Perhaps it would enhance her health, allowing her to live to 100. Lu Wensheng casually plucked an apple, munching on it as she inspected the chicken coop. Oh, are these still the wild chickens I caught? She wondered. No, that couldn't be right. She distinctly remembered them being rather unsightly, yet now they appeared strikingly beautiful. Their formerly dull feathers now gleamed, smooth as the finest silk. Could it be that the space truly nurtured life? If she considered it from a different angle, perhaps it really meant she could live to 100? Spotting 8 eggs nestled in the coop, Lu Wensheng felt a surge of joy. Her grand ambition of the chicken and egg had seemingly come to fruition. After finishing her apple and sipping some spring water, she was astonished to find her fatigue from the day had completely vanished. She wandered over to her little wooden house, where the vibrant green crops thrived. And to her delight, watermelons had begun to bear fruit. At this rate, she estimated they would be ready to eat in a few days. After surveying the area and finding no tasks left to complete, she decided to step outside, as she was always concerned that Shen Lingling might wake up in the middle of the night and not find her. Amusingly, ever since learning about her sleepwalking, Shen Lingling had taken to watching her with open eyes each night, perhaps fearing for her safety. That little girl had a kind heart. Just as she exited the space, she heard rustling in the yard, followed by the creaking sound of a door opening. She knew someone had ventured out. Who would be out on a rainy night? After much contemplation, she resolved to follow and observe. She rummaged through her belongings to find the flamboyant floral pouch that Uncle Wang had given her. And after searching left and right, she discovered a small piece of incense. Quickly, she broke off a tiny fragment, ignited it, and slipped out. This incense was soothing, harmless to the body, merely inducing a deeper slumber, so she was not concerned about Shen Lingling's well-being. Upon exiting the house, she realized the rain was not heavy. After a moment's thought, she chose not to exit through the courtyard gate but instead scaled the wall and dashed in the direction of the footprints. Under the cover of night, she moved like a wisp of smoke and soon spotted a dark figure in the distance. A man. Was it Han Mukin or Zhang Jiping? Perhaps Ming Qidang? Certainly not El Hao. She trusted her instincts on that matter. Lu Wensheng trailed discreetly behind the figure, navigating winding paths toward the back of the village. Heading towards the cattle shed? A fleeting thought crossed her mind, too swift to grasp, yet she continued her stealthy advance. Once the figure halted at the shed's entrance, Lu Wensheng hastily sought a concealed spot to hide. The figure glanced around, ensuring no unusual activity, then cautiously knocked on the door. Moments later, the door swung open, revealing the gaunt old man she had encountered during the day, carrying a kerosene lamp. "Grandfather," he said upon entering. The figure responded and slipped inside, glancing back one last time before the door closed. In the glow of the lamp, Lu Wensheng discerned the figure's face. It was indeed Meng Qingtang. She then noticed that he bore a small bundle on his back. While they entered, Lu Wensheng sheltered under a haystack to evade the rain, her mind racing. Meng Qingtang. Meng Qingtang, cattle shed, grandfather, the gaunt old man, she suddenly recalled. Lu Wensheng slapped her thigh, exclaiming in realization, Meng Qingtang's grandfather, Su Qishan, the president of Huqing University, had been wrongfully accused and relegated to the Hongqi Commune's Ping'an Brigade for reformation. Unable to bear his grandfather's suffering, his grandson had volunteered to work in the countryside after graduating high school, intending to care for him. Unfortunately, Su Qishan passed away in the countryside a few years later, never having returned to the city. The year after his death, Meng Qingtang, disheartened, returned home. In the original narrative, Meng Qingtang was quite a formidable individual, thriving under his parents' protection and among the first to achieve wealth. It seemed that this autumn marked the anniversary of Su Lao's passing, which was only a few months away. Perhaps she could lend a hand. Not long after crouching, she heard the sound of a door opening behind her. Presuming it was Meng Qingtang preparing to leave, she strained to listen intently to the unfolding conversation, first catching the frail, aged voice, Xiao Tang. "Don't come if there is nothing urgent. The old man won't die just yet, cough cough." Meng Qidang, with concern, patted his grandfather's back. "Yes. Don't worry about me. Your health is what matters most." After a long pause, a reply came. "All right, you should leave now. MHM." No sooner had the words left his lips than the door closed, followed by the sound of approaching footsteps. Lu Wensheng tucked herself deeper into the haystack, fearing the rain and the risk of being discovered. After Meng Qingtang had gone for quite some time, she cautiously peered out, glancing around. The sky was still adorned with a fine drizzle, and the countryside's dirt path, after the rain, was particularly muddy, making her tread gingerly towards the youth station. As she walked, she pondered how to approach Su Qishan without arousing suspicion. Just as she was nearing the youth station, Lu Wensheng, with her keen ears, detected some rustling from the nearby straw stack. Oh dear, something's afoot. Adhering to the principle of seizing opportunities, she disregarded the mud and stealthily crept to the other side of the straw, straining to listen intently. "Careful, my adversary. Spring flower, you are truly beautiful. Let me steal another kiss." Then, an unbearable sound of slurping followed. Lu Wensheng thought, TSK, how scandalous. What luck she had to consistently stumble upon this pair of wild lovebirds. What was the man's name again? It seemed to be something patriotic. No. She must inquire further tomorrow. Such a name is being squandered. After eavesdropping for a while and finding it monotonous, she departed. It was merely the same few phrases, lacking any novelty. Having stealthily exited this red light district, she dashed back. Unsure if Meng Qingtang had encountered anyone while hunting, she guessed there was a 50-50 chance, considering she had encountered them twice already. Upon returning to the youth station, she crouched by the door for a moment. Noticing no activity inside, she leapt onto the wall, and under the cover of night, stealthily slipped into the house. Before entering, she made sure to toss her damp clothes and shoes into her space. Thankfully, she had wrapped her hair. Otherwise, it would have been quite troublesome. By the time she tidied herself, it was already 2 in the morning. Fearing it would hinder her work the next day, she hurriedly climbed into bed and fell asleep. Chapter 69. You can rest assured I will handle it. Early the next morning, Lu Wensheng rose with the dawn. The rain had ceased, and the eastern sky was tinged with a faint blush, heralding yet another sweltering day ahead. She suddenly recalled a saying she often heard in modern times. Do you think a little rain brings coolness? No. The heavens merely add water to prevent the fire from burning out. It only grows hotter, never cooler. She headed to the kitchen to prepare porridge while washing up. By the time she finished washing, the porridge was nearly ready. She peeled the leftover shrimp from last night and added them to the pot, along with some chopped greens and seasoning. Soon, the small kitchen was filled with an enticing aroma. While the porridge simmered, Lu Wensheng mixed flour and cornmeal with eggs and chopped scallions to create a batter. Placing a small iron pan on the stove, she began to make pancakes. Pouring a spoonful for each, the thin layers cooking rapidly. When El Hao entered, he found Lu Wensheng balancing a plate in one hand while stoking the fire with the other, with a pancake already sizzling in the pan. He marveled at her prowess and quickly approached to take the plate and help with the fire. "Sister Lu, let me handle it. Just call me when you need assistance." Lu Wensheng was quite pleased with the boy's perceptiveness. His presence indeed made her tasks much easier. Keep it low, keep it low. You can eat the burnt ones," she exclaimed, angrily presenting a charred pancake to him with her chopsticks. El Hao, feeling a bit guilty, replied, Sister Lu, I'll be careful." Lu Wensheng rolled her eyes, but chose not to dwell on it. One must not discourage a child while they labor, for who knows if they might refuse to work next time. Learning is the only option. She decided to set aside that flatbread to later toss into the space for the chickens. Lu Wensheng thought to herself, waste is a disgrace. Meanwhile, the chickens seemed to retort, so I'm just meant to accept this fate? Lu Hao carefully stoked the fire, and the subsequent flatbreads were cooked swiftly and skillfully. A sense of pride surged within him, and he thought to himself, I am indeed capable. Before long, Han Mukin entered, and upon noticing that breakfast was nearly ready, he refrained from intervening, considering that washing the dishes afterward would count as his contribution to the labor. Once all the dishes were on the table, Shenlingling arrived fashionably late. Seeing everyone seated and waiting for her, her cheeks flushed slightly. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be lazy. I just accidentally overslept." Lu Wensheng was well aware that the medicine she had given was not effective. How could she not recognize the calming incense she had chosen? She had even reduced the dosage. Next time, she must write to praise Uncle Wang's craftsmanship. Clearing her throat, she comforted, "It's all right. It's only natural to feel tired on the first day of work. You'll get used to it." She certainly could not take the blame for this. Chuckling to herself, Lu Hao nodded in agreement, adding, "Exactly. If it weren't for Chingu calling me, I wouldn't have gotten up either. Working is truly exhausting." Han Mukin also encouraged her, "Yes, Shenjiqing, come and eat." Seeing that no one was blaming her, Shenlingling felt relieved and hurried to serve the porridge and rice with great enthusiasm. "Sheng, your cooking is simply delightful. Could you teach me? That way you won't have to lift a finger." Upon hearing this, Lu Wensheng readily agreed. "Sure, I'll teach you today at noon." She relished the thought of liberating herself from chores. After the meal, Shenlingling and Han Mukin competed to wash the dishes, leaving Lu Hao and Lu Wensheng, who were merely spectating, feeling quite awkward. Thus, Lu Wensheng spoke up, "By the way, weren't you looking to buy a straw hat? Let us go. I'll accompany you." Lu Hao nodded. "Right, I almost forgot." After exchanging brief greetings with the two awkward individuals, he dashed off. Lu Wensheng had a purpose in calling Lu Hao out. All the while, he rambled on about how he would build his house in the future, his chatter never ceasing. Eventually, Lu Wensheng, overwhelmed by his incessant prattle, interrupted. Lu Hao, lost in dreams of the future, felt a twinge of apprehension at the tone of Lu Wensheng's voice, sensing that it signified trouble. He abruptly halted his chatter, nervously asking, "Lu Jia, what is it you wish to command?" "I shall comply with whatever you request. Please, do not speak so dramatically, it frightens me." Seeing his alarmed expression nearly made Lu Wensheng burst into laughter. Clearing her throat, she continued, "Have you heard of someone in the brigade named Aigua?" Lu Hao's eyes widened in surprise. Was that all? It seemed trivial, and he relaxed, pondering before responding, "I think I've heard of him. His name is Li Aigua, the son of the accountant." "Why do you ask about him? Did he offend you?" Lu Wensheng replied. "What? Am I that offensive?" Rolling her eyes, she recounted the events she had overheard upon returning from the village chief's house, omitting the identity of the woman involved and refraining from mentioning the previous night's incident, as it was too shocking for Lu Hao's simple mind to bear. After listening, Lu Hao stood there with his mouth agape, at a loss for words, and continued to walk forward in a daze. After a considerable time, he finally regained his voice, swallowed hard, and asked in confusion, "Sister Lu, what is your purpose in seeking Li Aigua? Are you planning to report him?" However, he thought to himself that to catch someone in the act requires more than mere words. It cannot simply be a matter of lip service. Just as he was about to advise her, he overheard Lu Wensheng say, "Oh, I merely wish to see what he looks like. After all, I've heard that he is lacking in that department. Poor comrade Chunhua. Relieved that her intentions were harmless, Lu Hao leaned closer to Lu Wensheng and whispered, "All right. When we gather later, I'll take you to see him. We can stand right beside him, and you can observe to your heart's content." Lu Wensheng nodded in agreement. "Yes, do pay close attention. If anything interesting happens, come back and tell me. I'll make you mushroom soup after I gather mushrooms on the mountain today." Lu Hao nodded vigorously. Of course, of course. "See, I told you Sister Lu treats me the best," having just purchased 2 straw hats from the sales point. The gathering bell rang. The two exchanged glances, each seeing a spark of gossip in the other's eyes, and hurried to the assembly point. Lu Hao scanned the area but shook his head in disappointment. "What should we do, Sister Lu? There's no one here." Lu Wensheng remained unperturbed, reasoning that the two from the previous night's escapade would not arrive so early, and replied, "No need to worry, let us wait a bit longer. They probably won't come so soon." Lu Hao nodded in agreement. "Yes, let us wait." At that moment, those present were mostly older individuals. The only young ones were he and Sister Lu. "Oh, and there's Li Yuliang," Lu Hao pointed out. "Do you see that young man in green over there? He's Li Yuliang, the youngest son of the village head. He records work points alongside the scorekeeper, as it seems the scorekeeper has retired, and he has taken over." Lu Wensheng, intrigued, asked, "But how do you know this after just one day of work?" Lu Hao scratched his head sheepishly. "I heard it from the aunt who was sewing behind me. I was eavesdropping," realizing her little brother had delved into the heart of gossip. Lu Wensheng patted his shoulder and said earnestly, "Then you must continue to excel today. Your sister's spiritual sustenance depends on you." Lu Hao nodded solemnly. "You can count on me." Chapter 70. With Wensheng, all is sufficient while Lu Hao was chattering incessantly about the gossip he had heard yesterday. A young man with unsteady steps approached, yawning incessantly, and nearly collided with the captain nearby. He quickly tugged at Lu Wensheng's sleeve to draw her attention. "Sister Lu, look. Li Aigua is here." As Lu Wensheng turned to look, the captain teasingly remarked, "Hey, Aigua, did you go out stealing chickens last night? You're still so young and already in such a state. How will you ever find a wife at this rate? TSK. Lu Wensheng nearly burst into laughter at the comment, thinking to herself how indeed he might have been out stealing chickens, though not in the way implied. The sensation of harboring a monumental secret, one that cannot be shared with anyone, is truly maddening. It felt like sneaking through the night in splendid attire, with no one to share the experience. Li Aigua, awkwardly chuckling and nodding absent-mindedly, paid no heed to the captain's words, as he was overwhelmed with fatigue. Blaming the little enchantress Chunhua for his plight, Lu Hao sensed that Li Aigua's demeanor was somewhat off, and he whispered to Lu Wensheng, "Sister Lu, did he really go poaching last night? He seems a bit unwell." Lu Wensheng merely smiled in response, implying that indeed, he appeared unwell. At that moment, Shen Lingling and Han Mukin approached. Han Mukin handed his backpack to Lu Wensheng, saying, "The path is a bit slippery. You two should refrain from climbing the mountain. We can manage without that little bit of wild vegetables." Lu Wensheng shook her head, insisting, "No, there are certainly mushrooms on the mountain today. I must go take a look. We shall enjoy mushroom soup tonight. If I happen to catch a wild chicken, we can have a delightful stew of chicken and mushrooms." After a moment of contemplation, she added, "Lingling, you should stay behind. Han Ziking makes a valid point. You go with Xiaoduzi and the others to cut pigweed. I will join you once I return." Shen Lingling, understanding the treacherous mountain paths, especially after the rain, readily agreed, "All right, you focus on your task. Do not worry about me." After the team leader assigned today's tasks, he announced the dispersal, and the members wandered off in small groups to their designated areas. Before departing, Han Mukin told Shen Lingling, "No need to wait for us for lunch. We will be catching crayfish after work and might return late." Shen Lingling responded, "Okay. Do take care." She then slipped 2 paper-wrapped snacks into his hand, have these to stave off hunger. Han Mukin nodded appreciatively and set off with his small basket, recalling that Xiaoxing had mentioned wanting sweet potato vines. Just as Lu Wensheng was about to leave, the team leader called out to her, "Little Lu, where is Bai Ziking?" Lu Wensheng was taken aback. She had no idea. Shen Lingling promptly chimed in, "She was still asleep when we left." The team leader, now visibly irate, exclaimed, "What? Still sleeping? This is unacceptable. I must check on her." With that, he began searching through the crowd, finally fixing his gaze on the women's director nearby. Following his line of sight, Lu Wensheng recognized a stout woman, whom Lu Hao had just educated her about. She was the women's director of Ping'an Brigade, named Zhou Yanhong. "Director Zhou, please come here," he called. Zhou Yanhong approached, perplexed. "What is it, old Li?" The team leader, suppressing his fury, explained. A newly arrived female youth has refused to participate in labor. I need you to accompany me to investigate the situation. Zhou Yanhong. Being one who enjoyed a bit of excitement, after all, that's how she became the village's women's director, immediately lit up at the prospect. All right, let us go confront her. We must not delay our work. Though she was eager to go, whether they returned promptly was not her concern. As for work, what did that even mean? Most women in the village were quite docile, and she had not ventured into the mountains for quite some time. Today, Zhou Yanhong was determined to showcase her prowess. Observing the spark of excitement in the women's director's eyes, Lu Wensheng recognized a kindred spirit and promptly suggested with righteous fervor, Team leader, Director Zhou, allow me to guide you. I find it utterly disgraceful for comrades to abstain from contributing to labor. This is an embarrassment to us youth and to our Pingan Brigade. Zhou Yanhong couldn't help but agree with Lu Wensheng's sentiments. She had expected the new youth to be so insightful and felt a surge of goodwill towards her. This comrade is absolutely right. Lead the way. Upon hearing the words, Lu Wensheng felt a surge of joy within, yet outwardly maintained a facade of righteousness as she flattered, I will wholeheartedly comply with the leadership's arrangements. After uttering this, she pulled Shin Lingling to follow behind the two, heading towards the youth point, eager to witness the unfolding drama. She thought to herself that she must purchase some sunflower seeds from the supply and marketing cooperative in a few days for their leisure. As it was quite uncomfortable to sit idly during the spectacle, Shin Lingling remarked, Am I being led astray by my dear friend again? When the four of them stormed into the youth point, Bai Qian had just awakened, contemplating whether to go to work that day. Suddenly, she heard a commotion outside as a group entered, and before she could step out, she saw the team leader along with a robust rural woman barging into the courtyard, followed closely by Lu Wensheng and Shin Lingling. What business did these two idlers have returning without working? You must be Bai, the educated youth, right? Why aren't you working? Director Zhou entered, adopting a commanding stance, one hand on her hip and the other pointing accusingly at Bai Qian's nose. Lu Wensheng, dragging Shin Lingling, retreated to the doorway to observe the unfolding scene. Why are we out here? Shin Lingling inquired, puzzled. Lu Wensheng, her gaze fixed intently on the courtyard, replied, Are you foolish? If we are in the courtyard during work hours, it would be excessively provocative to the team leader. Besides, if they ordered you to berate Bai Qian, would you do it? We are all educated youths. Although we may not always harmonize, we must not turn against one another. Let us just watch discreetly, and we will leave once it settles down. Shin Lingling's eyes lit up with understanding. Oh, right? Wensheng is so clever, she remarked, her face reflecting the contentment of having Wensheng by her side. Watching her friend's navet, Lu Wensheng felt a twinge of frustration. Sighing, she wondered when her friend might awaken to reality, as she felt burdened by the responsibility of leading three. Chapter 71. My father is a military district leader. Bai Qian was incensed when a mere peasant had the audacity to point and scold her, and without hesitation, she retorted, What I do or do not do is none of your concern. You peasants are the ones meant for labor. I have no intention of relying on work points for sustenance, so why should you meddle in my affairs? Zhou Yanhong was momentarily taken aback by her audacity, and she immediately switched to combat mode. None of my concern? Let me tell you, as educated youths, you are here in response to the national call to develop the countryside, and you are obliged to work. Our Pingan team is not a place for your unruly behavior. Have you not considered the current policies? You dare flaunt your capitalist airs? Are you hoping for a cup of tea at the Revolutionary Committee? Bai Qian, undeterred, shot back, What are you to me? Spare me your pompous rhetoric. My parents don't even care about me, so what right do you have to scold me? Be careful, or I'll ensure you regret it. Just as Zhou Yanhong was about to retort, the team leader's cold voice interjected, Old show, let it go. Upon hearing this, Bai Qian assumed the team leader was intimidated by her and arrogantly sneered at the two, declaring, It's good to know you're afraid. Before she could finish, the team leader's indifferent voice continued, Call Air Zhu to bring the tractor. Send her back to the youth office. We cannot afford to support such a troublesome ancestor in our Pingan team. After concluding her remarks, Zhou Yanhong beckoned to leave, while Bai Qian, who had previously displayed a haughty demeanor, now appeared somewhat anxious. She was acutely aware of the repercussions of being sent back to the youth office and hurriedly rushed forward to obstruct their path, exclaiming, You cannot take me to the youth office. My father is a leader in the military district. If you offend me, the entire brigade will suffer the consequences. Lurking at the doorway, Lu Wensheng was taken aback by her audacity, pondering whether this individual had been abandoned at birth, nurtured only by the afterbirth. For how could one be so utterly devoid of sense? The brigade leader, who had initially aimed to intimidate her, was genuinely incensed by her words and coldly retorted, "Ha! I am eager to see how your family intends to retaliate against our Pinyin brigade." Old Zhou immediately summoned Heir Zhuzi. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yanhong dashed out. This newcomer to the youth office was truly oblivious to her predicament, remaining so arrogant even as her fate loomed. Lu Wensheng, upon hearing the brigade leader mention sending someone back to the youth office, discreetly took hold of Shen Lingling and sought refuge. Fearing the repercussions of being caught in the crossfire, Shen Lingling inquired softly, "Is it true that Bai Qian will be sent away?" Lu Wensheng replied, "Not necessarily." It was implausible that Bai Qian would be easily dismissed. She was, after all, a venomous antagonist, likely to return, though the means of her return remained uncertain. "Let us depart. There is no more spectacle to behold," she remarked, leading Shen Lingling away. However, one must question whether Bai Qian truly possessed the cunning befitting a malicious adversary. Such a twist was absent from the original narrative. Unbeknownst to them, Zhou Yanhong had indeed summoned the village chief, embellishing the account, including the threat that offending her would lead to the downfall of the entire brigade. This infuriated Li Xiangyang, who had served as village chief for over a decade and had never encountered such a troublesome individual. He promptly instructed Zhou Yanhong to gather a few women to accompany the brigade leader in escorting Bai Qian back to the youth office, declaring that such a spoiled young lady was beyond the means of their Pinyin brigade to accommodate. By the time Lu Wensheng and Shen Lingling returned from work at noon, the entire village was already abuzz with the news. Shen Lingling, astonished, exclaimed, "Sheng, Bai Qian has truly been sent away." Lu Wensheng remained silent, aware that those dispatched back to the youth office faced one of two fates, either reassignment to a more arduous location or being sent to the fields for reformation. However, Bai Qian's actions were not severe enough to warrant the latter, thus she would likely be assigned to a more remote area. Yet, Lu Wensheng sensed this outcome was improbable. Given the influence and status of the Bai family, it was unlikely they would permit such a stain on their child's record. Consequently, she speculated that Bai Qian would undoubtedly return. After contemplating this, she reassured Shen Lingling, "She will not be gone for long. She will be back in a few days." Shen Lingling, who had always trusted Lu Wensheng's words, did not feel disheartened. After all, she had already built her own house and would no longer be living under the same roof, rendering Bai Qian's presence inconsequential. Changing the subject, Shen Lingling asked, "What shall we have for lunch?" Lu Wensheng, charmed by Shen Lingling's carefree spirit, affectionately replied, "Well, would you like to eat, Lingling?" Shen Lingling pondered for a moment before responding, "How about roasted eggplant and shredded potatoes?" Excellent choice. While organizing the items in Lu Wensheng's backpack at the youth office, Shen Lingling discovered that beneath the wild vegetables lay an abundance of mushrooms, and to her astonishment, at the very bottom, there was even a wild chicken hidden away. Admiringly, she gazed at Lu Wensheng and exclaimed, "Sheng, you are truly remarkable." Lu Wensheng, upon hearing this, modestly replied that it was all quite trivial. Indeed, she had spent the entire morning gathering 3 baskets of mushrooms, most of which she intended to store in her space for later drying and sending back to her little uncle for a taste, along with some for Director Tian of the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, who had generously provided her with many things. She kept only a small portion to bring back for a meal. After all, she was not obligated to support them, no matter how good their relationship might be. Even brothers must settle accounts clearly. After they finished their meal, the 2 gentlemen had yet to return, prompting Shen Lingling to suggest they go look for them. Lu Wensheng rolled her eyes and remarked, "They are not children, they'll be back later." Shen Lingling was merely concerned they might be hungry, while the 2 men, oblivious to her worries, were engrossed in catching crayfish. "Shen Ge, I'm hungry," said Han Mukin as he retrieved an oil paper package from the basket that Shen Lingling had given him that morning. "This is from Shen Qiqing. Let us have a bite now, and we'll return once we've filled the basket." El Hao opened the package to reveal fragrant mung bean cakes, instantly recognizing them as Shen Jiqing's purchase. As he munched, he suggested, "Shen Ge, we should buy some to return to Shen Jiqing next time. These are rather expensive." Han Mukin nodded in agreement. "Yes. Let us eat quickly and then get back to work." When the 2 returned with their haul, they found Shen Lingling sorting mushrooms while Lu Wensheng was in the kitchen plucking feathers from a chicken. El Hao exclaimed with delight, "Sister Lu, you truly caught a wild chicken." Without looking up, Lu Wensheng replied, "Yes, but keep your voice down. We don't want the old intellectual over there to hear." She instructed them, "Food is in the pot. Help yourselves. We'll have wild chicken stew with mushrooms for dinner. Keep the crayfish in the basin." We'll eat them tomorrow afternoon. The wild chicken is already dead, so we must consume it promptly, while the crayfish can wait. All right, Han Mukin agreed, placing the crayfish into the large wooden basin they used for bathing. Very well, let us wash up in the river tonight. Just as they finished their meal, the work bell rang. El How resisted, saying, Sister Lu, I'd rather pull sweet potato vines than tend to the cows. He once again envied the task of cutting pig fodder. On the way to work, he felt that something was amiss, but could not quite pinpoint what it was. After a while, he suddenly smacked his forehead, exclaiming, What about Bai Jiqing? Why haven't I seen her all morning? Lu Wensheng shot him a glance, as if to say, You finally remembered there was such a person. She lightly remarked, Oh. She was sent back to the youth office by the team leader and the village head. Both El Hao and Han Mukin were taken aback, raising their voices in unison. What? Lu Wensheng continued. She claimed her father was a leader in the military district, and if anyone offended her, her father would not spare the Ping and brigade. So the team leader sent her away, perhaps fearing trouble. Han Mukin remained silent, his face darkening. The Bai family style was usually discreet, with only Bai Qian being the exception. He now found himself somewhat worried for Bai Qian's brothers. If she continued to speak so recklessly, she would undoubtedly bring ruin upon her family. Little did he realize that this would indeed come to pass. However, that is a tale for another time. Chapter 72. Sister prepares brown sugar eggs for you in the afternoon. Lu Wensheng and Shun Lingling, as usual, took a nap at their favorite spot before continuing to gather pig fodder. It was unavoidable. After all, their tasks were rather effortless. With utmost determination, the two managed to fill 2 large baskets with fodder by just 4 o'clock. As Lu Wensheng contemplated the evening's menu, she suddenly heard Shun Lingling's voice from behind. Sheng Sheng, do you think we might be a bit too comfortable? Shun Lingling observed the other educated youth who toiled from dawn until dusk, exhausted to the point of collapsing onto the ground. Reflecting on her own situation, she felt a twinge of guilt. How could she be competing with children for work? Earlier that morning, while gathering fodder with Ziaduzi, she found herself outpaced by the young ones. Sensing Shun Lingling's unease, Lu Wensheng halted her steps and inquired, Are you worried about losing face? If so, perhaps we should join the others, like the Han youths, in their labor. Shun Lingling widened her eyes in disbelief. Was her dear friend abandoning her? Amused by her reaction, Lu Wensheng chuckled lightly. Oh, you little rascal, do you think I can't handle you? Come on. Let's head to the fields and find the Han youths to gather sweet potato vines. Shun Lingling nodded eagerly, sure. We can stop by Uncle Ji's house to buy a watermelon on the way back. That sounds good. But isn't the Ping and Brigade predominantly surnamedly? How does Uncle Gu fit into this? People nowadays tend to be exclusive, especially in villages where everyone shares a surname. If one were to delve deeper, it could be revealed that half the village was related by marriage, and generally, they do not welcome outsiders unless it concerns marrying a daughter-in-law. Shun Lingling provided clarification. I heard from Erzuzu that Uncle Gu is a wandering doctor. He came here years ago during a famine, and since the village lacked a physician, the village chief decided to let him stay. He resides just behind the village, not far from our youth station. The village chief even allocated him a piece of land to cultivate medicinal herbs. However, it's now fallow, so Uncle Gu decided to grow some watermelons instead. Lu Wensheng nodded in realization. I see. They are not entirely exclusive. Those with skills are still welcomed. This underscores the significance of mastering a craft. With this thought, Lu Wensheng's mind began to race with ideas. The two quickly delivered the fodder, earning 3 work points for the day. Watching Li Yuyang meticulously record their points, Lu Wensheng felt a twinge of envy. Meanwhile, Han Mukin and El Hao earn 8 work points a day, and here I am, content with my meager 3. Feigning casual conversation with Li Yuyang, her gaze drifted across the ledger until she spotted Li Erzuzu's work points, an impressive 10. Driving a tractor must be quite lucrative, she mused. Perhaps she could also learn to operate one. However, for now, earning just 3 work points a day seemed rather unsatisfactory. After exchanging pleasantries with Li Yuyang, she led Shun Lingling to the sweet potato field. The sun still hung high in the sky, and the field offered no shade. The team members were all bent over, diligently harvesting sweet potato vines, simultaneously trimming the useless ones to feed the pigs. Seeing everyone drenched in sweat, Shun Lingling's resolve faltered. She couldn't help but mentally berate herself. After all, Lu Wensheng had fought for her to have this easy job, and here she was, feeling embarrassed. What are you thinking? Lu Wensheng observed her expression and teased. Do you still feel embarrassed, darling? Shun Lingling fervently shook her head. No, not at all. Cutting pigweed is quite admirable. Indeed, We should bring a watermelon to the captain this evening, just in case he disapproves of our merriment and makes us work in the fields," she added. While she felt secure with a banner held as collateral at the brigade office, Lingling was not so fortunate. If anyone complained to the captain, she would have no choice but to comply. It was wise to offer a small gift. She reminded, "You should feign weakness a bit. Let them think that your delicate frame is only suited for cutting pigweed. After all, it allows for some leisure, albeit at the cost of fewer work points." Shen Lingling nodded vigorously. "You're right, Shengsheng. I must appear a bit more fragile. Losing work points is no concern. My father gave me 500 yuan when I arrived." Lu Wensheng was speechless. Could she really divulge such matters to outsiders? Shen Lingling pouted. "But you're not an outsider." Lu Wensheng conceded. "All right." She found herself at a loss for words. Shen Lingling reassured her, "Don't worry. I won't tell anyone but you." Lu Wensheng sighed. "It's best I don't say anything either, considering she is envious. Though she is quite the little wealthy lady herself now." The two chatted and laughed as they walked through the fields, only to inadvertently draw the ire of others. When Lu Wensheng turned to look, she saw a woman named Chunhua, who was criticizing nearby women for their laziness and claiming that such behavior would deter men from wanting them. Lu Wensheng decided against searching for anyone else and pulled Shen Lingling directly toward the group, whispering, "You pretend to have heat stroke. I'll take you into battle." Shen Lingling nodded and instantly adopted a posture as if she were about to collapse, her weight leaning heavily against Lu Wensheng. "Sister, I told you to feign heat stroke, not to genuinely suffer from it," Lu Wensheng remarked. With Shen Lingling's flushed face, anyone would assume she was in grave distress. It seemed her friend possessed a talent for playing the innocent victim. "What are you discussing? Speak up. Let us have a conversation together," Lu Wensheng said with a smirk, crossing her arms as she gazed at the group of older women, a bunch of troublemakers. The ants glared back defiantly, while Chunhua, already envious of Lu Wensheng's beauty, felt resentment bubble within her. They were all laborers, so why should Lu Wensheng shine while she remained in the dirt? This morning, Igwa had cast several glances in her direction, and she perceived him as a potential suitor. This thought further ignited her anger, and she confronted Lu Wensheng. "You, a newcomer, are avoiding work. How lazy. Are you trying to seduce men instead? Of course, a slacker like you wouldn't attract anyone." Lu Wensheng remained unperturbed, even wearing a faint smile. While internally she scoffed, "You have suitors. You have 2 men vying for your attention." Indeed, if she had men courting her, why was she working in this sweltering heat, earning 7 or 8 work points a day? Why didn't her men allow her to stay home and enjoy life? "If I were to marry a man who required me to work, I would rather remain single. Who is as busy as you, toiling from dawn till dusk? As night falls, the bustle surpasses that of day." Li Chunhua's mouth hangs agape in astonishment. She never anticipated that this educated youth could possess such a silver tongue. Daring even to retort directly, her face flushed with embarrassment, she found herself at a loss for words, stammering before finally managing to utter, "What do you understand? Labor is the most glorious." Lu Wensheng seized the moment, replying, "Indeed, I have achieved glory. Do you have any objections? If so, keep them to yourself." Li Chunhua, nearly driven to fury, disregarded her demeanor and placed her hands on her hips, exclaiming, "You vixen, what are you even worth to speak to me? Do you know who my man is?" Lu Wensheng detested being insulted and retaliated with a swift slap to Li Chunhua's face, adhering to a principle of symmetry by delivering another to the opposite cheek. Satisfied, she boldly declared, "Who are you calling a vixen? I don't care who your man is. Among so many in the team, why do you think you have the right to meddle? If you are so concerned, why not become a commune secretary instead of toiling with sweet potato vines here? Your presence here only signifies your man's inadequacy." Li Chunhua, stunned by the unexpected blow, had never experienced such humiliation in her life and instinctively reached out to push Lu Wensheng. Just as Lu Wensheng was about to retaliate, her peripheral vision caught sight of the brigade leader rushing toward them, and an idea sparked in her mind. Using the force of Li Chunhua's push, she pulled Shen Lingling down to the ground, whispering urgently, "Quick, feign fainting. I'll treat you to brown sugar eggs." Shen Lingling, quick-witted, caught on and promptly collapsed to the ground, eyes tightly shut, resolved to remain there regardless of the circumstances. Lu Wensheng hastily scrambled to her feet, anxiously lifting one side of Shen Lingling's body, calling out and shaking her, "Lingling, Lingling, what's wrong? Don't scare me." To outsiders, she appeared genuinely terrified, her voice laced with panic-evoking sympathy. Meanwhile, Shen Lingling thought to herself, "Careful, Wensheng, you're shaking me so much that my brain might spill out." At that moment, the brigade leader arrived, having spotted Li Chunhua pushing Lu Wensheng from a distance, his eyes widening in alarm. How could Lu Wensheng, a model individual praised even by the commune's secretary, be bullied so soon after her recognition? If word of this spread, it would be disastrous. The village chief would not let this slip by lightly. What is going on here? The brigade leader demanded, pushing through the crowd that had gathered. Upon seeing Lu Wensheng cradling Shenlingling and shaking her, his anger erupted. What is happening? Li Chunhua, I demand an explanation. Li Chunhua herself was perplexed and sought clarity. She had merely given a gentle push, so how had Shenlingling fainted? It's not my fault. I don't know. The brigade leader, known for his keen perception, had witnessed everything. His expression darkened as he realized Li Chunhua was attempting to deny her actions, an affront to his authority. I clearly saw you push her. What animosity could warrant such brutality? What grievance do you hold against two girls merely gathering pig fodder? Li Chunhua, now flustered, hastily defended herself. Brigade leader. I merely nudged her gently. It wasn't a push. She fell on her own and is trying to blame me. The captain's anger intensified with each passing moment as he reprimanded. Enough. You continue to argue while someone has already fainted. What could a city-bred educated youth like her possibly want from you? What do you possess that would catch her eye? Furthermore, our esteemed little dear educated youth has been recognized as an outstanding individual by the commune, her banner proudly displayed at the brigade office. How can you, a group of women, bully her like this? It is truly disheartening. What if she takes that banner and seeks refuge in another brigade? At this moment, Li Chunhua began to feel a sense of panic. Why had she chosen to provoke Lu Wensheng? It was then that Lu Wensheng finally spoke up. Captain, Comrade Chunhua has taken a disliking to me, bullying me and calling me a vixen. I refrained from responding, for I am but a humble individual and do not wish to trouble you. However, Comrade Shun is innocent. She came to work today despite being unwell. And after persevering until now, she was pushed by Chunhua. Lu Wensheng felt increasingly aggrieved, sitting on the ground, covered in mud. She cradled the equally fragile Shen Jing in her arms, evoking sympathy from all. The captain was seething with rage, turning to Li Chunhua with a fierce glare. What? You called her a vixen? Do you wish to throw your life away? At that moment, Han Mukin and Lu Haowen squeezed in. Sensing something was amiss with Lu Wensheng and Shen Jing, they spoke up. Captain, you must provide us with an explanation. Before we arrived, the educated youth office assured us that the Pingan Brigade is the most just. Surely, you do not wish to dishearten us? Lu Hao chimed in. Yes. We seek an explanation. What offense did Sister Lu and Sister Shen commit to warrant such harsh treatment? The captain found himself at a loss. The fault indeed lay with his team members, and he wondered where that old village head had gone. He usually saw him 8 times a day during idle moments. But now he had vanished. Village Headley, where could I be? I'm here at the brigade office, contemplating how to retain this banner. Having digressed, the captain pondered briefly before announcing, Li Chunhua, you must apologize to both of them immediately, and you shall cover Shin's medical and nutritional expenses. Additionally, provide her with 10 eggs and half a pound of brown sugar. Li Chunhua dared not refute and could only nod reluctantly. What choice did she have? She would compensate, as her family was not lacking in funds. I'm sorry, Lu educated youth and Shin educated youth. I momentarily lost my senses. It was unintentional. Lu Wensheng ignored her and addressed the captain. Captain, during Shin's recovery these few days, she will not earn any work points. What do you suggest? The captain grasped the implication instantly and continued. Li Chunhua, you shall allocate 3 work points daily to Shen Jing. Li Chunhua wore an expression of frustration and resentment but felt powerless to object. Lu Wensheng, satisfied, gazed at the captain with gratitude. Captain, I knew you were a fair and just person. Next time I visit the commune and meet the secretary, I shall certainly speak highly of you. Then I shall not delay your work any further. I must take Shen Jing to see Grandpa Go, the captain replied. After finishing her words, she swiftly lifted Shun Lingling and dashed away, winking at Han Mukin as she passed by, reminding him, don't forget to take the sweet potato vines back. Han Mukin, recognizing the cunning glint in her eye, understood that this was all part of her carefully orchestrated plan. He was surprised that Shun Jiqing was willing to indulge in her antics as well, and he could only nod helplessly. Got it. Hurry back. Shen Lingling replied, of course. Wherever Shen points, I shall follow. Those present were left astounded, witnessing the slender and petite Shen Jiqing effortlessly carrying someone while sprinting with remarkable speed. They could not help but marvel inwardly, this girl possesses considerable strength. After watching his sister depart, LV Hao turned to Li Chunhua and asked, Comrade Li Chunhua, Is it all right if I accompany Qinggu to your home after work to collect some items? Li Chunhua could hardly protest and merely nodded absent-mindedly, her eyes scanning the crowd for someone. Upon spotting that individual, her expression shifted to one of deep dismay, as if on the verge of tears. LV Hao, sensing something was amiss, followed her gaze and was taken aback. Huh? Li Aigua? No, what's with that pained expression on his face? He thought to himself, oh no. I can't wait to return and find my sister. Han Mukin suddenly felt that LV Hao was behaving rather erratically. Take it easy. You're squeezing me too hard. It was only then that LV Hao realized, in his excitement, he had inadvertently pinched Han Mukin's arm, leaving a mark. Slightly embarrassed, but still beaming with joy, he exclaimed. Qinggu, there's some juicy gossip. Huge news. Let's eat together with my sister tonight. Han Mukin replied, you want to eat gossip? Let's go buy some after work. LV Hao rolled his eyes and scoffed, not watermelon. I meant the explanation Shun Wensheng gave about gossip. Finally, he understood why his sister had looked so disdainful at that moment. Han Mukin said, all right, we can discuss it later, but for now, let us get back to work. With that, LV Hao eagerly followed Han Mukin. Meanwhile, Li Chunhua remained standing in place, gazing longingly at Li Aigua's departing figure, murmuring, fated adversary. Chapter 74. No spirits allowed after the founding of the nation Shinshin. Please put me down. It's quite exhausting being carried like this. Once Shin Lingling noticed the surrounding silence, she whispered into Shin Wensheng's ear. She felt too heavy to be carried like this, and after all, Shin Wensheng was also a girl. Shin Wensheng responded, don't make a sound. They're all watching us from behind. I'll set you down once we leave the village. Thus, Shin Lingling nestled in Shin Wensheng's embrace, feeling that it was her first time being held in such a manner. For some reason, the scent emanating from Shin Wensheng brought her an undeniable sense of comfort. It seemed to dissipate the anxiety of leaving home and entering an unfamiliar environment, leaving only anticipation and longing for the future. Once again, she began to suspect that Shin Wensheng possessed a touch of magic, though some sentiments were best left unsaid during these tumultuous times. As she was lost in her thoughts, a teasing voice broke her reverie. What are you daydreaming about? Realizing they had arrived at the village entrance, Shin Lingling's face flushed crimson. Could she confess that, in her heart, she had likened Shin Wensheng to a fairy? No. She cannot speak. After all, since the founding of the nation, one is not permitted to become a spirit. Never mind. Let us hurry to Grandfather Gu's house. Shin Lingling evaded Lu Wensheng's probing gaze, grasping her hand and leading her forward. Lu Wensheng did not press further, obediently allowing herself to be pulled along. Little did she know, with her heart racing so swiftly, Shin Lingling could hear it distinctly, beating even faster than her own. Once Shin Lingling had composed herself, she turned to Lu Wensheng and inquired, Sheng Sheng, shall I still go to work tomorrow? Lu Wensheng replied, no need. You can stay home for the next few days and supervise the house construction. You can also prepare some mung bean soup for them when you have the chance. I will visit the village chief tonight to urge them to hasten their work. We aim to move out before the next batch of educated youth arrives. The outline of her house had begun to take shape, with the beam installation scheduled for tomorrow and completion expected within a couple of days. Shin Lingling and Han Mukin's house would have its foundation dug tonight, and the pace was quite impressive. Shin Lingling nodded. All right, I will supervise. She was determined to excel at the tasks entrusted to her by Sheng Sheng. Not only would she oversee the construction, but she also planned to take on all cooking and household chores, ensuring that Shang Xing had no worries. She increasingly admired her dear friend, who had managed to secure her a holiday. Lu Wensheng continued, tonight, let Han Mukin and El Hao accompany you to the captain's house to deliver a watermelon. Just say that you are naturally weak and have been unwell these past few days, which caused you to faint, and that you need to rest for a couple of days. After all, someone will earn work points for you. Shin Lingling nodded along as she listened, and once Lu Wensheng finished, she asked, and what about you? Lu Wensheng rolled her eyes. I will attend to the village chief, who probably wishes for my banner to be hung in the brigade. I know that old man well. He cares about his reputation. Shin Lingling became anxious. How can it be hung in the brigade? That is meant for you. Lu Wensheng was quite nonchalant. It's merely a banner. If it can exchange for a few years of comfort, I would gladly accept it. Besides, it's not something to eat or drink, whether it hangs here or there. It makes no difference. She had no sentimental attachment to the banner. That seemed reasonable. Fine. Shin Lingling was persuaded. What if she ran into someone from the village? She felt somewhat apprehensive. Was it really all right to deliver a gift so openly? Lu Wensheng reassured her. It's fine. We'll go later. Otherwise, why would I send Han Mukin and El Hao along? Shin Lingling nodded absent-mindedly, appearing hesitant. prompting Lu Wensheng to sigh in resignation. Just say it's for little Doozy. To thank him for helping you with the pig grass. Shenlingling's eyes lit up, and she eagerly nodded in agreement, gazing at Lu Wensheng with admiration, silently vowing to cling tightly to this pillar of support. Upon their arrival at Grandfather Gu's house, they found him weaving a bamboo basket. It was the first time Lu Wensheng had seen him, and she was surprised to find that Grandfather Gu appeared to be a refined and cultured elderly gentleman. Shenlingling took the initiative. Grandfather Gu, we would like to buy 2 watermelons, one large and one small. Grandfather Gu nodded in acknowledgement and turned to fetch the watermelons from inside the house, moving rather slowly, perhaps due to a leg ailment. Observing this, Lu Wensheng followed him inside. When they emerged, each carried a watermelon. Lu Wensheng's was slightly larger, weighing around 10 pounds. Grandfather Gu remained silent, weighing the watermelons and collecting the payment before returning to his basket weaving. Before leaving, Lu Wensheng casually asked, Grandfather Gu, do you sell these baskets? Elder Gu replied without lifting his head, for sale. Lu Wensheng spent another 2 dimes to purchase a bamboo basket before departing. After all, there was ample time ahead. She recalled that this Elder Gu was also a distinguished traditional Chinese medicine practitioner in the original narrative, with ancestors who had served as imperial physicians. However, in recent years, life had become rather difficult for him. Since her spiritual spring possessed healing capabilities, why not delve into the art of traditional Chinese medicine? It would be beneficial for her to learn a bit, providing her with a FAA when it came time to save lives. Yet, she felt the need to gather more information about this individual first. Upon their arrival at the youth education site, Li Yin was once again in the courtyard engaged in needlework. Aside from the swelling on her face, she truly exuded a sense of tranquility and contentment. Upon seeing that Lu Wensheng had returned, she immediately lowered her head, daring not to breathe a word. She prided herself on not being like Bai Qian. She remembered both rewards and punishments, but she had no intention of provoking Lu Wensheng. That tempestuous woman, again, once was sufficient. Shenlingling first secured the watermelon in the well before washing her hands and heading into the kitchen to prepare a meal. The day was still young. And noticing the dwindling firewood, Lu Wensheng took up an axe and ventured out to gather more. Before leaving, she reminded Shenlingling to boil extra water, as she intended to take a bath upon her return. Turning left out the door and walking straight ahead led to the majestic Qing Mountain. Lu Wensheng did not ascend the mountain, but instead chopped some dead trees at its base before heading back. Just as she hoisted the wood onto her back, a gray rabbit suddenly charged at her. Hey! Lu Wensheng reacted swiftly, grabbing the rabbit by its ears and lifting it up. To her surprise, it was quite heavy. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was pregnant, its belly round and ready to give birth. Elated, she quickly slipped into her space and, next to the wild chickens, designated a small patch of land to place the rabbit in for nurturing. She also collected a few wild chicken eggs before exiting her space, continuing her journey back with the firewood. As she approached the youth education site, she spotted someone standing at the entrance, anxiously glancing in her direction. Upon getting closer, she recognized it was LV Hao. Recognizing Lu Wensheng, he hurried over to relieve her of the firewood, urgently stating, Why did you go to Qing Mountain? It's not safe there. Lu Wensheng shook her head. It's fine. What are you doing at the entrance? LV Hao replied, I was waiting for you. Lu Wensheng inquired, Waiting for me for what? LV Hao, his eyes sparkling, pulled her to a secluded spot and, amidst her puzzled expression, exclaimed, Lu Jie. I think I've figured out who the other party is. Lu Wensheng, bewildered, asked, What other party? Whose other party? LV Hao grimaced, Li Aigua. Oh, this lad is quite something. Lu Wensheng's interest was piqued, and she pressed, Tell me more. How do you know? With excitement. LV Hao recounted the events that transpired after their departure. Lu Wensheng widened her eyes. What? Is this Li Chunhua completely devoid of sense? Recalling the fabric that resembled a bedsheet, she realized she had a certain affinity with Bai Qian. Chapter 75. She is truly innocent. Seeing that Lu Wensheng was not surprised, LV Hao felt a bit aggrieved. Lu Jie, you knew all along and didn't tell me, leaving him in torment the entire day, unperturbed by being found out. Lu Wensheng quickly reassured him. What are you saying? I was merely testing your observational skills. It seems you have passed the test with flying colors. Henceforth, I can confidently entrust you with any arduous tasks. Upon hearing this, Lu Wensheng's spirits brightened considerably, and he eagerly sought to take credit. Sister Lu Wensheng Gu and I finished work. We accompanied Li Chunhua to her home and retrieved what was owed to you. Lu Wensheng playfully smacked the back of his head. TSK, you rascal, what do you mean by retrieved? That is compensation, do you understand? Lu Hao merely pursed his lips in silence. It was fortunate that his morals were intact. Otherwise, he might have believed such a claim. Once they entered the courtyard, they noticed Zhang Jiping washing clothes while Zhang Fangfang was busy in the kitchen. It seemed they were helping Li Yin. Upon seeing her return, both of them offered her amicable smiles before resuming their tasks. The warmth of their smiles made Lu Wensheng feel uneasy, prompting her to quietly ask Lu Hao, "What is going on with them?" Lu Hao cast a disdainful glance at them and nodded towards the bicycle parked in the main hall of the West Wing. "They must have heard about your commendable act of bravery, with banners and bicycles all around, and now they're envious. They're probably trying to curry favor with you, fearing you might complain to the village chief." Lu Wensheng nodded, acknowledging his explanation. Society is truly complex. I am so naive." When she retrieved the wild chicken eggs from her clothing, she noticed that the basket for the eggs was already quite full. Shenlingling eagerly explained, "Sheng, those are the ones that Han Jiqing and the others brought back from Li Chuanhua's home, and there's also half a gene of brown sugar in the cupboard." She was utterly delighted. Her friends had promised her they would bring back brown sugar and eggs, and they had indeed delivered. Lu Wensheng responded with enthusiasm, "Tomorrow morning, we'll have 2 sweetened eggs each." Lu Hao nodded vigorously. Yes. I'll make the sweet syrup. Food obtained through such means must taste especially delicious." Lu Wensheng continued, "After dinner, you two should accompany Lingling to deliver a watermelon to the captain's house. They put in quite a bit of effort today." Han Mukin nodded. "All right, I will follow orders and comply." Lu Hao inquired, "And what about you?" With a sigh of resignation, Lu Wensheng replied, "I need to speak with the village chief to hasten the construction of our new home. We must move out before the new batch of young intellectuals arrives." Lu Hao nodded. Yes. I also bought a watermelon when Chun Gu and I returned. You can take it with you." Lu Wensheng was pleasantly surprised that this fellow had come to his senses and readily agreed. Sure. She had initially planned to carry some mushrooms and fruits, but this would save her the trouble. After finishing her bath, she found that dinner was ready. In the center of the dining table, a clay pot contained wild chicken stew with mushrooms, accompanied by a cold dish to suit her taste. There was also a bowl of dark sauce and chopped scallions, cucumber sticks, and various wild vegetables, with white rice as the main course. Lu Wensheng pointed at the bowl of dark sauce and asked, "Where did this come from?" Shenlingling replied, "Aunt Li had Gua bring it over, saying it's perfect for dipping vegetables, and encouraged us to try it." Lu Wensheng acknowledged this. She was not particularly fond of such flavors and chose not to partake, while Lu Hao and Shenlingling savored their meal, finishing everything except for the scallions. Observing the fresh scallions, Lu Wensheng suggested, "Let us have scallion pancakes for breakfast." Great. Everyone agreed. After dinner, Han Mukin and Shenlingling cleaned the kitchen, while Lu Wensheng weighed out 2 liang of brown sugar and set off with Lu Hao to find Aunt Li in order to exchange it for mung beans. As they passed by the construction site, Li Zhengguo was already leading his team in digging the foundation. Lu Wensheng greeted them a couple of times before taking his leave. Upon their arrival, Aunt Li was busy sowing seeds in her vegetable garden, ever since she had begun supplying vegetables to Lu Wensheng and his companions. She had been planting crops in succession, fearing there wouldn't be enough to eat. Upon noticing Lu Wensheng's approach, she hurriedly exited the garden, exclaiming, "Little Lu, what brings you here today?" Lu Wensheng naturally linked his arm with Aunt Li's and pointed to the brown sugar in Lu Hao's hand, saying, "Auntie, I'm here to trouble you again. I brought some brown sugar and wanted to see if I could exchange it for some mung beans." Aunt Li readily replied, "Oh, what is there to exchange? Feel free to take as many mung beans as you like from my place." Feigning annoyance, Lu Wensheng responded, "Auntie, how can I take your things without giving anything in return? Besides, I'm trading for mung beans to help Brother Zhenghua and Brother Zhuzi cool off a bit. It's quite laborious for them to build our house in this sweltering heat." The more Aunt Li listened, the more she appreciated Lu Wensheng's good nature and generosity. Not wanting to further decline, she said, "All right, I'll give you a bit more. You're such an honest child. It suits Auntie's temperament." With that, she pulled Lu Wensheng toward her home, calling out to Lu Hao, "Little Lu, come inside as well. Brother Zhuzi mentioned he wanted to find you during lunch." Lu Hao obediently followed them, clutching the oiled paper package, happily playing the role of Lu Wensheng's little assistant for the day. Once inside the main room, Aunt Li first poured them some water before heading to the storeroom to weigh the mung beans. Brother Zhuzi was reading under the oil lamp, and Lu Hao curiously leaned in to ask, "Brother Zhuzi, what are you reading?" Upon seeing Lu Hao and Lu Wensheng, Brother Zhuzi quickly set aside what he was holding and, with a hint of frustration, replied, "There are 2 spots available at the workers, peasants." and Soldiers University in the village. My great-uncle secured one for me, and I'll be heading to Shandong next month. He then turned to Lu Hao saying, I recall you're from Shandong, so I wanted to ask about the situation there. Lu Hao, realizing this, spoke candidly about it. Lu Wensheng was aware of the workers, peasants, and Soldiers University, but hadn't he anticipated that Brother Zhuzi would be going. However, considering that his father was a martyr, it seemed reasonable for him to receive such preferential treatment. Yet, with Brother Zhuzi leaving, well, what happened to the tractor? This would certainly be a stroke of luck. So she interrupted their conversation. Brother Zhuzi, what will happen to our brigade's tractor when you're gone? Brother Zhuzi sighed, I don't know. No one in our brigade knows how to operate it. We'll have to see what my great-uncle says. I'm not leaving for a few days anyway. Nodding silently, Lu Wensheng resolved within herself to double the gifts for the village chief. Being a tractor operator meant earning 10 work points without breaking a sweat in a day, such a rare opportunity. She expressed her gratitude to the organization, the party, and the commune for the banner they had presented her, vowing to outmaneuver that old man Li Xiangyan. Chapter 76. No room for your conversation, little Lu. Annie has weighed out 10 pounds of mung beans for you. If it's not enough, feel free to come back for more. If you're busy, just let me know, and I'll have Brother Zhuzi bring them to you. As Lu Wensheng pondered how to win over the village chief, Aunt Li's booming voice resonated throughout the yard. She set down her teacup and took El Hao out with her. Noticing a cloth bag on the stone table in the courtyard, bulging with green beans. Well, thank you, Aunt Li. I have some matters to discuss with Uncle Village Head, so I won't disturb you any longer. Once my house is finished, please come over for a drink, she said, gesturing for El Hao to fetch the green beans. Aunt Li's face broke into a radiant smile. All right then, I will definitely come. El Hao, understanding the unspoken cue from Lu Wensheng, promptly stepped forward to take the cloth bag, slinging it over his back. He didn't forget to be courteous to Aunt Li, saying, Aunt, let me take care of this next time. Don't let it delay Zhu from his studies. That's the priority. If you ever need assistance, just let me and Han know. We can handle anything. Aunt Li looked at the handsome young man with his charming demeanor and resolute gaze, thinking to herself how he almost seemed to boast. Indeed, she appreciated such confidence. All right, when Zhu leaves, I will surely trouble you young comrades, she said, impressed. I've always said that the young people from the city are different. Oh, indeed they were. Her younger son was also going to college in the city. Her years spent supporting Li Qinshan were not in vain. After concluding their business, Lu Wensheng took his leave from Aunt Li, as they had another engagement. Upon returning to the youth station, Shen Lingling and Han Mukin had finished preparing. Lu Wensheng picked up a smaller watermelon and said, Let us go while it's still dark. The sooner we leave, the sooner we return. Jia, can I join you? El Hao inquired. That won't he do? Lu Wensheng replied. If you join me, it would expose my secret. Realizing this, she added, You see, I entrusted the 2 children to you because I trust you. Why would you back out now? El Hao was immediately convinced. Oh, I see. Lu Jia trusts my eloquence. He thought it made sense. Those 2 were quite honest. And someone had to step up. With that realization, he no longer mentioned joining Lu Wensheng and confidently assured, Don't worry, Lu Jia, I'm quite the smooth talker. Lu Wensheng chuckled, patting his shoulder. All right, I'll leave it to you. Shen Lingling remarked, I feel like Xing is just pulling people's legs again. You're not mistaken, Han Mukin affirmed. Lu Wensheng interjected, You 2 have no say in this. El Hao waved towards the 2 honest lads behind him. Let us go. He strode out of the youth station with great enthusiasm. Han Mukin and Shen Lingling followed, looking rather speechless, while Lu Wensheng stifled her laughter, her teeth gritting audibly. In the shadows, Ming Qi Gang squatted. Is there a rat problem at the youth station? Lu Wensheng didn't join them. Instead, under the cover of night, she stealthily retrieved a pound of brown sugar and a pound of mushrooms from her space. Fortunately, the basket she bought today was sturdy enough to hold all these items without deforming. She planned to purchase all her future baskets from Uncle Ge. Arriving at the village head store, she checked for any issues and knocked. Who is it? Aunt Kaifeng, it's me, Little Lu. Oh, Little Lu. Just a moment. I'll open the door. Sun Kaifeng hurriedly set down her needlework and came out. Lu Wensheng was not in a hurry. He stood at the door, contemplating the couplets affixed to the entrance. The first line read, A prosperous family, prosperous people, and prosperous affairs, while the second line proclaimed, A flourishing nation, thriving politics, and flourishing industries, with the horizontal inscription stating, People prosper, wealth abounds. Lu Wensheng exclaimed, What a remarkable sentiment, truly befitting of a village leader. Little Lu, come inside. Sun Kaifeng, upon opening the door and noticing the basket slung over Lu Wensheng's arm, felt a surge of delight. Ah, he has come bearing gifts. Thank you, Aunt Kaifeng. Lu Wensheng replied with a cheerful smile as he stepped inside, not forgetting to inquire, "Where is my uncle?" "He's in the back. Come, I shall lead you there." Sun Kaifeng warmly ushered Lu Wensheng into the inner room. Lu Wensheng silently marveled at the preferential treatment he was receiving. Being allowed into the inner sanctum was a privilege not often granted to guests in rural settings, where visitors usually remained in the main room unless they shared a particularly close bond with the host. It seemed he had drawn nearer to the tractor driver. "Uncle, have you eaten?" Upon entering, Lu Wensheng observed the village chief, who appeared troubled, puffing on a pipe. Hearing the voice, he lifted his gaze. "Ah, little Lu has arrived." He then noticed the basket in her hand and continued, "In the future, do not bring gifts when you visit. Your daily contributions are hardly substantial." "Hardly substantial?" "They are rather meager." Lu Wensheng thought to herself, bemused by the audacity of the youth who dared to bribe the team leader for pig fodder. Feigning indignation, Lu Wensheng retorted, "Uncle, how could you say such a thing? My offerings are not for you to reject." She then turned to Aunt Kaifeng with a smile, saying, "Aunt, this afternoon, when I accompanied Comrade Shun to see Grandpa Gu for medical care, I purchased 2 watermelons. We simply cannot consume them all. So I hope you can help us share the burden. These mushrooms and fruits were gathered while I was collecting firewood. They hold little value. Please keep them for little Huzi. And this brown sugar, Zhengguo said your sister-in-law is in confinement. She must not be deprived of it, so she can recuperate and hopefully bear another chubby little one next year." Lu Wensheng carefully arranged the items she had brought onto the Kong, though not numerous. Each item was thoughtfully chosen, reflecting her sincere intentions. Sun Kaifeng grasped Lu Wensheng's hand, at a loss for words, deeply touched by the young woman's considerate demeanor. How much hardship must this girl have endured to acquire such grace? She had heard that Lu Wensheng had been raised under the care of others from an early age, and her heart ached further with each thought. "My dear child, heed your uncle's advice. If you encounter any insurmountable challenges, do not hesitate to confide in us. From now on, I shall be your true aunt." Though Sun Kaifeng was known for her penchant for small gains, she possessed principles and boundaries of her own. This was precisely the affirmation Lu Wensheng desired. She promptly returned the gesture, taking Sun Kaifeng's hand in hers, and, feeling shy, confessed, "Aunt, to be honest, there is indeed something I wish to request of my uncle." Sun Kaifeng, pulling Lu Wensheng to sit on the edge of the Kong, vowed emphatically, "Speak. I shall advocate on your behalf. If your uncle refuses, I shall seek a divorce tomorrow." Li Xianyang, taken aback, widened his eyes. "Wait, just state your matter. Why bring up a divorce? I am not refusing to assist." Lu Wensheng burst into laughter, teasing, "Aunt Kaifeng, do not frighten my uncle. Look at how pale he has turned. Moreover, considering how well he treats you, could you truly bear to part with him?" Sun Kaifeng observed her husband, whose ears had turned a shade of crimson, and playfully slapped Lu Wensheng on the arm, exclaiming, "You do have a sharp tongue." Chapter 77. How do you know I earn 3 work points a day? Seeing that the atmosphere was lightening, Lu Wensheng decided to be forthright. "Uncle, Aunt, I heard from Heir Zhuzhu that you're planning to attend university, so I came to inquire. That won't do. You've only just arrived. You cannot leave. Although there is still a quota undecided, no newcomers can return to the city based on that." Before Lu Wensheng could finish his explanation, the village chief interrupted him, prompting Lu to express his confusion, who said I was seeking a quota for the agricultural and industrial university. Now it was Li Xianyang's turn to be puzzled. "Aren't you here for the quota? Do you not wish to return to the city? What is the point of earning 3 work points a day here?" "That hurts, uncle." Lu Wensheng rolled his eyes in exasperation, lamenting, "Uncle, if I don't wish to return to the city, then I simply don't. What could possibly be better than rural life? Besides, I have come in response to the national call to help build our homeland. I cannot be a deserter in this matter." "Wait, how do you know I earn 3 work points daily?" Li village chief rolled his eyes. "Have you forgotten what your brother Liang is doing?" Lu Wensheng suddenly remembered. "Oh, right, that big mouth. Uncle, you also think earning 3 work points a day is insufficient, don't you?" "What a coincidence, I feel the same. Which is why I came to speak with you." The village chief replied gruffly, "What do you want from me? I can't just increase your work points. The entire village has their eyes on us." Lu Wensheng was at a loss for words. What kind of logic did this old village chief possess? "Fine. I'll be straightforward. Uncle, I don't need you to enhance my points. Since Heir Zhu is going to university, doesn't he that mean our village will be without a tractor driver? I wish to fill that gap." Finally, she had expressed her thoughts, albeit with great difficulty. Li Xiangyang and Sun Kaifeng were taken aback, gazing at her with wide eyes. It took them a while to ascertain that she was not jesting. And they exclaimed in astonishment, "You can drive a tractor?" "Of course," Lu Wensheng replied matter-of-factly. "Not only can I drive, but I can also repair them." Li Xiangyang was both surprised and delighted. He had been quite troubled, for heir Zhuzhu was his great-nephew and the only high school graduate in the village. This year, the quota for the agricultural and industrial university had become available, and the village leadership had unanimously decided to allocate it to heir Zhuzhu. The dilemma arose because if heir Zhuzhu left, no one would be able to drive the tractor. Now, with the young educated youth stating she could do it, it felt as if a pillow had been delivered to a sleepy person. How could he not be pleased? Li village chief, suppressing his excitement, confirmed once more, "Lu, you truly can?" Lu Wensheng nodded helplessly. "Uncle, I genuinely can." Li village chief was a man of action. He swiftly got out of bed and put on his shoes. "Let us go. You'll accompany me to the brigade's office. If you can indeed drive. Our brigade's tractor driver will be you starting tomorrow." Lu Wensheng hadn't anticipated that this elderly man would be so impetuous. But she didn't hesitate and readily agreed. "All right." As Lu Wensheng followed Li village chief and Aunt Kaifeng out of the main room, she spotted Li Yuliang, who was busy washing clothes. "Father, mother, where are you going at such a late hour?" Li village chief replied. "Taking Xiao Lu to the brigade office to drive a tractor. You continue with your work." Li Yuliang's eyes darted around before he dashed back into the house to fetch a flashlight, exclaiming, "Father, I wish to accompany you. It would be troublesome to fall at such a late hour." The village head, fully aware of his son's ulterior motives, chose not to confront him and allowed him to follow along. Li Kaifeng, trailing behind, tugged at Lu Wensheng's arm and whispered, "Little Lu, how is it that you can operate a tractor?" Could Lu Wensheng confess that her inspiration came from watching a variety show featuring Zhang Yixing driving a tractor, which ignited her desire to obtain a tractor license? Certainly not. Instead, she fabricated a tale. "My uncle, who is a retired soldier, taught me." Alas, this burden of deceit fell solely upon Chen Cheng. Chen Cheng remarked, "Good girl, I wouldn't know how." "Oh, your uncle must treat you quite well," Sun Kaifeng mused. Lu Wensheng nodded earnestly. "Indeed, everything I brought here was arranged by my uncle." Once more, she contemplated providing for Chen Cheng in his old age. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, Chen Cheng had just completed a significant task and was dining with Wang Er when he suddenly sneezed thrice. He mused to himself that it must be because Sheng Xing was thinking of him, and resolved to check the post office for any letters the following day. Back at the scene, Lu Wensheng received the crank from the team leader and, emulating LV Haoxiong's confident demeanor, approached the tractor. As the engine roared to life, Li Yuliang, wielding the flashlight, observed in growing astonishment, who would have thought that this slender girl could tame such a formidable machine? With a flourish, Lu Wensheng deftly placed the car keys into the toolbox before gracefully leaping into the driver's seat. Her movements were fluid and elegant, captivating the onlookers. Goodness! This young lady's presence in their village felt like a missed opportunity. Accustomed to seeing heir Zhuzi clumsily climb aboard, they never imagined such grace could be exhibited while mounting a tractor. "Come, join me for a ride." Lu Wensheng beckoned the three onto the vehicle. However, the village head, valuing his life, hesitated and found an excuse, retreating a few steps with Sun Kaifeng, chuckling nervously. "Well, little Lu, we old bones might not withstand the bumps." He then nudged Li Yuliang forward, adding, "Just take that rascal Yuliang for a spin." Lu Wensheng, unperturbed, readily agreed. "All right, hop in, big mouth." Li Yuliang, eager and impatient, handed the flashlight to his mother and climbed into the passenger seat, mimicking his father's commanding tone as he declared, "Let us go." Lu Wensheng replied, thus, "It seems it runs in the family." That night, the second voice-activated tractor driver of Ping and Brigade, Lu Wensheng, was born. She skillfully started the tractor, engaging the clutch, shifting gears, and pressing the accelerator in one seamless motion, cruising the only iron bull of the Hongqi commune through the village with Li Yuliang by her side. Along the way, they encountered a trio returning from delivering gifts, who eagerly joined the ride for a joyride. She even took the time to circle the worksite of the educated youth. When the villagers finally recognized that the tractor was being driven by a female educated youth, their jaws nearly dropped. Had Li Yuliang not been seated beside her, they might have believed the tractor belonged to another village altogether. The three passengers in the back of the truck shared a similar tumult of emotions, once again questioning, "Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing?" Until Lu Wensheng returned the tractor to the brigade headquarters, the villagers had not fully regained their senses. They disembarked from the vehicle like the living dead and beheld the equally unsettled village headley. He rushed forward, eager to shake Lu Wensheng's hand, but reconsidered the appropriateness of such a gesture. Instead, he grasped the hand of the nearby LV Hao and excitedly proclaimed to Lu Wensheng, "Little Lu, from now on, you shall be the tractor driver for the Pinyin Brigade. I shall award you 10 work points each day." Lu Wensheng beamed with delight. And so did village headley. The only one discontented was LV Hao, who muttered, "It's not me." Nevertheless, he resigned himself to the situation, willing to bear the burden for his sister. Chapter 78. Do you even qualify? When Sun Kaifeng finally emerged from her astonishment, she overheard her husband negotiating a price with Lu Wensheng. Not one to be outdone, she stepped forward, grasping Lu Wensheng's hand in surprise. "Oh my, you truly can drive. You are bringing honor to us women." She then cast a glance at her husband, who still held LV Hao's hand, and continued, "Little Lu, it's all your Uncle S' fault for not letting me take the wheel. Tomorrow, I'll gather a few sisters, and you must take us for a spin." Lu Wensheng smiled brightly. "All right, Aunt Kaifeng, this matter is in your hands." Village headley interjected, "But when I declined, you didn't say anything." Sun Kaifeng dismissed this notion with a scoff. "That's irrelevant." Once Lu Wensheng secured the position of tractor driver, she remembered her original intent and pulled the village head aside, whispering, "Uncle, about that banner." Village headley immediately expressed his desire to avoid the topic, clearing his throat and finding an excuse. "Little Lu, your house hasn't been built yet. There's no place to hang it at the youth station. So why not wait until your house is completed to collect it?" He resolved to speak with Zheng Guo tonight, intending to delay the construction of Lu Wensheng's house. Observing the frantic movement of village headley's eyes, Lu Wensheng silently cursed him. The old man must not think she was unaware of his intentions. Thus, she decided to take a bold stance. "Uncle, our youth station is quite spacious. A mere banner can certainly fit. This has nothing to do with whether my house is built." Lu Wensheng spread her hands, thinking, does he really believe he can manipulate me? As village headley's expression began to falter, she continued, "However, Uncle, as for this banner, if I hang it at the youth station, no one will see it anyway. After much contemplation, I find it inconsequential whether I take it or not." But Li Xiangyang was nearly frantic. Why was this young woman speaking in such a roundabout manner? If she had a request, why not simply state it? He pressed eagerly, "But what?" Lu Wensheng replied candidly, "Uncle Li, I want to beat around the bush. I came to see you tonight, not merely for the tractor driver's position. I wish to inquire whether it is possible for Zheng Guo and the others to expedite the construction of our houses. I've heard new youth will be arriving soon. And you wouldn't want any discord at our youth station, would you?" Li Xiangyang pondered for a moment before responding gravely, "All right, starting tomorrow, I will ensure Zheng Guo and the others focus solely on building your houses. There will be no other work on the brigade. And I will have her Zhuzi take you to fetch the bricks and tiles for those 2 houses. If all goes well, they should be completed in 7 to 8 days. Lu Wensheng nodded, aware that this was likely the fastest pace achievable. She hastily interjected, "Yes, we shall heed Uncle's advice. I have already exchanged green beans with Aunt Li, and starting tomorrow, Shinjiqing will prepare green bean soup at home for Brother Zhenguo and the others." Village chiefly looked at her with confusion. "But isn't Shinjiqing out with you gathering pig grass? Why is she not working?" Lu Wensheng confidently fabricated an excuse. "Oh, she has been frail since childhood and is unable to perform strenuous tasks. Moreover, I've been sleepwalking and she came to find me, which caused her to fall ill. Today, she was even knocked out by Li Chunhua, so the captain granted her a few days off. Although she cannot work due to her illness, I cannot allow her to languish at home, can I? Sending some soup to Brother Zhenguo and his companions is a way to make good use of her time." Village chiefly remarked, "Is that so?" as he observed Shinjiqing, who appeared more robust than the village's strongest ox. Noticing village chiefly gazing at Shinlingling, Lu Wensheng promptly turned to look as well, nearly bursting into laughter. The little enchantress was leaning against the tractor with an expression of feigned fragility, seemingly unable to stand, while Han Mukin supported her from the side. "But Han Mukin, what happened to your aloof demeanor?" Meanwhile, Lu Hao, that rascal, appeared to be engaged in conversation with Li Yuliang, his head inclined towards the village chief. Lu Wensheng sighed, contemplating how she had attracted such peculiar individuals. Having completed her business, she no longer wished to banter with village chief Li and pointed at Shen Lingling. "Uncle, Shen Jiqing is barely standing. We need to return to take her medicine." Village chief Li waved his hand, signaling them to leave quickly, wishing to spend no further time with her, who was nothing but a little trickster. Receiving the tacit approval, Lu Wensheng seized the still eavesdropping Lu Hao and made her way to reunite with the foilness duo. "Let us go home," she declared, hoisting Shenlingling onto her shoulder and dashing away, eager to distance herself from this place of gossip. Village Chief Li watched the four of them sprint away like rabbits, shaking his head as he remarked to Sun Kaifeng, "Youth is truly wonderful." Sun Kaifeng, observing Lu Wensheng's retreating figure, concurred, "Indeed, I find this little Lu Jiqing increasingly likable." Suddenly, the previously silent Li Yuliang spoke up, "Father, mother, if I may pose a question, what would you think if I were to marry Lu Jiqing?" Village Chief Li responded firmly, "Not a chance." Sun Kaifeng added, "Pooh, do you think you are worthy?" After their exchange, the couple walked home, leaving Li Yuyang in a state of disarray, pondering, is it really necessary to be so harsh? He knew he was unworthy of Lu Jiqing, yet he was their own son. Is it a crime to utter a few flattering words? The elderly couple retorted, disingenuous. Upon returning to the youth station, the trio fixated their gazes on Lu Wensheng, their expressions questioning, "Are you going to confess?" With no choice but to recount the events that transpired, Lu Wensheng concluded, "Shall we cut some watermelon now?" The three rolled their eyes in unison. While the two taciturn individuals remained silent, with Lu Hao speaking first, "We were actually asking how you learned to drive a tractor without any prior notice." Lu Wensheng replied nonchalantly, "Oh, by the way, I can also drive a car. You all should prepare yourselves." The trio sighed, "Forget it, let us just cut the watermelon. After all, if Shu Xing can round up the numbers, that means we can too." Han Mukin went to the well to fetch watermelons, and Lu Wensheng inquired about the remaining two. "How is it? Was it smooth?" Shenlingling nodded. "Yes, I followed your advice. And the captain said I could take 2 days off." Lu Hao added, "The captain also mentioned that you should find him tomorrow." Lu Wensheng nodded. "I understand. Tomorrow. I need to go to the commune to gather materials for building, as the village chief said that Zheng Guo and the others should stop working and focus entirely on construction." At that moment, Han Mukin returned with the watermelons and asked, "Did the village chief mention anything about the workers, peasants, and soldiers' university?" Lu Wensheng replied, "I didn't ask, but I heard there is still one slot unconfirmed." "Why do you ask?" Han Mukin explained, "Zhang Jiping approached me this afternoon, asking you to bring it up with the village chief." Lu Wensheng widened her eyes. "What audacity. Does he think I'll be a scapegoat? Does he regard me as foolish? I believe he deserves a good scolding." With that, she rolled up her sleeves, ready to confront him. Shenlingling quickly handed her a piece of watermelon. "Calm down. Don't stoop to his level. Just go to the village chief and give him a hint." Lu Wensheng responded, "Ah, my Lingling has become wise." Chapter 79. Please call me Sister Lu. The next morning, while Lu Wensheng was still lost in dreams, she heard the clamor in the courtyard. Without needing to guess, she knew it was the old educated youth causing a ruckus again. With a spirit of enjoying the spectacle, she swiftly dressed and dashed out, only to find Zhang Fangfang and Li Yin in a heated argument. Lu Wensheng nudged the still sleepy Lu Hao. "What is going on with them so early?" Lu Hao replied excitedly, "Sister Lu, Li Yin is perfectly fine. She is just pretending. This morning, Zhang Fangfang caught her stretching in the toilet, and that's what sparked the fight." Lu Wensheng understood. "Ah, a dog-eat-dog scenario. I love it." She instructed Lu Hao to fetch their toiletries from the main room. As the two squatted by the well, brushing their teeth and eating watermelon. "You're doing this on purpose, Li Yin. I'll tell the captain you're faking illness to avoid work." Li Yin retorted defiantly, "You're talking nonsense. Who said I'm faking? You're just jealous that I don't have to work." Zhang Fangfang was infuriated, having witnessed everything. "You're wicked. Not only are you faking illness to shirk work, but you also swindled 10 yuan from Bai Jiqing. And don't think I didn't hear you bad-mouthing Lu Jiqing." Lu Wensheng turned to Lu Hao, brushing her teeth. "Are we now part of this drama?" Li Yin, fearing a confrontation with Lu Wensheng, hastily denied, "You're the one talking nonsense. You're just jealous that Lu Jiqing received recognition, and now you're trying to blame me." Lu Hao spat out some foam and asked Lu Wensheng, "Sister Lu, who do you think is worse?" Lu Wensheng replied ambiguously, "Neither of them is a good person." After listening for a while longer and finding it tedious, they both headed to the small kitchen to assist Shenlingling with cooking. Lu Wensheng pointed to the still quarreling pair and advised Shenlingling, "Stay away from those two, especially Zhang Fangfang. She has a hidden agenda." The original text mentions that Zhang Fangfang resorted to unscrupulous means to secure a quota for returning to the city, orchestrating a scheme that forced Li Yuyang to marry her, ultimately enabling her to obtain a spot at the workers, peasants, and soldiers' university. After completing her studies, she did not return, and when Li Yuyang sought her out in the city, he could not find her. Eventually, he had no choice but to file for divorce. A promising young man was unceremoniously transformed into a weary old soul by Zhang Fangfang. However, she did not intend to intervene, as she perceived that Li Yuyang was not devoid of intelligence. As the cherished youngest son of the village chief, if he were truly manipulated by a young intellectual, it would suggest either a lack of wisdom or a foolish infatuation, willingly becoming a stepping stone for another. Were she in such a position, she would undoubtedly travel great distances to retrieve the individual and confine them to a small dark room, ensuring they received 3 meals a day. I digress. Just as Lu Wensheng was lost in thought, Li Yuyang unexpectedly arrived at the young intellectual station. He was taken aback by the sight of 2 young women in a heated quarrel. Isn't it surprising? These 2 young intellectuals are usually quite gentle, particularly Zhang, who often calls me Brother Youyang in a sweet tone. Who would have thought her true nature was so different? It was indeed a case of knowing someone's face but not their heart. Look at Lu, she is simply impeccable. Li Yuyang, visibly disapproving, steered clear of the feuding pair and headed towards Lu Wensheng's small kitchen. His father had sent him to fetch Lu Wensheng for a matter at the brigade headquarters, and he could not afford to delay. Zhang Fangfang, embroiled in her dispute with Li Yin, caught sight of Li Yuyang's arrival out of the corner of her eye and felt a pang of panic. How could she allow Brother Yuyang to see her in such a state? With a quick thought, she fell to the ground, weeping as if heartbroken. Li, how have I offended you? During these days when your back has been troubling you, I have been doing your work, and now you resort to violence against me? Li Yin was taken aback by her audacity. Immediately following was a surge of indignation. Zhang Fangfang, what are you pretending for? Everyone at the young intellectual station knows your true character, vile and malicious, ever eager to sow discord. How can you be so shameless? Zhang Fangfang remained silent, weeping on the ground, her eyes furtively glancing at Li Yuyang. When she saw his indifference and disdain as he made his way towards Lu Wensheng, she felt utterly crushed and lost all desire to continue the argument, scrambling to her feet and retreating indoors. Now, she harbored resentment not only towards Lu Wensheng and the others, but also towards Li Yuyang. What was so special about being the village chief's son? Lu Wensheng, witnessing the entire scene, was momentarily at a loss. She had just been lamenting Li Yuyang's fate, and now it seemed he had turned the tide of his destiny so swiftly. Indeed, after observing the tumultuous altercation, Li Yuyang was still reeling when he spotted Lu Wensheng, who was watching the commotion with interest. He hurried over and called out, Lu, my father sent me to fetch you. Lu Wensheng, puzzled, inquired, now? What does he need me for? Li Yuyang shook his head. I don't know. He simply told me to call you. He had a hunch about the matter. Just as Lu Wensheng was about to leave, she was halted by Shun Lingling's voice. Shengsheng, finish your egg before you go. It won't take long. Lu Wensheng accepted the bowl of sweetened water and poached eggs she handed him, the temperature just right, evidently cooled for quite some time. Instantly, he felt a warmth in his heart. My dear, I knew you were the best. After bestowing her with compliments, he took the bowl without a spoon and finished the egg in just a few bites before leaving with Li Yuyang. Li Yuyang, still in shock, exclaimed, Wait, what does my dear even mean? Is this how everyone at the youth station interacts? Those in drought perish from thirst, while those in flood drown. The affectionate cling to each other, while the contentious fight to the death. As Lu Wensheng followed Li Yuyang towards the village committee, she pondered whether she should gently caution this blabbermouth. Before she could resolve her dilemma, Li Yuyang remarked, Lu, when accountantly speaks later, do not take his words to heart. My father and I stand with you. You newcomers may not know, but accountantly is not a good person, nor is his son, so it would be wise to keep your distance from them. Curious, Lu Wensheng inquired, and who exactly is accountantly's son? Li Yuyang replied, Li Igua. Lu Wensheng sighed. Of course, it circles back to him. All right, I understand now. Thank you, blabbermouth. Li Yuyang looked at her, puzzled. Why have you been calling me blabbermouth since last night? Lu Wensheng retorted, You've been telling everyone that I only earn 3 work points a day. What else would you call that? Li Yuyang scratched his head. I didn't mean to spread it around. I merely mentioned it at the dinner table. Lu Wensheng shot him a glance. From now on, I shall be earning 10 work points. Please address me as Sister Lu. Li Yuyang responded, Oh. Chapter 80. You really are something. After much contemplation, Lu Wensheng decided she ought to offer a slight warning. Given that Aunt Kaifeng had been quite kind to her, Li Yuyang, I must advise you to steer clear of those youths. Li Yuyang perked up and asked, Sister Lu, do you have some news? Lu Wensheng cast him a sideways glance and cautioned, the quota for the workers, peasants, and soldiers' university Li Yuyang pondered for a moment before realization dawned upon him. Oh, I see what you mean. Lu Wensheng nodded, as long as you understand. Li Yuyang recognized the gravity of the situation and nodded in agreement. Yes, I understand now. Thank you for sharing this with me. Otherwise, I might have fallen into their trap. Lu Wensheng dismissed it with a wave of her hand. It's a small matter. Just support me if your father tries to bully me. Li Yuyang patted his chest confidently. Understood. Isn't it just about bending the elbow outward? That's my forte. Lu Wensheng chuckled. Truly, a fine son of his father. As they exchanged light-hearted banter, they arrived at the village committee, but before they could enter, they heard raised voices within. Old Li, have you gone senile? Allowing a girl to operate a tractor? Does she even know how? Besides, what can a woman possibly accomplish? You can't be hiding something scandalous about her to elevate her so. Li Xiangyang retorted defiantly. Enough, Li Chuanhai. Do not slander the girl without cause. You only want your son to take over, don't you? Who in this village doesn't know each other? Your son learned to operate a tractor alongside Erjuzi. Can he operate it? Ask him if he can. If he can't, he can learn. Isn't Erjuzi leaving in a month? Li Chuanhai felt a twinge of guilt. He was acutely aware of his son's shortcomings. Alas, he had but this one son, who, despite being of age, seemed unable to find his footing. Earning less than 5 work points a day, had he not been the village accountant, his son's reputation would have long since soured. Li Yuyang remarked, it's hardly appealing now. Li Xiangyang, amused by the absurdity, interjected, I cannot acquiesce. While you cherish your son, I hold my iron bull dear. I assure you, as long as I occupy the position of village chief, Li Aigua will never seize the role of tractor driver. Upon hearing that Li Aigua sought to usurp her position, Lu Wensheng could no longer endure the bickering. She boldly pushed the door open, interrupting their quarrel with a cheerful greeting. Uncle Li, good morning. Did you call for me? Seeing Lu Wensheng, the village chief's ire dissipated instantly. He gestured towards Li Chuanhai, declaring, this gentleman is our village accountant. Go take the tractor for a spin so he can witness your skills. With a sardonic smile, Lu Wensheng fixed her gaze on Li Chuanhai. Mr. Accountant, your thoughts are rather misguided. I overheard your earlier remarks. What is wrong with young women? Even prominent leaders assert that women can hold up half the sky, yet you choose to discriminate against them? Is your mother not a woman? Were you not born of a woman? How shameful it is for an accountant to harbor such views. Are you still living in an era where women as feet are bound? Do you look down upon working women? Very well. I shall promptly inquire with the commune secretary if there exists any regulation forbidding young women from operating tractors. Mr. Accountant, your mindset is troubling. Li Chuanhai was taken aback by the eloquence of this newcomer and quickly donned a stern faade, reprimanding her. You are out of line. I am your elder. Regardless of our differences, I am the village accountant, and your tone is wholly inappropriate. You, a mere youth, dare to speak to me in such a manner? Without engaging further, Lu Wensheng turned to leave. At that moment, the village chief intervened, grasping her arm and addressing Li Chuanhai. Li Chuanhai. If you wish to avoid escalating this matter, you should apologize to young Lu. Otherwise, should she report this to the secretary, no one will be able to shield you. He lowered his voice, warning, you know well what misdeeds you have committed. Do not blame me when the facade is torn apart. Realizing he was in the wrong, Li Chuanhai found it difficult to lower himself to apologize to a young girl. Ultimately, he muttered, Lu Zhijing. I trust you will not give me any leverage against you in the future. Lu Wensheng, undeterred, responded, Mr. Accountant. Please ensure your accounts and your son's indiscretions are well concealed. Li Chuanhai stumbled slightly as he turned to leave. The village chief, sensing the tension, exclaimed with keen interest, Dear Lu, do elaborate. Li Yuyang nodded vigorously in agreement. Precisely. Lu Wensheng shot them both a glance. I cannot elaborate. I've only just arrived. It's merely a means of intimidation. He can scare me, but I cannot return the favor? Moreover, throughout history, those who manage finances often have dirty hands. Both father and son responded in unison. We have learned a great deal. At last, Lu Wensheng inquired, Uncle, what did you summon me for? The village chief replied, Did you not manage to resolve everything? Lu Wensheng was at a loss for words. Is this it? You summoned me here to confront him instead of allowing me to have my meal? He hardly merits such attention. A man who raises a son capable of seducing another's wife is hardly virtuous himself. Li Yuyang, did you not just eat a poached egg? Or perhaps 2? A poached egg in brown sugar water. He cannot even have a taste, as the eggs and brown sugar at home are currently in short supply, hoarded by his sister-in-law. Lu Wensheng rolled her eyes. As a laborer of my stature, how could I possibly be satiated by such meager fare? Just as she was speaking, the work bell rang. Reluctantly, she followed Li Yuyang to the threshing yard. He wished to offer her some words of comfort, but found himself at a loss, after all. He had eaten even less than she had, rendering any attempt at consolation rather feeble. Lu Jie over here. At that moment, Lu Wensheng's mood for work was heavier than attending a funeral. When she heard someone calling her, she could hardly muster the energy to lift her head and scan the crowd half-heartedly. Spotting the conspicuous figure of Lu Hao, she sighed and approached him. What are you doing? Lu Hao proudly produced an oiled paper bag, saying, Shen Jiqing asked me to bring this to you. Eat it while it's still warm. Afterward, he handed her a water bottle, adding, have it with this. Don't choke. Instantly rejuvenated, Lu Wensheng opened the oiled paper bag to reveal a scallion pancake. Exclaiming in delight, wow, Ling Ling is so wonderful. Feeling somewhat aggrieved, Lu Hao replied, Lu Jie, I've been waiting for you here before work even started. Lu Wensheng reassured him, good boy. You're all doing well. She then handed him the water bottle and began to boast about the scallion pancake. Ling Ling's skills are impressive. Lu Hao nodded in agreement, gesturing as he said, yes, I've eaten 3 already. Lu Wensheng shot him a glance. Are you a pig? Lu Hao nodded. Yes. Taken aback by his honesty, Lu Wensheng snatched the water bottle and took a hearty swig, exclaiming, you're something else. Han Mukin observed the playful banter between the two with a sigh of resignation. Are they not just 2 children? Each one more childish than the other. Chapter 81. I have already learned as soon as Lu Wensheng finished her scallion pancake, she noticed the village chief approaching with a stern expression. He called Lu Wensheng and Heir Zhuzi to a secluded spot before instructing, you two, go fetch the tractor. We need to head to the youth office shortly to bring back Bai Jiqing. Heir Zhuzi, puzzled, asked, why are we bringing her back? Wasn't she just sent off? Lu Wensheng remained silent, her thoughts aligning closely with her suspicions. Given the Bai family's influence, they would not permit their child to be sent back so easily. However, she had not anticipated such a swift return. It appeared that the Bai family's power was far mightier than she had imagined. At that moment, the team leader also approached, stating, the director of the youth office personally sent someone to ask us to retrieve her. Lu Jiqing, do you know her family's background? Lu Wensheng shook her head. I do not know. My family is merely an ordinary working-class family. Thus, the 3 of them, under the team leader's incredulous gaze, set off in the tractor towards the youth office. As they departed, the workers were making their way to the fields in small groups. Upon seeing Lu Wensheng driving the tractor, excitement erupted. Oh my, isn't that little Lu Jiqing? She can drive a tractor too? Where is she going? Truly remarkable. This little Lu Jiqing is extraordinary, capable of mastering such skills. With accolades and bicycles to her name, building her own house, and now driving a tractor. Any family fortunate enough to marry such a bride is indeed blessed. At that moment, the elderly members of the crowd, particularly Zhang Fangfang, wore expressions of envy. With a face marred by scratches, she spoke venomously. Who knows if it's a blessing or a curse? Not only does she sleepwalk, but she's also quite violent, hitting anyone she dislikes. Would you dare to take such a daughter-in-law? Aunt Li, who was behind her, overheard such remarks about her beloved Lu Jiqing and rushed forward, grasping Zhang's arm. Oh, I thought it was someone significant. Turns out it's just you, Zhang Jiqing. How do you know that Lu Jiqing hits anyone she dislikes? Surely, you must have been struck, right? Why does she only hit you and not others? Furthermore, that injury on your face doesn't seem to be from Lu Jiqing. Why is it only you who gets hit? Zhang Fangfang was left speechless. How could she admit that it was that wretched Li Yin who had struck her? How could she say that Lu Wensheng had never hit her? She could not. To say the former would imply she truly deserved it, while the latter would mean she was merely spouting nonsense, unfairly casting blame on Lu Jiqing. She felt trapped, regretting her earlier words. Aunt Li, having endured widowhood for many years, understood the nature of such people all too well. She continued to mock, if you're jealous of Lu Jiqing, just say so. Is it necessary to slander her? Turning to the village's young women, she raised her voice. We must keep our distance from such individuals. Who knows when she might cause us harm? Everyone heeded Aunt Li's advice, instinctively stepping back from Zhang, forming small groups as they walked away, not forgetting to point and gossip about her. Zhang Fangfang was infuriated. That old hag had a sharp tongue. If her husband had met his demise, it surely must have been due to her bad luck. Fortunately, Aunt Li was oblivious to Zhang's inner thoughts. Otherwise, Zhang might not have made it through the day unscathed. Meanwhile, LV Hao and Han Mukin, who had just caught up, felt utterly powerless, watching as Aunt Li verbally dismantled Zhang. LV Hao swallowed hard and weakly remarked, I finally understand what it means for like to attract like, and people to congregate in groups. Those who are friendly with Lu Jie tend to be quite adept at fighting. Han Mukin nodded in agreement, except for the three of us. LV Hao shook his head. No, except for you two. I've learned my lesson. Han Mukin responded, and over here, on the tractor, Li Erju, sitting in the passenger seat, was feeling quite unsettled. Lu Jiqing could actually drive a tractor. What's more, she was doing it better than he could. Li Erju looked up to the sky, pondering the state of the world. The tractor journey lasted nearly half an hour before reaching the commune. Lu Wensheng felt as if her behind might split from the jostling. Village chief Li, seated in the back of the truck, fared slightly better. Upon jumping down, he didn't forget to give Lu Wensheng a thumbs up. Lu, you drive the tractor much more smoothly than Erju. Erju retorted, I disagree. The village chief then instructed, Erju, wait outside. Lu, come with me to the youth office. Lu Wensheng expressed her reluctance to witness Bai Qian's arrogant demeanor. Uncle, can I wait with Erju instead? The village chief shot her a sideways glance. If I tell you to go, then go. Why so much chatter? If Erju wanted to come, I wouldn't invite him. Erju waved his hand. I don't want to go. With no other choice, Lu Wensheng reluctantly followed him into the youth office. Director's son of the youth office was diligently engaged in his work when he spotted village head Li, reacting as if he had seen a savior. He hurriedly dashed out from behind his desk, grasping Li's hand without letting go. Village head Li, you have finally arrived. That white educated youth from your brigade is currently in the adjacent office. You must take her away quickly. We cannot afford to accommodate such a formidable presence in our youth office. Having dealt with Director's son for many years, this was the first time village head Li witnessed such a display of disarray from him. Puzzled, he inquired, what has happened to you, Director's son? What could Director's son say? He was being tormented. On the very day Bai Qian arrived, he was either making calls or sending telegrams, and ultimately, it was the county chief who personally called him, insisting that the white educated youth be returned to her original location, given her powerful connections. He had no choice but to send a subordinate to the peace brigade to convey the message. Village head Li, the higher authorities have collectively decided that this white educated youth is most suited to your brigade, so please take her back. Village head Li understood that there was no room for negotiation and that offending the youth office was unwise. Thus, he feigned reluctance and replied, Director's son, you may not be aware, but it's not that our brigade cannot accommodate the white educated youth. We simply cannot afford her. She has made it clear that if she is made to work, our entire brigade will be unable to cope with the consequences. We truly cannot take her. Director's son was well aware of the cunning calculations in the old fox's mind and sighed, rest assured, Village head Li, this time the white educated youth will certainly obey orders. If she has any grievances, you can bring them to me, and I will resolve them. To compensate your brigade, I will assign you 2 fewer of the new educated youths. How does that sound? Village head Li realized that this was likely the best offer he would receive from the youth office, yet he still pretended to struggle with the decision, saying, if she refuses to work, I might have to return her to you. Director's son quickly agreed. All right, just take her away. Whether she stays or goes can be discussed later. The priority now is to swiftly send back this hot potato. Some may find my pacing slow, but I intended to write a lengthy narrative, so please bear with me. The village is rife with familial affairs, and it's easy to get carried away. Chapter 82. The law of nature. Seeing that village head Li had finally spoken up, Director's son promptly led him to the next office. What a sight it was. Lu Wensheng finally understood why Director's son was so eager to send the person away, even at the cost of concessions. In the office, where documents were usually stored, there lay a military cot, and Bai Qian was currently sound asleep on it, with leftovers from a state-run restaurant visible in a lunchbox on the desk. Most astonishingly, a fan was set up on a nearby stool, blowing air gently, presumably belonging to Director's son, now commandeered by this young lady. Given that a woman was sleeping, neither Director's son nor village head Li dared to enter, and they both turned to Lu Wensheng, silently indicating that she should wake the young lady. Lu Wensheng was left with no option. She finally comprehended why the old fox had brought her here. She was being awaited. Reluctantly stepping into the office, she kicked the military cot and commanded, get up. Outside, the 2 onlookers exchanged glances, astonished by the scene. Bai Qian, disturbed from a pleasant dream, was about to express her irritation when she opened her eyes to the visage of Lu Wensheng, whose fierce expression instantly deflated her spirit. Lu Wensheng? What are you doing here? She exclaimed. Lu Wensheng rolled her eyes and retorted, your great-aunt has personally come to escort you home. Bai Qian pouted. Why isn't it brother Chen coming? Losing her patience, Lu Wensheng sternly inquired. Are you coming or not? Feeling aggrieved, Bai Qian replied. Could you at least show me a bit of respect while outside? Just hurry up and pack your things. I'll wait for you at the door, Lu Wensheng replied. Exasperated, before stepping out of the office, Bai Qian, fearing a beating for lingering too long, hastily gathered her belongings, thinking that as long as she could return home, it would suffice. Director's son was taken aback, witnessing this young lady obey so readily for the first time. He discreetly observed the petite girl before him, pondering if this was indeed the legendary phenomenon of one overpowering another. It was known that Bai Qian, having spent just one day at the youth office, had already caused quite a stir, even to the point of someone giving up their electric fan. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. And he couldn't help but pull Village Chiefly aside to inquire, what is the background of this young lady? Village Chiefly beamed. Oh. She is among the new batch of educated youth, our team as tractor driver. Director Son's jaw dropped in astonishment. This young lady can drive a tractor? Feigning calmness, Village Chiefly countered, what else would she be doing? Before Director Son could ask further, the door swung open, revealing the troublesome Bai Qian emerging with numerous bags in tow. Spotting Lu Wensheng leaning against the wall, she reluctantly approached and said, Hey, aren't you going to help me carry anything? Lu Wensheng glanced at her and replied, Don't you have hands? Hurry up, I still need to go fetch bricks. She had resolved that if Bai Qian dared to delay her work, she would leave her behind midway to fend for herself. Bai Qian, with no other option, trudged after her, inwardly grumbling about Lu Wensheng's lack of compassion. Eventually, it was Director Son who couldn't bear to watch any longer. Adhering to the principle of expediting the departure of the young lady, he stepped forward to take the luggage from Bai Qian's hands and assisted her outside. Lu Wensheng didn't mind. As long as someone else was doing the work, she was indifferent to who it was. Juzi, keenly perceptive, started the tractor and patiently sat in the passenger seat awaiting Lu Wensheng's arrival. Once she jumped onto the tractor, she waved goodbye to Director Son and departed with a flourish. Director Son mused, Well, this girl truly knows how to operate a tractor. At least we've finally seen the last of this young lady. On the way back, Bai Qian was surprised to discover Lu Wensheng was the one driving the tractor. She turned to Village Chief Li and asked, Village Chief, can Lu Wensheng really drive a tractor? Village Chief Li, unwilling to entertain her foolish question, thought, if she couldn't drive, what would she be doing? Playing around? He simply pretended not to hear and closed his eyes to rest during the journey. Meanwhile, Bai Qian's gaze remained glued to Lu Wensheng, only snapping back to reality when they reached the entrance of the youth center. Village Chief Li, with a stern expression, admonished, Come down immediately, put down your things, and get to work right away. Bai Qian, possibly chastised by her father, offered no rebuttal. She jumped down from the vehicle, grasped her belongings, and returned to the house. Shortly thereafter, she emerged clad in a coarse cotton outfit, obediently following the village chief towards the fields. When Lu Wensheng arrived at the construction site, he noticed that his house had already had its beams installed, while Shen Lingling was distributing water to the workers. Lu Wensheng approached and inquired, Why not serve mung bean soup? Shen Lingling, not bothering to look up, replied, What time is it to be serving mung bean soup? Is it even lunchtime yet? Let us discuss it at noon. Lu Wensheng contemplated her words and, agreeing, suggested, Once you've finished distributing, head back home. It's hot outside. I'll make a trip to the brick factory. Shen Lingling nodded and, producing a water bottle from somewhere, handed it to her saying, This contains mung bean soup. Drink it on your way. Lu Wensheng took the water bottle given to her by LV Hao in the morning and exchanged it for the new one before departing. Throughout the morning, Lu Wensheng managed to haul 2 loads of bricks before finally taking a break. By the time he returned with the second load, the workers had already finished for the day. On the way back, he picked up Aunt Li, LV Hao, and Han Mukin, who were returning to the youth station. While the older youths behind them grumbled, What's the big deal? It's just a broken tractor. Who cares to ride it? Shortly after, a woman friendly with Aunt Li mocked, What does our team's tractor have to do with you? Go ahead, say another word. Zhang Fangfang, witnessing the elderly woman's fierce demeanor, quickly sealed her lips. She was indeed unlucky, as her complaints were often overheard. Ming Qitang found the scene rather tiresome. He had no desire to remain at the youth station for even a day longer. There was not a decent person among them. As he walked, he contemplated whether there were families nearby with rental properties, so he could rent a room for convenience in caring for his grandfather. Upon the trio's arrival at the youth station, Shen Lingling had already prepared a meal, 2 bowls of the small crayfish caught the previous day by LV Hao and Han Mukin, a plate of stir-fried green beans, and a large pot of steamed buns made from 2 portions of flour. As the 3 entered, Shenlingling called out, "Hurry up and wash up. Come in for a meal. If you're quick, you might even catch a bit of rest, especially after running around all morning." Shenxing. While speaking, she handed Lu Wensheng a damp towel, urging, "Wipe yourself off." Han Mukin chimed in, "I want one too." LV Hao added, "Sister Shen, are you serious? One might think you're courting Lu Jia." Lu Wensheng swiftly kicked him, retorting, "Are you itching for a beating?" Han Mukin followed suit with a kick, exclaiming, "Mind your own business." LV Hao protested, "This is unjust." Chapter 83. How can you not know whether I'm sick or not? Brother Chen, I finally see you. Just as everyone was about to enjoy their lunch, a delicate voice, laden with tears, interrupted them. This startled Han Mukin, causing him to turn swiftly. He saw Bai Qian, disheveled and carrying a basket, rushing in from outside. As she seemed on the verge of colliding with him, he instinctively sidestepped, inadvertently pushing Zhang Zhiping, who was washing his face, towards her. Why is she back again? Didn't we send her off? I just caught my breath, he thought, realizing the village chief's authority was ineffective. Village chief, why not give it a try? Zhang Zhiping had yet to comprehend the situation when he was abruptly enveloped by a fragrant and delicate figure. He cast a furtive glance at the side, where Han Mukin was observing Shenlingling. Goodness, he was fortunate to evade swiftly. Otherwise, he would have found himself in quite the predicament. Bai Qian held onto him for a considerable time before realizing that the person in her embrace was not who she expected. Upon recognizing Zhang Zhiping's face, she gasped in surprise and then delivered a sharp slap. You rogue. Zhang Zhiping, as the head of the educated youth station, was not one to be trifled with. He seized Bai Qian's wrist and lowered his voice menacingly. Who are you calling a rogue? Despite exerting all her strength, Bai Qian could not free her hand. And in exasperation, she retorted, It's you. You clearly saw me running towards you yet didn't move aside. You are the rogue, deliberately taking advantage of me. Zhang Zhiping, now incensed, flung Bai Qian's arm away and turned to question Han Mukin. Are you not going to offer an explanation, Han? Han Mukin shrugged apologetically. I'm sorry, Zhang. I intended to pull Lu away, but I mistakenly grabbed the wrong person. Zhang Zhiping scoffed. Who are you trying to fool? Lu is miles away from you. How could you possibly pull him? Han Mukin, adopting a helpless expression, replied, I simply made a mistake. I've apologized. And you suffered no loss. How about I compensate you with 2 pieces of candy? Or if that doesn't suffice, shall we settle this with a brawl? TCH. As if he was also mingling with Xiao Shang. He then pulled 2 pieces of fruit candy from his pocket and handed them to Zhang Zhiping. Realizing he only had white rabbit candy on him, feeling unworthy of such a gesture, Zhang Zhiping, left with no choice but to accept this silent concession, took the candy and stormed off. Yet, it seemed he hadn't entirely suffered, having gained 2 pieces of candy. Reflecting on this, his anger dissipated. Bai Qian, dumbfounded, watched as the two engaged in this peculiar transaction, feeling somewhat disgruntled. With a pitiful expression, she lamented, Brother Chen, how could you treat me this way? I've only just returned. Han Mukin was thoroughly exasperated. Why couldn't she learn a thing or two from Shan, who managed to cook for them even while unwell? The comparison between people was truly disheartening. Shenlingling, taken aback, exclaimed, You don't know whether I'm sick or not. Can you please stop bothering me? Did I beg you to come to the countryside? Did I plead for your return? What do you expect me to do? You're affecting my normal life. Bai Qian, I hope you can keep your distance. Otherwise, do not blame me for being unkind. After Han Mukin finished speaking, he turned his back and left, leaving Bai Qian standing there, lost in thought. Brother Chen had never treated her this way before. While he had always been somewhat brusque, he would never have warned her so sternly. Something must be amiss. Could it be that he had taken a liking to someone else? No. She must uncover the identity of this wretched person who dared to entice the man Bai Qian had set her sights on. Meanwhile, in the large kitchen, Zhang Fangfang had witnessed the entire incident unfold. If she could cleverly exploit this opportunity, perhaps Meng Qi-Tang, noticing her shifty eyes, would realize she harbored no good intentions. If it weren't for the fact that it was his turn to cook today, he would have preferred to keep a good distance from this troublesome woman. In the small kitchen, the atmosphere was exceedingly harmonious. At this moment, Shenlingling was attending to Lu Wensheng as if she were serving an esteemed ancestor, meticulously peeling crayfish for her. Sheng, don't trouble yourself. Allow me to do this. Focus on finishing your meal and then rest. Operating the tractor is no less demanding than laboring in the fields. While they could take a moment to rest when cutting pigweed, Now that Shengsheng had to drive the tractor to fetch materials for building houses, it was essential for her to be well-rested. Lu Wensheng did not hesitate to indulge in a generous portion of crayfish meat accompanied by stir-fried green beans, consuming it alongside steamed buns. After running to the commune 3 times that morning, she felt quite fatigued and hurried back to her room for a nap after her meal. The kitchen was left with only El Hao, Shen Lingling, and Han Mukin, who continued to eat at a leisurely pace. It appears that driving the tractor is not such a delightful task. Look at how exhausted our Lu's sister is, El Hao remarked. Shen Lingling interjected. It's not the labor that tires her. She is fatigued from hauling bricks and tiles for our house. El Hao realized. So she has been engaged in this all morning? Shen Lingling nodded. Yes, and she also went to the commune 3 times to pick up Bai Jiqing. After a moment of contemplation, El Hao suggested to Han Mukin. Shall we go to the river and catch some fish for Lu's sister to replenish her strength? Han Mukin agreed. Yes, let's go after we finish eating. Shen Lingling wished to join them but was declined by the two. It's too sunny outside. You should rest at home. Very well. I shall tidy up the dishes then. All right. When the bell signaling the start of work rang in the afternoon, Lu Wensheng had just awakened. Upon exiting her room, she noticed Shen Lingling by the well, gathering fish, and exclaimed in surprise, "Where did these fish come from?" Turning to see Lu Wensheng, Shen Lingling smiled and explained. Han Jiqing and El Jiqing caught them from the river. Lu Wensheng laughed. Tonight, we shall have a delightful feast. El Hao's voice chimed in from behind. Indeed. What a coincidence. We went to the river for a swim and 2 large fish swam right into our arms. Shengu insisted that we shouldn't let Lu's sister feel burdened, so we didn't mention that they were caught specifically for her. Lu Wensheng, astute and perceptive, thought. Who do they think I am? I can see through their ruse. Why would they choose to swim in the river during midday instead of resting? However, she chose not to expose their intentions, graciously accepting their goodwill. Truly, she had chosen excellent companions. Well, it seems you were quite fortunate. Let's go together next time. Han Mukin remained silent, quietly observing Shen Lingling as she prepared the fish. All right, you should hurry to work now. I filled the water jugs in the kitchen. You can fetch them yourselves. I won't accompany you. One by one, they made their way to the kitchen to retrieve their water jugs and headed outside. El Hao and Han Mukin went to the threshing ground together, while Lu Wensheng proceeded to the construction site. She still had yet to unload the red bricks from her tractor. However, by the time she arrived, most of the unloading had already been completed. Li Xinghua and his companions had been working for a while. Lu Wensheng surveyed the nearly completed roof of the house with great satisfaction. There was a distinct difference between working full-time and sporadically. In just one morning, significant progress had been made on her house. Li Xinghua approached her with a cheerful smile. Little Lu, everything outside has been prepared. This afternoon, we will construct the Kong and stove. I've even built you a firewall. When winter comes and the firewood is plentiful, I assure you, you will not feel the chill. Chapter 84. She can curse us to death. Lu Wensheng felt immensely grateful upon hearing those words. Having spent her entire life in the southern regions, she had never personally experienced the harsh winters of the Northeast, yet she had come across videos depicting water freezing instantly in the cold. Thus, she held a certain reverence for winter. Thank you, Brother Xinghua. You truly are a good person, Lu Wensheng exclaimed. Brother Xinghua. Shen Jiqing's house is on my left. Could we perhaps share a firewall? As you know, we 2 ladies cannot store much firewood, so any savings would be beneficial. Li Xinghua pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. That is a good idea. It just so happens that Han Jiqing's house is on your right. I will convert the wall of your living room into a firewall as well, allowing you to benefit from the warmth when they light their fire. Lu Wensheng exclaimed, Oh my, is it really possible? Upon reflection, it indeed seemed quite advantageous. Once they lit their fire, she would gain warmth while dining in the living room, prompting her to readily agree. I think it's a splendid idea. Worst case, I can go chop firewood with Han Mukin. Without delay, Li Xinghua organized the workers into 2 groups that afternoon, one to build a Kong for Lu Wensheng and the other to construct Han Mukin's house. The pace was remarkably swift. Meanwhile, Lu Wensheng busied herself, making time to fetch 2 carts of sand and soil. Upon her return, she noticed Shen Lingling distributing mung bean soup to everyone. Lu Wensheng approached to request a bowl, and after a few sips, she handed the bowl back, commenting, It's rather bland. To her surprise, Shen Lingling possessed a certain talent for frugality when it came to outsiders. The pot of mung bean soup was in no way comparable to what she had in her own kettle, which was rich in flavor and sweetened. Truly, she excelled as the protagonist. Meanwhile, Bai Qian, laboring in the fields, had also been assigned to turn over sweet potato vines that afternoon. Whether it was a deliberate move by the team leader or mere coincidence, she found herself grouped with Zhang Fangfang and Li Chunhua. From a distance, LV Hao observed the trio huddled together and muttered to Han Mukin, "Brother Chun, can anything good come from these three being together? I hope they're not plotting against us." Han Mukin glanced at them and replied, "Make sure those two are cautious when we return tonight." LV Hao nodded, acknowledging the lack of better options. "Brother Chun, I'm thirsty." Han Mukin looked at him with exasperation. This fellow had been scheming since the first day of work, always either thirsting, hungry, or insisting on a trip to the latrine. Their team leader had reprimanded him multiple times. Yet he showed no signs of improvement. At that moment, Li Yuyang sauntered over and sat with LV Hao, inquiring, "Did you bring your water bottle?" LV Hao retrieved his water bottle from Han Mukin's backpack and shook it. "Of course." Li Yuyang reached out to grab it. "Let me have a sip." Quick as a flash, LV Hao concealed it behind his back. "Don't you have your own?" Li Yuyang pouted. "My mother filled mine with well water. It can't compare to yours." He had been astonished when he secretly tasted LV Hao's water earlier that morning. What a surprise that a grown man would carry sweetened water. No wonder, he mused, those from the city are indeed different. Upon hearing this, LV Hao realized why the water he had brought in the morning had mysteriously disappeared. He had thought it was Han Mukin who drank it, only to discover that it was this rascal Li Yuyang. After contemplating, Lu Hao abruptly stood up, pointing at him, ready to scold. Before he could utter a word, Li Yuyang swiftly covered his mouth and said, "Don't curse, don't curse. I have good news for you. I assure you it won't be in vain." Lu Hao looked at him warily. "What good news could you possibly have?" Li Yuyang replied, "Aren't you building a house?" "Well, my second brother works at the glass factory in the county. I can get glass for you. Do you want it?" Lu Hao, puzzled, asked, "Really? I wasn't aware you even had a second brother." Li Yuyang swore earnestly, "Of course. My second brother is a graduate of the Workers' Peasant Soldiers University, and he was just assigned last year. Haven't you seen that all our windows at home are made of glass? We're the only ones in the village." Lu Hao felt a bit awkward. "I've never been to your house." Li Yuyang was speechless, displaying a look of disappointment as he snatched Lu Hao's water bottle, disdainfully saying, "You should ask around. Which educated youth in the village has been to my house to find my dad?" Lu Hao scratched his nose. "Well, the three of us haven't been there. Lu Jia fully represented them. They just never had the chance." Li Yuyang took a sip of water to calm his nerves, his eyes suddenly brightening. "Wow. You not only added sugar, but it's also mung bean soup. My mom wouldn't even dare to put this many mung beans in." Li Yuyang felt utterly envious. His mother's mung bean soup was as bland as dishwater, while Lu Hao had managed to make such a delicious concoction. Unable to resist, he took a few more sips. Lu Hao snatched the water bottle back. "I haven't even had my share yet." This was prepared by Shun, the educated youth. He then turned to call out to Han Mukin, who was still working. "Chenggu, Chenggu, I have something to discuss." Han Mukin was puzzled about when Lu Hao and Li Yuyang had started chatting. The two had been sitting in the sweet potato field for almost half an hour, not fearing the squad leader catching them. The squad leader remarked, "Do you think I dare to catch you? Our scorekeeper is leading the way and slacking off. What can I do?" He helplessly walked over, grabbed his own water bottle, took a sip, and asked, "What's the matter?" Lu Hao eagerly opened his mouth. "Good." Yuyang said his second brother works at the county glass factory and can get glass. Han Mukin raised an eyebrow. "Really?" Li Yuyang nodded. "Yes, of course." Han Mukin thought for a moment and said, "Then come to the educated youth point for dinner tonight, and you can tell Xiaosheng then." Han Mukin added, "By the way, the three of us don't really manage things." Lu Hao nodded. "Yeah, you should hurry. Don't delay my work." Thus, in half an hour, Li Yuyang managed to drink a bottle of sweet soup and snag a dinner invitation. What a profitable deal. Once Li Yuyang left, Lu Hao realized his water bottle was empty, infuriated to the point of nearly cursing, but was stopped by Han Mukin, who quickly handed him his own water bottle, averting a potential confrontation. He couldn't curse. After all, Lu Hao knew that with such a mouth, his mother could scold them to death. But Lu Hao was unafraid. He had Lu Jia, and he feared no one. He retorted, "Just a mere Sun Kaifeng." Lu Jia isn't intimidated. Han Mukin, seeing no way out, had to change the subject. "Wait, look over there. What are those three discussing? They clearly seem to be up to no good." Lu Hao followed his gaze and saw Bai Qian and her two companions huddled together, whispering. It appeared they were plotting something mischievous. He too wanted to go over and listen. This inquiry was posed by Bai Qian, her fingertips nearly digging into her flesh. Zhang Fangfang emphatically reiterated, "Of course I'm certain." Shen Lingling is undoubtedly involved with Han Jiqing. They wash dishes together every time, laughing and chatting. Just the way Han Jiqing looks at Shen Lingling is anything but innocent. It's evident to anyone with eyes. Li Chunhua interjected, exactly. Last time Shen Lingling fainted, he pressured the team leader to trouble me. There's definitely something going on between them. With each passing moment, Bai Qian found herself increasingly convinced of their words. Shen Lingling, who had somehow managed to allure her dear brother Chen, would certainly pay the price for her transgressions. Chapter 85. Surely, my mother must be missing me. Thus, she lowered her voice and said to the two, tell me, if she were to accidentally perish, would she still be able to seduce my brother Chen? Li Chuanhua's eyes widened in shock. What are you planning to do? Bai Qian let out a cold laugh, gazing intently at the two before her. I will give you 50 yuan. You both need to devise a scheme to lure her to the riverbank and push her in. She can't swim, and we will simply claim she fell in and drowned by accident. How dare that wretched woman compete with her? Li Chunhua promptly refused. I won't participate in that. I can teach her a lesson, but murder is a matter for someone else. However, I assure you I won't divulge your plan. With that, she departed, deeming them both mad. She needed to distance herself from these two. Coward. With Li Chunhua gone, Bai Qian remained unfazed and turned to Zhang Fangfang. What about you? This is 50 yuan we're discussing. Zhang Fangfang pondered for a moment. If she kept her involvement under wraps, the matter would likely remain undiscovered. Yet, what if it didn't tea? Nevertheless, she was reluctant to part with the 50 yuan. Ultimately, she steeled herself, fixing her gaze on Bai Qian and boldly declaring, I want 80. Bai Qian immediately agreed, deal? As if fearing a change of heart, she added, come find me for the money after work. Zhang Fangfang nodded absently, her mind in a whirlwind as she contemplated the situation. Bai Qian felt elated. For once Shen Lingling was gone, her brother Chen would be solely hers. Throughout the afternoon, Bai Qian's mood soared as she joyfully tended to the sweet potato vines, her demeanor a stark contrast to the morning. Even the team leader was taken aback by her transformation. Chen, I sense something amiss with Bai Qian, Lu Hao remarked, his gaze frequently drifting towards her. In his memory, Bai Qian had always been lethargic, even hiring Zhang Fangfang to wash her clothes. It was inconceivable for her to willingly toil in the fields. Han Yukin, busy trimming excess sweet potato vines, recalled that Lu Wensheng had mentioned wanting a cold salad of sweet potato leaves. So he selected some tender ones to place in his basket. Hearing Lu Hao's comment, he turned to observe Bai Qian. She does seem off. Everyone, be cautious these days. We mustn't fall into her traps. Lu Hao scoffed. Who could she possibly scheme against with that mind of hers? Han Yukin considered this and found it indeed plausible. So he returned to his task without further thought. As Lu Hao glanced at his watch, noting it was nearly 6 o'clock, he plopped down on the ground beside a nearby auntie and began chatting, reasoning that with the workday coming to an end, it mattered little whether he finished or not. As long as the squad leader didn't tea-catch him, Han Yukin, resigned to Lu Hao's laziness, shook his head and continued to tend to his sweet potato vines. Han Jiqing, can you, an aging sweet potato vine, bring me some to feed the chickens? At that moment, Aunt Li approached with her bamboo basket. Upon seeing her, Han Yukin readily agreed. Aunt Li, feel free to take as much as you like. All of this is for you. Aunt Li beamed with delight, squatting down to fill her basket with the sweet potato vines Han Yukin had gathered. As the work bell rang, El Hao immediately pulled Han Yukin away, jesting, come on. If you don't hurry to finish work, you might have some issues with your mindset. Brother Chen, let's go. Home awaits with fish soup. Han Yukin swiftly followed. Not merely for the fish soup, but to remind Xunshin and Ling Ling to prepare more food, as Li Yuyang was coming over for a meal. When the two returned, they could see from a distance that Lu Wensheng's house was already built, while Li Jinghua and the others were still laying bricks. El Hao, seeing their rapid progress, was quite pleased. Brother Chen, at this pace, we will be moving in no time. Han Yukin echoed his sentiment, indeed. It should be just a matter of days. At that moment, Lu Wensheng emerged from the new house and called out to them, El Hao, hurry inside and tend to the fire. I'm returning the tractor. El Hao, puzzled, asked Sister Lu, what fire? Are we cooking here today? Lu Wensheng nodded, yes. We're steaming rice inside. The newly laid Kong needs to dry out. El Hao acknowledged this and handed everything to Han Yukin before entering to tend to the fire. Noticing Han Yukin carrying a basket of sweet potato vines, Lu Wensheng approached and selected some robust-looking ones to take, intending to plant them in her space to see if they would thrive. You should return home and give the things to Ling Ling. She is cooking, she advised. Han Yukin nodded, and, once she had moved away, recalled that he had forgotten to mention that Li Yuliang would be joining them for dinner. Oh well, I'll tell her when she gets back, he thought. What he did not anticipate was that Lu Wensheng would encounter Li Yuliang at the brigade office. He was heading towards the youth station with a basket of yellow eels when he spotted Lu Wensheng exiting the office. Jiqing, what a coincidence, he exclaimed. Lu Wensheng rolled her eyes upon seeing him. Where are you off to, big mouth? Li Yuliang shrugged. To the youth station. Lu Wensheng, curious, asked. If you have something to say, just say it to me. Li Yuliang smirked. Can't I just be going to eat? Lu Wensheng inquired. Oh, is Han Buchan treating? Li Yuliang nodded, raising the basket of yellow eels. Xiao Huzi caught these in the river. I thought we could have an extra dish. Lu Wensheng leaned in to see what was in the basket and exclaimed with delight. It's been ages since I've had these. Xiao Huzi is quite skilled. Li Yuliang puffed with pride. Indeed, his technique for catching yellow eels was taught by my elder brother, who learned it from our father. This skill must be nurtured from childhood. Lu Wensheng asked, and can you do it? Li Yuliang fell silent, realizing that if he could, he would not need to boast about others. He awkwardly scratched his nose. Well, I'm a bit afraid of them, but if I were to learn, I'd definitely succeed. After all, our family has this talent. Lu Wensheng nearly laughed but managed to suppress it. Primarily concerned that Li Yuliang might leave without her having any eels to eat. All right, tonight I'll show you how it's done. Li Yuliang nodded eagerly. Yes. I've heard that Jiqing is a fantastic cook. Curiously, Lu Wensheng asked, where did you hear that? Li Yuliang replied, from El Hao. Lu Wensheng decided to return home and scold her child for being too talkative outside, while squatting in the hall to tend to the fire. LV Hao unexpectedly sneezed and rubbed his nose, muttering, it must be my mother missing me. I should write her a letter tonight. As Li Yuliang and Lu Wensheng passed the construction site, Li Zhenghua shouted from the rooftop, Sanner, has our mother finished cooking? You needn't come to call me in this sweltering heat. Li Yuliang pondered how to phrase his response to spare his foolish elder brother some dignity, awkwardly replying, Brother, it's not ready yet. You might as well head back later. I have some matters to attend to at the youth station. Lu Wensheng was quite impressed with the duo, taking the small fish basket from him and saying, LV Hao is preparing the Kong in the new house. You should find him. I will go back to cook. Li Yuliang nodded eagerly and scampered towards the new house. Chapter 86. Little Sheng is truly remarkable. Meanwhile, Lu Wensheng returned to the youth station with a basket of eels. Han Buchan was washing vegetables, while Shen Lingling was simmering fish soup. Lingling, we should take the fish out soon. Let us stir-fry some eels afterwards. They presently had only one clay pot, as the iron pot was being used to steam rice in the new house, so they had to make do with the clay pot. Shen Lingling looked apprehensively at the basket of eels. Sheng, I can't do it. Lu Wensheng chuckled. No worries, I can manage. You go to Aunt Li's and fetch some scallions, and pick 2 eggplants and some chili peppers. Relieved that she wouldn't have to handle the daunting task, Shen Lingling hurriedly exited the youth station. Han Buchan watched the basket of eels and swallowed hard, feeling somewhat out of his depth. Little Sheng, how do we proceed? Lu Wensheng noticed his reluctance and decided not to press him. You can ladle out the fish soup. I will handle the eels. Han Buchan nodded and went to the small kitchen, finding a basin to pour out the fish soup before washing the pot and bringing it back inside. Lu Wensheng retrieved a knife from the room to prepare the eels. First, she took one eel, held its tail firmly, and struck it to stun it. Then, securing its head with one hand, she deftly used the knife to slice open the eel, removing all the innards and bones before discarding the head, resulting in a perfectly clean eel. Her fluid motions left Han Buchan in awe. Little Sheng is truly remarkable, seeing him standing idly, unsure of what to do. She instructed, go boil a pot of water, and we will blanch the eel shortly. Oh, Li Yin and Zhang Zhiping, who were also observing Lu Wensheng prepare the eels, remarked that they would never provoke her again after witnessing such a gruesome spectacle. Unusually, Bai Qian was helping in the kitchen today by picking vegetables, which struck Lu Wensheng as odd. Thus, while processing the eels, she asked Han Buchan, what is up with Bai Qian today? She seems unusually different. Han Buchan was equally puzzled. Today she was discussing something with Zhang Fangfang and Li Chunhua, but we were too far to hear. Lu Wensheng contemplated this but didn't dwell on it for long, as she soon saw Shen Lingling return with the vegetables. She then shifted her focus back to her cooking, preparing her signature dish, stir-fried eels with scallions. Pour an ample amount of oil into the pan, then add scallions, ginger, garlic, and chili, saute ing until a fragrant aroma wafts through the air. Next, introduce the meticulously prepared segments of eel, stir-frying evenly before adding soy sauce and white wine. continuing to saw it until the flavors melt. To enhance the dish's color and taste, a spoonful of brown sugar is added, followed by the remaining scallions, which are briefly stirred in before serving. The entire process is conducted over high heat, and by the time the eel is ready, the air is filled with an intoxicating aroma. At this moment, Lu Hao and Li Yuliang enter with bowls of rice, their mouths watering as they catch a whiff of the delightful fragrance. "Sister Lu, what delectable dish have you prepared that smells so divine?" Li Yuliang exclaims, his eyes wide in astonishment as he gazes at the bowl of scallion eel. Is this yellow eel? Their experience with yellow eel has been limited to mere soup, and they cannot fathom how it could be so exquisitely crafted. Such culinary talent seems wasted on the abundance of yellow eel they had previously discarded. Meanwhile, Lu Wensheng is preparing roasted chili eggplant. The eggplant and chili have already been cooked, and she simply needs to mix them before serving. She instructs, "Please carry the table outside to set up for dinner. We shall be ready to eat shortly." This roasted chili eggplant pairs perfectly with rice or steamed buns, and it is always devoured entirely, which is why she made extra today. The only drawback is the absence of century eggs. By the time she completes her final dish, everyone has set the table in the courtyard, as the west wing is rather cramped. With the addition of Li Yuliang, accommodating all four of them indoors would be a challenge, thus dining outside is a refreshing alternative. The table is lavishly arranged, featuring a bowl of scallion eel, a creamy fish soup, a bowl of roasted chili eggplant, and leftover crayfish from lunch, accompanied by rice and steamed buns. Let us eat quickly, I am positively famished. With everyone gathered, there is no need for pleasantries, and the sound of chopsticks clinking against bowls fills the air, drowning out any conversation. After all, who could speak when the food is so delectable? On the other side of the courtyard, a solitary plate of stewed potatoes with green beans sits forlornly on the table, devoid of any enticing aroma. Zhang Jiping finally breaks the silence, saying, "Meng Ziking, why not catch a few fish from the river tomorrow?" Ming Qingtang looks at him as if he were a fool. "Did you not sleep well last night?" Zhang Jiping, puzzled, responds with a confused expression. Meng Qingtang takes another bite of rice and continues, "What nonsense are you spouting? If you want fish, go catch them yourself. Why instruct him?" It seems Lu Ziking's scolding was indeed justified. His resolve to rent a place grows stronger with each passing moment. Meanwhile, Bai Qian and Zhang Fangfang eat absent-mindedly. Bai Qian is envious of Shen Lingling and Lu Wensheng for sharing a meal with Qin Gij. In contrast, Zhang Fangfang is exhilarated, as Bai Qian has just handed her money upon returning today. Now, she has 8 crisp bills tucked into her pocket, a sum she has never possessed before. And how could she not be thrilled? After the meal, Shen Lingling and Han Mukin proceed to clean up, while Li Yuliang engages in conversation with Lu Wensheng and Lu Hao regarding the glass windows. "My second brother is a minor director. He can procure glass with imperfections." Lu Wensheng finally understands why Han Mukin invited Li Yuliang to dinner. This stroke of good fortune indeed warranted a celebration. Today, she was still torn between whether to use paper for the windows or install glass. Finally, she spoke up, "We might be asking for a bit too much. Is your second brother able to help?" Zhu replied, "Aren't you only building 3 rooms? The main room isn't needed, and the inner room requires only 2 panes, so it's not excessive." Lu Wensheng pondered this and realized that her initial intention to use glass for the kitchen was indeed extravagant. She responded, "All right. I will measure the dimensions shortly. You can inform your second brother then." Li Yuliang waved his hand dismissively. "No need to measure. I will ask my elder brother at home. Tomorrow, when my second brother returns, I will provide him the measurements so he can arrange for it." Lu Wensheng nodded. "Then I appreciate your second brother's assistance. Please let me know if there are any requests." Li Yuliang grinned. "Well, could I bring some eel tomorrow for you to prepare a bit for my second brother as well? He enjoys it." Lu Wensheng raised an eyebrow. "You both seem quite close." Li Yuliang proudly remarked, "Indeed. I was raised by my second brother, after all." The others fell silent, realizing that he must have eaten that as a child. With matters settled, Li Yuliang took his leave, as he still needed to tidy up his second brother's house. Lu Wensheng planned to visit the carpenter's home to check on the items she had ordered. She intended to move tomorrow, as she had many secrets in her space yet to be unraveled and could hardly contain her anticipation. Chapter 87. Is it Lu Wensheng? After bidding farewell to everyone, she made her way to the carpenter's house. Night had fallen, and she silently prayed not to encounter Li Aigua and Li Chunhua, that troublesome couple. Fortunately, the village was not large, and she soon arrived at the carpenter's home, noticing the front door wide open and several torches lit in the yard. She stepped inside, Uncle Li, are you busy? The carpenter was planing wood and turned to look when he heard her voice. Upon seeing Lu Wensheng, his face lit up with a smile. Lu Wensheng, you've come. I saw your house going up this afternoon, so I knew you would be here tonight. He gestured towards a large wooden tub and several frames by the wall, saying, the bathtub and window frames are ready, and the wardrobe is also completed. I will deliver them to you tomorrow. Lu Wensheng, realizing there was no room for her input, couldn't he help but feel grateful for Uncle Li's enthusiasm. Her impression of him improved even further. Uncle Li, you are truly remarkable. How much more do I owe you? The carpenter replied, we'll settle that once everything is finished. He patted the writing desk he was working on, saying, you see, I've been working overtime these past few days to complete your order. Lu Wensheng expressed her gratitude once more and placed a box of pastries on the table, saying, thank you, Uncle Li. The carpenter, understanding that Lu Wensheng was not short on funds, responded, if you need anything, just let me know. I will do my best to help. Lu Wensheng pointed at the window frames and asked, Uncle Li, do you have window paper? Could you help me paste it on? I plan to use it for a few days until the glass arrives. Li Muzhong replied, no problem. Tomorrow when I go to an, I will bring your aunt along. She can assist you then. Lu Wensheng responded, thank you, Uncle Li. Also, where should I buy a mat? Li Muzhong said, you should seek out old Go. His skills as a bamboo craftsman are renowned. Lu Wensheng nodded in understanding. Then I won't delay your work any further. I will visit Grandpa Go tomorrow. All right. Take your time on your way back. Here, take this, he said, pulling a torch from the pile and handing it to Lu Wensheng for illumination. Lu Wensheng graciously accepted the torch and left. Upon arriving at the youth cadre point, Shen Lingling had already boiled water. Seeing Lu Wensheng return, she urged her to take a bath. Hurry and wash up, get to bed early tonight. Tomorrow, I will help you move. Lu Wensheng, intrigued, asked, how did you know I was moving tomorrow? Shen Lingling replied with a hint of exasperation, you dried the Kong today. I'm not foolish. Ah, this uncanny understanding. Lu Wensheng smiled without replying, carrying her basin toward the bathing area. After immersing herself in the spiritual spring water and washing away the fatigue of the day, she emerged from the bathing area revitalized, as if reborn. Brimming with energy, she stepped out, towel in hand, lamenting, how I long for a hairdryer. When will I have one to use? After standing in the yard for a while, allowing her hair to dry sufficiently, she prepared to return to her room only to find Bai Qian's bedding missing. Puzzled, she asked, where is she? Shen Lingling cheerfully replied. She found the west wing too small and hot, so she moved to the main room. Without Bai Qian, she felt genuinely elated. Lu Wensheng shared her sentiments. They would sleep much more comfortably together. The following morning, they rose early, but the main room was still quiet. Likely everyone was indulging in sleep. By the time Lu Wensheng ventured out, Shen Lingling had already prepared breakfast. After the four of them had eaten, Han Mukin and El Hao headed up the mountain to gather firewood, while Lu Wensheng busied herself tidying the new house and pasting newspapers. And Shen Lingling continued to simmer green bean soup. By the time Lu Wensheng finished pasting the walls, it was nearly 10:30. Looking at the refreshed house filled her with a sense of accomplishment. She noticed the Kong was completely dry and decided to visit Grandpa Go to buy a mat to lay down. Meanwhile, at the youth cadre point, Zhang Fong rushed back from outside, finding Shen Lingling and saying, Han, the youth cadre caught some fish by the river and asked me to tell you to bring a bucket of water. Shen Lingling, with nothing to do, took up the bucket and headed toward the river, with Zhang Fong trailing close behind. As it approached noon, the riverbank was eerily deserted. Shen Lingling arrived at the river's edge and glanced around, not seeing Han Mukin or El Hao. She turned to ask Zhang Fong, Zhang, where is Han? Suddenly, she cried, help, save me. Zhang Fong, initially anxious, felt a surprising calm wash over her at the moment she pushed Shen Lingling into the river. After all, she still had that 80 yuan in her pocket, and no one was watching. Shen Lingling merely slipped and fell into the water. As Shen Lingling floundered in the water, Zhang Fong hurriedly ran away. Just then, Han Mukin and El Hao returned from chopping wood and were horrified by the scene before them. They quickly dropped the firewood and jumped into the river to save her. Brother Chen, to the left. Yes, faster. Under the command of Lu Hao, Han Mukin finally grasped the submerged Shen Lingling, swiftly wrapping his arms around her as he swam towards the shore. His heart raced like a drum, filled with the dread that Shen Lingling might drown. Together with Lu Hao, they managed to drag her to safety. The two of them gazed anxiously at the unconscious Shen Lingling. What should we do, Brother Chen? Lu Hao exclaimed. I will stay with her. You go find someone. We must get her to the hospital immediately. Han Mukin instructed. Lu Hao replied, "All right, I will seek out the village head." Just then, Lu Wensheng came running with a mat over her shoulder. From a distance, she spotted Lu Hao and Han Muyukin moving frantically by the riverbank. As she approached, she was horrified to discover it was Lingling. Damn it, it's all my fault. How could I have anticipated this would turn into a drama? Shen Lingling drowning and then returning to wreak havoc. In an instant, Lu Wensheng dashed forward to administer first aid, terrified that Shen Lingling might truly drown. Han Muyukin, put her down, she commanded, beginning chest compressions to perform CPR. Counting as she pressed, 18, 19, 20, 21, 30. After completing a round of compressions and administering rescue breaths, Shen Lingling suddenly coughed up water and awakened. Despite Lu Wensheng's robust strength, she felt utterly exhausted. Upon seeing Shen Lingling regain consciousness, she quickly lifted her and asked, "Lingling, how are you? Are you feeling unwell? I will take you to the hospital right away." With that, she sprinted away, still reminding Han Muyukin, "Return home and grab a blanket. Wait for me at the brigade office. Bring 2 blankets. Also, fetch her a couple of changes of clothes. Hurry. After all, they are the protagonists, soon to be husband and wife. Is it too much to prepare clothes in advance? And remember to bring plenty of money." Since Li Erju was absent from the brigade that day, it was up to her to drive the tractor. However, she failed to notice that the awakened Shen Lingling was regarding her with unfamiliarity. "Where am I? The brigade? What brigade? Did I really come back to life?" Shen Lingling's mind was blank. Hadn't she died? How was she back? She lifted her gaze to the girl holding her. Why did she seem so familiar? Was it Lu Wensheng? But hadn't she died long ago? Chapter 88. Can he join? Sensing the chill in Shen Lingling's body, Lu Wensheng felt a wave of concern. "Lingling, if you're tired, you can sleep for a bit. Soon, Han will bring you some clothes. Just hang in there." As she held her while running, she sought to comfort her, uncertain whether this girl had truly been reborn and unsure of what to say. Stealing a glance at the girl in her arms, she realized that she had indeed fallen asleep, which was perhaps for the best. Lu Jia, the village head has arrived." Lu Wensheng encountered Lu Hao leading the village head partway. At that moment, village head Li was filled with dread. He had been relaxing at home when he heard from Lu Hao that the young scholar had drowned. He wished he could fly to the riverbank immediately. The very thing he feared had come to pass. If something happened to the scholar in his brigade, he would surely lose his position as village head. "Little Lu, how is she? Is she alive?" Village head Li inquired. Lu Wensheng replied, "It's all right, village head. She has already awakened. I need to drive the tractor to take her to the health clinic." Village head Li nodded vigorously. "That's good. I will accompany you." As he spoke, he tucked his pipe into his waistband and hurried towards the brigade headquarters, with Lu Hao panting behind him, exclaiming, "Hey, this old man is surprisingly fit. Running faster than I am." By the time Lu Wensheng arrived at the brigade headquarters with the unconscious person in his arms, Han Muyukin had already laid out the bedding. To Lu Wensheng's astonishment, he discovered that the individual had even brought along a pillow, an unbelievable revelation that left him stunned for a millennium. "Everyone step back and keep your distance. I need to change her wet clothes. No matter how many blankets you pile on, it won't help if she remains in wet garments." At this, the 3 could only stand beneath a tree, facing away from the tractor, utilizing the cover of the tractor's cargo area. Lu Wensheng swiftly removed the wet clothes from Shen Lingling and hurriedly dressed her in dry ones before wrapping her in the blankets. "All set, let us go." Upon hearing this, the 3 quickly climbed onto the vehicle, which Lu Wensheng drove towards the community clinic. Alas, she had forgotten that her mat was still by the riverbank. She should have kicked Lu Hao into the water to retrieve it. After a half-hour drive, they finally reached the commune health center. With Han Muyukin's assistance, Lu Wensheng carried the unconscious Shen Lingling into the emergency room alongside the bedding. "Doctor, my friend fell into the water. Could you please take a look?" Shen Lingling remained in a coma, lost in a dream where her treacherous friend had forced her to relocate to the countryside, where she met a male youth who initially showered her with care. It was only after becoming deeply involved that she realized this was part of her friend's malicious scheme, aimed at seizing her family's wealth. In the dream, after marrying the youth and returning to the city, within 3 short years, he had firmly grasped her family's assets. And ultimately, she was tormented to death by those 2 vile individuals. Before her demise, she shockingly discovered that her parents' car accident was not a mere misfortune. It had been orchestrated by her husband, leading to brake failure. "Doctor, are you certain she is all right? Why has she awakened for so long?" When Shen Lingling regained consciousness, she heard voices beside her bed. Struggling to open her eyes, she was startled to see the woman who had been holding her. Was this not a dream? Was she truly alive? Lu Wensheng, noticing movement behind her, swiftly turned around. Upon seeing Shen Lingling awake, her tension eased, and with concern, she asked, "You're awake. What is bothering you? Quickly tell the doctor." Shen Lingling, too preoccupied to ponder further, managed to utter, "Water, water." Oh, water. Lu Wensheng quickly propped her up and fetched the water jug from the bedside table to help her drink. "Doctor, could you please examine her again?" "Doctor." Ma rolled his eyes and replied, "I've already said she is fine after falling into the water. Fortunately, you rescued her in time. She has a slight fever. But once she receives her injection, you can take her home. I'll prescribe some medicine for her. Just ensure she doesn't catch a chill in the coming days." Lu Wensheng nodded. "All right, thank you, Dr. Ma. There is a comrade named Han outside. Could you kindly assist him in getting the medication?" "Doctor." Ma nodded and exited the room, leaving Lu Wensheng and Shen Lingling alone. They exchanged glances, neither speaking, as faint voices from outside filtered in. "Is everything all right?" "It's good if she is fine. Dr. Ma, I'll accompany you to collect the medicine." "Where's my sister Lu? Why has she come out yet?" the village chief inquired. "Shall I go in and take a look?" To which the two ladies retorted, "What business do you have inside? Wait outside." At this moment, Shen Lingling had come to accept the reality of her rebirth. Fortunately, fate had smiled upon her, granting her another chance to seek revenge for herself and her parents. Lu Wensheng? How could it possibly be Lu Wensheng? In her previous life, Lu Wensheng was a timid soul whose innocence was marred by the village's scoundrel, leading her to marry early and ultimately succumb to illness after a difficult childbirth, passing away within a month. According to her current memories, Lu Wensheng was a fiery spirit, capable of both striking and reprimanding, ready to kick anyone she deemed unsatisfactory. What had changed? Could it be due to her rebirth? Upon observing Shen Lingling's demeanor, Lu Wensheng realized her friend had been reborn and feigned anger, saying, "What? Have you forgotten me after falling into the water?" Shen Lingling shook her head. "I sensed it was you who saved me, changed my clothes, and brought me to see the doctor." Lu Wensheng nodded. "Good. It's settled then. You rest for now. I will guard you from outside." She felt it was necessary to grant Shen Lingling some space to process the situation. Shen Lingling agreed, wishing for solitude for a moment. "All right." Lu Wensheng patted her shoulder and stepped outside. "Where's Han Mukin?" "Brother Chen has gone with Dr. Ma to fetch medicine and has yet to return." "Sister Lu, are you hungry?" Lu Wensheng affirmed. "Yes." Glancing at her watch, she noted it was already past 2 o'clock, and the state-run restaurant would no longer be serving meals at this hour. LV Hao, eager to offer, produced a packet of peach crisp, saying, "Here, eat this. I just bought it from the supply store." Lu Wensheng accepted the peach crisp and asked, "Have you eaten?" LV Hao shook his head. "No, I was waiting for you." Amused, Lu Wensheng responded, "Let's eat together." Thus, when Han Mukin returned, he found Lu Wensheng, LV Hao, and Li Xiangyang squatting on the ground, enjoying the peach crisp. Could he join them? Meanwhile, within the room, Shen Lingling lay on the bed, organizing her memories. This meant she had just arrived in the countryside, and that scoundrel had not yet appeared. All was still salvageable. Surprisingly, Lu Wensheng treated her quite well. To her astonishment, the aloof Han Mukin and the mathematical genius LV Hao had also become her friends. She felt quite delighted. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she opened her eyes wide, filled with trepidation. The most pressing concern now was by Qian and Zhang Fangfang, who dared to harm her. Chapter 89. We still have much to learn. With sharp eyes, LV Hao spotted Han Mukin standing nearby and called out, "Brother Chen, come here." Han Mukin accepted the invitation and joined the dining group. 3 packets of peach crisp lay on the ground, and he did not hesitate to grab one, as he was quite famished. "How's the educated youth, Shen?" Lu Wensheng replied, "She is doing well, just has a slight fever. She'll be fine after the injection." Han Mukin nodded, relieved. His heart had been in suspense all afternoon until a thought struck him, and he said seriously, "It seems she didn't fall into the water by herself." Without lifting her head, Lu Wensheng replied, "Of course not. It was by Qian's doing." She then inquired, "How do you know?" Han Mukin pondered for a moment and remarked, "I distinctly saw a shadow dart past from a distance. Although I could not discern who it was, I am certain it was a woman." Village chiefly, swallowing the peach crisp in his mouth, expressed his astonishment. "Is that so?" Han Mukin affirmed, "Indeed. I am sure I saw it." In a fit of rage, Village chiefly declared, "Investigate. We shall look into this immediately." At this juncture, Lu Wensheng interjected, I will inquire with Lingling shortly about why she was by the water's edge. The others nodded in agreement. El Hao chimed in. Yes, it's nearly time for lunch. Shinjiqing would not have gone to the water's edge without reason. After their discussion, the peach crisp had nearly been consumed. Lu Wensheng took 2 pieces into the house to offer Shen Lingling, asking, Are you feeling better? Shen Lingling nodded. Much better, thank you, Sheng Sheng. Lu Wensheng shook his head. Urging, hurry, indeed. We will be heading back soon. All right. Shu Sheng, there is something I wish to discuss with you, Shen Lingling said. Lu Wensheng replied. Shen Lingling paused before explaining, I did not fall into the water on my own. It was Zhang Fangfang. She told me that Han Jiqing and the others were by the river catching fish and asked me to bring a bucket, so I went. When I arrived at the riverbank, she pushed me in. Lu Wensheng reassured her, Do not worry. We will ensure she pays for her actions. Just outside, Han Mukin mentioned seeing a shadow flee, which is likely Zhang Fangfang. Finish your food. Once you're done, we'll head back. I'll step outside to discuss matters with the village chief. Shen Lingling nodded appreciatively, feeling a sense of security. She was no longer alone in this life. When Lu Wensheng emerged again, she was met with 6 eyes staring intently at her, sending a chill down her spine. What is the matter? Is there something on my face? She inquired. Li Xiangyang shot her a glare, pressing for details. Did you find out anything? Lu Wensheng nodded. Her gaze settling on Han Mukin as she stated, It was Zhang Fangfang. Her eyes seemed to convey the message. It is Bai Qian. Han Mukin retorted. What does that have to do with me? El Hao, visibly shocked, grasped the village chief's arm, exclaiming, Uncle Li, it's not just Zhang Fangfang. There must also be Bai Qian and Li Chunhua involved. He proceeded to recount everything he had witnessed yesterday afternoon in detail. Li Xiangyang was on the brink of fury. It was indeed people from his village colluding with the educated youth to cause harm. The elderly man could no longer contain his anger. Let us go. Bring Shinjiqing along. We will return at once. I will deal with Bai Qian. Mark my words. As for the other 2, not one will escape. Seeing the old man's determination, Lu Wensheng did not hesitate. She swiftly went inside, wrapping Shen Lingling tightly in a quilt to carry her outside. I was terrified at that moment. I've never experienced anything like this in my life. Shen Lingling exclaimed. Oh, not the water jug. Lu Wensheng remained unfazed. Reaching the door before instructing El Hao, bring the water jug from inside. All right, Sister Lu. He replied. Han, you truly could have been more mindful. Even village chief Li, witnessing this scene, felt his anger dissipate a little. As Lu Wensheng placed Shen Lingling onto the tractor, she suddenly recalled something and turned to the village chief, asking, Uncle, my mat is still by the river. It cannot be left behind, can it? El Hao slapped his forehead, adding, Yes, our firewood is also there. Village chief Li rolled his eyes. It won't be lost. If it is, I will retrieve it for you. Lu Wensheng felt reassured. All right. With that, he shook off the tractor and headed back. Shen Lingling pondered where she had offended Zhang Fangfang to the extent that she wished her harm. Meanwhile, El Hao contemplated what to have for dinner, while village chief Li deliberated on how to deal with the 3 individuals without bringing trouble to the team. Enough is enough. Originally, with Lu Wensheng recognized as an outstanding individual, it seemed certain that he would be awarded for the year, but now, just as victory appeared within reach, it slipped away. How could he not be frustrated? Half an hour later, Lu Wensheng returned to the youth station. Village chief Li was the first to jump off the tractor. On youth. Summon everyone from the youth station. He also called out to Li Jinghua, who was working at the construction site. Jinghua, go fetch the team leader and director Zhou. And also bring Li Chunhua. Though puzzled, Li Jinghua did not question further and went off to comply. Inside the youth station, Zhang Fangfang and Bai Qian, relieved that Shen Lingling had not perished, began to feel anxious. Hearing the village chief calling for them only heightened their unease. What should they do? Bai Qian shot her a disdainful glance. You lured her out and pushed her. What can we do? And you better not implicate me, or I'll make you regret it. Zhang Fangfang, already terrified, felt even more frantic from Bai Qian's threat. No, it wasn't me. You orchestrated everything. It was your idea, and you urged me to push her. I merely accidentally brushed against her. Yes, just an accidental touch. I did not push her. Han Youth, Zhang Youth, what are you dawdling about? Hurry up and come out. Han Mukin called out impatiently. He absolutely could not enter the women's dormitory. No, they must not go out. If they did, it would be over. There was complete silence in the room, prompting Han Mukin to turn and convey to the village chief, they want tea come out, and I cannot barge in. At that moment, a throng of young women gathered at the youth station's entrance, eagerly volunteering, let us go, village chief. Isn't it absurd to send a male youth to call them? We are the most suitable. Exactly, village chief. Those girls need us to handle it. Yes, yes. Han Youth is too young to enter the women's quarters. We will go, and we are not afraid of her. Village chief Li waved his hand. You all go in and drag them out for me. Understood, village chief. We will take care of it. In an instant, young women of all ages, from 18 to 80, rolled up their sleeves and charged inside. Lu Wensheng, supporting the visibly shaken Shen Lingling, swallowed hard. Lingling, we still have more to learn. You mustn't speak nonsense. Shen Lingling retorted. Within 5 minutes, Bai Qian and Zhang Fangfang were dragged out by several ants, their hair disheveled. Lu Wensheng shook his head at the sight of them. This won't do. Their fighting spirit is lacking. TSK, how unfortunate indeed. Shen Lingling rolled her eyes and remarked. Sheng, what time is it? And you're still joking. Why don't we trick them one more time? Lu Wensheng gazed at her companion, whose eyes sparkled with anticipation, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Returning from rebirth has truly changed you. You seem to possess an additional brain, quite impressive. All right, what do you have in mind? Shen Lingling, with a glint in her eye, suggested, let's swindle them out of some money, then we can split it 50-50. Lu Wensheng nodded in agreement. Deal. If it delays my move, a little compensation is only fair. Just then, Shen Lingling felt faint, and Lu Wensheng asked, another one? After some contemplation, Shen Lingling responded, you're right, it's not wise to speak when dizzy. Never mind, I'll just act a bit weak, and you can support me. Lu Wensheng readily agreed to this arrangement. At that moment, Li Chunhua was pushed into the scene by Aunt Li and was followed by Director Zhou and the captain. The captain scanned the crowd before turning to Village Head Li, inquiring, Village Head, what is happening here? As the village's captain, he was well aware of the incident today. A youth had accidentally fallen into the river, but he wondered why such a commotion was warranted. However, upon seeing the grim expression on the village head's face, he sensed that the matter was likely more complex than it appeared. Once everyone had gathered, Village Head Li began to speak. As you all know, Shun, the youth, fell into the water today. Before discussing this matter further, I must state that by the riverbank, there are 2 bundles of firewood belonging to the youths Han and Lu, along with a map belonging to the young deer. If anyone has taken them, please return them to me promptly. Once this issue is resolved, if I do not see those items, do not blame me for my wrath. Lu Wensheng was taken aback by the old man's decisiveness, her regard for him rising a notch. Village Head Li continued. Li Chunhua, step forward. Trembling with anxiety, Li Chunhua emerged from the crowd, not expecting that those 2 fierce girls would actually resort to harm. Adhering to the village head's principle of leniency for those who confess and severity for those who resist, she resolved to betray her false allies. Village Head Li fixed her with a piercing gaze and pressed, what is your connection to this matter? Li Chunhua, nervously swallowing, was about to divulge everything when she heard Bai Qian threaten, Li Chunhua, if you dare to speak, I will tear your mouth. The crowd shook their heads in disbelief, exclaiming, I've seen foolishness, but nothing like this. Without turning back, Village Head Li called out, Director Zhou. Zhou Yanhong promptly produced a cloth from her pocket and swiftly approached, stuffing it into Bai Qian's mouth. Intriguingly, at that very moment, several of Shun's companions sprang into action, restraining Bai Qian's hands, as if they had coordinated their efforts beforehand. Lu Wensheng whispered to Shen Lingling, this old man runs a tight ship. Judging by their level of cooperation, this isn't their first time. Shen Lingling nodded vigorously, indeed. Just look at how few youths we have in our village. She spent 3 or 4 years here in her previous life, witnessing so much. Li Xiangyang is no ordinary man. He has seen battle and fought against the enemy. She added quietly, keep silent and enjoy the show. Lu Wensheng retorted, humph. So what if you've been reborn? I've read the original. I am not only aware of the conclusion of your past life, but I also possess knowledge of the outcome of your present existence. Nonetheless, I shall remain humble and simply nod. Oh, there is nothing to be done. The core of the matter lies in the disparity between words and actions. Village Chief Li and others, including Zhou Yanhong, had restrained Bai Qian when she uttered another word. Speak. Only then did Li Chunhua muster the courage to recount the events. Chief, it is as follows. Bai Jiqing harbors feelings for Han Jiqing, and Zhang Jiqing claimed that Han Jiqing's indifference is due to Shen Jiqing. Consequently, Bai Jiqing proposed that we accept money from her to push Shen Jiqing into the river. As a member of this village, I could not bring shame upon our community. Thus I declined. However, I never anticipated that these 2 would have the audacity to actually carry out such an act. I should have warned Shen Jiqing about their intentions. I was wrong. Chief, please punish me. Given my obedient demeanor, could you perhaps refrain from imposing a penalty? The crowd, including Han Myukin, was left in utter disbelief. What sort of mindset does Bai Jiqing possess? Zhang Jiqing is equally malevolent. Neither of them desires to remain in the peaceful brigade. Han Myukin's expression darkened. Bai Qian, you are courting death. Village chief Li shot him a glance. Dare you attempt to steal his thunder? Zhang Jiqing, what say you? Zhang Fangfang attempted to defend herself. I did not, chief. I did not push her. She fell on her own. Hearing this, Shen Lingling was incensed. Imitating Lu Wensheng, she removed her shoe and stepped forward, seizing Zhang Fangfang's hair and delivering 2 resounding slaps with the sole of her shoe. Do you still have any face left? You dare to act without taking responsibility, do you? Where has your courage to push me gone? Did Bai Qian consume it? Among all the educated youth, you are the worst, either stirring trouble or sowing discord, and you have turned our once harmonious brigade into a chaotic mess. Recalling the bullying she had endured in her previous life, she decided to settle both old and new scores at once, delivering another 2 stinging blows for good measure. It was immensely satisfying. No wonder Shengsheng enjoys fighting. Lu Wensheng exclaimed, do not speak carelessly. Everyone was taken aback by Shen Lingling's fierce demeanor. This Shen Jiqing, who appeared so delicate, was indeed so formidable in character. She was still feverish, her steps unsteady, her cheeks flushed, unmistakably the visage of someone recovering from a serious illness. Just moments ago, Lu Wensheng had supported her off the tractor. Now, as she struck, she mustered every ounce of her strength. Once that surge of fervor dissipated, she appeared utterly drained, swaying as if on the verge of collapse, embodying fragility itself. Seeing her in such a poor state, Lu Wensheng swiftly placed the quilt in Elhao's arms and moved to catch her. Lingling, how are you feeling? Shen Lingling replied, what do you expect? I'm just a bit weak from not having eaten enough. She refrained from speaking further, merely shaking her head while tears streamed down her face, evoking sorrow in all who beheld her. Enough of this charade. Lu Wensheng sighed in relief and turned to the village chief. Chief, I fear Shen Jiqing may not make it. Village chief Li shot her a glance and instructed Zhou Yanhong. Director Zhou, search her. Upon receiving the order, Zhou Yanhong approached Zhang Fangfang, who was unwilling to passively await her search, especially with the 80 yuan still hidden in her pocket. Thus, she struggled incessantly. Director Zhou showed no leniency, swiftly flipping her over and delivering 2 resounding slaps. You little vixen, behave. Do you think I cannot handle you? Zhang Fangfang, realizing her resistance was futile, simply closed her eyes and lay on the ground, feigning death. Chapter 91. Save what should be saved, spend what should be spent. Village chief. We found it, exclaimed Zhou Yanhong as she handed the pile of large bills to the village chief. Indeed, quite naive. I was thinking of searching her house if we didn't find anything, but who would have thought she would keep it on her person? The captain snorted coldly. With such a mindset of the impoverished suddenly coming into wealth, it is only natural she feels safer keeping it on her. Village chief Li, holding the money, inquired of Zhang Fangfang, do you have anything to say? At that moment, Zhang Fangfang felt utterly desolate. Her life was over. She fell to her knees, pleading, village chief. Shen Jiqing, I beg you, spare me. I was momentarily blinded by greed. I didn't mean it. It was all Bai Jiqing who forced me. Yes, she pressured me. Bai Qian, overhearing her admission, felt a surge of rage, wishing she could tear her apart. Ugh, get it out of her. The aunt restraining her yanked the rag from her mouth, and Bai Qian nearly retched, utterly disgusted that these country folk dared treat her in such a manner. Zhang Fangfang. Li Chunhua, just wait. And turning to the village chief, she added, how dare you treat me this way? My father will not let this go. Everyone was stunned. What just transpired? Was it really Han Jiqing? Did Han Jiqing strike Bai Jiqing? Lu Wensheng couldn't help but inwardly cheer. What a man. I do not adhere to the notion that a man should never strike a woman. Have you all had your fill of chaos? Bai Qian. You truly have no sense of shame. Bai Qian, still dazed from the blow, could not gather her thoughts. Meanwhile, Han Myukin turned to village chief Li, saying, Uncle, you decide how to handle this. I'll take responsibility for Songchen. After a moment of contemplation, village chief Li replied, send them to the police. Little Lu, you drive the tractor and take these 2 away. As for Li Chunhua, let her deal with a month's worth of manure. Village chief, what about medical expenses? Nutritional costs and compensation for lost work must be accounted for, right? At this moment, Shen Lingling also raised her head in agreement. Yes, village chief. They need to compensate me. Village chief Li pondered before saying, after we clarify things at the police station, you should be able to recover the 80 yuan, which will cover your medical expenses. Li Chenhua will continue to supplement your work points until you recover. Shen Lingling considered this and nodded. 80 yuan was not insignificant. Contentment brings happiness. Then, village chief, I'll take her back now. Thus, Lu Wensheng carried Shen Lingling into the youth station, and upon entering the room, she discovered that the bedding on the tractor was actually Han Mukin's. How do I put this? Lingling, did you notice that the bedding you wrapped yourself in on the tractor belongs to Han Mukin? Shen Lingling was instantly petrified. I knew it. No wonder it smelled different. Lu Wensheng, observing her already flushed face, couldn't discern anything unusual. Never mind, I'll head to the commune. You rest well. I have malted milk and milk powder in my box. I'll have Lu Hao prepare it for you. Don't cook tonight. I'll bring back some braised pork for you. Shen Lingling came back to her senses, feeling warmth in her heart, and replied, okay. Seeing her obedient demeanor, Lu Wensheng felt reassured and left the room. Outside, Lu Wensheng instructed Elle how to take care of Shen Lingling before she drove off in the tractor. With Han Mukin waiting in the vehicle, he needed to call his father and Uncle Bai to update them on the situation here. The tractor was occupied only by Bai Qian, Zhang Fangfang, the captain, and Han Mukin. Lu Wensheng sighed. She was the cornerstone of the Pinyin Brigade, always ready to assist wherever needed. Little Lu, your mat and firewood have been picked up by Old Li, the furniture mover, and have already been placed in your new house. The village chief asked me to convey this to you, the captain informed her. Lu Wensheng nodded. Thank you, captain. Where's the village chief? He returned earlier. I will accompany you to the county town. Let us set off. Lu Wensheng remarked. Well, the voice control device has been upgraded. She diligently made a trip to the commune, escorting the two individuals to the police station before heading directly to the supply and marketing cooperative. She needed to purchase some daily necessities, as well as essential snacks for gossiping. After leaving the cooperative, she proceeded to the state-run restaurant, where she ordered a portion of braised pork, sweet and sour pork, and braised ribs with eggplant. She did not buy staple food, as she had already instructed Elle how to steam rice before leaving, emphasizing the importance of economizing where possible. By the time she returned to the police station, the matters there had also been resolved. Bai Qian and Zhang Fangfang remained, and the three hurried back while there was still daylight. The captain observed the pile of items Lu Wensheng had purchased and inquired, Did you buy so much? Lu Wensheng replied, Yes, it's for Shen Jiqing. She is already weak, and after this ordeal, she will likely need to rest for at least a month. It would be beneficial for her to eat better so she can return to work sooner, right? We cannot afford to delay the production of our brigade. I'll give you and the village chief a bottle of liquor each. You've been quite a burden today. Lu Wensheng acknowledged that, under normal circumstances, other brigades would not have been so swift in sending someone to the police station. For the sake of reputation, they would typically resolve matters privately within their own brigade, avoiding escalation unless a life were at stake. For this reason, she greatly admired the leadership of the Pinyin Brigade. The captain enjoyed hearing Lu Wensheng speak and smiled broadly. You're too polite, little Lu. It is our duty. Lu Wensheng waved her hand dismissively. Captain, please do not refuse. Ultimately, it is our educated youth who have caused this trouble. Do you truly look down upon such offerings? Such words. Then I shall accept on behalf of the village chief. This truly warms my heart. If every educated youth were like this, oh my. Han Mukin sat quietly to the side, absorbing the lessons in Lu Wensheng's demeanor and conduct, convinced that mastering such skills would benefit him for a lifetime. The captain remarked, Child, your intuition is correct. Meanwhile, back in the village, El Laomazi watched the group depart before pursing his lips and draping the quilt over the clothesline, intending to beat it with a wooden stick later before bringing it back inside. Remembering Lu Wensheng's instructions, he dutifully went to the kitchen to fetch a thermos, then knocked on Shen Lingling's door. Shen Lingling lay on the Kong and replied, Come in. After entering, El Hao prepared a cup of milk powder for her and placed the thermos on the Kong table, advising, I will be in the yard. Call me if you need anything. Shen Lingling nodded. Thank you, El Jiqing. El Hao waved his hand. Sister Lu said we are all sisters, and we must take care of each other. After saying this, he exited. Shen Lingling was once again rendered speechless. It had only been a few days, and yet Sheng Sheng had managed to convince a certain gentleman to become like a sister to her. After Lu Hao finished brushing off the dust from the blanket, he carried it back inside, washed his hands, and began to steam rice. He thought to himself that his sister Lu should be returning soon as well. So he took a small stool and sat at the door to wait. Before long, two figures appeared in his line of sight, precisely those he had been anticipating. A charming smile graced his lips. Tonight, there would be meat to savor,